Beneath a starlit sky, the mountain range stood in silent majesty. Along the mountain's face, figures moved with purpose, their lanterns casting eerie glows. After 15 days of hardship in Xinjiang's heavenly mountain, the end was near. He had finally gotten his hands on it. Inside the cavern, shelves lined with books and scrolls hinted at forgotten knowledge. Though the words were bizarre, so Wenhui knew this was the real thing. Around 600 years ago, the legendary secret manual was left behind by the Sword Immortal, the Sword Immortal's secret record. So Wenhui wished he could take it with him, but there was no point since his dantian was destroyed. He realized that if other martial artists knew he had this, they would definitely steal it from him. He resolved to hide this before anyone came. Quickly, so Wenhui shoved the scroll into a small bamboo container. He realized he should have brought some water. A voice echoed from the cavern entrance, announcing that they had found him. Nearby, one of the men questioned if the blood cult spy had located the Sword Immortal's secret record. The man was identified as Moyang Su, leader of the Yellow Dragon Hall of the Murim Alliance. Meanwhile, so Wenhui assured Moyang Su that he had found the record and hidden it in a safe place. He would hand it over if Moyang Su kept his promise. The man, Baekwa Hyang, confirmed that there was indeed such a promise. He asked if so Wenhui wanted them to remove the blood parasite from his chest. There was indeed such a promise. Moyang Su stated that there was no need for that. Moyang Su continued, stating that So Wenhui would have nowhere to return even after the blood parasite was removed. Moyang Su questioned if that wasn't the case. It was So Wenhui from a Yang So clan. After he experienced chi deviation, his dantian was destroyed, and he was abandoned by his clan. A masked figure stood over So Wenhui's prone body. 10 years ago, he was kidnapped by the blood cult, who implanted the blood parasite in him. After that, he was manipulated by the blood cult into doing all sorts of things on their behalf. The blood cult questioned if there was any place that could offer him freedom after such a long time. A voice echoed in the darkness, questioning if it was wrong to doubt So Wenhui. He wondered if Moyang Su knew everything about him. Moyang Su pressed him, asking what he was trying to say. The masked assassin demanded that So Wenhui hand over the Sword Immortal's secret record first. The assassin stated that if So Wenhui handed it over nicely, he would consider removing the blood parasite. The assassin's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. So Wenhui thought about the Sword Immortal's secret record. So Wenhui declared that the record was hidden in a place that only he could find. He added that he wasn't expecting the Orthodox sects to make an exception and accept him. The assassin remained silent. So Wenhui admitted that he just wanted to be free of the blood parasite and live like a normal person. He pleaded with the assassin to get rid of the blood parasite first, promising to hand over the Sword Immortal's secret record if he did. The assassin and So Wenhui faced each other. Moyang Su observed that it looked like So Wenhui had thought a lot about this. So Wenhui's eyes widen as he stares directly at the viewer, his expression a mix of shock and pain. Meanwhile, the masked assassin smirks, confident in his assessment. He believes So Wenhui has hidden something within his own body. The swordsman coughs up blood, realizing the assassins intended to kill him from the start. The blade pierces through So Wenhui's body, eliciting a pained groan. The assassin's words echo in the air, absolving themselves of guilt for what they are about to do to So Wenhui. The masked assassin stands over So Wenhui, his sword dripping with blood, as another assassin watches from the background. The assassin declares that So Wenhui was destined to die the moment he became a spy. Damn it, So Wenhui thinks, frustrated with how his life has turned out. The assassin's blade continues its descent, cutting deeper into So Wenhui. The assassin's sword plunges further, the attack happening in an instant. The assassin's feet are planted firmly on the ground as he continues his assault. The assassin realizes the Sword Immortal's secret record is hidden within So Wenhui's body. The assassin wonders what is happening as blue flames begin to erupt around So Wenhui. The assassin is shocked as blue flames surge from within So Wenhui. The blue flames engulfed him, yet he wondered if they were real. He sighed, realizing their power was useless. He wished he had another life. He lamented that he would be able to live a less pathetic life than his current one. Suddenly, So Wenhui coughed, feeling cold. He wondered about his body, checking to see if he had any burns on him. He was surprised that his stomach was fine. He recognized the voice calling out to him. Henan twin Swiftblade asked if he was awake, boasting that they had won the drinking bet this time. It was said that Song Juabaek and Song Wuhyun called themselves the Hunan twin Swiftblade. Were they the notorious blood cult martial masters, the black-white twin demons? So Wenhui wondered why they looked so young, realizing he had just burned to death. Someone asked what he was so surprised about. So Wenhui realized that the person in front of him was himself when he was young. Suddenly, he was kicked. As he lay on the ground, a younger version of himself demanded he get up and pay. The pain was intense, even as he wondered if this was all a dream. The pain made him question the reality of his situation. He sat up, trying to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, the younger So Wenhui grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know what day it was. The younger So Wenhui refused to tell him the date until he was released. He repeated the date to himself. The year of the dog, 9th day of the 9th month. The The younger version of Master asked what year he thought it was, questioning if he had gone crazy from drinking too much, and stated that it was exactly 10 years ago from the day he died. The younger, So Wonhui laughed, finding the situation amusing. Meanwhile, Jwabak greeted him, stating that he was glad to meet him. The younger, So Wonhui complained about the cold and demanded to be let go. He realized with a start that it was exactly 10 years ago. The date echoed in his mind. 10 years ago on the year of the dog, 9th day of the 9th month. The scene shifted to a view of a building at night. He blinked, momentarily disoriented. Despite the late hour, the inn bustled with activity. He realized he must have dozed off. Meanwhile, outside the room, the innkeeper greeted the incoming customers. Yawning widely, the innkeeper shuffled forward, ready to attend to the new arrivals. Back in the room, So Wonhui frantically searched for something, cursing under his breath. He lamented not tidying up earlier. Outside the room, the innkeeper questioned the blood cult members about their intentions, implying they might be short on funds. The blood cult captain warned the innkeeper to leave quickly if he valued his life, his tone menacing. The captain warned that they would only get their act together after a few punches. Back in the room, So Wonhui triumphantly announced that he had found it. It was the only belonging his mother had left him, So's short sword. He regretted losing it in his previous life. He should have brought it along, no matter how rushed he was. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the inn. So Wonhui reacted with a gasp, clutching his head. He wondered what that sound was, thinking his eardrums were about to burst. The innkeeper screamed for help as the blood cult captain stood over him. The innkeeper and the others heard the scream from outside. Jwabak agreed, believing it was too loud to have originated outside. He knew this wasn't the time to be thinking, as the screams indicated it had already begun. Two men wondered who was attacking and what they should do. Jwabak told them to stand aside, declaring he would take a look. A piercing scream echoed through the inn. Jwabak cursed the blood cult. The date was the 9th day of the 9th month, and the inn was under attack. Blood cult members stood over fallen patrons. This was the day Jwabak was kidnapped by the blood cult. The innkeeper urged the others to run away if they wanted to live. The group questioned if the attackers were from the Green Forest or the blood cult, noting the blood cult had supposedly disappeared after losing to the Murim Alliance. Jwabak told them to go ask if they were from the blood cult, stating he was running away and they could do whatever they wanted. The two men wondered if they should run as well. Jwabak thought he didn't have time to look after them now, since they became martial masters after getting kidnapped. Jwabak, amidst the chaos, resolved to focus on his own survival within the besieged inn, pushing aside thoughts of others. Suddenly, he paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Asong, still half asleep, mumbled about his young master, stirring Jwabak's memory. The realization struck him. Asong had been with them during the kidnapping. He thought to himself that Asong was the only one from the So clan who had taken his side. He considered Asong to be like a real brother, and he couldn't simply leave him behind. Jwabak burst into the room, shouting for Asong to get up, startling the boy awake. Asong, startled, exclaimed it was just Jwabak and that he had scared him. Jwabak urgently told Asong to get up, insisting they had to escape. So Wonhui questioned Jwabak's sudden urgency, but Jwabak urged him to run first, and he would fill him in later. Jwabak urgently told So Wonhui that the blood cult had attacked the place, and that he would fill him in later. So Wonhui questioned if it was the blood cult, the same one defeated by the Murim Alliance. Jwabak cut him off, demanding So Wonhui to just believe him, and Asong wondered if the exit was over there. The village found itself completely surrounded. Escape from their meant certain capture. The boy questioned if they should just return to their room and hide in the wardrobe. That was an obvious choice. They were there to capture people like them. The masked assassin kicked down a door, declaring that they would search all the obvious hiding places. Wardrobes were too obvious. The assassins moved through the inn, leaving bodies in their wake. Wine vats were also an obvious place to check. The boy wondered if they would die if caught. He was told not to say something so ominous. They needed to hide in a place no one would think to look. A place so unlikely, no one would hide there even if they considered it. They arrived at the place So Wonhui had been talking about. The group arrived at the unlikely hiding place So Wonhui had in mind. He explained that no one would imagine anyone hiding in such a place. They descended into the darkness. Jwabak protested, wondering how anyone could hide in such a wretched place. The boy asked if they had a choice. The innkeeper stated that he would let them hide in the only wretched place there, so that they should be thankful to him. He then muttered that he would hide somewhere else. The innkeeper told Jwabak that if he liked the place so much, he could go in himself. Jwabak yelled for the innkeeper to wait up and not push him. So when we thought that the blood cult bastards probably wouldn't think of searching this place. He had intended to hide there himself, but they didn't have a choice now. He realized he must find another place to hide before the blood cult bastards came. So when we saw a horse and thought he would live, a horse galloped away from the building. The horse ran toward the pile of hay. So when we thought that this wasn't too bad as an alternative hiding place, he reasoned that they'd probably look for the horse that was no longer there instead of looking through the hay. But if it was a first-rate martial artist, they'd be able to sense him via chi sense. Just in case, so when we held onto his weapon. The sword spirit complained about the dirt and demanded that he wipe his hands. As the sword spirit continued to complain, So Wonhui wondered what the sound was. The sword spirit continued to berate So Wonhui, asking if he was looking down on a short sword that speaks. So Wonhui wondered if the sword was possessed by a ghost. The sword spirit scoffed at the idea of being a ghost. The sword spirit declared that it was the So's short sword his mother left behind for him. The sword glowed. The sword spirit asked if So Wonhui had just replied, wondering if a human had replied to a sword. The sword spirit manifested before So Wonhui. The sword spirit asked if he could hear her voice and see her form. The sword spirit wondered if So Wonhui was hallucinating and called him a brat. The sword spirit explained that when swords get in contact with a human, they can read their minds. So Wonhui exclaimed that he could really hear and see the sword spirit. The sword spirit exclaimed for silence, demanding that So Wonhui remain quiet. Outside, the masked assassin wondered what was happening and if the change in So Wonhui's behavior was due to the sword spirit. The sword spirit admitted that she had never spoken to a human before either, but told So Wonhui to stop talking because it was distracting her. The masked assassin remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he focused. The assassin prepared to strike. He drew his sword. The assassin moved with great speed. The sword spirit wondered if So Wonhui would stab the assassin if he found him. The assassin continued his advance. The sword spirit asked if So Wonhui had the guts to act, telling him to listen to his own heart. The assassin grinned, declaring that So Wonhui was scared. So Wonhui's expression hardened. He prepared to fight. The intensity of the moment was palpable as So Wonhui's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Under the pale moonlight, the scene was set for a deadly confrontation. The masked assassin lunged, his blade aimed to strike. The air crackled with tension as the assassin's attack intensified. The force of the blow sent So Wonhui reeling, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Despite the pain, So Wonhui steeled himself, questioning if he was afraid, but quickly dismissing the thought, declaring he was excited. His eyes narrowed with determination. So Wonhui vowed to do whatever it took to survive. The sword spirit remarked that So Wonhui's swordsmanship was impressive. The sword spirit seemed pleased with So Wonhui's progress. The masked assassin, now deceased, was viewed as an idiot by some, but So Wonhui now saw him in a different light. So Wonhui, annoyed, questioned where he had learned to fight like that, telling the sword spirit to be quiet because she was distracting him. The sword spirit sighed, stating that she was just trying to make conversation. So Wonhui decided to ignore her for the time being, but the sword spirit retorted that she could hear him. The situation had become much worse. Below the floorboards, So Wonhui continued to hide the body. He knew that the group members of the man he killed would soon arrive. So Wonhui knew that while he had already hidden the corpse, it was only a matter of time before they found it. He realized that if he got caught in a situation like that, he would be killed right away without any hesitation. He knew he needed to finish hiding the body and get out of there. The sword spirit called out to So Wonhui. The sword spirit asked what he wanted again, requesting that he leave her alone so she could do what was needed. The sword spirit expressed her desire to participate in the unfolding events. She then warned So Wonhui of a blood cult warrior lurking nearby, wanted to make him aware of the danger. Startled, the masked assassin questioned what he had just heard. The sword spirit inquired if she had interrupted him, assuring him that he could ignore her and continue. The masked assassin remained still. Again, the masked assassin did not move. The sword spirit remarked that the situation was interesting and wondered if he would stop. So Wonhui wondered how long the masked assassin had been standing there. More importantly, So Wonhui focused on the assassin's waistband. So Wonhui realized it was a brown waistband. Recognizing the assassin as an intermediate-grade warrior, So Wonhui cursed, regretting that he hadn't moved faster. So Wonhui knew he had no chance against an intermediate-grade warrior at his current level. The sword spirit asked if So Wonhui was going to fight and offered to help, but So Wonhui, annoyed, told her to stop distracting him. So Wonhui thought to himself that the situation was becoming difficult. The masked assassin advanced, his sword drawn and ready. While So Wonhui's movements didn't appear to be those of a martial artist, the assassin admitted that they were still impressive. The sword spirit observed that it was impressive for So Wonhui to have killed a basic grade warrior when it was an ambush, and that he was probably around a basic intermediate grade. The assassin scoffed. The assassin offered So Wonhui a deal. He would let him live if he surrendered. So Wonhui declared that he would provoke him. The assassin questioned why So Wonhui would provoke him. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have mentioned something like him being a basic intermediate grade. He then thought that So Wonhui wanted to capture him, but was scared he might get killed like that guy over there if they fought. The sword spirit asked if he was crazy and why he would provoke him. So Wonhui stated that he had something in mind. The assassin realized that So Wonhui wanted to appear like he was an arrogant brat, so that he would get him to drop his guard. The assassin laughed, calling So Wonhui gutsy. The assassin raised his sword. So Wonhui thought it would be a pity to kill him, since he was pretty smart too. The assassin realized that So Wonhui was more cautious than he thought. The masked assassin observed that So Wonhui seemed intent on avoiding a direct confrontation. He proposed to test So Wonhui's capabilities. So Wonhui acknowledged that he might be a third-rate martial artist with a destroyed Dantian. The assassin lunged forward, sword extended. The assassin's blade met So Wonhui's. The assassin remarked that So Wonhui had good eyes, but his reflexes were slow. So Wonhui noted that the assassin's attack was still quite sharp. The assassin declared he would overlook So Wonhui's killing of the basic grade warrior and instructed him to follow quietly. So Wonhui refused, declaring he didn't stand chance. So Wonhui realized his plan had worked. The assassin cursed, finding it impossible that So Wonhui had dodged a stab at such close range. The masked assassin, enraged, calls So Wonhui a brat. The assassin lunges forward, his sword crackling with energy. So Wonhui is struck by the assassin's attack. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the forest. He continues to tumble through the trees. The assassin wonders if he had been too optimistic, admitting he didn't expect So Wonhui to dodge at that distance. So Wonhui grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. He realizes he has no choice but to fight. The sword spirit tells So Wonhui that he cannot win without her help. The sword spirit questions what So Wonhui can do in this situation, calling him stubborn and asking what he intends to do now. So Wonhui and the sword spirit stand together, facing the masked assassin. The assassin notes that while the cut wasn't deep, it would be hard for So Wonhui to use his left eye, so he would keep aiming for his left side, frustrated. The assassin prepares to attack, remarking that So Wonhui looks like he is rushing to die. The assassin reveals he was only going to teach So Wonhui a small lesson and bring him back to the cult. The masked assassin declared he had changed his mind, deciding to end the fight then and there. With a burst of speed, he vowed to tear his opponent into a million pieces. So Wonhui realized the assassin's speed was immense. The assassin moved with blinding speed. The assassin unleashed the blood cult's basic sword technique, evil blood sword technique. The assassin's movements were too fast for So Wonhui to follow. So Wonhui struggled to read the assassin's attacks, realizing the assassin was intentionally avoiding fatal blows. So Wonhui questioned if the assassin was toying with him until he was content before killing him. The assassin declared it was too late for regrets. The assassin continued his relentless assault. The assassin stated that So Wonhui would die that day. So Wonhui was struck by the assassin's blows. So Wonhui wondered if the assassin was using feints against someone like him. So Wonhui considered his options, wondering if he should just attack blindly. The assassin's blade met So Wonhui's, the force of the blow nearly overwhelming him. The impact sent a shockwave through the immediate area. The masked assassin expressed surprise. The assassin pressed his attack, moving with incredible speed. So Wonhui wondered if he had truly managed to block the attack. The sword spirit chided him, stating that he would have died had she not intervened. So Wonhui realized the sword spirit's voice had been the key to reacting in time. He confirmed that she had been able to see the attack. The sword spirit scoffed, finding the assassin's moves obvious. So Wonhui asked what they should do next, wondering if he should simply remain silent. He apologized for ignoring her twice. The sword spirit remarked that she had been patient, as she couldn't let the first rare species that could talk to her after 47 years die. So Wonhui was surprised to be called a rare species. If she could read the assassin's attacks, so Wonhui asked if she had a way for him to attack. He admitted that, in his current state, it was difficult to deal with the assassin. So Wonhui recalled that the assassin had experienced a counterattack from him once before. He reasoned that the assassin likely wouldn't come close enough for him to attack again with a short sword. The sword spirit observed that So Wonhui possessed a cautious personality. She believed that if they could provoke him into acting rashly, they would have a chance. Then, they would have a chance. Meanwhile, the masked assassin stood ready, his sword drawn. He wondered what had happened back there. The assassin couldn't believe So Wonhui had seen through his sword technique. He reasoned that So Wonhui had probably gotten lucky, insisting there was no way a weakling like him would be able to see it. The assassin vowed to kill him this time. The assassin decided they would first block his attacks while dragging out the fight. So Wonhui declared that he was prepared, needing only the sword spirit to tell him where his sword was going. The sword spirit directed him to his right shoulder, revealing the attack was a feint. The assassin was shocked, wondering how So Wonhui had blocked all of his attacks. The assassin cursed, realizing he was bleeding. The sword spirit advised that if he went into the blind spot of his enemy, he would start to feel rushed. The sword spirit advised that counterattacks launched in the blind spot would be both accurate and faster. Meanwhile, the masked assassin planned to slash horizontally, but only if So Wonhui entered one step slower. He spat out an insult. The assassin lunged forward, sword raised. The attack connected. So Wonhui knew it was time to act. The assassin's blade continued its descent. The assassin smirked, believing he had the upper hand. But So Wonhui blocked the attack. The force of the block reverberated. So Wonhui grunted with the effort. The assassin was sent flying backwards. So Wonhui coughed, staggering. The assassin, now bleeding from his arm, was asked if his arm broke. The assassin thought that while it was smart to use his blind spot, So Wonhui was still a third-rate martial artist. The masked assassin, mid-air, descends with his sword, declaring his intent to send So Wonhui to hell. The force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. The assassin's grip tightens on his sword hilt. Meanwhile, So Wonhui smirks, anticipating the attack. With a burst of energy, So Wonhui unleashes a powerful counterattack. The assassin's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the tables have turned. He cries out in shock as the force of So Wonhui's attack overwhelms him. The impact sends the assassin flying backwards. Blood splatters as the assassin is struck. So Wonhui watches as the assassin is sent hurtling through the air. Someone calls out, asking if he is all right and able to get up. The assassin lies on the ground, blood pooling around him, as he weakly replies that he is all right. Moyang-su observes the scene, remarking on the assassin's impressive acting and noting that it wouldn't have worked if he had fought more cautiously. The sword spirit complimented So Wonhui on his recent actions, noting how he sprang out, turned, and slashed his opponent's neck. She admitted that it was only possible because she helped, thanking So Wonhui's short sword. Meanwhile, the sword spirit seemed to be contemplating something, acknowledging that she was indeed So's short sword. From a closer vantage point, the sword spirit questioned why So Wonhui was so flustered. He denied being flustered, claiming he was merely a little surprised. The sword spirit retorted that if he was that thankful to her, then he should wipe the blood off the sword properly. O espírito da espada o acusou de estar zangado. Ele negou, dizendo a ela para limpar a ferrugem, acrescentando que ele tinha sido muito negligente em cuidar da lembrança de sua mãe. Suddenly, a voice commanded So Wonhui to lower his head. So Wonhui was struck. The masked assassin clenched his fist. The assassin noted that some of them were missing. He questioned how he could be seriously losing to some young kid. The cultists proclaimed their devotion to the blood demon, declaring that blood would rule the world. So Wonhui knelt before the masked figures. One of the masked figures welcomed him back to their cult. He realized he had survived, but was now headed back to the blood cult helplessly. The masked figures loomed over So Wonhui. One of the masked figures declared it was fate to find a descendant of their cult, and thus they would grant him one wish. The masked figure stood with a sheathed sword at their side. So Wonhui wondered why a bloodstar would grant a mere kid a wish. He thought they were testing him to see how he would reply. Since it was hard for him to determine their intentions, he knew he had to answer carefully. He then stated he would like to take back the short sword, as it was his mother's keepsake for him. One of the masked figures listened intently. Another masked figure questioned what the fourth bloodstar did with the short sword. The masked assassin firmly states that he will not repeat himself to the captain. The captain is handed a sword. The captain examines the short sword, noting that while it is old, it is still a good weapon. He thinks the sword needs to pay the price for spilling the blood of their members. The captain hopes that So Wonhui will be more careful the next time he wields the sword. The captain throws the sword. The sword lands near So Wonhui. So Wonhui is shocked that there were reverberations, even though the captain simply threw the sword with his fingers. He thinks the captain is horrifyingly strong and probably did it to warn him. So Wonhui remains kneeling. The captain tells So Wonhui to get up, asking how long he intends to sit there. So Wonhui replies that he will pick up the sword quickly, thinking he is lucky enough to get back the short sword. So Wonhui's sword is already broken. The sword spirit is upset about her hair and asks what he is going to do about it, but then tells herself to calm down and that So Wonhui will fix her up at a blacksmith later on. The sword spirit, unable to move, expressed frustration, wishing to shave the captain's head. Meanwhile, So Wonhui questioned if the captain was truly from the blood cult. The sword spirit admitted that the captain's statement was not exactly a lie, but not exactly true either, before deciding to tell So Wonhui the whole truth. Elsewhere, a young woman wondered what was happening. So Wonhui asked why the sword spirit was suddenly being so serious, and if he would believe him if he said he came back from 10 years in the future. The sword spirit wondered if So Wonhui had a screw loose. Far away, the captain held a token in his hand. The captain ordered someone to be sent to Yulon County to investigate So Wonhui's maternal side. The captain's hands were wrapped in bandages. Another member of the blood cult asked if the captain felt it too. The captain stated that it did not matter if what So Wonhui said was true or not. The captain realized that So Wonhui was observing all his movements. The captain thought that So Wonhui was trying to find out what his intentions were, as if he was a trained spy, and that no matter which side he was on, he knew too much about the blood cult, so he should pay attention to him. So Wonhui stood on a rooftop. The sword spirit began to summarize what she understood, stating that he had lived as a blood cult spy for 10 years. She continued, adding that he woke up in his current state after being unfairly killed. The sword spirit further explained that not only did he return from 10 years ago, but she was able to talk to him after he came back. She remarked that it was no wonder he wasn't as foolish as the So Wonhui she knew, and questioned if he was truly from the blood cult. She added that he was unlucky after going through all of that. The sword spirit continued, stating that he finally managed to come back 10 years ago, but ended up being kidnapped by the blood cult again, and that it would have been easier if he had just abandoned Asong. He declared that he couldn't do that. He thought that Asong was the only one who treated him like a human in his previous life. He continued to reflect on his previous life. He realized that Asong lost his life while protecting him. He thought that while he was in the blood cult, he always felt indebted to Asong, and simply repaid that debt. He decided that it was all in the past, and he needed to worry about his own life now. So Wenhui is taunted by the sword spirit, who observes that he remains a pushover despite his experiences. Meanwhile, the sword spirit emphasizes that information is a weapon, and so Wenhui possesses a great deal of it, given his past as a spy. She explains that knowing the misfortunes that will befall him allows him to avoid them. The sword spirit adds that he could also turn those misfortunes into something beneficial. He acknowledges the truth in her words. He wonders why he would simply try to survive when he has 10 years' worth of information at his disposal. The sword spirit urges him not to live like a loser. He tells her to lower her voice, lest others think he is talking to himself, admitting he got a little too excited. He realizes there will be many opportunities from now on. He considers that he might actually be able to learn martial arts again. The sword spirit questions how someone with a destroyed dantian could learn martial arts, but dismisses the thought since the information isn't certain. She finds the prospect of ignoring it boring. The sword spirit offers to teach him martial arts now that he can accumulate internal energy again. She asks if he wants her to teach him martial arts now that he is able to accumulate internal energy again. The sword spirit, with a cheerful demeanor, confirms that she will teach So Wenhui martial arts, stating that it is a short sword technique that only her former master knew, and she is likely the only one who knows it now. Hearing this, So Wenhui wonders aloud if he is supposed to learn martial arts from a sword. The sword spirit dismisses his concerns, assuring him that such a thing will not happen. She then asks if he has heard the proverb, "The sparrow near a school sings the primer," implying that she knows more than he thinks. So Wenhui, looking somewhat exasperated, tells her to listen up and that he will explain how things will proceed from now on. The sword spirit acknowledges that she is listening. Suddenly, blue flames erupt around So Wenhui. He cries out, wondering what is happening and where the blue flames are coming from. The flames engulf him, transporting him to a space filled with stars and nebulae. He wonders where he is and what is going on. So Wenhui's body appears more muscular, and he is shirtless. The sword spirit's voice echoes, stating that now that he has obtained a sword mind, his future will be opened. So Wenhui realizes that it is the voice of his short sword. He sees the sword spirit standing before him in this strange space. He gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in his surroundings. The change left him breathless. He found himself back in the real world, wondering what had just occurred. More importantly, he noticed the strange energy emanating from his hands. The sword spirit's voice echoed in his mind, scolding him for his wandering thoughts and reminding him of the effort she put into teaching him. The sword spirit asked if he could see the energy. She directed him to look closely, pointing out the dots forming the Big Dipper on the back of his hand. The sword spirit questioned if he had felt sleepy while listening to a short sword teaching him martial arts. He wondered if he was the only one who could see the energy. He apologized, hoping she was all right, and noted that it would take 15 days before they arrived at their destination. He gripped the hilt of his short sword. He insisted he was just tired. He pondered what had just happened, realizing the blue flames were the same ones he saw before returning to the past. The energy manifested as glowing symbols on his hand. It was likely related to the Sword Immortal's secret records. A caravan of carts and people wound its way through a rocky landscape. So Wenhui remained tied up, frustrated that his power was still not manifesting. He wondered how to make it return. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. The door to the carriage was thrown open. A masked guard barked at the prisoners to wake up. The guard demanded to know how long they intended to lie around, enjoying their lives. He ordered them to get on their feet and get out, threatening to kill them on the spot if they tried anything. So Wenhui groaned as he began to wake. He heard the guards urging everyone to move faster. The caravan gathered in front of a large complex. The sword spirit yawned, commenting on the noise and wondering where they were. So Wenhui realized they were in Six Blood Valley. So Wenhui realized that this was one of the blood cult's bases, a place where they trained and educated kidnapped children to become blood cult warriors. He then noticed a man standing on a platform. Overseeing the training within Six Blood Valley was Gu Sangwung, the Destruction Blood Squad captain. Meanwhile, So Wenhui heard someone call him Yulong County's good-for-nothing. He turned to see who it was. Song Juabaek and Song Woohyun stood behind him, with Song Juabaek commenting that he still got caught in the end. So Wenhui thought he had gotten away since he hadn't seen them. He realized the black-white twin demons were reunited. Song Woohyun was glad to see someone familiar there. Song Juabaek was confused as to why they weren't tied up. Song Woohyun said it was a little complicated and told him to tell him about it. Someone yelled for everyone to stop talking and pay attention. Gu Sangwung asked if they saw the platform behind him. He said he would count to 5, starting now. He ordered them to run over there. Song Juabaek wondered if they wanted them to run, they should untie them at least, and who would do that in such a situation. He then asked So Wenhui if he was good for nothing. One of the masked assassins tells the prisoners that they must follow his instructions if they want to live. Juabaek wonders what the masked assassin just said. Suddenly, someone calls out to So Wenhui. The prisoners begin to run as ordered. Someone shouts, demanding to know what is happening. The masked assassin tells them to be serious and to at least explain what is going on. Close up on the masked assassin's face. One of the prisoners wonders what they are doing there and suggests they just run for now. The prisoners are attacked. A woman screams. The prisoners are being slaughtered. Someone shouts for their brother to look behind him. The prisoners continue to be attacked. Someone curses the crazy situation. Chaos erupted once more. The events unfolded exactly as So Wonhui had predicted. Nearby, others felt compelled to follow So Wonhui, regardless of the unfolding situation. They admitted they didn't know what was happening, but they knew they needed to stay close to him. The kneeling prisoners expressed their surprise, as this situation was unprecedented. Some of the guards expressed disbelief that the prisoners knew to kneel without being instructed. One guard identified So Wonhui as the one Captain O had reported. It was recalled that someone had reported So Wonhui as a descendant who had inherited the blood of a blood cult member. The sword spirit observed that So Wonhui was acting without instruction, like a true blood cult member. So Wonhui knew that, as a descendant, he had to act in order to avoid suspicion. He realized that if he didn't, they would beat him and use him as an example. The sword spirit affirmed that the situation was definitely not good. An authoritative voice boomed, demanding everyone's attention. The speaker declared that they should all be glad, for they had been chosen. It was proclaimed that the will of the great blood demon had faithfully led them to the blood cult. A prisoner exclaimed in shock, realizing that this was the blood cult. One of the prisoners, bound and clearly agitated, loudly accused their captors of hypocrisy, questioning how they could claim to be chosen when their actions revolved around killing and kidnapping. Nearby, another prisoner wondered if it was acceptable for the first to act in such a manner. He was assured that the prisoner would be made an example of. The sword spirit, overhearing the conversation, questioned if made an example of meant what she thought it did. An assassin confirmed her suspicions. The assassin declared that if the Murim Alliance learned of their actions, they would all be in trouble. The assassin continued, stating that the blood cult had no qualms about killing weaklings. The sword spirit expressed her shock at their ruthlessness, wondering why they would kill those they had gone through so much trouble to capture. She realized that they instilled fear and enforced loyalty, which was quite effective. One of the masked assassins, covered in blood, told the prisoners to speak like the leader if they wanted to become like him. The prisoners were terrified. So Wonhui, observing the scene, thought about how scary it must have been to survive this in his previous life. He admitted that he wasn't proud of it, but he submitted to them like a dog and survived for 10 years. The leader announced that they would now begin the cult admission ceremony. The leader paused, stating that they would begin shortly. The leader pointed to one of the prisoners at the front. The leader asked if they knew what was inside the box. The leader of the blood cult spoke of a parasite. The prisoner repeated the words, the blood parasite. The blood cult leader demanded that the prisoner explain to his comrades what a blood parasite was. The prisoner could only think of the blood parasite. It was a type of poisonous insect that would burrow into one's chest, ensuring new cult members remained loyal. The blood parasite was the blood cult's life pill, required every 24 hours. If one did not take it, the blood parasite would rampage within their chest. So Wonhui, shocked, wondered how the prisoner knew all of this. The blood cult leader declared that the prisoner's answer was perfect, calling him a faithful descendant of their cult. The prisoner was shocked to be called a descendant of the blood cult. The sword spirit teased So Wonhui, saying he was caught and must have been a blood cult spy in his previous life and would soon become a blood cult member again. So Wonhui told her to stop teasing him, as he honestly didn't know how he was going to deal with the situation. The blood cult leader announced that he had an offer. He would give the prisoners a chance to show their loyalty to the cult, proving they were descendants of the cult. The prisoner realized he had no way to avoid consuming the blood parasite. Gu Sangwon watched the prisoners, noting that they seemed willing to do anything to survive, even consume the blood parasite. One prisoner resigned himself to his fate. He knew there was nothing he could do but survive, even if it meant swallowing the blood parasite. The blood cult members stood ready. The box of blood parasites held out an offering. Meanwhile, one of the masked assassins expressed gratitude at being given the honor of going first. Elsewhere, the masked captain observed that Gu Sangwon seemed to have taken a liking to So Wonhui. The captain mused that So Wonhui had not yet been confirmed as a true blood cult member, but they would soon know. So Wonhui clenched his fists, knowing he had to wait. One of the prisoners submitted to the blood demon, thanking the cult for the chance to give their blood. The cult leader remarked that the prisoner had a spirit befitting a descendant who inherited their cult's blood. Gu Sangwon confirmed that everyone understood what they needed to do. He instructed them to come forward, one by one, to receive the blood parasite. The sword spirit noted with disgust that So Wonhui had lived for 10 years with a blood parasite in his chest in his previous life. So Wonhui felt the disgusting sensation returning after only 15 days. He felt the parasite's effects. So Wonhui's chest burned, as if everything was on fire. So Wonhui's chest suddenly flared with pain. He could not explain what was happening. While the pain felt different, he realized the location was definitely where the blood parasite resided. The blood parasite wouldn't rampage without a reason, he thought. Meanwhile, Captain No Sang-soo wondered if the prisoner had done something. Chaos erupted around So Wonhui and the others. Someone asked what the problem was, observing that the blood parasite within So Wonhui's chest was rampaging. The masked assassin mused that for someone who claimed to be a descendant of their cult, he was in so much pain from receiving the blood parasite in such a sacred ceremony. So Wonhui cursed the prisoner. He wondered what the prisoner had done to the blood parasite inside him. The force of the blow reverberated through the cavern. So Wonhui struggled to maintain his footing. Another strike landed, sending him staggering. The force of the blow forced the air from his lungs. The masked man declared that So Wonhui must have a death wish, questioning if he had dared to mention his grandfather serving under his father. Wonhui, struggling to his feet, retorted that he had trained in the Blood Wolf squad from the bottom. He recalled the masked man's words, remembering the names of all the warriors who served under his father. Meanwhile, the sword spirit urged him to pull her out now, stating that he was caught right away and questioning if he could do this alone. Wonhui hesitated, realizing that if he pulled her out now, the situation would only worsen, and he needed to talk to the masked man first. Below, the masked man continued his assault. The masked man pressed his attack. Wonhui, gritting his teeth, prepared to meet the next attack. He felt like his back was going to break, wondering how anyone could be so fast. Wonhui resolved that if he couldn't get him to talk to him, then the masked man pressed his attack, his movements swift and deadly. Wonhui, struggling to keep up, cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't hold out much longer. The masked man's foot connected with the ground, sending a shockwave through the area. Elsewhere, So Wonhui lay injured, bloodied, and unconscious. The sword spirit urged him to wake up, noting that his ruthless personality remained unchanged. She called out to So Wonhui, questioning if he was all right. Wonhui, regaining some awareness, assured her he was all right, though the kick hadn't been as strong as it could have been. The sword spirit urged him to focus and prepare himself, warning that the masked man was coming. He felt dizzy, his vision blurring, and asked what she had said. The sword spirit cursed, realizing he had hit the back of his head. She instructed him to defend himself by following her instructions. The sword spirit warned of a horizontal slash coming from the right side of his neck. She commanded him to block it. Wonhui prepared to defend himself against the incoming attack. The masked man's attack continued, a relentless barrage of strikes. The force of the blows sent debris flying. Meanwhile, the masked man remained silent, his intentions masked as much as his face. Wonhui, narrowly avoiding death, cursed his weakness. He was grateful for Sodam's help, but his sword had been knocked away. His expression hardened with determination. The masked man struck again, forcing Wonhui to cry out in pain. The attack landed with brutal force. Elsewhere, Zhuabak stood over a fallen figure, his sword drawn. He recalled someone telling him about Wonhui. Wonhui realized that Zhuabak was thinking of interrogating him, seeing it as an opportunity. Zhuabak questioned if the captain wanted to find his younger sister. The captain responded that it seemed he had dug up a lot of information about him, but that his sister had died. Wonhui, however, declared that no Seiwa was alive. Zhuabak revealed that on the day the captain's father was murdered, she was kidnapped, and that the corpse he saw was hers, the only one that got burned. The captain dismissed this as nonsense. Wonhui insisted that the corpse was a fake and that she was still alive. So Wonhui proposed a deal, suggesting that if they wanted to hear more, they should come to an agreement. The air crackled with tension. Nearby, the captain stood with his sword planted firmly in the ground, So Wonhui lying prone before him. The captain scoffed, thinking that So Wonhui dared to presume he even knew her name. The captain gripped his sword tightly. So Wonhui stated that the captain was not bluffing. The captain's sword was suddenly brought down. The captain relented, stating he would play along and listen to what So Wonhui had to say. The captain declared that he would decide if he wanted to make a deal after listening, demanding to know where Seiwa was now. So Wonhui spoke of the Flower Moon Merchant Association. The captain considered the Flower Moon Merchant Association. The captain realized the Flower Moon Merchant Association belonged to the solitary blood saint, and that this person was behind his father's death. So Wonhui confirmed that it was as the captain thought. It was revealed that the person who wanted to fan the captain's heart with revenge and control the Blood Wolf squad was the solitary blood saint, Zhang Riyong. Towering above the captain, a figure draped in crimson robes stood silently, a sword glinting at his side. Below them, So Wonhui knelt, awaiting the captain's decision. The captain dismissed the idea that the Flower Moon Merchant Association was behind his father's death, finding it preposterous. Meanwhile, So Wonhui insisted that the wounds on the captain's father's body were definitely made by orthodox sects. The captain demanded to know if So Wonhui had seen it himself. So Wonhui countered that the Flower Moon Merchant Association and their leader, Ho Wul, were the ones who confirmed the sword wounds on his father's body and recovered it. So Wonhui realized the captain was wavering and knew he needed to push further. He revealed that the captain's sister was at the Flower Moon Merchant Association's Zhejiang's Jinhai County branch. So Wonhui suggested that the captain send people he trusted to confirm this information. Kneeling on the ground, So Wonhui asked who the captain was. So Wonhui pressed, assuming their deal was still on. So Wonhui pleaded with the captain to help him when he needed his help next time, adding that if what he said wasn't the truth, he would definitely cut his head off himself, no matter where he was. The captain stated that he had already swallowed the blood parasite, so why would he lie, and hoped he would find his sister quickly. The captain admitted he still didn't trust So Wonhui completely. However, the captain acknowledged that if what So Wonhui said was true, The captain listened as So Wonhui pledged to treat him as a benefactor for life, regardless of their deal. So Wonhui expressed his gratitude, stating that the captain was as magnanimous as he had heard. He thought to himself that this was why he was able to trust and follow him in his previous life. So Wonhui considered something. He continued to ponder. A middle-rank plaque fell to the ground. The captain stated that So Wonhui deserved as much for blocking his attacks twice. He clarified that this wasn't because of their deal. So Wonhui asked if the captain had heard about his personality from his grandfather. The captain drew his sword, asking if So Wonhui would believe him if he said yes. So Wonhui considered that he could play along. The captain stated that he didn't know if So Wonhui was smart or just stupid. The captain pointed out that So Wonhui had never even mentioned his grandfather's name. So Wonhui realized that when pushed for answers, he had simply spilled everything, and that the captain was right. So Wonhui admitted that the captain had gotten him. The captain admitted that he didn't know what So Wonhui was planning. The captain decided to trust So Wonhui, but only this once. So Wonhui breathed a sigh of relief, glad to be out of immediate danger. He had thought he would be in deep trouble the moment he was flung away. So Wonhui admitted he had gotten lucky. Meanwhile, Moyang-su observed So Wonhui from a distance. Moyang-su thought So Wonhui was a strange fellow. He seemed very mature, especially considering how he had kept his calm in that situation. Moyang-su also noted the strange movement from just now. Even if he got, So Wonhui realized he had been lucky to block the first attack. He also noted that the attacker had his eyes closed when he blocked the second attack. So Wonhui realized that his opponent's movements were a little bit slower than they should be if he did it by tracking his presence. So Wonhui struggled to articulate what he was experiencing, but it felt as if he realized someone was helping him. Moyang-su had a crazy thought. He wondered if he had met So Wonhui before, but strangely, he did not dislike him. A voice urged them to move quickly. A masked figure ordered the assembled group to organize themselves according to their rank plaques. The masked figure then instructed those with middle rank plaques to follow him. Meanwhile, one of the men looked on in disbelief, unable to accept that someone he deemed a good-for-nothing could be present. The man with the middle rank plaque, So Wonhui, brandished it defiantly, warning his doubter not to trifle with him. A group of martial artists made their way through the mountainous terrain. The journey continued, but one man struggled to understand something. The man walked alongside Jwabak, deep in thought. He wondered how someone without an energy core could receive an intermediate rank plaque. Jwabak questioned if So Wonhui received special privileges because he was from the blood cult. He vowed to win against So Wonhui in the next test. So Wonhui found Jwabak's competitiveness bothersome, noting that he felt attacked from all sides. The sword spirit questioned if the attacks were coming from all sides. So Wonhui realized that Captain No Sang-soo was also involved, and that he had emerged unscathed even after meeting him. The masked captain observed that So Wonhui should be clean, but something still felt off about him. The captain thought that So Wonhui was likely angry because he lost the excuse to pick on him, thanks to the Blood Wolf Squad captain guaranteeing his identity. Another man believed that So Wonhui was definitely a descendant of their cult, but the captain dismissed this as impossible. The sword spirit mocked So Wonhui, saying that he gave it to him good, like his fart, but So Wonhui told her to stop with the fart already. So Wonhui was asked what he intended to do from then on. Firstly, he needed to create an opportunity to fix his energy core. The sword spirit questioned his energy core and how he intended to fix it. He responded that he had his ways, despite the sword spirit's skepticism about fixing the energy core. The sword spirit asked about the all-healing divine physician. She then stated that the physician was known for being able to cure everything. It was said that the physician would heal as long as one paid the price. Based on what he had heard, the physician had also healed a broken energy core before. 10 days later, the all-healing divine physician would be coming to Six Blood Valley, so he just needed to pay the price and get cured. The sword spirit reminded him that he had left all his money at the inn. She exclaimed that the only thing he had was her, and accused him of intending to sell her for the healing fee. He denied the accusation, confused by what she was talking about. He wondered if he needed to do as the physician did, deciding he was going to find a herb and use that as the fee. The sword spirit questioned the herb, as he knew the location since he was a regressor. The man speaking seemed to believe his companion had everything planned out. Considering the circumstances, one man thought he ought to make it big within the blood cult. He scoffed at the idea that someone from an orthodox sect could rise within the blood cult, but then realized that there were rotten bastards in both orthodox and unorthodox sects. The scene revealed a man lying dead, blood pooling around him. Meanwhile, someone shouted for everyone to stop and wait a minute. The group wondered what had happened. Someone demanded to know who was responsible for the carnage. The Blood Wolf Squad captain grabbed one of the men by the neck. The captain demanded to know who they were. The captain glared menacingly. The captain chuckled, noting that new bastards had arrived. The captain hurled the man through the air. One of the men warned the others to look behind them. A hand gripped a vial tightly. The Blood Wolf Squad captain commanded the masked assassin to move aside, declaring that he was in the way. Suddenly, the masked assassin was sent flying backwards. The force of the blow carried him through the air. He crashed into the ground. The masked assassin slid along the ground, defeated. Nearby, another blood cult member wondered if he had just witnessed the captain's defeat. It seemed impossible that the captain could be defeated in a single strike. One of the onlookers found the situation ridiculous. Another blood cult member realized that if the captain, a first-rate martial master, was taken down in one hit, the commander wouldn't stand chance. The onlooker admitted that he had never heard of such a powerful martial master in his previous life. The Blood Wolf Squad captain radiated an incredible pressure, causing the onlookers to wonder who he was. The Blood Wolf Squad captain stood tall, as one of the onlookers exclaimed that the captain was still alive. The masked assassin struggled to stand. The Blood Wolf Squad captain prepared to strike again. The Blood Wolf Squad captain's clap generated a powerful gust of wind. The force of the attack was immense. The masked assassin cried out in pain. The assassin's scream echoed as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into his comrades. One of the Blood Cult members scoffed, unimpressed by the assassin's display. The Blood Wolf Squad captain wondered if these opponents were as weak as the others. The Sword Spirit called out to So Wonhui, checking if he was all right. Wonhui realized that first it was the blood parasite, then the clap. His ears rang, and he felt like they were torn, unable to hear anything. He felt dizzy, as if he was about to vomit. So Wonhui's vision began to clear. He wondered about the hot energy in his chest. The Sword Spirit explained that the hot energy was related to the blood parasite from before. Wonhui noticed that the ringing in his ears had stopped, and his wounds had recovered. So Wonhui, feeling revitalized, challenged his opponents to attack. One of the blood cult members, seeing So Wonhui's renewed vigor, declared that if they were going to be killed, they would fight back, refusing to let him harm his younger brother. The blood cult member charged forward. The blood cult member lay defeated on the ground. Song Juabake and Song Woohyun called out. Song Juabake thought that it would have been better if Song Woohyun had stayed down. The Blood Wolf Squad captain grinned, declaring that So Wonhui passed. The captain's energy exploded outward. The force of the captain's energy sent the blood cult members flying. One of the blood cult members cried out for his brother. Sword Spirit asked So Wonhui if he could move, while thinking that if she stayed any longer, she didn't know what would become of her. So Wonhui realized there was another one. So Wonhui stepped forward. The Blood Wolf Squad captain charged at So Wonhui. The captain's foot came down on So Wonhui. So Wonhui looked up at the captain. So Wonhui's face was filled with determination. Silence. From the darkness, a voice called out for Captain O to open his eyes. The captain lay on the ground, unmoving. Commander Gu Sangwon approached the fallen captain, explaining that he had come to look for him since he had not appeared at the designated time. Gu Sangwon noted that most of the cadets were heavily wounded as well. The other members of the squad wondered what on earth had happened here. One of the men asked for forgiveness, explaining that some barbarian had appeared. He clarified that an outsider was responsible. The masked assassin admitted, with shame, that the barbarian was strong enough to take him out in one hit, describing his appearance. The assassin described the man as having scruffy hair, a huge body, and wearing a tiger skin as his top. Gu Sangwon confirmed that the man was wearing a tiger skin, agreeing with the assassin's description. The assassin stated that he believed it was the same person who hit him and kidnapped the kids. Gu Sangwon asked if he knew Elder Hei Action of the Four Supremes. The assassin stuttered, repeating the name in disbelief. The masked assassin learned that Captain O had been on a dispatch mission. However, he had been staying near the Six Blood Valley until recently. The assassin was told that Hei Action is one of the Four Supremes of the Blood Cult. Among the Four Supremes, Hei Action is known to have the most eccentric personality. Hei Action's eyes glowed with an eerie light. A hand extended, revealing So Wonhui's short sword. Someone mused over the fact that a new cadet possessed a short sword, even though it was worn out. Hei Action expressed disbelief that a brat with a destroyed energy core could endure his attack. Hei Action noted that So Wonhui was the first to wake up. Hei Action grinned, thinking things were about to get very interesting. High in the mountains, a figure scaled the treacherous cliffs. The ascent continued, each step a testament to their determination. Below, Gu Sangwon apologized for his negligence, stating that the Supreme Elder was not someone they could afford to trifle with. The masked captain confirmed that So Wonhui had killed their men, intermediate rank cadets who were difficult to replace. The captain admitted he was unsure about So Wonhui's strength, but he believed the twins they faced were at least of advanced rank. Gu Sangwon considered the implications, realizing the crazy old man had been visiting this place from time to time, and he did not know what would happen to them. Gu Sangwon admitted he never expected the Supreme Elder to target the cadets. The masked captain reminded Gu Sangwon that they were about to reach the Supreme Elder's abode, and he should be mindful of how he spoke to him. Even within the Four Supremes, the Supreme Elder was known to be eccentric. The captain added that the Supreme Elder was the most eccentric and hardest to deal with. The Supreme Elder asked if it was because of the children lying prone before him, and Gu Sangwon confirmed that it was. Below, So Wonhui, lying on the ground, weakly stated that he had missed Moyong Su, noting that he couldn't feel his hands. The Sword Spirit questioned what nonsense was occurring. The forest path wound its way through the trees. A rabbit twitched its nose, alert. An arrow was drawn, aimed directly at the unsuspecting creature. The arrow struck, and the rabbit cried out. Nearby, the sword spirit cheered So Wonhui, impressed by his shot. So Wonhui lowered his bow. The sword spirit complimented him, noting how much he had improved. So Wonhui admitted he had grown used to this life. So Wonhui recalled how, at first, he had been beaten badly because he spent all his time trying to get down the cliff. The sword spirit remarked that he should have given up at some point, and that he was beaten for trying to run away. So Wonhui dismissed her words, stating that it was so long ago. The sword spirit guessed that he would get past today safely, and so Wonhui agreed, stating that he could if he caught just one or two more. The forest loomed. So Wonhui stood at the edge of a large tree, bow in hand, ready to hunt. A young woman notes that the S Supreme Elder has arrived earlier than usual. The S Supreme Elder replies that he was about to head back up shortly, and asks if any food was caught. The S Supreme Elder states that his stomach is completely empty. The S Supreme Elder is presented with two small animals. Examining the catch, the S Supreme Elder remarks that there are only two. The S Supreme Elder decides that they will have to reduce the amount of mouths to feed. So Wonhui, overhearing, asks the S Supreme Elder to repeat himself. The sound of something falling echoes through the forest. The camera follows the falling object. The view continues to follow the falling object. The perspective shifts to show the ground rushing up to meet the falling object. The falling figure thinks that today is not their day either. The falling figure is revealed to be So Wonhui, who finds the situation unsurprising. So Wonhui thinks that this is sickening and that he has no idea what the S Supreme Elder is thinking, but he is sure that the S Supreme Elder has a reason for doing this. For the last 2 months, So Wonhui had lived like a slave, climbing down a cliff every day where a single slip could have meant his death. To find food, he continued his climb. He knew the grim reality. If he found food, he would be beaten. If he didn't, he would be beaten even more. If he fainted from the beatings, he would be tied to a tree. He recalled when he was first tied to a tree, he had vomited everywhere. He no longer did that, having grown accustomed to both the beatings and being tied up. The sword spirit watched him. As he continued his climb, he heard someone calling his name. The voice belonged to Jwabak, who seemed unable to hunt any food. Jwabak blamed So Wonhui for the beatings he and Woohyun were receiving. So Wonhui noted that even Jwabak was in a terrible state after only 1 month. He retorted that they would get beaten up even if it weren't for him. Jwabak informed him that the Supreme Elder was looking for him and ordered him to go back, questioning why he was being summoned so early. The sword spirit remarked that he had been called for 2 hours earlier than usual. So Wonhui admitted he didn't feel good about it. He wondered what the Supreme Elder would do to him again. The Supreme Elder ordered him to take off his shirt. So Wonhui complied. Having been told to remove his shirt, So Wonhui thought to himself that the request was random and he didn't understand why he was doing it. Elsewhere, Moyang Su sat by a fire. It had been nearly 2 months. Meanwhile, the sword spirit remarked that So Wonhui seemed ready. She noted that his body had gotten a lot better after climbing the cliff, hunting, and being hung on trees. So Wonhui wondered what she was talking about. Elsewhere, one of the blood cult members told another that they would go get food from tomorrow. One of the men being forced to cook for the blood cult members was struck. The force of the blow was significant. The blood cult member told him to do as he was told and to stop blabbering. The blood cult member told the cook that he would be back after a while and to grill it well. The cook responded affirmatively. Woohyun seemed to be losing hair, the sword spirit thought. She also thought that he didn't care about such stuff anyway. So Wonhui was confused. The blood cult member shouted for the S Supreme Elder. Gu Sangwon dragged So Wonhui along, ignoring his protests. The grip remained firm. Gu Sangwon declared that he was the one suffering because So Wonhui could not use Qinggong. The pair plummeted down a waterfall. Beneath the surface, fish swam in the depths. So Wonhui sank into the water. So Wonhui shouted, questioning why Gu Sangwon was doing this to him. Gu Sangwon chuckled, stating that they were on their way to meet the person who would become So Wonhui's master. Gu Sangwon declared that he could not possibly present So Wonhui to their future master in his pathetic state. So Wonhui looked up at Gu Sangwon. The sword spirit remarked that Gu Sangwon probably did not think So Wonhui looked the worst out of all of them, to which So Wonhui agreed. Gu Sangwon told So Wonhui that he had washed up enough and to come out. So Wonhui thought to himself that he had only dipped himself in the water. The sword spirit remarked that this was why he smelled like a beggar. Gu Sangwon and So Wonhui stood at the base of the waterfall. The sound of footsteps echoed. So Wonhui couldn't believe such a place existed behind the waterfall, wondering if anyone lived there. He figured that this person must not want to be bothered by others. The sword spirit mused that this person could be a very powerful and good-looking martial master, but So Wonhui doubted it. So Wonhui thought it strange that this old man had a close friend he could ask to accept a disciple, doubting that this person was normal. Heavy footsteps approached. They had arrived. This was it. The pair stood before a figure in the distance. Gu Sangwon demanded to know what So Wonhui was doing, ordering him to pay his respects quickly. A voice declared that this person would be So Wonhui's master. So Wonhui, an intermediate-rank cadet of their cult, paid his respects to his master, hoping that the blood demon may rule the world. The sword spirit didn't think that person was able to accept So Wonhui's greetings. So Wonhui questioned what they were talking about. Before them stood a skeleton. The state of the corpse caused Wonhui to believe that the person had died long ago. Wonhui wondered if he was referring to the skeleton. The Supreme Elder's voice echoed, questioning if he was playing a trick on him. The Supreme Elder chuckled, asking if Wonhui thought he had nothing better to do. The Supreme Elder stated that the changes that had taken place in Wonhui during the last 2 months were significant. He continued, noting that Wonhui had gotten faster and improved his stamina as he hunted. The Supreme Elder added that Wonhui had gotten tougher as he got beaten up by him, and also become stronger mentally. The Supreme Elder explained that even hanging from the tree was training that helped Wonhui train his center of balance and his core. The Supreme Elder stated that everything so far was to build the basic physical strength for Wonhui to learn martial arts. Wonhui apologized for saying this, but admitted that he lost his energy core when he experienced energy deviation when he was young. The Supreme Elder chuckled, asking if Wonhui thought he trained him in all those things without knowing about his condition. The Supreme Elder asked what Wonhui would do if he told him there was a way to control internal energy without an energy core. The Supreme Elder's words hung in the air, leaving So Wonhui in stunned disbelief. He wondered if there truly was a way to control internal energy without an energy core. The hulking figure of Moyang Su towered over So Wonhui, demanding if he knew what an essence was. The old man waited for an answer. So Wonhui explained that it was something one learned upon beginning martial arts training. As he spoke, an image of a body surrounded by energy manifested before him. Moyang Su elaborated that essence was required for all martial arts, and was also known as the energy core. He continued, explaining that martial artists used energy circulation or cultivation techniques to refine their energy, which was known as internal energy when accumulated within the energy core. The sword spirit wondered why he was stating the obvious. Moyang Su stated that what remained were 2 things, energy and the physical body. The sword spirit admitted that she didn't feel good about this and didn't want to be told what he meant by controlling internal energy. So Wonhui asked if he was talking about the origin energy. Moyang Su responded that he had learned some half-assed stuff and that origin energy wasn't wrong. He clarified that the real name of the thing sitting in the center of one's chest was something else. Moyang Su concluded that innate core energy was something one was born with and couldn't be accumulated. Moyang Su explained that the energy was said to have twice the power of the internal energy accumulated via one's energy core. In that sense, Moyang Su stated that So Wonhui was lucky, since the words written there taught one how to control their innate core energy. The sword spirit exclaimed that with this, one would be able to learn martial arts too. So Wonhui sighed, wondering why the sword spirit looked so happy and if she intended to waste such a precious opportunity. He knew that Sodom, the innate core energy, was a vital energy that equated to one's life. There is only one situation when a martial artist used their innate core energy when they were trying to die together with their enemy. The innate core energy could not be recovered, so Wonhui realized. If he kept using it, he wouldn't be able to live for long either. In that case, the sword spirit agreed. So Wonhui thought that if he learned this and kept using his origin energy, then he wouldn't have much time to live. So Wonhui thought that the old man must think he would be happy and jump at this chance, but there was no way he would do that. So Wonhui kneeled before Moyang Su. However, there was something that So Wonhui couldn't understand with his foolish mind. So Wonhui reflected that he lost his energy core after he experienced energy deviation because of his lack of talent while training in martial arts. Despite So Wonhui's plea, the sword spirit pointed out that his face didn't change even a little when he lied. He had asked Moyang Su to reconsider teaching him. Moyang Su scoffed, reminding him that he went through all the trouble to train his body, only for him to be talentless. He wondered if his technique had worked. The old man chuckled, surmising that So Wonhui knew some martial arts since he was from martial arts clan. He questioned if he was trying to avoid learning the technique because he knew it would consume his origin energy. So Wonhui denied knowing what he was talking about. Suddenly, Moyang Su struck him. The force of the blow sent So Wonhui flying. Moyang Su remarked that he was indeed someone who wasn't good with words. Moyang Su stated that he would need to help him understand that he must do this properly. He warned So Wonhui that if he didn't learn this, he would be useless to him. Moyang Su declared that he would let him choose. He offered him a choice, have his neck snapped and die, or learn this and die slowly. The sword spirit urged So Wonhui to just tell him he would learn it. So Wonhui realized that if he did that, things would go according to his plan. So Wonhui begged Moyang Su to just kill him then. The sword spirit asked if he was crazy. Moyang Su questioned if he didn't care about his life, asking if he thought anyone would blame him just for killing him. Moyang Su scoffed at So Wonhui's request, questioning how someone with a destroyed energy core could be so confident. Meanwhile, So Wonhui steeled himself, resolving to gather courage. He knew that if he wanted to be more than just a third-rate spy, he needed to act. So Wonhui demanded to know if Moyang Su intended to kill him. He realized he needed to know when to risk his life for a gamble admitting to himself that he was scared. Moyang-su mused that if he lived like that, it would be just as So Won-hui said. He resolved that So Won-hui would be made use of for life. Moyang-su's hand reached out. The strike landed, and So Won-hui knew he would die after that. So Won-hui thought that since he already had the blood parasite inside him, he would rather die now than live like that. Moyang-su realized that So Won-hui had a blood parasite. Moyang-su laughed. Moyang-su walked away. He couldn't believe So Won-hui was still trying to lie to him in that situation, remarking that he guessed he wasn't brainless. So Won-hui coughed, wondering if he should lie to him. Weakened, So Won-hui questions what Moyang-su meant by his words. Moyang-su retorts, asking if So Won-hui believes he hasn't assessed his condition. He states he knew from the moment he decided to bring him along. He warns So Won-hui that it would be best if he didn't play any tricks from now on. So Won-hui wonders why Moyang-su didn't do anything about the blood parasite if he knew about it. Moyang-su thinks to himself that something other than the blood parasite matters more to him. So Won-hui realizes that this is how it was. He reasons that if Moyang-su wanted to kill him from the start, he would have done so when he found out he didn't have the blood parasite anymore. Moyang-su realizes that So Won-hui is suspicious of him and thinks that he definitely wants something from him. Moyang-su thinks that while he doesn't know what it is, it's related to him teaching So Won-hui. Moyang-su says that he'll make So Won-hui an offer that he'd be interested in. Moyang-su states that as the price for asking So Won-hui to do what he tells him to, he'll close his eyes to him not having the blood parasite. Moyang-su tells So Won-hui that it's nothing difficult after he's learned this. And in Twin Swiftblade says that So Won-hui just has to fight the twins. So Won-hui asks who will be teaching his martial arts. The sword spirit expressed her annoyance at Moyang-su's delayed revelation, believing they could have cooperated with him from the start had he been upfront. Won-hui questioned why he would work with Moyang-su, finding the situation interesting. Meanwhile, Chwabak bristled at Won-hui's questions, reminding him that he was only given leeway and shouldn't dare ask unnecessary questions. Won-hui finally seemed to understand the situation. Moyang-su stated that he would assume Won-hui would follow his word and instructed him to start by feeling the innate core energy. Moyang-su added that if Won-hui was able to feel it, then he should come back to his place. Won-hui confirmed that he understood. Chwabak warned Won-hui that if he got caught trying any tricks, it wouldn't just end with broken legs. The sword spirit believed that Moyang-su liked Won-hui, but Won-hui dismissed the idea as merely his instinct. Won-hui stated that he had no intentions of getting closer to a crazy old man like Moyang-su. He needed to first take a look at the details of the martial art, since he would need to learn them. The skeleton warrior asked if Won-hui intended to use the martial art. Won-hui responded that he would use it if it was required, but what was more important was if he could learn it or not. High above, Moyang-su leaped through the air, his tiger-striped cloak billowing behind him. The old man mused that despite having many underlings, So Won-hui was no fool. He lamented that if the words he spoke were complete, it would have been a great thing for him. He continued his descent, thinking that if it were the case, he would have looked for someone else more suitable. The text spoke of a martial art that used up innate core energy. It was described as a secret technique that all martial artists would love to know about, a fact that Won-hui found impossible. So Won-hui looked shocked. Won-hui asked what the problem was. The sword spirit explained that if he learned it completely, he could prevent the consumption of his innate core energy. This realization dawned on So Won-hui. There was no chance he would die because his innate core energy was depleted, he thought. Won-hui exclaimed that this was really a jackpot, but the sword spirit cautioned him not to celebrate just yet, as he hadn't finished reading it. The text instructed him to use internal energy destruction to destroy his energy core. The instructions told him to locate the origin energy, and lastly, Won-hui realized that the last part was missing. This last part was supposed to teach him how to maintain the innate core energy, though. Moyang-su's skeletal form lamented that he should have at least written down the last part of the instructions. The sword spirit wondered why the old skeleton had died before finishing the instructions. She then asked what was going on. So Won-hui paused, realizing something based on what Moyang-su had just said. Moyang-su threatened to snap So Won-hui's neck. Moyang-su asked if he wanted to learn the martial art and die slowly. So Won-hui realized that Moyang-su knew the instructions were incomplete. He wondered what the old man wanted him to do with incomplete instructions. Moyang-su asked the sword spirit why she was so sensitive and how he would know that. The sword spirit asked So Won-hui what he was talking about, then clarified that she was talking to the skeleton, who had an outburst of rage after he called it a skeleton. So Won-hui looked on. The sword spirit told So Won-hui that she was not talking about the skeleton, but the sword, the iron sword. The sword spirit, surprised, wondered why she didn't just talk to the sword herself. Suddenly, a voice questioned if they were speaking about the iron sword, and if they were conversing with it, as if it were human. So Won-hui tilted his head, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, the sword spirit declared that she and the iron sword were not talking like humans, and that So Won-hui was the special one who could hear them. So Won-hui realized that he was special, and that he could hear the voices of swords. He understood that this was what the Sword Immortal's secret record meant by Sword Mind. He understood that secret martial art manuals usually have vague instructions, which is why it's described as sword mind. It was literally the voice of swords. So Wenhui wondered what kind of powers he would get after the rest was made available. The sword spirit told him to stop dreaming and talk to the sword. She guessed that the sword was also fascinated by the fact that he could hear them. So Wenhui reached out and touched the sword. The sword responded, stating that it hadn't felt the touch of a human in a long time. The sword continued to express its pleasure. Moyang-su, visibly disturbed, told So Wenhui not to make strange noises. So Wenhui apologized for his behavior. The sword stated that So Wenhui could really hear its voice and introduced itself as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. The sword spirit explained that the name Southern Heaven Swordsman, Ho Zhongde, was given to So Wenhui by his late master. Moyang-su expressed his surprise at the mention of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Ho Zhongde. He admitted that he was surprised, recalling a time when the Southern Heaven Swordsman was known for turning the whole of Yunnan province upside down with a single sword. Moyang-su reflected that if Ho Zhongde hadn't suddenly disappeared, he would have become one of the top Central Plains martial masters. There were even rumors that Ho Zhongde might have become the 9th top Central Plains martial master. The image of a skeleton in a martial arts uniform appeared, prompting the question of how someone like him ended up in a nameless mountain peak in Guangdong province. The skeleton was dead like this. Moyang-su wondered if the crazy bastard, Hei Action, was responsible for this. The sword spirit stated that it was someone else, adding that Hei Action had never won against her master even once. Moyang-su recalled that one of the blood cult's 4 supremes was Hei Action. The question remained, who was able to kill such a high-level martial master? It was someone that even Hei Action couldn't win against. The sword spirit told So Wenhui that she would tell him about that later, asking if he didn't have something more important to do right now. So Wenhui confirmed that he did, realizing he needed to learn this technique, innate energy cultivation technique, and fight with Hei Action's twins. Moyang-su looked down, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He raised his gaze, questioning if So Wenhui was aware of the implications, then confirmed that he would teach him the cultivation technique. The sword spirit questioned Moyang-su's quick agreement, but he insisted that the matter involved the honor of his master, the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Moyang-su warned that if So Wenhui failed because he didn't learn his master's martial arts properly, his master's honor would be sullied. The sword spirit declared that her master's honor would be sullied if Wenhui failed. She hoped that her master's martial arts could be passed down to the next generation, stating that it was her desire. Wenhui thanked the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, hoping they would work well together. Wenhui was taken aback, questioning if they were going to negotiate. The sword spirit insisted that Wenhui become her new master, but also acknowledged the importance of her master's honor. She explained that since she was a sword herself, it was more important to her that she didn't lose the purpose of her existence. The sword spirit confessed that she had been lonely and wanted Wenhui to become her new master, desiring him to touch her sword sheath every day. She was suddenly struck by the sword spirit, who found her annoying and accused her of making all swords look weird. The sword spirit continued to attack the other spirit. Wenhui wondered if he should just give up on the cultivation technique. The title card proclaims, Absolute Sword Sense. The sword spirit declared her desire to become So Wenhui's new master. Moyang-su warned him not to flare his nostrils like a pervert. Moyang-su continued, stating that if Wenhui made strange requests to touch him, he would give up on teaching him the cultivation technique. The sword spirit, with a hint of pity, agreed that they should start learning the cultivation technique now. Moyang-su explained that the place people usually call the energy core is the essence below the stomach, and the lower energy core and the innate core energy are in different areas. The sword spirit instructed him to feel the innate core energy with his chest. The sword spirit recalled that her previous master called the center of his chest the middle energy core, a concept Wenhui was hearing for the first time. Wenhui wondered if there was a higher energy core, if there was a lower and middle energy core. Moyang-su stated that the upper side in the middle of the forehead is the upper energy core, which is said to be the area of mind enlightenment. Moyang-su emphasized that what was important now was to feel the innate core energy within the middle energy core. Moyang-su told him it was nothing difficult, and he just needed to feel the origin energy of life. Wenhui wondered how he was supposed to feel the energy of life. The sword spirit suggested that if it was hard for him to feel it by imagining it, experiencing it with his 5 senses might be faster. He was being taught about the energy of life. The sword spirit explained that this energy is most easily noticed in extreme situations or when one's life is in danger. Moyang-su stated that So Wenhui would gain strength he didn't have or feel a strong heat energy surging from his chest. That, according to Moyang-su, was the sensation of the innate core energy. So Wenhui realized that his training wasn't just to train his body. The sword spirit added that he also beat up the Song brothers like crazy, and that there was even one guy that went bald. So Wenhui thought that Moyang-su was really an enigma, that weird freak. Moyang-su told him that he didn't know what happened to him, but it seemed like he'd felt the sensation of the innate core energy before. So Wenhui agreed, stating that he thought he'd felt it before. The sword spirit told him to try remembering the sensation, the situation, emotions, and sensation that he experienced at that time. He was told to remember the moment when his desire to live was the strongest. He remembered the moment when his desire to live was the strongest. He recalled the masked assassin telling him to please kill him. He thought that if he lived as a third-rate martial artist, he'd just get made used of and die eventually. The assassin asked if he had a death wish. He remembered his eardrums feeling like they were going to burst, and he couldn't endure it with his body. His chest hurt so much. He remembered the assassin telling him that sword had been seen before and to please spare him. He said he'd do whatever he wanted and that he wouldn't even qualify to become a basic rank and to get rid of him. He threatened to rip him up painfully. As he fell, So Wonhui vowed to survive, no matter what it took. He reflected that from the moment he became a spy, his fate was bound for death. Despite the odds, he declared that he would survive. He wondered if what he was feeling was the innate core energy. The lump of hot energy felt strangely familiar to him. The sword spirit reminded him that he had said something similar before. She asked if his chest didn't feel hot when he swallowed the blood parasite and when his eardrums burst. So Wonhui realized she was right. The sword spirit remarked that it was surprising, as his previous master struggled for several months just to feel his innate core energy. The purple-haired man added that Wonhui was amazing for being able to do it in 4 hours. So Wonhui considered that even a high-level martial master, the Southern Heaven Swordsman, took a few months. The sword spirit suggested that he could feel it better since he died and came back to life. The purple-haired man thought that dying and coming back to life was an impressive metaphor. The purple-haired man clarified that he really did die and come back to life. The purple-haired man told So Wonhui to try focusing on the innate core energy now, and that he would feel the small lump of innate core energy, the size of a fingernail, in his middle energy core. So Wonhui wondered if it was really the size of a fingernail. The purple-haired man told him that it was okay if he couldn't feel it. He added that if he learned the innate energy cultivation technique, he would be able to grow that essence. The purple-haired man clarified that that's not what he meant. So Wonhui thought that it was not possible, and how strange it was. The purple-haired man told him that he must have been mistaken. He explained that using the accumulate gate, he would be able to flow core energy through the pericardium meridian and control the innate core energy. Gu Sangwung instructed So Wonhui to try punching the stone pillar while channeling the innate core energy. The hand looked incredibly resilient. Gu Sangwung assured him that even if his hand were crushed, the innate core energy would help him recover. He admitted there was no guarantee it would work, but there was a good chance. So Wonhui retorted that it was easy for them to say since it wasn't their fist. So Wonhui wondered if he could even meet their expectations, but decided that being able to use martial arts again was good enough for him. He prepared to strike. So Wonhui resolved to see just how strong he was now. His fist glowed with power. The air crackled with energy. So Wonhui unleashed his punch. The sword spirit exclaimed in amazement, recognizing the power of the innate core energy. Gu Sangwung was shocked by the display of power. Gu Sangwung thought to himself that he had never seen anything like it before. Even his previous master's innate core energy wasn't this great. With this much innate core energy, one could learn mystic arts related to the cultivation technique 10 years faster than usual, he realized. The sword spirit remarked that So Wonhui had experienced the equivalent of a decade's worth of life or death situations. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung watched with a mixture of concern and curiosity. From behind, Gu Sangwung wondered if So Wonhui had truly been reincarnated. So Wonhui stared at his hand, questioning if he was dreaming. He realized that this sensation was far better than he had imagined. So Wonhui questioned if this was real. He felt the strength. The masked captain stood guard, his expression unreadable. The captain berated So Wonhui for daring to try and escape, calling him a useless fool. With a foot planted firmly on So Wonhui's chest, the captain maintained his oppressive stance. So Wonhui, pinned beneath the captain's foot, insisted it was all a misunderstanding. He thought to himself that even after climbing up and down cliffs for 2 months, he still lacked decent mobility arts. He lamented his lack of mobility arts. He wished he could have returned on time, but then chided himself, realizing he simply needed to move faster. He realized that he would have arrived on time if he had started moving half a day earlier. The captain inquired if he felt his innate core energy. The captain pressed him, demanding to know if he felt his innate core energy and questioning why he wasn't saying anything. So Wonhui began to speak about that. The masked captain's words echoed through the chamber, stating that So Wonhui not only failed to sense his innate core energy, but also felt nothing at all. So Wonhui remained kneeling, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung chuckled, remarking that sensing core energy wasn't something one could achieve in a single day. The sword spirit questioned why So Wonhui hadn't been honest with Gu Sangwung, adding that in the Murim, it was always disadvantageous to reveal all one's cards. So Wonhui thought to himself that he had been able to make sure of something just now. He recalled the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's words. One couldn't discern another's innate core energy unless they intentionally gathered it. Gu Sangwon admitted he was almost deceived by So Wonhui. Gu Sangwon sat in his chair, observing So Wonhui. Gu Sangwon chuckled, stating that So Wonhui seemed to be avoiding using his core energy to extend his lifespan, and that he would have to help him realize he needed to take this seriously. Gu Sangwon declared that if So Wonhui lost the fight, he would hand him over to Captain O. The masked captain seemed surprised by the mention of Captain O. Gu Sangwon confirmed the statement. Gu Sangwon revealed that after he brought So Wonhui there, Captain O came looking for him a few times, and that while he didn't really listen to what Captain O said, it seemed he wanted So Wonhui back. He realized that the persistent enemy was still pursuing him. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwon revealed that the twins had informed him that Captain O had his eye on So Wonhui. Gu Sangwon considered that if So Wonhui knew he didn't have the blood parasite, he would remain a basic rank warrior for the rest of his life. So Wonhui, kneeling before Gu Sangwon, pointed out that the current situation differed from what he had been promised. Gu Sangwon retorted that So Wonhui had tried all sorts of tricks to avoid fighting properly. Gu Sangwon asked if So Wonhui felt any motivation to learn how to feel his innate core energy. Gu Sangwon stated that he had something prepared for So Wonhui and reminded him that he would be killed if he lost. So Wonhui inquired if there was any reward for winning. Gu Sangwon remarked that So Wonhui was gutsy, as usual. Gu Sangwon conceded that if So Wonhui needed something to feel motivated, he would fulfill one of his requests, but only if he won. Gu Sangwon instructed So Wonhui to read and familiarize himself with the martial arts texts, stating that he would be learning them in the future. The sword spirit identified the text as the Battle Chakram Warriors' Light Chakram Art. So Wonhui wondered how he was going to fight when all he knew was the cultivation technique, realizing that this was how he would fight. He also noted that he was unable to know the energy circulation technique that the skeleton used. It was explained that the Light Chakram Art is quite a balanced energy circulation technique, and that So Wonhui would be able to learn most martial arts without much issue. The twins had always been taught this technique, so there was no room for complaints of unfairness. It seemed he was trying to help them fight in as even a match as possible. Alongside the Light Chakram Art was another book. The book was titled Luminous Star Sword Technique. He realized that this sword technique belonged to the skeleton. That was the sword technique his master used. That meant this was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique. But it was strange. Why would Hei Action have the Southern Heaven Swordsman's secret martial art manual? Now that she mentioned it, did he search through the corpse or something? Moang Su asked what was with So Wonhui's sour face, and if he was not happy. So Wonhui wondered how that could be. It was because he had a question. So Wonhui asked why Moang Su had this secret martial art manual. Moang Su said that someone gave it to him. So Wonhui knew that was a lie and wondered who stole it, guessing he was the thief. He tried to use the Luminous Star Sword technique to defeat So Wonhui's previous master in a fight with it. So Wonhui wondered if Moang Su had stolen the Luminous Star Sword technique. The sword spirit remarked that the old man must have really wanted to win. Elsewhere, Hei Action confirmed that he would demonstrate the Luminous Star Sword technique to someone every day for 3 days, starting tomorrow. It was realized that if Hei Action was showing the technique, he must have completely memorized it and was likely incorporating its movements into his own martial arts. It was speculated that the twins would likely appear in the fight after learning the improved martial art. So Wonhui muttered that Moang Su was a cheap bastard. He had thought that Moang Su was trying to make the fight an even one, but realized there was a difference. The sword spirit found Moang Su to be a strange bastard, wondering how losing to the Southern Heaven Swordsman would change anything by doing this. So Wonhui stated that Moang Su had not been normal before because his previous master, the Southern Heaven Swordsman, had died. So Wonhui was shocked. Moang Su thought that now that his previous master was dead, there was no way to find out who was superior, so he was trying to win using such a method. So Wonhui recalled that Moang Su had said that Hei Action was unable to win against Ho Zhongde even once when they first met. Moang Su clarified that he meant they drew the fight, insisting that he did not lie. So Wonhui wondered if the situation could only be resolved through his defeat. Since there was still time, he considered what to do. The sword spirit suggested that he could lose the iron sword during the fight, and then use the 8 lightning short sword technique to win. So Wonhui considered that Hei Action would likely say that using the short sword wouldn't count. The sword spirit reassured So Wonhui that he need not worry. It was the Luminous Star Sword technique that Moang Su had stolen, a version that his previous master hadn't improved. After his former master lost his secret manual, he proceeded to improve his sword technique. Each of the existing sword techniques' moves had shown several weaknesses in its movement. While the old and new moves were exactly the same, the flow of each move was enhanced, and that's how it was improved. So Wonhui understood what the sword spirit meant now after using the improved version. The weathered stone bore markings similar to those described in the secret manual, yet Wonhui recognized a distinct difference. He realized that if Moang Su hadn't stolen the secret manual, his previous master would never have considered improving the sword technique. Wonhui mused that it was a blessing in disguise. The sword spirit apologized for ruining the atmosphere. Elsewhere, Drawback wondered if the old man would be taken aback if Wenhui used the improved sword technique. He figured that Moyang-su would likely question him on why he didn't do as he was told. The sword spirit remarked that it would be hard for someone who's barely learned the sword technique to be able to improve it. Wenhui considered that improving the sword technique was something only possible for someone like his previous master, who had a talent with swords. The purple spirit retorted, asking if he was trying to compare himself with his previous master. He thought of the dilemma he faced. If he lost, he'd be a basic rank warrior for life, and if he won, he'd be questioned. Wenhui stated that he knew, and that's why he must use it. He declared that he had his ways. He wondered if it would really turn out well. The purple spirit asked if they were talking among themselves, but Wenhui dismissed it as nothing. Wenhui reasoned that no one would lose to the same trick twice, and he just needed to make use of that. The sky stretched wide and blue, dotted with fluffy clouds. Below, the landscape was a tapestry of green, with mountains rising in the distance. From the mouth of a cave, two figures chuckled darkly, their forms silhouetted against the bright sky. Elsewhere, someone vowed to capture So Wenhui this time. One man admitted he did not know how the other became Elder Action Servant. The first man declared that he had brought someone who could replace So Wenhui, and that So Wenhui would never escape him. He commanded Do Hyun to show So Wenhui the abilities of an advanced rank warrior when they met. The order was simple: kill him. The subordinate confirmed the order. So Wenhui was greeted by an unfamiliar voice. The speaker remarked that it had been a long time since they had last seen the So clan's So Wenhui. The speaker, identifying himself as an intermediate rank cadet, offered his respects to the captain. The captain, standing with his back to So Wenhui, told the cadet to be at ease, commenting that he seemed to be doing well as the elder's slave. Meanwhile, the sword spirit wondered if this was the captain that So Wenhui had spoken about previously. One of the men with the captain thought that the captain was trying to get him. Another man wondered who was behind the captain and if the captain had brought him along. So Wenhui overheard that the Supreme Elder would be late. One of the men with the captain remarked that So Wenhui was there to supply rations, if he passed the rations to him. He then realized that So Wenhui had suddenly used core energy on his body. The captain revealed that he knew there was something special about So Wenhui since the Supreme Elder brought him away. He also noted that So Wenhui's destroyed energy core was as it is. One of the men with the captain realized that even if So Wenhui used core energy on his body, he was unable to detect his innate core energy. The captain stated that someone who was an advanced rank cadet would be able to serve the Supreme Elder much better than So Wenhui could. One of the men with the captain admitted that he did not know how So Wenhui had convinced the Blood Wolf squad captain. The captain stated that there was no one that had ever seen So Wenhui's grandfather in Yulon County. The captain requested that So Wenhui accompany him to the Six Blood Valley to undergo an investigation. He thought to himself that the captain was persistent, and that if he practiced martial arts with such dedication, he would have achieved great success. So Wenhui then stated that there was a misunderstanding, and that his grandfather had to keep his affiliation with the Blood Wolf squad a secret. The captain wondered how So Wenhui would be able to show his face to anyone, and that the Supreme Elder wouldn't be satisfied with just an advanced rank cadet. Gu Sangwon questioned what So Wenhui had said. Moang-su thought that So Wenhui was an arrogant bastard, and that this was great. He would take this chance to teach him a lesson and leave a good impression on the Supreme Elder. Moang-su instructed Du Hyun to teach So Wenhui a good lesson, stating that he would take responsibility for it. Du Hyun responded that he would obey. So Wenhui sighed, thinking that this was how it would turn out in the end, and that it had become troublesome. Du Hyun stated that while he didn't have any grudge against So Wenhui realized that Du Hyun thought he was weaker than him. Du Hyun continued, saying that he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, so Wenhui should bear with it, even if it hurt a little. So Wenhui was struck. The force of the blow sent So Wenhui flying. Du Hyun watched as So Wenhui was sent flying, questioning what was happening. Moyang-su questioned the situation. The captain prepared the basic fist technique of a blood cult warrior, the 8-blood fist. His posture was perfect, as expected of an advanced rank cadet. But he looked too slow. While he had attained 2-star in the Luminous Stars Mystic Art, he hadn't expected an advanced rank cadet to be so weak compared to him. Moyang-su demanded to know how anyone dared try to kill his slave. The captain gasped. He let out a strangled cry. The captain paid his respects. The captain was struck. Du Hyun looked on in shock. He coughed up blood. Du Hyun's expression was one of disbelief. The captain, bleeding, asked who had attacked him. Moyang-su rebukes the captain, questioning his audacity to cause trouble before him. The captain attempts to explain himself, but his words are cut short. Nearby, Du Hyun realizes that Moyang-su immobilized a first-rate martial master instantly, understanding what true strength looks like. He thinks it would be hard to become as strong as Moyang-su, even if he trained until he bled. So Wenhui knows that the sword spirit doesn't need him to spell things out for her. Elsewhere, a man comments that he heard So Wenhui has been learning sword techniques recently and asks if he's been doing well, adding that he looks pretty good. Another man notices the defeated captain. The man calls out Song Jwabaek and Song Woohyun's names. It has only been a few days, but their bodies have gotten way stronger. Someone wonders just how harsh their training was. People are startled by the sight of a corpse and wonder why it is there. So Wonhui pleads for someone to hear him out. Someone states that the origins of that bastard are unknown and asks to be allowed to look into him, but is met with disinterest. A swift kick lands. The captain's face is shown up close, revealing the extent of his injuries. The masked assassin, still kneeling, is met with Moyang-Su's displeasure. He reminds the captain that he had no interest in his reports, yet he brought another person to him. Moyang-Su's massive form looms over the kneeling captain. Seeing as the captain brought someone to replace him, Moyang-Su believes he must have struck a nerve. The captain recalls that when he was kidnapped, he killed 2 of Captain O's subordinates. The other members of the blood cult look on in surprise. Moyang-Su scoffs, stating that the captain killed his subordinates, and that his subordinates are fools. He wonders how they could be killed by someone without internal energy. Moyang-Su declares that it is natural for the weak to die, and that it is to be expected. Moyang-Su orders his men to take the captain away, calling him a sore eye. He tells them to throw him off a cliff somewhere. One of the men asks if he wants them to do it. Moyang-Su asks if they want him to do it himself. The men quickly agree to bury the captain in the forest. As the captain is dragged away, So Wonhui realizes he is in a sticky situation. So Wonhui understands that he's been targeted by a stray dog. Moang-Su believes that the strength of those kinds of stray dogs is that they never let go after they bite onto something, and that such an opportunity won't come again. So Wonhui wonders if that is true, contemplating the opportunity before him. Jwabak declared that they would descend together. The descent began. The large man carrying Jwabak stated that he didn't mind the descent, but questioned if Jwabak could keep up. He offered to help carry him if he ran out of strength. So Wonhui considered their words. He focused his gaze. Jwabak wondered how the man was running on the cliff, like hey action. The man continued his rapid descent down the cliff face. The man mocked So Wonhui for being slow and suggested he learn some Qinggong as well. So Wonhui remarked to the sword spirit that it would be great if he learned the Southern Heaven Swordsman's Qinggong, wondering if he would be able to run like him too. The sword spirit told him to ask about the Southern Heaven Swordsman's Qinggong and assured him that she would teach him his Qinggong too. She explained that running like that on a cliff this steep was impossible unless one was using Hei Action's unique Qinggong. The sword spirit revealed that even her former master was impressed with Hei Action's unique Qinggong. So Wonhui, seeing the man's movements, realized that he was definitely strong. The man continued his descent. Jwabak, having descended the cliff, prepared to strike. Elsewhere, the narrator mused on whether the Supreme Elder's words had truly been understood. The fallen man gasped for air. The masked assassin considered whether throwing the man down the cliff would be sufficient, or if he should finish him. Jwabak stood ready. The assassin asked if Jwabak had finally arrived and was ready to assist. Jwabak remarked that the old man had been talking in circles. The assassin thought to himself that he needed to vent his anger, and breaking the man's legs would ensure his retirement. So Wonhui demanded to know what they were doing. The assassin told So Wonhui that he was mistaken. The assassin questioned if the old man would simply stop at breaking his legs. Jwabak wondered if the old man wanted them to kill him, and the assassin asked if he was feeling sorry for him. The fallen man lay prone. The assassin told the fallen man to get lost, and if he couldn't, he would. The force of the blow sent the masked assassin staggering backward. So Wonhui pressed his attack, moving with speed. He demanded to know what they were saying. Elsewhere, Captain O stirred. He realized that Jwabak had failed to block his acupoints during his fall. Moyang-Su chuckled, amused by the turn of events. The masked assassin vowed to make them regret missing their chance to kill So Wonhui of the So clan. A sinister chuckle echoed through the forest. The masked assassin questioned So Wonhui's intentions with his sword. Nearby, the sword spirit noted that Captain O remained unaware of So Wonhui's martial arts prowess. The masked assassin vowed to end So Wonhui in a single strike, catching him off guard. With a burst of speed, the assassin lunged at So Wonhui, his movements precise and deadly. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the trees. The force of the impact sent leaves scattering and branches swaying. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend what was happening. The assassin stammered, questioning how So Wonhui was capable of such skill. So Wonhui's counterattack struck with blinding speed. The assassin gasped, blood splattering from his wound. His vision blurred as he succumbed to the fatal blow. The clash of steel echoed through the forest as So Wonhui parried the assassin's strike, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, the assassin thought to himself that he had landed a hit. The sword spirit remarked that it was impressive since it was So Wonhui's first time using it. The sword spirit's expression remained serene. The sword spirit warned So Wonhui not to let his guard down, stating that his opponent was a first-rate martial master and that the real fight was just beginning. The assassin was certain that So Wonhui had no internal energy when he checked him with his innate energy. The assassin wondered how this was possible, and then cried out in pain. So Wonhui launched himself into the air, sword raised high. The assassin's long hair flowed as he was sent flying. The force of the blow sent the assassin crashing into the ground. The assassin landed heavily, groaning in pain. So Won-hui landed gracefully, his sword pointed towards the fallen assassin. The assassin screamed as So Won-hui's sword came down. The assassin thought to himself that even though that was really dangerous, the masked assassin couldn't believe he had to resort to such a basic technique against someone he considered child. Elsewhere, Moyang-su wondered how So Won-hui could wield such power without an energy core. He knew he had to eliminate him. Moyang-su vowed to kill So Won-hui. The masked assassin lay defeated. The fight continued elsewhere, with No Sang-soo sitting on the ground. Nearby, Jwabak noticed the captain had regained consciousness. Jwabak wondered how So Won-hui was able to fight on par with No Sang-soo. So Won-hui took a blow. The force of the blow was immense. The impact shook the surrounding landscape. The sword spirit called out, asking if So Won-hui was all right. So Won-hui assured her that he was fine and had managed to avoid internal injuries. No Sang-soo wondered if he was truly experiencing the skills of a first-rate martial master. The blood cult member observed that No Sang-soo was on a totally different level compared to an intermediate rank warrior. The sword spirit noted that No Sang-soo was not in perfect condition. Jwabak agreed, stating that if they dragged out the fight, they would have the upper hand. No Sang-soo considered that a prolonged fight was acceptable and wondered if they should give it a try. Someone shouted for So Won-hui to get away from there. The blood cult member moved to intercept So Won-hui. Jwabak arrived, declaring that So Won-hui did great holding on without him. Jwabak vowed to show them what he was capable of. No Sang-soo told Jwabak that he was in the way. No Sang-soo prepared to strike Jwabak. No Sang-soo told Jwabak to wait for his turn quietly. No Sang-soo told Jwabak that he didn't need to rush to his death, as he was going to kill him right after he killed So Won-hui. Jwabak cursed No Sang-soo. No Sang-soo struck Jwabak. No Sang-soo's attack appeared to have caused significant damage. Those watching him were amazed that he could endure such pain and still launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Jwabak scoffed at the attack, deeming it too soft compared to the Supreme Elder's fist. Captain O braced himself, anticipating Jwabak's next move. From the ground, Captain O vowed to repay Jwabak for humiliating him during the selection test. Captain O, defeated, cursed his opponents. Jwabak's attack landed, causing Captain O to spit blood. Jwabak, annoyed by Captain O's persistence, prepared another attack. Captain O, undeterred, declared he would kill Jwabak first. So Won-hui cursed, realizing Captain O was a fool. Another strike landed on Captain O. Jwabak realized it was impossible for him to stop Captain O's attack. In response, So Won-hui struck Jwabak. So Won-hui resolved to go past Jwabak and dodge Captain O's attack. So Won-hui aimed to use the moment where there was an opening to land a good hit. The force of So Won-hui's strike sends Jwabak crashing through a tree. The impact shatters the tree. The broken tree trunk lies splintered. Jwabak realizes that he had thought the previous attack would be fatal. Jwabak states that he has sealed So Won-hui's sword and right arm's movements. Jwabak declares that he will crush So Won-hui's arm. Jwabak calls out to Sodom, stating that it is now his turn. So Won-hui realizes that the 8 lightning short sword technique is one he can use with either hand freely. So Won-hui confirms that Jwabak's attack is effective. So Won-hui thinks that with this, he can definitely. Jwabak is surprised that So Won-hui blocked his attack and mocks So Won-hui's misfortune. Jwabak wonders if So Won-hui still has that much energy left. So Won-hui curses, realizing that having just reached 2 stars isn't enough to take Jwabak down yet. Jwabak believes that So Won-hui seems to be out of tricks now. The strain of the battle takes its toll. An internal voice cries out, describing the sensation of being turned inside out by his opponent's energy. The voice urges So Won-hui to seize the short sword. The fight continues, a flurry of motion and strikes. Suddenly, a voice cries out in pain, demanding a pause. The demand is a desperate plea for So Won-hui to release his hold. A wave of energy explodes outward. The force of the impact sends bodies flying. One figure coughs up blood, the attack having clearly landed. Dust and debris fill the air. The ground is torn apart by the force of the battle. Nearby, So Won-hui hears Jwabak declare that it is over, stating that it would have been dangerous if not for his kick. So Won-hui reflects that things would have ended differently if he had fought him alone. Jwabak curses, angered that his opponent dared to cough blood in his face. So Won-hui realizes that this should be his first time killing a person. So Won-hui notes that he is not bothered by it at all. He acknowledges that a first-rate martial master was indeed strong. So Won-hui's opponent inquired if he had heard correctly that they would fight later. The larger man declared that while it was unfortunate for So Won-hui, he would be winning that fight. He added that only then could he formally become the old man's disciple. The man wondered if Hei Action had offered that to him. Meanwhile, So Won-hui was asked if he had requested something from him when he won, and if he thought he had done something unnecessary. The man added that he was talking like he had already won, and asked if he was confident in backing that statement up. The man stated that if they both fought, So Won-hui wouldn't even be able to land a scratch on him. The man proposed that they make a bet. He awaited So Won-hui's response. So Won-hui stated that the person who loses would become the winner's subordinate. So Won-hui declared that he was confident in himself, and asked what about the other man. The man scoffed, telling So Wonhui to wait and see, and that he was going up first. He told him to take care of all these before he went up. The man told So Wonhui that he would see him later. So Wonhui sighed, calling the man a petty bastard. He thought that becoming the subordinate of the future black-white twin demons sounded tantalizing already. So Wonhui was asked if he had called. So Wonhui confirmed that he had indeed stated Hei Action's Qinggong was superior to the luminous star mystic art's Qinggong. The sword spirit affirmed that when it came to Qinggong, Hei Action was better at it. The Blood Wolf Squad captain considered this information. He wondered if he should use that then. The Blood Wolf Squad captain declared it was his wish. One of the assassins reported that he had completed his task. The assassin emerged from a cave, reporting to Moyang Su. Moyang Su remarked that he had arrived first because So Wonhui's Qinggong was quite slow. Elsewhere, So Wonhui was making his way to the cave. He thought he should arrive in 30 to 45 minutes. Moyang Su scoffed, believing So Wonhui hadn't even learned Qinggong properly, so it would be impossible for him to catch up. Looking at the assassin's irregular breathing, Moyang Su realized he had suffered internal injuries. He questioned who had done the killing. The assassin confirmed that he had done it, and Moyang Su agreed that it seemed he had landed the critical blow. The assassin realized that So Wonhui had been right. Moyang Su stated that the assassin had been up against a first-rate martial master and only ended up with those injuries because there were two of them. The assassin thought that So Wonhui must be in a mess. The assassin reported to Moyang Su that he had taken care of Captain O as instructed. So Wonhui was unharmed. Moyang Su declared that training time would be increased from now on. One of the assassins gaped, utterly shocked by the turn of events. Another assassin insisted it was all a misunderstanding, claiming he had done most of the fighting. So Wonhui pointed out that the assassin had simply threatened Captain O while he was injured. The assassin was told to shut up. The assassin was defeated. Now that So Wonhui thought about it, he realized the assassin had suffered a lot too. The assassin questioned what So Wonhui was looking at, telling him to get lost if he was done with his reporting. He thought So Wonhui would have been beaten less if he didn't make any excuses. The assassin, Zhuabak, told Moyang Su that he wanted to talk about the wish he mentioned earlier. Moyang Su asked if he was talking about the one thing he'd like to get if he won the fight, and told him to go ahead and say it. Zhuabak said it was nothing grand. He admitted that he had always admired Moyang Su's skill in being able to go up and down the cliffs with ease. Moyang Su responded that if he really didn't want to, then it was okay, but he'd like to learn that skill of his. Zhuabak asked if he was talking about his Qinggong, and Moyang Su promised that he would teach him. The sword spirit was surprised that Moyang Su was agreeing so easily. Moyang Su thanked the assassins and told them to submit to the blood demon, so that blood may rule the world. That display of confidence suggested that Moyang Su believed victory was assured. The fight, it was declared, would commence in 3 months. It was made clear that even with Captain O's death, the disadvantage of losing the fight remained in effect. One of the assassins was told to train as if his life depended on it. He acknowledged the order. The assassin was dismissed to his abode, but Moyang Su stated that he still had training to do with the remaining two. The assassin acknowledged the order. Moyang Su declared that the Qinggong technique was now his. The sword spirit asked So Wonhui how he felt about using the luminous star mystic art for the first time in battle. So Wonhui realized he had somehow managed to kill Captain O. He then considered that his first attack had landed too easily. The sword spirit explained that Captain O likely suffered internal injuries when Hei Action struck him unconscious, to which So Wonhui agreed. The sword spirit clarified that while it wasn't a technique by itself, it was one of the 18 basic sword movements. So Wonhui stood amidst the carnage. So Wonhui is told that he is comparing himself to his previous master again. In any case, the sword spirit reminds him that he won and can now focus on his training. 3 months remain until the fight. Elsewhere, Zhuabak reflects on his recent battle, realizing that his opponent will not be easy. So Wonhui wonders if they're going to train sword movements today as well. The sword spirit confirms that they will. He recalls his previous master's words. If one is unable to use the 18 basic sword movements naturally, then their sword techniques will be nothing but a sword dance. He also remembers being told that they won't learn any techniques until the basics are ingrained into his body. The sword spirit states that Wonhui is technically the successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman. The sword spirit tells Zhuabak not to feel too upset about Wonhui wanting to learn Qinggong, as he only wanted to learn that because he just started learning martial arts. Zhuabak asks if he looks upset. The sword spirit asks Zhuabak if he was upset. The sword spirit notes that Wonhui is trying to learn the Qinggong of the Southern Heaven swordsman's archenemy. Zhuabak realizes he could feel upset if he actually thought from that perspective. Zhuabak thinks that even though Wonhui is inheriting his previous master's techniques, he is not a replacement for his previous master. It is a natural thing for martial artists to want to seek after strength in martial arts. A surge of power emanated from the masked warrior, crackling around him. The energy intensified, focusing into a concentrated point. The force of the blow sent the warrior flying backwards. He cried out as he crashed against the rough terrain. Meanwhile, the blood cult captain turned his back on the fallen warrior, dismissing him. He scoffed, reminding the warrior that he had already demonstrated the luminous star sword technique personally. The blood cult captain questioned where the warrior's mind was and if there was a need to go this far. The fallen warrior, struggling to rise, declared that he was only dealing with So Wonhui. The warrior, battered and bruised, glared defiantly. The blood cult captain grimaced, stating that the warrior was going to be much slower compared to him. The warrior cried out in pain as he was struck again. The blood cult captain sneered, calling him a pathetic fool. It was then revealed that So Wonhui was currently training by himself with just 2 secret martial art manuals, and the blood cult captain wondered if the warrior had learned nothing from today's fight. So Wonhui's determination was evident as he focused on his training. Despite the brutal fight with Captain O, his body had suffered no internal injuries. Meanwhile, someone recalled seeing him getting beaten up a few times. The man wondered if he was unable to tell if the other had suffered internal injuries, but that was not what he was getting at. The Blood Wolf squad captain stated that he should know better since he fought alongside him at close range, and asked if he did not find out what he was truly capable of because he underestimated him. The captain continued, saying that he had simply wasted the opportunity that he handed to him on a plate. Elsewhere, Jwabak cursed, realizing that he was forever being compared to Wonhui. He vowed that he was going to win and would make sure of it. Jwabak asked the Blood Wolf squad captain to show him that technique again. The captain chuckled, asking if he still wanted to see it despite getting beaten up so many times. Jwabak declared that this level of training was nothing to him. Song Jwabak vowed that he would definitely show the captain that he was in a totally different league as compared to someone like Wonhui. He told him to just wait and see, for he would definitely defeat So Wonhui in the fight. Jwabak yelled for the captain to hold up, as he was talking right now. The captain responded that if he had really resolved to give it his best shot, then he should use actions and not words to show it, to which Jwabak replied that he would definitely do that. Having completed the demonstration of his technique, Jwabak paused. The technique was about to be taught. He wondered if this meant he had been chosen as the captain's disciple. Elsewhere, a figure vowed to work himself to death for his master. The master questioned who said he was taking the figure in as his disciple. Gu Sangwon declared that blood may rule the world. Gu Sangwon paid his respects to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder stated that they could have just left the rations at the entrance of his abode. A subordinate asked Gu Sangwon if Captain O and a cadet had visited him that day. Gu Sangwon stated he did not know who that was and ordered them to leave. The subordinate mentioned that Captain O had said he would visit him, referring to Gu Sangwon as the Destruction Blood Squad commander. Gu Sangwon questioned if they were bothering him over just a mere squad leader. After that, the Destruction Blood Squad commander never came by again to ask about Captain O or Cadet Du Hyun, who disappeared. A frozen waterfall cascades down a sheer cliff face. Nearby, Jwabak sits in meditation on a snow-covered rock, the waterfall behind him. Jwabak opens his eyes, his expression focused. He sits in a meditative pose, his hands clasped in front of him. The ice around him crackles and shifts. From Jwabak's perspective, the ice looms above him. He looks up, bracing himself as a massive chunk of ice breaks free. Jwabak grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. The ice shatters as Jwabak unleashes his technique. He leaps through the falling shards, his sword ablur. He lands gracefully amidst the wreckage. Fragments of ice rain down around him. Sword Spirit remarks that Jwabak's posture is still not good enough and is unstable from time to time. Jwabak retorts that it looks good enough to him. The Blood Wolf squad captain tells them to stop squabbling, stating that being cold-hearted is needed when it comes to training. The Blood Wolf squad captain declared that it was time to begin. So Wonhui wondered if they were ready to go. Their destination was the location of the fight. So Wonhui pressed the Sword Spirit for an honest assessment of his current sword techniques. The Sword Spirit acknowledged that his growth had been incredible, especially considering it had only been 3 months, and praised his efforts. So Wonhui humbly stated that his progress was all thanks to her guidance. The Sword Spirit, eager for recognition, asked what about her. So Wonhui acknowledged her contributions as well. The Sword Spirit, clearly annoyed, told him not to reply so dryly, calling him Trash Wonhui. So Wonhui, visibly irritated, noticed that she was now putting insults in front of people's names. Even though he was using the luminous star sword technique, the Sword Spirit commanded him to burn it into his mind. She declared that all the battles he had fought until now, including the killing of 3 people, were all her doing. So Wonhui clarified that the fight this time was a spar, and it was not his intention to kill his opponent. The Sword Spirit retorted, asking if he thought she didn't know that, and told him to stop with the useless talk. The Sword Spirit considered So Wonhui's concern. He wondered if he could truly win, having only learned 3 sword techniques in the last 3 months. The Sword Spirit reassured him that he might not be at his previous master's level yet, but he had almost perfected the sword techniques he had learned. She advised him that it was better to focus on just 3 techniques rather than making a half-hearted attempt at learning every single one. So Wonhui was told that he was definitely strong enough. The Sword Spirit urged Wonhui to be confident. So Wonhui smiled, determined. He thanked her and vowed to do his best. Elsewhere, a deep voice noted that someone was here early. A towering figure stood before So Wonhui. The figure stated that he would give So Wonhui praise for not running away. The hulking man asked if Cuckoo was ready. So Wonhui responded that they would only know after he fought. Someone exclaimed for the others to look at that. So Wonhui's expression was grim. Two figures observed the imposing warriors. One wondered if something felt different about them. The warriors stood ready, their presence dominating the snowy landscape. Meanwhile, Song Juabek stood firm, awaiting the coming battle. Elsewhere, one of the observers noted that the warriors' muscles had grown even bulkier, wondering if it was an effect of Hei Action's martial arts. The observer wondered what kind of training they had undergone to achieve such physiques. Another observer remarked that one warrior's bald head was even shinier now, also questioning if it was an effect of Hei Action's martial arts. The observer wondered what kind of training they had undergone to achieve such a head. From a distance, one of the warriors noted that the twins looked stronger, but he suspected there was more to it than that. The warrior stated that the rules were simple. He declared that they could not surrender and would fight until one side could no longer fight. The warrior stated that it didn't matter if one died in the middle of fighting and asked if he would be fighting. The warrior was relieved that it was not a 2-versus-1 fight. The warrior wondered what was happening. The warrior questioned what the opponent was staring at, stating that it wouldn't be fair if he fought barehanded when the opponent was using a sword. The man's grin widened, revealing his teeth. He mused that it was nothing serious, and that elder Action seemed to have used this when he was young. While that was true, the figure responded. So Wonhui prepared to strike. He thought the sword seemed to be quite a decent tool for defending against his rusty iron sword. Even though Elder's unique martial art, Black Iron Breakthrough Fist, increased his physical abilities, he guessed that was still necessary for a fair fight. He was subtly looking down on Hei Action's martial arts, the sword spirit observed. The man roared, his face contorted in rage. So Wonhui announced that he was going. He thought it was simple. If the man was charging in first, So Wonhui realized he had to make use of the distance advantage that he had as a swordsman. The moment the man entered into his attack range, Tiger Force Sword. The force of So Wonhui's strike sent a shockwave through the immediate area. The swordsman pressed his attack, his blade meeting the gauntlet of his opponent. The force of the impact created a cloud of snow and ice. Moyang-su observed the exchange, noting that So Wonhui's Tiger Force sword technique seemed well practiced. The sword spirit considered the fight, doubting So Wonhui's chances of victory at his current level. Moyang-su seized the advantage, declaring that he had caught So Wonhui. His gauntlet tightened around So Wonhui's neck. Moyang-su prepared to strike. So Wonhui questioned the attack, suggesting it reminded Moyang-su of the past. Moyang-su's gauntlet slammed into So Wonhui. The force of the blow caused Moyang-su's eyes to widen. The impact cratered the ground. The attack sent So Wonhui flying, and he grunted in pain. So Wonhui crashed into the ground. He barely managed to gain some distance, using the opportunity to recover. The fight continued, with masked figures clashing against each other. Another masked assassin leaped into the fray. Moyang-su wondered how a swordsman could resort to using his legs in such a cheap manner. The sword spirit remarked that So Wonhui's internal energy had increased so much compared to 3 months ago. The sword spirit asked if he had consumed something like an elixir. Moyang-su observed that So Wonhui's eyes were trembling, indicating he was being truthful. So Wonhui admitted he had forgotten the reason for fighting in the first place for a short while. It was said that 10 years later, along with his twin brother, he would become one of the black-white twin demons, the strongest within the blood cult. He might appear foolish now, but appearances can be deceiving. Moyang-su's expression hardens as he reflects on the blood cult's investment in So Wonhui. He realizes that his disadvantage extends beyond mere martial arts. Meanwhile, Juabak declares that he will give his all. The force of the attack sends Juabak flying backwards. Blades shatter amidst a flurry of blood and splintered ice. The clash of power leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Hei Action watches the battle unfold, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Juabak cries out in disbelief. He struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. So Wonhui, now empowered, admits he couldn't see anything at all. Hei Action's expression hardens. Hei Action may appear composed, but his true feelings are betrayed by his stiffened expression. So Wonhui stands ready, his gaze fixed on his opponent, who asks if he didn't see this coming. The voice declared that it was too early to be surprised, and that this was where it really started. The unseen combatant pressed his advantage. Again, the unseen foe struck with relentless force. The force of the blow sent Juabak reeling. His opponent mocked him, questioning if he still didn't understand. Juabak, struggling to maintain his stance, recalled his master's teachings. To fight a sword with a fist, one must close the distance every time the opponent moves with their sword, deflecting the blows. He knew this already, the pain a constant reminder. His opponent declared that his attacks were too fast to see. Juabak's master vowed to beat him until he could. The unseen opponent struck again, the force of the blow eliciting a pained cry from Juabak. Juabak lay prone, bloodied and battered. He knew this pain well, having been defeated by the luminous star sword technique countless times. He recognized the attack as the Void Flow Slash, a technique on par with Elder Actions. Jwabak wondered how So Wonhui had become so strong without instruction. Moang-su demanded that Jwabak rise, questioning if he had given up. Jwabak, struggling to his feet, insisted that he was not giving up and that this was nothing to him. He cursed So Wonhui, enraged that a good-for-nothing dared mock him, a man trained by Supreme Elder Action himself. Jwabak continued to experience the Luminous Star Sword technique every single day. He trained like hell. Determined, Jwabak vowed not to let his guard down again, resolving to fight at his full strength. He challenged his opponent to bring it on. Jwabak grinned, ready for the fight. It was said that Song Jwabak was able to successfully inherit Hei Action's martial arts. The sword spirit wondered if Jwabak was indestructible, questioning how the previous attack only left a scratch. The sword spirit realized that Wonhui could only follow the plan. So Wonhui and Jwabak clashed, their energy crackling between them. The force of their blows resonated. The two warriors continued their fierce battle, tearing through the snowy landscape. A powerful strike landed. Once the energy was gathered, it would soon roar. This was the Luminous Star Sword technique, first technique. The clash of blades echoed through the training grounds. The Tiger Force sword technique continued to press its advantage. Moang-su realized that while the trajectory of the attacks was difficult to discern, he could still block them if he anticipated the type of moves. Despite his efforts, he admitted to himself that he had been hit a few times, though the blows were only scratches and he could still move. The sword spirit knew that even if So Wonhui went all out, Moang-su could easily block his moves, as he had also mastered Hei Action's Qinggong. Moang-su realized it was not easy to shake So Wonhui off and considered focusing on attacking instead. The clash of their techniques sent shockwaves through the area. So Wonhui unleashed the Tiger Force sword once more. The Tiger Force sword used a fierce pressure to subdue its opponent. But in between moves, So Wonhui found parts that allowed him to close the distance. So Wonhui thought to himself that he would slowly get closer, and then he would launch a flurry of punches. So Wonhui knew the time to flip the tables was near, as he prepared to unleash the Luminous Star Sword technique, third technique. The Void Flow Slash surged forth. Void Flow Slash utilized unpredictable, lightweight attacks, designed to confuse its opponent. Moang-su decided against deflecting each attack individually, opting instead to charge head-on and close the distance. The technique appeared to have worked. Moang-su questioned if So Wonhui was trying to gain distance, finding his strategy obvious. Using his other hand and a horse stance, So Wonhui regained his balance, executing the Luminous Star Sword technique, second technique. The Hidden Toad Slash involved taking on the enemy's attack and countering in a burst. However, the Hidden Toad Slash would fail if the user couldn't predict their enemy's attack trajectory. Moang-su realized that So Wonhui's balance had collapsed, seeing it as his chance. So Wonhui raised his sword. Moang-su prepared to strike. The attack landed. Moang-su declared the destruction of the Luminous Star Sword technique complete. Moang-su questioned what So Wonhui would do now. Moang-su believed he knew all the weaknesses of the Luminous Star Sword technique, confident it wouldn't work against him. As Moang-su prepared to strike, the sword spirit praised So Wonhui's efforts, declaring the plan a success and urging a counterattack. So Wonhui acknowledged that he was the one who needed a fight. Bracing himself, he still felt the pain of the attack. The sword spirit told him not to worry. She insisted that there was nothing to worry about. Energy gathered around So Wonhui's sword. He realized that he was the one who felt that pain. So Wonhui resolved to continue. Moang-su believed he had demonstrated that the Luminous Star Sword technique from the secret manual had been defeated. So Wonhui knew that using the defeated technique would be foolish, even if he used the improved version. He thought that he could say he made up the technique on the spot because of the current disadvantageous situation, and they wouldn't be able to find faults with it. Moang-su grinned confidently. He urged So Wonhui to attack again, confident in his defense. Moang-su was shocked to see that the Void Flow Slash's movements had become even sharper. The force of So Wonhui's attack sent Moang-su staggering back. The impact reverberated through the air as Moang-su struggled to maintain his footing. Nearby, Jwabak watched with disbelief. He realized that the moves had changed. So Wonhui explained that he had altered the Luminous Star Sword technique slightly, since his opponent had managed to block it so well. Moang-su demanded to know what he had done. So Wonhui grinned, asking if he liked it. Moang-su was stunned. It seemed impossible, but it was happening right before his eyes. So Wonhui's eyes glowed with determination. He pressed his attack. So Wonhui knew that it didn't matter. There would be moments when he could close the distance and deploy the Tiger Force sword consecutively. He resolved to close the distance at that time. So Wonhui declared that now was the time. He moved with incredible speed. Moang-su realized what was happening. So Wonhui's sword crackled with energy. He balanced himself, extending his left hand to close the distance. And with that, he met the enemy's attack with the Luminous Star Sword technique, second technique. The technique was the Hidden Toad Slash. The Hidden Toad Slash connected. The force of the blow reverberated. Moyong-su grunted as the hidden toad slash landed perfectly. He wondered why his hands had taken damage. It felt as if he had struck a lump of iron. Song Jwabaek's eyes widened. Moyong-su questioned what form So Wonhui had taken. The battle was far from concluded. So Wonhui's opponent lowered his guard, prompting Wonhui to wonder what he was planning. Meanwhile, the sword spirit realized that the strange energy emanating from the opponent was the golden blood body. Now that the opponent had used that technique, the sword spirit knew the fight would be different from their previous encounter. She shouted for So Wonhui to get away from him. The opponent called out to So Wonhui. So Wonhui's opponent asked where he was looking. So Wonhui was struck. He realized his opponent was incredibly fast, already possessing exceptional Qinggong. That punch, however, was merely a warning. So Wonhui knew that if his opponent used an actual fist technique, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He realized he was in for a tough time. So Wonhui knew he needed to end the fight now. He prepared to strike. So Wonhui's sword clashed against his opponent's enhanced form, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The golden blood body technique amplified the master's speed and power. The force of the blows shattered the ground around them. The master scoffed at So Wonhui's efforts. He declared that the Tiger Force sword was useless against him. The master's attack landed, sending So Wonhui reeling. The impact of the blow was devastating. The force of the attack continued to pulverize the earth. So Wonhui coughed up blood from the force of the blow. As he struggled to rise, So Wonhui realized the master's power had become even greater. The master prepared another attack. So Wonhui braced himself for the next strike. The master roared, his power reaching its peak. The master's attack was about to land. The master struck So Wonhui with immense force. Despite the overwhelming power of his opponent, So Wonhui managed to block the attack. He barely managed to create an opening for a counterattack. Moyong-su unleashed the second technique, Hidden Toad Slash. The force of the attack sent him flying. Moyong-su stood firm, ready for the next exchange. He realized he didn't have enough time. Moyong-su noted that So Wonhui used the Hidden Toad Slash whenever he thought he was getting too close and decided to act accordingly. Moyong-su unleashed another attack, questioning how So Wonhui would handle it. So Wonhui braced himself against the onslaught. He knew this looked like a desperate move. Moyong-su's eyes glowed with power. So Wonhui realized that Moyong-su was coming in quick. So Wonhui prepared to strike. Jwabaek called out to So Wonhui, asking if he was okay. Moyong-su's power surges, prompting a silent question. The old man taunts So Wonhui, questioning if he is worried about him. Moyong-su continues his tirade, demanding that So Wonhui not act superior to him. Meanwhile, Jwabaek warns So Wonhui that the situation is becoming dangerous and urges him to find a way to deal with Moyong-su. So Wonhui acknowledges that he cannot last much longer. Moyong-su clarifies that he is not referring to So Wonhui, but to Jwabaek. Moyong-su recalls seeing Hei Action's golden blood body a few times with his previous master. But something is happening. It is noted that his skin wasn't that swollen and it didn't fall apart in various places. So Wonhui realizes that this is a side effect of using a martial art beyond what he can handle. The narrator notes that he might die. So Wonhui understands what is happening. So Wonhui prepares to unleash the Tiger Force Sword and Void Flow Slash. He prepares to unleash the Tiger Force Sword and Void Flow Slash. The Blood Cult member remained unfazed, declaring that So Wonhui's attack was doing nothing to stop him. The force of the blow continued to slam into the Blood Cult member. The Blood Cult member realized that he could win by simply dragging out the fight. He knew, however, that So Wonhui might actually die if he continued to push himself. He needed to win while ensuring So Wonhui survived. The light from So Wonhui's attack intensified. The Blood Cult member looked on in surprise. The attack tore through the Blood Cult member's defenses. The Blood Cult member thought that So Wonhui was a lunatic. He knew that if he had stopped a little later, he would have been cut through the chest. The Blood Cult member grunted in pain. So Wonhui wondered what he should do. The Blood Cult member roared. So Wonhui remembered how he could deal with the situation. So Wonhui prepared to strike. So Wonhui's attack surged with power. So Wonhui's hand pressed against Jwabaek's, the force of their energies colliding. Jwabaek's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled against the unexpected resistance. Moyong-su watched intently, his gaze sharp and calculating. The sword spirit exclaimed at So Wonhui's foolishness, wondering how a swordsman could get so close to someone who uses fists to fight. So Wonhui realized he was trying to resolve the situation using an energy battle. It became clear that he was intentionally matching Jwabaek's energy with his own core energy. The goal was to force Jwabaek to release his golden blood body. The sword spirit questioned if it was okay for him to use his innate core energy like that, stating that if he hadn't learned the luminous star sword technique, this would have been equivalent to suicide. The force of their clashing energies intensified. The energies continued to clash. One of the masked assassins noted that So Wonhui was being pushed back, and another told Sodom to look at their expressions. While it appeared that Jwabaek was having the upper hand at a glance, the situation was more complex. The sword spirit observed that So Wonhui would be tired first, but that he looked determined to kill Jwabaek. With a shout, So Wonhui pushed forward. So Wonhui's martial arts prowess was not his only strength. He also remembered to be chivalrous. If the battle continued as it was, it would be So Wonhui's perfect victory. The battle raged on, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the promise of more violence. The masked assassin, enraged, demanded how his opponent dared to play such tricks. His opponent, battered and bruised, accepted the challenge, urging him to bring it on. The assassin focused, feeling the golden blood body being released. The force of the blow shook the very ground. The assassin stood firm, ready to unleash his power. The clash of energies erupted in a blinding explosion. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The Sword Spirit questioned why the Supreme Elder suddenly got involved. The Supreme Elder revealed that he had saved her from depleting her innate core energy, and questioned if that was all she had to say to him. The Supreme Elder noted that since no one had won yet, he declared that the match would be a draw. So Wonhui, battered and bruised, could only manage a disbelieving stammer at the Supreme Elder's declaration. Moyang-Su questioned why So Wonhui hadn't utilized the sword techniques from the secret manual. So Wonhui retorted that he wasn't foolish enough to fall for such an obvious tactic. Moyang-Su, visibly intrigued, questioned So Wonhui's statement. Moyang-Su stated that So Wonhui was capable of using the sword techniques within the secret manual. Moyang-Su continued, explaining that knowing the techniques also meant knowing how he would use them and their weaknesses. He then asked if that was why So Wonhui had changed the sword techniques. So Wonhui scoffed, claiming he intentionally made a few mistakes in case Moyang-Su decided to target him further. Nearby, Gu Sangwon and another figure wondered who dared to enter their territory. Moyang-Su remarked that So Wonhui was only capable of so much, claiming he could see all of his weaknesses. Moyang-Su questioned if So Wonhui knew something. Moyang-Su wondered if the original owner of the techniques would have. Moyang-Su accused So Wonhui of neglecting to improve the very sword techniques he knew so well. Moyang-Su's eyes glowed red as he questioned if the original owner wouldn't have improved it even more. The declaration echoed across the desolate landscape, southern heaven. Nearby, the man in the tiger pelt insisted he would have won had they fought to the end. The man in the tiger pelt questioned if So Wonhui could not tell that from his current state. So Wonhui retorted that no one knew that, and that the man was really too much. So Wonhui asked if he really thought that was a fair fight. He realized that Moyang-Su only had half the cultivation technique. He also knew that the man who inherited his martial arts knew the weakness of his sword techniques. The man even wore a rare and precious gauntlet. He had also consumed elixirs to increase his internal energy. So Wonhui wondered what he had done in this situation. He recalled that he had won in a fight. So Wonhui realized that it was a setup for him to lose, and if they did not intend to acknowledge his win, then were they just asking him to die? So Wonhui, visibly distressed, questioned if he was merely a pawn in their schemes. He wondered aloud if he would have been a match for his opponent had the fight been fair. Meanwhile, Moyang-Su stood firm, his expression unreadable. A burst of laughter erupted from the old man. The old man's face was contorted in amusement. The force of the old man's power shook the ground. Moyang-Su demanded to know who had given him permission to use that. He reminded the other man that he had been warned he wouldn't be able to handle it. Moyang-Su dismissed the question, asking if he had given him elixirs. The other man questioned if the pills he received every night were not elixirs. Moyang-Su scoffed, asking if he called that an elixir. He stated that if he had that many elixirs, why would he have given them to him? Moyang-Su asked if he knew why he taught them his martial arts, even though he had never done so before. It was because they had a body that's perfect for learning the golden blood body. It was revealed that the blood circulation of these two was faster than any other human. Their body type enabled them to accumulate internal energy quickly. The other man questioned what about those pills. The masked assassin's master warned that if their blood circulated too quickly before they fully mastered the golden blood body technique, it would become poisonous. If left unchecked, their lives would be shortened. That was why Moyang-Su had provided pills, to help them control their circulation during training. The masked assassin questioned if they were serious about not knowing the kind of sword they possessed. The opponent stood silently, his back turned, as the masked assassin and Moyang-Su looked on. The sword spirit remarked that while the blade was old, it contained cold iron. It was an artisan sword, far superior to most. So Wonhui realized that what Moyang-Su had said finally made sense. Moyang-Su chuckled, stating that they were still at a disadvantage. The masked assassin recalled Moyang-Su's words. The fight was set up so that he would win, no matter what. Moyang-Su considered them mere chess pieces. The masked assassin declared the fight void and the deal off, angered that he had been tricked and almost lost. The opponent realized that in the end, he was just a one-time used chess piece. Moyang-Su decided he would take that one-time used chess piece as his disciple. It would be too much of a waste to throw their potential away, Moyang-Su thought. It was said that some individuals were exceptional in martial arts, known as martial art geniuses. When such talented people were taught one thing, they learned far more than they were taught. Finding such talent would be hard, Moyang-Su mused, before stating that he had decided to take So Wonhui as his disciple. So Wonhui replied that he was flattered. He realized that the power he gained from Sodom and Southern Heaven was seen as talent in Moyang-Su's eyes. So Wonhui wondered if others in the world could hear them. He thanked them for saying that. So Wonhui knew it was still too early to relax, as he needed to ask Moyang-Su one last question. He asked Moyang-Su if, even if he became his disciple, he would be unable to learn his exclusive martial arts, such as the Golden Blood Body. Moyang-Su countered, asking if he didn't say that the Golden Blood Body could only be learned by people like the twins, whose bodies had fast blood circulation. Moyang-Su told him that he ought to be thankful, as he would not be teaching him fist techniques, but instead helping him complete his sword techniques. Moyang-Su asked if he knew that the sword technique he'd learned was the martial arts of the Southern Heaven swordsman, his only arch-rival, who used to rule over Yunnan province. So Wonhui wondered if that skeleton was the Southern Heaven swordsman. The sword spirit wondered if, in that case, the sword was also used by him. The sword spirit asked Sodom if he didn't tell So Wonhui about who his former master and his martial arts were, before stating that he was just acting. The sword spirit considered the situation. Since it was the first time So Wonhui had heard about this from Hei Action, he needed to act accordingly. Moyang-Su let out a small sound. He told So Wonhui that he should get used to seeing that, because he would be doing that from time to time. Moyang-Su declared that after the Southern Heaven swordsman died, he was the only one who knew the Luminous Star sword technique best. He offered to help So Wonhui complete the Luminous Star sword technique. So Wonhui thought to himself that he didn't really need his help since he had Southern Heaven. Moyang-Su added that he was also thinking of fixing his broken energy core. Moyang-Su asked what So Wonhui would do and if he would become his disciple. The sword spirit thought that she would respect his wishes. The sword spirit considered that this was a good opportunity, and that So Wonhui could always just flip the tables in the future. Moyang-Su stated that intermediate rank cadet So Wonhui would pay his respects to his master. Moyang-Su grabbed So Wonhui's arm. The others thought of Moyang-Su as their supreme elder. One of the disciples asked what about the two of them. Moyang-Su thought that while they were clumsy, he couldn't just chase away someone who's learned his martial arts. He didn't like this, but one of the disciples looked shocked and asked if it was really happening. Moyang-Su told intermediate rank cadet Song Juabak to pay his respects to his master and for Wu Hyun to repeat after him quickly. He repeated the phrase. One of Moyang-Su's disciples angrily told him that he should have said his own name and questioned why he said the last part, calling him a baldy. The disciple looked up, confused, as Moyang-Su congratulated So Wonhui on becoming his junior brother. Another disciple expressed disbelief at how quickly they had gained 2 junior brothers, while simultaneously feeling like they were flying on cloud 9, now being his senior brother. Another disciple questioned if it was wrong for them to acknowledge So Wonhui as their senior brother, since they were the ones who inherited Moyang-Su's martial arts. Laughter echoed through the training grounds. Moyang-Su asked Zhangde if he saw what was happening. Moyang-Su declared that So Wonhui becoming his disciple was practically his victory now, laughing maniacally. The sword spirit watched the scene unfold. The sword spirit sighed, acknowledging that Moyang-Su truly excelled in terms of mindset. The sword spirit told So Wonhui that she was taking back what she had just said, and that if he really had to become Moyang-Su's disciple, she would no longer help him. Moyang-Su asked Zhangde if he had been well. Zhangde thought that with this, he could finally get over Moyang-Su. Moyang-Su stated that there was one last thing to do, and he demanded that Zhangde speak to him. The corpse of Zhangde lay still. Moyang-Su, enraged, demanded to know who had killed Zhangde. The challenge letter So Wonhui received was different from the usual. The letter specified the location and time, and included a flower. Even though his former master usually received numerous challenges, that particular letter made him very nervous as he went to the location. He still had no idea who he fought that day, but he recalled that his opponent had 1 golden eye. Even though it looked like that man took a lot of hits, his former master's fight with that man, who was just in his early 20s, ended within 40 moves. His master was someone who rivaled the top 8 martial masters in the world. The ruler of Yunnan province, the Southern Heaven swordsman, had lost just like that. Moyang-Su reflected on what little he knew about the man who drove his former master to his death. Meanwhile, the sword spirit remarked that something felt strange. So Wonhui was cautioned to mind his words. The Southern Heaven swordsman's defeat didn't mean he was weak, but rather that his opponent was strong. Wonhui admitted that he never thought the swordsman was weak. It was just, the man with the purple hair seemed lost in thought. So Wonhui crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. He declared that it was getting late and they should just sleep. Someone wished them good night and sweet dreams, then wondered if swords could dream. The scene shifted to a room where several men lay defeated on the floor. Somehow, the conversation had turned out like this. Looking at Southern Heaven's reaction, So Wonhui thought he might be hiding something. Based on what he said, it didn't explain why the ruler of Yunnan province, Southern Heaven swordsman's corpse, was in Guangdong province. They were talking about someone on the level of the top 8 martial masters. The discussion continued, with the implications of the Southern Heaven swordsman's defeat still weighing heavily on their minds. Could he have sustained that much damage in only 40 moves? If their abilities were truly so great, the battle should have concluded far sooner. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword offered its own perspective. It stated, "The man who drove my former master towards his death." But it could also mean someone else killed him. That meant, after the fight, the Southern Heaven swordsman was likely still alive. He had come to this place to recover. Then, someone appeared before him. The person who killed the Southern Heaven swordsman. Did the Golden Eye Man return to find him? Or was it someone else who watched their fight? It was unknown who that is, but they were certain of his objective. The Southern Heaven swordsman told the Southern Heaven Iron Sword this. He had said, "I wanted a successor, but I've got no luck with people." So, if that person stole the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts and killed him, he'd become the only person who knows the luminous star sword technique. He destroyed his chin so that he couldn't talk. He broke his arms so he couldn't write, and broke his legs so that he couldn't run away. There's only one reason for him to go so far. He wanted to be the sole user of the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts. Maybe it wasn't that the Southern Heaven swordsman didn't finish writing the details of the innate energy cultivation technique. Maybe that person had erased it, so that he becomes the only person who uses the innate energy cultivation technique. So Wunhui grits his teeth. Even though he is not the Southern Heaven swordsman's official disciple, he succeeded him and learned his martial arts, which infuriates him. How much more angry would Southern Heaven be for being unable to help his master just because he was a sword, while seeing all that madness happen in front of him? When he first met him, he avoided talking about it too. The sword spirit tells So Wunhui that she will tell him about that later on, asking if he doesn't have something more important to do now. So Wunhui asks if she's not going to tell him. So Wunhui guesses that it is probably because it was too horrific, until he decides to tell him about it. So Wunhui needs to be careful not to talk about it again. The sword spirit thinks that is the best she could do for him after all, adding that what happened must have been really tough for him. She then asks who the true culprit is. The sword spirit tells Sodom that she will tell her later on. Sodom thanks her for understanding. The sword spirit tells Sodom that there is no need to be so formal among swords, asking who else she would tell this to other than a sword. The sword spirit tells Sodom not to worry. The sword spirit says that she will change the topic if that clueless Wunhui asks her about the death of the Southern Heaven swordsman again. Sodom asks how the sword spirit needs that. The sword spirit responds that understanding each other doesn't necessarily need to be via words. The sword spirit thinks that is the bond of a sword and his master for this whole time. The sword spirit declared that So Wunhui was being ridiculous. She questioned how he could act like he knew everything about the Southern Heaven swordsman when she had known him longer. She reminded him that she had killed 3 more people than he had. The sword spirit insisted that he needed to be taught a lesson, and it was time to settle the hierarchy. Meanwhile, So Wunhui wondered what was causing the noise. Below, the Supreme Elder had arrived. The disciples acknowledged the Supreme Elder's presence. The Supreme Elder roared at them, calling them weaklings. One of the disciples looked on in terror. The Supreme Elder questioned how they dared sleep on the day they became his disciples. One of the disciples apologized, thinking that the Supreme Elder didn't even ask them to wait. The Supreme Elder stood over his disciples. One of the disciples wondered how they could do nothing on this day, even though it was the first time the Supreme Elder had taken disciples. The Supreme Elder prepared a large pot. The disciples watched the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder chuckled, declaring that he wouldn't let them sleep until they had finished all of this. The large man, his face obscured, asks who wants to receive the first cup. 2 men argue over who should receive it first. They are told to take turns. So Wunhui yawns loudly. It is snowing harder than the day before. Zhuabak asks So Wunhui what he is doing so early in the morning. So Wunhui asks Zhuabak if his injuries are all right. Zhuabak asks if he looks all right. Someone thinks that the old geezer didn't even circulate energy to get rid of his drunkenness, and even went crazy. The man asks if it is that funny that he got rejected by a woman, while another thinks he was making a joke out of it. So Wunhui questions why Zhuabak keeps talking to him, casually even though he is his senior brother. Zhuabak retorts that they are simply peers, and that So Wunhui owes him his life. So Wunhui recalls that happening. It is said that the person who loses becomes the winner's subordinate. He expressed confidence, reminding his companion of their past bet. The master inquired how So Wunhui wished to address him, suggesting options based on their wager. The injured man groaned, addressing the other as senior. The master feigned deafness, demanding clarification. The injured man weakly repeated, his senior brother. He cursed under his breath, acknowledging his superior internal energy. The sword spirit wondered if the master even knew that So Wunhui had matched his energy to prevent injury. She mused that he was likely aware, but too prideful to admit it. The master noted that So Wunhui was awake, calling him a lucky bastard, and acknowledged his presence. Without further explanation, the master declared that they should leave. So Wunhui, confused, questioned what he meant. So Wunhui screamed in pain. The master questioned how long they would continue flying around like this. The master continued to fly. So Wunhui realized that the master had also learned Qigong. He thought that it would take too long to reach the 6th Blood Valley with his Qigong speed. It was revealed that they were going to the 6th Blood Valley. An observer noted that the pulse reading finished earlier than expected and confirmed that the prescription was the best option in the current situation. The force of the impact reverberated through the structure. Amidst the chaos, someone cried out. A man demanded to know if the all-healing divine physician was present. The group carrying So Wunhui arrived at their destination. One of the men urgently requested that the physician cure So Wonhui. So Wonhui, barely conscious, pleaded to be saved. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding they stop. The imposing figure of Moyang Su stood before them, his gaze fixed on the kneeling So Wonhui. Nearby, Han Bika watched the scene unfold. The woman was known as Han Bika, the blood cult's sixth blood star and blood hand witch. Moyang Su regarded the woman with suspicion, admitting he had never seen her before. As So Wonhui struggled against the unseen force pinning him down, he heard the blood demon's words echoing in his mind. Moyang Su questioned why his disciple was being forced to kneel. The old man realized he needed to see the divine physician. The divine physician greeted Moyang Su as cousin. He remarked on Moyang Su's strength and offered him tea. The divine physician insisted that Moyang Su, being the more noble of the two, should drink more tea. The sword spirit remarked that the divine physician had already sold his class a long time ago. So Wonhui realized that the middle-aged man was the divine physician, and that his appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. The divine physician stated that he would get straight to the point and treat Moyang Su's disciple, as he had a problem with his energy core. He offered his name tag in exchange for treating him. Moyang Su refused the divine physician's request. The divine physician questioned his decision, explaining that he already had too many name tags from treating people around the central district. He held up a collection of name tags. The divine physician elaborated that among those he had treated were the Wudong sect's leader, his subordinates, the central district's most notorious murderers, and the Four Evils. Moyang Su scoffed, knowing that Elder He Action's name tag was not comparable to those of the Four Evils or the central district's 8 masters, who were said to have reached transcendence. The divine physician added that if it was an issue regarding the energy core, it was not a matter of life or death. He stated that he had no time to look after Moyang Su's pupil when there were patients in serious conditions under his care. The divine physician told him to come back later if he understood. Han Bika wondered if So Wonhui was the important patient. Moyang Su insisted that it was not a matter of life or death. The divine physician threatened that if he would not heal the child, then he would have to kill him, as So Wonhui would only be able to use internal energy. Han Bika questioned if he would heal him or leave him to die, asking if he would let someone die as a physician. Han Bika thought that it was a clever way to go about it, believing that the divine physician could even fix broken skulls. Moyang Su wondered what the divine physician was talking about, considering if he should break something. The divine physician, unmoved by the situation, remarked it was a shame that So Wonhui was Moyang Su's first pupil. He then told him to kill So Wonhui outside, as he was busy. Moyang Su, visibly angered, slammed the door shut. The force of the door slamming caused a tremor. Back inside the room, the divine physician's face contorted with rage at the perceived disrespect. He wondered how Moyang Su dared to reject him. The divine physician's grip tightened. He demanded that the elder remove himself from his presence. The 6th blood star blocked his path, prompting the divine physician to wonder who they were. The divine physician's eyes narrowed. Outside, the innkeeper expressed his confusion. The atmosphere had changed. The 6th blood star's neck subtly vibrated, and they communicated through these vibrations. Moyang Su told the others to wait outside. He apologized, then ordered everyone except for the blood feud demonist to leave. One of the men wondered who Moyang Su was acting like that for. The divine physician listens intently, his expression unreadable. He listens as the blood feud demoness confirms the truth of her words. The divine physician's gaze intensifies. The blood feud demoness assures him not to worry. She states that only truth comes from her words. Elsewhere, So Wonhui clutches his stomach, feeling unwell from the previous night's drinking. He wonders aloud how important the patient must be if even He Action is unable to help. He then wonders when the others will be done talking. The sword spirit asks if he has any idea who the patient could be. So Wonhui admits he is unsure, especially since the blood cult leader is dead. So Wonhui stands. Gu Sangwung observes that it must be So Wonhui's first time dealing with this kind of situation and questions if this is trust. He adds that So Wonhui sometimes talks as if he knows the future. So Wonhui states that he died in the future and regressed. Gu Sangwung is shocked. The sword spirit's words hung in the air, a stark confirmation of the unbelievable. Sodom insisted that he had not been lying, reminding the sword spirit that she, too, had initially doubted the truth. The sword spirit, flustered, told him to be quiet and apologized for interrupting. The sword spirit then asked where they were going, mentioning food. So Wonhui walked toward the storage area, stating that he wanted some water, as the alcohol was messing up his insides. The sword spirit remarked that humans live an uncomfortable life. So Wonhui thought that if he recalled correctly, this should be the food storage. So Wonhui paused, hearing a noise. Inside the storage area, a young woman wondered who was there as she ate. So Wonhui wondered if she had noticed him come in, thinking she was gluttonous. So Wonhui chuckled to himself. The young woman, startled, told him to excuse her. She then called out for him to wait, asking if he was the disciple of the Four Supremes elder. The young woman quickly asked So Wonhui to forget what she had just eaten, claiming to be on a diet. So when we questioned what the jerky she had been eating was then, she explained that she was only eating a little bit because she could no longer hold back the hunger, admitting she hadn't eaten anything all day. Clearing her throat, she asked him to keep it a secret, promising something in return. So when we handed her some silver coins, he thought she was a weird person, wondering why she gave him silver coins when she could have just left it at that. As so, when we walked away, Drawback called out to him, addressing him as disciple. Moyang-su roared for him to come over at once. So when we called out for them to wait, Moyang-su reminded him that he should have waited like a good boy in front of the main temple. So when we asked what they were doing there, explaining that he just wanted some water, so he was under the food storage. He realized that this was that frequency whispering technique. The woman lamented her inability to find something. Nearby, one of the men questioned if the food storage was right behind her, calling her an idiot. The woman denied eating much. Meanwhile, another man remarked that the two seemed very close. It was considered a blessing from a main sect for a Four Supremes elder to take in a disciple. He felt a chill and dizziness looking at the sixth Bloodstar's eyes. A surge of energy erupted. He was warned not to look into her eyes, as he was too immature to resist her deception. He surmised the dizziness was her doing, but wondered why his innate core energy had automatically activated. He was warned not to try anything, blood feud demoness. She thought to herself that she would never dare, not with the Four Supremes elder right in front of her. She stated that they would excuse themselves. She told the Four Supreme elder that she would see him next time. The man with the tiger pelt stood with the Four Supreme elder. The man with the tiger pelt stated that things had become complicated. He added that they needed to find some herb called Clear Summer's Recovery Herb in order to treat her. The Clear Summer's Recovery Herb was shown. So Wen Hui realized that the Clear Summer's Recovery Herb was the very herb the all-healing divine physician sought in his past life. Meanwhile, Drawback recalled that he said he'd bestow a name tag that gives the privilege of treatment at any time to the one to find that herb first. He wondered how they were supposed to find an herb in the middle of winter. Thankfully, Drawback knew where that herb was. He cursed under his breath, wishing the young miss hadn't gotten involved. So Wen Hui considered the situation. He remembered someone being in the back of the physician's room. That person was the past patriarch's granddaughter. So Wen Hui wondered if the blood demon's bloodline still existed. So Wen Hui realized this was special grade information that he didn't even know in his past life. The name Blood Demon echoed through the land. He was a figure who united unorthodox sects and evil martial artists, creating the blood cult. In response, the orthodox sects formed an alliance to defeat the blood cult. The single star, considered the strongest force of that era, joined the political battle. All of this, it was said, happened because of the blood demon. After a fierce battle, the blood demon perished at the hands of countless masters. The martial art alliance and the single star ensured the blood demon's kin were eliminated, preventing the blood cult from ever rising again. That was what was believed until now. No Sang-Soo considered the implications of seeing the blood demon's kin so closely. He then recalled the divine physician's offer to the crazy old geezer. So Wen Hui appeared to be looking into his past life with his disciples. He realized this was a chance to become a savior, perhaps the next leader, but wondered if it would be enough. He knew that if he did not become stronger, he would be controlled by someone stronger, even if he would grasp a better chance than this. The sword spirit asked if he would look for the herb or not. So Wen Hui stated that he would look for it, questioning why he would let go of such a good opportunity. The sword spirit agreed, noting that good connections are important. The sword spirit questioned why, so Wen Hui was relaxing, asking what if someone else found the herb first. She urged him to get moving. He admitted to himself that he couldn't find it right now. The healing divine physician had taken 4 days to locate it, as he hadn't known this. Elsewhere, it was noted that others had gone, and the search would begin right away. The air crackled with energy. He recalled being jealous of the qigong that everyone used in his past life. Wen Hui heard the sword spirit call his name, and he acknowledged that he knew. He thought everyone had gone back, but he realized someone was chasing him. He thought it was amazing, as he realized it was the fat woman they had seen earlier. The sword spirit remarked that she was almost as fast as him. Wen Hui wondered if that was possible, thinking that even if she trained her skills really hard, she wouldn't be able to run for long with that body. They considered that they might be able to lose her if they stalled for time, deciding to drop the snow pile on her. The woman's eyes widened. With her vision obscured, the pursuer was momentarily disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Meanwhile, so Wen Hui declared his intention to ascend a nearby tree, hoping to lose her. He resolved to increase his speed. He believed that even if she found him later, there would be a significant distance between them. Suddenly, the sword spirit warned So Wen Hui to look above him. Above, the fat woman floated in the air, a menacing red glow emanating from her hand. She descended rapidly. So Wen Hui reacted instantly. The fat woman commanded him to stop right there. She seemed surprised. So Wen Hui unleashed a powerful strike. He shouted for her to wait. So Wen Hui demanded to know why she was attacking him. The fat woman cursed, realizing So Wen Hui was attacking her. The fat woman's speed and power were undeniable. The realization struck So Wen Hui that she was superior to him. Despite her size, she moved with incredible agility. He noted that she was using qigong, a technique that allowed her to move with lightness and speed. The air crackled with energy as she pressed her attack. The speed of her movements left So Wonhui bewildered. He wondered what kind of technique she was using. Her movements were like that of a hawk gliding through the air, making her difficult to predict. The martial arts she employed painted the tips of her fingers red, a sign of the blood-feud demoness. She was indeed a martial artist of the blood-feud demoness, a formidable opponent. He realized that the longer this went on, the more unfair it would be to him. He knew it would be impossible to win against her. So Wonhui decided he would have to try to resolve this with words. He prepared himself to speak, hoping to find a peaceful resolution. The force of her attack continued to escalate. He was struck by the sheer power behind her movements. The force was immense. He realized that she had missed on purpose, despite the immense force behind her attack. He questioned why she had chased him, stating that she had scared him. A voice apologized, and then explained that he was leaving somewhere in a hurry in the night, so she followed. She continued, stating that he wouldn't stop when she told him to either. He asked if that was why she attacked him, and why it mattered to her where he was going. He heard her respond that of course it mattered. The sword spirit wondered how she knew where the herb was. So Wonhui asked what she was talking about, wondering if he would be looking for herbs through the night. The fat woman stated that she was actually a friend of the person who needed the herb. She admitted she wasn't certain, but she had an inkling of an idea and wouldn't be able to go today. She then teased him, asking if he was going to run away, and told him not to be like that, asking him to take her with him. The sword spirit realized that she would give him all of the healing divine physician's tablets and such. So Wonhui considered all of it, and the fat woman asked if it wasn't a good thing and why he was hesitating. The fat woman told him to hold on. The sword spirit thought that considering she was offering such a big amount from the start, she didn't know how to bargain at all, and that she had an impatient personality considering the silver coin from earlier too. The sword spirit realized it might be more advantageous to him if he played hard to get. The fat woman told him, just in case, not to even think about running away, because she was faster than him. She then asked why they didn't do this, and suggested adding another reward to that in order to further solidify their trust. So Wonhui seemed taken aback by the woman's words, questioning her motives. She requested that he teach her the gliding movement he had performed earlier, calling it a down payment. The woman's request hung in the air. He was clearly confused by her sudden demand. She reminded him that requesting another martial artist technique was rude, but insisted that he would teach her anyway, because that was the kind of person he was. She threatened to leave if he refused. Finally, she relented, agreeing to teach him, but only on one condition. She warned him that the technique was only to be used on those he had made up his mind to kill. The sword spirit realized that she was forcing herself to agree despite not wanting to teach him the technique. The sword spirit surmised that friendship must be important to her. So Wonhui considered that it might not be friendship at all. He acknowledged that she was right about the Qigong with innate core energy, and that he might die doing it. He agreed to the trade, asking when they should leave. She warned him not to do it unless he wanted to die from using up all of his origin energy, but he countered that he had no energy core, so this was the only way. He wondered how she knew that he knew where the herb was. She demanded to know his whereabouts first. The 6 Blood Valley members had been searching for 6 hours, yet they had not found their target. The woman recalled encountering several Supremes during her search, but never once did she see him. Because of this, she was certain of his intentions. She had sensed it while pursuing him. He ran with a clear destination in mind. He hadn't looked around at all, only forward. She knew he was smart, and excuses would be pointless. She confirmed that his name was So Wonhui. She remarked that he seemed older than her and could refer to her casually. He bristled at this, questioning how she could say that to a pupil of a Supreme. He insisted that he was not that old. She pointed out that the herb was down below. She then asked if he had spoken to anyone about what had happened earlier. He admitted he had been contemplating whether to say something because he didn't get his silver coins. However, he had gotten something better instead, so he would erase the memory. She asked if he meant it. He promised, stating that he wasn't chasing her just to ask that question. She retorted that it wasn't just a question, but important to her. He declared that this was it. He knelt down and held the herb. She sighed in relief, stating that this was where it was. The woman urged So Wonhui to take the herb and leave, noting that she was happy, as expected. As he reached for the herb, she commanded him to jump forward. High above, assassins descended upon them. So Wonhui reacted instantly, drawing his sword to defend against the unseen threat. He realized that he hadn't sensed any presence, despite the danger. The sword spirit realized that the woman hadn't noticed the assassins either, despite being stronger than them, and she thought that these people are strong. A figure declared that they had made the right choice in following. The masked figure stated that they had the herb and ordered the others to take them down. One of the men cried out, questioning who they were before being struck down. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. Another man apologized, identifying the group as disciples of the 4 Supremes. So Wonhui drew his sword. The blade sliced through the air. The attack landed with brutal force. A woman gasped, calling out to a mister. She exclaimed in shock, recognizing So Wonhui. The woman's hair was sliced. She wondered when the attackers had gotten so far ahead, realizing she wouldn't be able to catch up at this rate. The woman stood over So Wonhui's prone form. A voice declared that they would return soon. Meanwhile, the woman who had recognized So Wonhui pursued her fleeing targets. She commanded them to halt. Elsewhere, So Wonhui considered that she seemed to avoid being attacked because she was better than him. He thought that was good, but So Wonhui's eyes widened. He lamented that she could have at least relieved his pressure points before leaving. He experienced an absolute sword sense. So Wonhui wondered what was happening. He realized that his pressure points were being relieved. The sword spirit told him that his innate core energy had relieved the pressure points and asked if he was okay. So Wonhui looked up, surprised. He confirmed that he was okay, realizing that innate core energy seemed to have a lot of unknown benefits. He then thought about how that stupid pig could abandon someone that helped her. The sword spirit argued that a person was more important than an herb, questioning if the herb was that important. The sword spirit urged him to chase after them, or he would lose the herb. So Wonhui sat alone in the snow, wondering if he really needed to chase after them. He considered that this might actually be a good thing. The two onlookers realized that the herb they had been pursuing was not a fully matured Clear Summer's recovery herb. It was explained that the little marbles inside the Clear Summer's recovery herb change as it grows. Once fully matured, the 7 marbles glow green. Elsewhere, Moyong Su realized that the herb they stole had 5 yellow marbles. It was noted that there were plenty of immature herbs around, but they had 5 yellow marbles. However, they were worthless. The real Clear Summer's recovery herb was discovered behind the frozen waterfall. It was reasoned that they would have taken this too if they had ambushed them any later. The sword spirit announced that she could see something. So Wonhui exclaimed that he had found it, thanking Sodom. There were 7 lightly glowing green marbles. It was observed that there were only 2, but they were the real deal. It was described as a sacred herb that only flowers in the winter nights, and so Wonhui noted that his palms felt frozen even though he hadn't even touched it yet. So Wonhui knew he had to be careful so as not to hurt the roots. So Wonhui felt a sudden chill, remarking that the cold must feel nice in the summer. The sword spirit alerted him that the broken blade nearby was trying to communicate. Meanwhile, So Wonhui continued to focus on harvesting the herb, stating he was almost done. Ignoring the sword spirit's warning, So Wonhui declared that he would talk to the blade, even if others thought it was impossible. The blade seemed to respond with unintelligible sounds. The sword spirit urged him to get out, explaining that she couldn't hear properly because his core was broken. Henin Twin Swift Blade shouted for So Wonhui to run and not say anything. Suddenly, a monstrous, serpentine entity emerged, and it was too late to escape. The sword spirit urgently told So Wonhui to draw his Southern Heaven Iron Sword, warning that the enemy was too fast. With a burst of energy, So Wonhui leaped into the air. Henin Twin Swift Blade wondered what that had been, admitting he had never seen anything like it before. The sword spirit exclaimed that it was too dark and that the entity looked really gross. So Wonhui cursed, lamenting that he couldn't do anything because he couldn't see. Despite his blindness, So Wonhui declared that he had the herb and just needed to get out of there. The monstrous entity roared, its presence shaking the very ground. The force of its roar sent tremors through the cavern. The cavern walls began to crack and crumble under the immense pressure. The monster's eyes glowed with an eerie, malevolent light as it focused on its prey. The creature lunged forward, its massive form casting a long, ominous shadow. The impact of its movement caused further destruction, sending debris flying in all directions. The cavern continued to collapse, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. Meanwhile, the sword spirit warned Henin Twin Swiftblade that it was too late to run. The monster's foot crashed down, pulverizing the ground beneath it. Henin Twin Swiftblade urged So Wonhui to dodge and strike with his blade. The monster roared again, its grotesque face contorted in fury. So Wonhui wasn't sure if his attack would work against such a monster. He resolved to use the monster's own attack against it. So Wonhui prepared to unleash the Luminous Star Sword Technique, second technique. The hidden toad tore through the air. It proved difficult to maintain focus, but there are definitely soft spots. The monster wondered what was coming, realizing that victory against it was not impossible. The monstrous entity roared. So Wonhui noticed the monster had become more cautious, wondering if it was scared. The sword spirit urged him to seize the opportunity and not let it pass. So Wonhui steeled himself. The monster knew what was coming. So Wonhui vowed to kill it, no matter what. He prepared to strike. He would use the strongest power he had right now. The blade glowed. He unleashed the Luminous Star Sword Technique, first technique. The monstrous form, pierced by the Luminous Star Sword Technique, begins to crumble. The Tiger Force Sword's power intensifies the effect. Having landed the blow, So Wonhui exclaims that the attack worked. Meanwhile, the sword spirit expresses her amazement that the monster has fallen. The sword spirit's expression is one of shock. She comments on how the attack wasn't even that strong. So Wonhui grits his teeth, struggling. The monster collapses. The sword spirit calls out to So Wonhui, asking if he is okay. She wonders what happened. He realizes the venom is spreading. So Wonhui feels the venom's hot energy rising up his ankle. He notes that his innate core energy is resisting the venom, but the pain is not subsiding. So Wonhui grits his teeth, feeling as though his body is burning up from the venom. The burning sensation intensified, consuming So Wonhui's body from the inside out. Even his throat felt as if it were ablaze. He struggled to focus amidst the searing heat. He knew he needed to find a way to quell the inferno raging within him. The Clear Summer's recovery herb was his only hope. He reasoned that the sacred herb, known for possessing cold air, might offer some relief. He swallowed the herb. Almost immediately, the coldness began to spread down his throat. The coldness was unbelievably intense. The heat and the cold began to collide within his body. The sword spirit urged So Wonhui to get himself together and control the energy inside him. She questioned if he was going to regress and die like this, demanding that he pull himself together. So Wonhui realized that the sword spirit was right. He had been given another chance by dying. He knew that if he couldn't endure this pain, he would never make it. So Wonhui resolved that he would not be any worse than he was in his past life. He managed to stabilize his mind. He extended his hands, energy crackling around them. He thought to himself that he would live, no matter what, thanking Sodom. The energy continued to emanate from his hands. He wondered what was happening. He realized that the Big Dipper was shining on his hand again. It was said that now that he could hear the swords, Merak might be opened. The voice echoed in his mind. He recognized it from when he had been with the blue flower previously. He felt himself losing focus. The energies within him clashed. Both energies were clashing and fighting each other. He realized they were fighting each other in order to harm him. The voice urged him not to stop circulating his energy and to keep circulating his innate core energy. He recognized the voice as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. He was warned not to be swept away by the two energies. He was told not to forcefully suppress them, but to use the core energy's flow to guide them. He wondered if he should guide them with the flow. He decided he would give it a try, thinking of the innate core energy as a quiet lake, even when lightning and thunder strikes. It was a lake that remained quiet and calm. No matter how rampant, two sides of strong currents that have lost their flow lashed around. If the conflicting energies find their way through the lake, they will dissipate. The energies surge and swirl. They will become a small ripple and die down. Slowly and very carefully, the energies are being contained. The energies continue to ripple. The energies quiet down. The two fierce energies have finally quieted down, and it feels as if he is enjoying a very strong liquor, his insides now comfortable. The sword spirit asks if he is awake, and if the poison energy has calmed down. He confirms that, thanks to her and Southern Heaven's help, he was able to attain equilibrium. He pauses, seemingly noticing something. Southern Heaven is over there, though, at least 10 meters away. The sword spirit exclaims that the voice couldn't have been hers, asking if he is sure he heard her voice, and that since he's able to hear swords, Merak may be opened. He confirms that he heard it clearly, realizing that after he heard the voice inside the blue flower, he heard Southern Heaven's voice. The sword spirit questions the blue flower, noting that he said something like that previously too, and wonders if this is the power of the Sword Immortal's secret record. The sword pulsed with an increasing power, its essence reacting to the shifting energies around it. Nearby, the sword spirit mused on the range of their communication, while So Wonhui considered the Sword Immortal's secret record. So Wonhui recoiled at the sight of the grotesque monster, a chilling reminder of a past life. The sword spirit doubted the creature's mystical nature, observing its form with a discerning eye. The monster loomed, and So Wonhui realized that mystical creatures could yield inner elixirs. Suddenly, So Wonhui urged them to escape, sensing imminent danger. An unseen force erupted, shattering the ground around them. With a shout, So Wonhui was sent hurtling through the air. The sword spirit questioned his well-being and the reason for his sudden leap. So Wonhui explained that he hadn't jumped on purpose. His body had simply flown away with the force. The sword spirit urged So Wonhui to use his innate energy cultivation technique to scan his body. So Wonhui prepared to manipulate the middle energy core's innate core energy. So Wonhui's eyes narrowed, a sense of confusion washing over him. The innate energy within So Wonhui had grown significantly. It was almost twice the original amount, now possessing an essence worth 30 years of cultivation. The sword spirit reminded him that innate core energy was directly connected to his origin energy, essentially his life force. As well, she explained that innate core energy was most prominent during extreme situations or life-threatening crises. While difficult to expand through elixirs, it was stimulated by facing such trials. The sword spirit elaborated that the powerful yang energy of the monster's poison and the bitter cold energy of the herb likely stimulated the growth of his innate core energy. The more so Wonhui learned about innate core energy, the more he realized it differed from internal energy. The sword spirit exclaimed that he had obtained the opportunity to gain internal energy that could easily overwhelm a first-rate martial master. She then asked if he got stronger after enduring pain that felt like dying. The sword spirit then excitedly declared that she had a great idea. The sword spirit asked So Wonhui if he had one more immortal snow herb. Now that he knew the method to control the poison and cold energy, the sword spirit had a plan. She asked if he would consider doing it once more. The sword spirit stated that his innate core energy would double again. With 60 years' worth of innate core energy, he would become a truly strong martial master, she explained. So Wenhui joked that he was just kidding and asked if he couldn't joke around a little. He knew that she could hear his voice because of the ability he had obtained this time around. He then asked where she was going. She questioned if he was thinking of abandoning his mother's keepsake, his sword, and becoming an unfilial son. A voice pleaded, admitting its mistake and begging to be brought along, complaining of the cold and requesting to be kept warm within someone's clothes. The masked assassin continued their pursuit through the snowy terrain. He observed that his target was beginning to slow down, noting that he could no longer see her. The assassin surmised that her stamina was poor because she was plump. The assassin remarked that they had gotten lucky to find So Wenhui. They considered themselves fortunate to have decided to follow him. Meanwhile, the assassin's companion, Sa Hyan, admitted that he still had questions. He wondered how someone with a destroyed energy core could use Qinggong. The assassin stated that they only needed to care about getting the herb and getting out of the Six Blood Valley. A sudden, unseen attack struck. Wahong cried out in surprise. A voice demanded the return of the immortal snow herb. The masked assassin declared that the herb was his. He mocked his opponent, acknowledging their skill despite their size, and identified them as a subordinate of the Blood Hand Demoness. The assassin stated that things would be different in a face-to-face battle. The assassin prepared to strike. The assassin's attack landed. The assassin, wounded, realized that he had been struck by the sixth blood star. The Blood Hand Demoness stood over the fallen assassin. She summoned the immortal snow herb. Examining the herb, she questioned if they knew who they had just ambushed. The Blood Hand Demoness held the immortal snow herb. Nearby, Gu Sangwung expressed his relief that she was all right. Gu Sangwung confirmed that it was indeed the immortal snow herb that they had stolen. The Blood Hand Demoness declared that they had found it. The Blood Hand Demoness stated that now that they had safely retrieved the herb, they should return. Gu Sangwung requested that his master head back. Gu Sangwung's master, the Blood Hand Demoness, is confronted by an underling who questions her. The air crackled as So Wenhui descended. He landed heavily. Meanwhile, So Wenhui noted that he could now climb to such heights without losing his breath. He realized that his innate core energy was the power of life, strengthening all of his physical abilities. He then noticed Lady Heian approaching. The sword spirit questioned if she had returned after chasing the assassins. The sword spirit wondered if Lady Heian had returned after chasing the assassins. It was amazing, the sword spirit thought. Lady Heian must consume more stamina than others when running, indicating strong mental power. So Wenhui remarked that his abilities only worked on people weaker than him, and he was starting to enjoy getting stronger. He called out to Lady Heian, relieved she was safe. Panting, So Wenhui apologized for not releasing her pressure points first. Lady Heian assured him it was all right, as they had released themselves, suggesting the assassins failed to block them properly. Lady Heian breathed a sigh of relief, but So Wenhui noticed something was wrong with her feet. He asked if she was injured. Lady Heian replied that she was only scratched a little, and asked if he had recovered the immortal snow herb. Lady Heian admitted she was able to catch the assassins thanks to her master's help, but she wanted to apologize to So Wenhui first, just in case anything unexpected happened again. So Wenhui had asked his master to take the snow herb back to the divine physician first. Lady Heian asked that he not misunderstand her, assuring him that she would still give him the tablet. Someone questioned how they were supposed to believe that her master would hand over the tablet, just because her disciple told her to. Lady Heian told them not to worry, assuring them that she would definitely hand it over, but that she would hand it to Elder He. So Wenhui thought that she would request something in return for the tablet, wondering why they were giving it so easily. That changed things a little then. Lady Heian stated that if he helped her with her request, she would hand over the divine physician's tablet to him. Gu Sangwung stated that he was sure he had already told her that he didn't wish to be involved in that matter, questioning how she dared use the tablet to negotiate with him. Lady Heian stated that he already knew it, and that he only had two options regardless of his wants. She asked that he please work with them. Someone asked if he wasn't thinking of the other option. Elder He was reminded that he would have to make this decision eventually. The elder stood silently. Moyang Su's companion remarked that he spoke as if it did not matter. Moyang Su scoffed, stating he just needed to give up on that brat. He added that if that was the case, he would not be able to hand over the tablet. The woman wondered if he was bluffing or serious. Elsewhere, So Wenhui announced his return to his master. Moyang Su scoffed, declaring that they were too late and would not be able to fix their energy core forever. The woman stated what a pity it was a sixth blood star, and that they would need to get another immortal snow herb. Her companion asked what she meant, as this wasn't a fully grown herb and didn't have any healing properties. It was explained that a fully grown immortal snow herb would have 7 green beads within the petals. The woman noted that this herb only had 5 beads and was a young herb, laughing at the pity of it all. Moyang Su stated that it looked like they would have to look for the herb again. So Wenhui apologized for interrupting, stating that there was no need to do that because So Wonhui declared that he had brought back the fully grown, immortal snow herb. Elsewhere, Jwabak remarked on the coincidence of two people finding the herbs at similar times. It was confirmed that the herb So Wonhui possessed had 7 beads within the petals, confirming it was fully grown. Moyang-su laughed, stating that this was expected of his disciple. Jwabak wondered what had just happened. Moyang-su questioned why he hadn't been told about something, accusing someone of deception. Jwabak thought to himself that he was the one who went back on the promise of finding the herb together first. He wanted to learn the frequency whispering technique in the future, but he didn't know how to use it. Moyang-su asked if he could ask one question. Moyang-su inquired if the 6th blood star was going to hand over the tablet. Moyang-su dismissed the question as nonsense. Moyang-su asked Elder Hei when he had threatened him, demanding to know what he had said. Elder Hei hisitateth. Elder Hei remained silent. Gu Sangwon confirmed that the matter was settled, seeking agreement. Moyang-su observed that Heian did not appear pleased. Heian resigned herself to the situation, acknowledging that a bet was a bet. Sometime before Heian and So Wonhui returned to the 6th Blood Valley, Heian expressed her shock. She questioned whether she could trust Moyang-su. Moyang-su reminded her that he had already taught her his Qinggong technique, questioning her continued lack of trust. Heian wondered if she had been deceived by many people in her previous life. She stated that she trusted him, but she was not certain that the 6th blood star would hand over the tablet. Heian considered what would happen if Moyang-su did not live up to his word, realizing she would have no choice but to follow his instructions. Gu Sangwon assured her that Moyang-su would keep his promise, but Heian questioned his certainty. Gu Sangwon remained silent. Heian expressed her disbelief and questioned how such a thing could happen. Gu Sangwon mocked the idea of a disciple doubting their own master and suggested they make a bet. Heian considered the bet, stating that it was simple. Gu Sangwon stated that Heian could continue to trust her master, and he would trust his own judgment, especially since Moyang-su had taken the immortal snow herb. Gu Sangwon questioned if it wasn't too late to argue over who found the herb first. Heian admitted she knew and apologized. Since she lost the opportunity to obtain the tablet, Heian felt there should be compensation. Heian's demand made Gu Sangwon think she sounded like a crook. Heian asked what he wanted to bet on, then inquired if he was acquainted with the important person. Gu Sangwon confirmed that he was acquainted with the person. He stated that if he lost, he would not only persuade Elder Hei to give up, but also give up the divine physician's tablet that his master would have received. Heian noted that he was risking a lot and asked what he wanted if he won. She was told that the tablet of someone so high-ranked, important in the 6th Blood Valley, and important enough to be served by the 6th Blood Star was what he desired. Gu Sangwon clarified that he wanted that person's tablet. Gu Sangwon appeared surprised. The scene shifted to Elder Hei, who appeared to be in the middle of a conversation. Elder Hei's conversation partner was shocked. Han Bika apologized to Elder Hei for asking for a favor in an irreverent manner, noting that she had cut off her own fingers. Elder Hei responded that cutting off an arm wasn't even enough to compensate for getting on his nerves. The man with the tiger pelt hoped that his current mission to escort an important person will be taken into consideration. He was met with a sharp retort. Gu Sangwon found him as shrewd as ever. The man declared that he would accept the apology on account of their loyalty. The individual thanked them for accepting their apology. Gu Sangwon remarked on the unsightly behavior being presented before a physician. He was reminded that he needed to keep his promise. The man confirmed that the divine physician's tablet had to be given to the disciple and not to Gu Sangwon himself. He chuckled, stating that in any case, they were going to ask the same thing of him. Gu Sangwon stated that he would keep his promise, but since he had a prior appointment, he would tend to that person first. Elder Hei's disciple was instructed to return the next day at noon. Since he had some extra time, the disciple decided to take a look at their condition first. The next day at noon, he arrived at 6th Blood Valley. It was said that Hei Action's Qinggong technique was most effective when used among rocky mountains. Wonhui considered the situation, finding it strange that everyone seemed wary of Heian's reactions. The shift in attitude was reminiscent of when the divine physician had abruptly changed his words. The blood-hand demoness had also altered her demeanor after glancing at Heian. She had merely observed as a bystander when her master severed her own finger. It was as if she held a higher rank than the blood-hand demoness. She was probably higher ranked, Wonhui thought. If he was correct, she was more than just the blood-hand demoness disciple. What was she then? Her daughter? No, she was the granddaughter of the blood cult leader. The sword spirit realized that the glutton was the granddaughter of the blood cult leader. The sword spirit didn't think anyone would have suspected that. Who would think a glutton like her would be the granddaughter of the leader of a scary and powerful place like the blood cult? The other voice agreed, stating that it was hard to gain weight just to hide her identity. Wonhui hoped her sickness wasn't one that caused her to gain weight. If she was the only grandchild of the blood cult leader, there was almost certain that she would become the next cult leader. She wouldn't look imposing with that shape. That was a fatal sickness for both women and martial artists. Who was that woman standing behind the curtain? The figure held a wooden staff, seemingly a replacement for a more formidable weapon. Elsewhere, the presence of multiple individuals seeking the granddaughter of the blood cult leader was acknowledged. The sword spirit, however, still found something suspicious. So Wonhui continued his ascent, questioning the situation he found himself in. The sword spirit considered the blood cult's territory and the need to hide Heian's identity to such an extent that a substitute was necessary. He realized he might have been misinterpreting the situation, questioning why he assumed the blood cult leader would only have a single grandchild. The sword spirit wondered if the blood cult leader had several grandchildren, all vying to become the next leader, and if such individuals existed within the Six Blood Valley. A cacophony of voices echoed in Wonhui's mind, filled with bloodlust and urging him to kill. Amidst the mental chaos, the voices commanded him to fight and draw his weapon. The conflicting voices overwhelmed Wonhui, creating a mental battleground of bloodlust and commands. The sword spirit urged Wonhui to ignore the noises, reminding him not to pay attention to everything everyone around him was saying. Wonhui struggled to ignore the voices, finding them too loud and intrusive. The sword spirit suggested that Wonhui circulate his innate core energy as a means to cope with the voices. As the sword spirit advised, Wonhui circulated his core energy, and the voices in his head began to soften. He wanted to die. The voices faded further. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, demanding to know how he had arrived. Wonhui realized he had been too slow to avoid the attack because of his sword voices. He identified himself as a trainee, but his opponent dismissed him as too slow. The attack continued. The assault pressed on. The attacker expressed disbelief that a trainee could withstand their assault. The attacker's eyes glowed red as they spoke. Wonhui remained standing. He wondered why she was calling him slow without giving him a chance to reply. Wonhui realized the attack was incredibly powerful. The attacker was surprised that a trainee managed to withstand their attack, admitting they'd gained confidence in their abilities after having 30 years' worth of innate core energy. Despite withstanding the blow, Wonhui felt a pain as though his insides had twisted. The attacker smiled, revealing herself to be a woman. She found the trainee's ability to withstand her attacks intriguing. An authoritative voice boomed, commanding everyone to halt. The command echoed across the snowy courtyard, where several figures stood before a grand building. A woman with dark hair, adorned with a golden crown, declared that he was not just a trainee, but Elder Hei's disciple. The woman with red hair considered the revelation that So Wonhui was a disciple of Elder Hei. Someone questioned if Elder Hei had taken in a disciple. The woman with red hair stated that So Wonhui should have told her from the start, as she almost killed him for nothing, and asked if she scared him. She mused that it was a little strange, as from the beginning, the woman with dark hair was already intending to kill her with that one strike. She added that her master sure raised a great disciple. The woman with red hair remarked that it was the first time that someone around her age had managed to block her attack. So Wonhui wondered if her master was doing well, and thought that she takes a lot of pride in her abilities. That aside, the woman with red hair spoke about So Wonhui's master as if she was of a higher position, and that no one had seen him much for a few years like with the second blood star. She thought that to be able to speak of blood stars and supremes like they're nothing, she looked strangely similar to Lady Heian. The woman with dark hair told her to leave quickly, as she wouldn't be able to send her off though, and prepare to leave. The woman with dark hair took off. The woman with red hair chided her companion, stating that her tone might lead others to believe she was the owner of the Six Blood Valley. The woman with dark hair retorted that she would leave when she wanted to and told her not to rush her. The woman with dark hair found the situation increasingly irritating. From above, the pair were observed walking away. Meanwhile, So Wonhui realized that had he known this was going to happen, he would have come later. The woman with red hair's voice was recognized by So Wonhui. Elsewhere, a man welcomed the divine physician, noting his great timing. The woman with red hair clicked her tongue, calling someone a spoiler. She declared that she was leaving, having had all her fun spoiled. She told someone to send her regards to their master. She stated that they should do some fighting the next time they meet. The woman with red hair smiled. The sword spirit wondered what she would do, as she was asking for a duel. So Wonhui's former master had warned him to be careful of such women. The woman's presence was unsettling, sending shivers down his spine. The scene shifted to a group of figures walking in a snowy landscape, each seemingly burdened by a heavy weight. A dark thought echoed, a desperate plea to end their suffering, linked to the woman's sword. Meanwhile, someone called out to So Wonhui, checking on his well-being. Elsewhere, a woman with dark blue hair informed someone that a physician was looking for them. The woman with dark blue hair stood silently. She realized that she had been intentionally cut off, a clear signal not to inquire further. The woman with dark blue hair admitted to having a good guess about the situation, but another man with brown hair believed it wasn't his place to interfere, given his position as Elder Hei's disciple. The man with brown hair found the situation bizarre. Another man was told that he had a lot more cold energy accumulated within his body than most people. The man with long, dark hair was asked how he ended up eating an immortal snow herb. He wondered how the other man knew that. The man with long, gray hair assured him that he wouldn't speak to anyone about anything regarding a patient, so he should rest assured and tell him the details. The man with long, gray hair told the man with long, dark hair, that So Wonhui was trustworthy since numerous skilled martial masters had handed over their tablets to him. He suggested that maybe telling him would help him get cured. The man with long, gray hair was told that he was looking for the fully grown immortal snow herb, and ended up going behind a waterfall, where he saw a monster with 4 purple eyes and a human-like face. The man with long, gray hair was told that it was unbelievable that he met the human-faced purple-eyed viper, and that it was a truly rare experience. A strange, serpentine creature lurks in shadows, preying on humans. It is more akin to a demon than a mere monster. It seems the creature despises light, making it nearly impossible to spot even with a torch. Meanwhile, the master explains that So Wonhui was fortunate to have consumed the herb. However, something still puzzles the master. The immortal snow herb is not known for its purification properties. Furthermore, he detects not only cold energy within So Wonhui's vessels, but also hot yang energy, devoid of poison. So Wonhui expresses relief that the poison has likely been purged, wondering if it is due to his innate core energy. It appears his innate core energy possesses the ability to dispel toxins, as was the case with the blood parasite. So Wonhui asks if having both yang and cold energy in his body is alright and won't cause any problems. The master assures him that it would cause problems if only one of the energies remained. He explains that the cold and yang energy are balancing each other and slowly melting within his vessels. So Wonhui realizes that this is as good as eating elixirs and accumulating energy afterward. He asks if it means he can quickly accumulate internal energy as long as his energy core is cured. The master tells him that it will depend on how hard he works to accumulate the energy. But if he is able to properly absorb the melted energy from both energies in a balanced manner, he will be able to accumulate internal energy quicker than others. A tablet is placed on a table. Nearby, Drawback wondered what So Wonhui was doing. The woman with red hair thought to herself that there was no need for him to give the tablet, since he was going to treat his energy core. The master looked at So Wonhui. The master questioned what there was for him to cure when it was perfectly fine. Drawback was surprised. The woman with red hair stated that it seemed he didn't know, and that was why he asked her to treat it. It was explained that he might not know it well, but if he moved this area, he would feel small and strange insect-like things. Those were the fragments from when his energy core got damaged. It was explained that those were like sparks that came back to life, fire that had been snuffed out, and that there were really small essences. So Wonhui realized it was a really rare occurrence for an energy core to recover by itself. He asked if they were saying that his energy core recovered by itself, and the woman with red hair said that was the only guess she had right now. The master stated that this was an occurrence that happened extremely rarely. It was explained that it was hard to see such an occurrence since most people would actually give up once their energy core is destroyed. The woman with red hair told So Wonhui that since she wouldn't be treating him, this tablet was indeed his. The woman with red hair told So Wonhui to have it. The innkeeper waves his hand dismissively, stating that no thanks are necessary. The sword spirit exclaims that obtaining the tablet is like acquiring 2 divine physician's tablets. He declares that he will be able to put it to good use, as he would have used one to treat his energy core. The sword spirit asks if his energy core recovered, and he admits he thinks he has an inkling. He recalls how his leg's wound recovered after he killed the human-faced purple-eyed viper and circulated energy. He realizes that his body's recovery rate improved so much that it could regenerate new flesh in a short period of time. He supposes that makes sense, and if that is the case, he should be thankful to the human-faced purple-eyed viper. He admits he is very thankful to it, he guesses. The sword spirit asks why he is not saying anything, noting that the recovery of his energy core is a good thing, but there is something she is worried about. The sword spirit continues to worry about the recovery of his energy core. She wonders if the middle and lower energy cores can coexist. He replies that what she is saying makes sense. He determines that it will be best to pay more attention to it. He reflects on the idea that if you try to hold everything in your hand at once, you might lose even what you were already holding in your hand. The old man grumbled about the troublesome situation. He remarked on the strangeness of recent events. To think, they had encountered not one, but both of them. The man assumed that the speaker was referring to the fatso and the redhead. It seemed that both of them were granddaughters of the blood cult leader. The man questioned what was meant by meeting both of them. He realized the woman had been right, and he had to make a decision. The narrator observed that the man was talking to himself again, likely contemplating which of the two he should support. There was a time when the cult leader was known as the apex of the unorthodox sects, not just the blood cult. He had charged into everything without hesitation, like a fierce storm. With him, the speaker had believed that uniting the whole Jianghu wouldn't be just a dream. But no matter how strong he was, defeat was inevitable when many people combined their strength. After going through all that, he felt like everything was meaningless. Others wanted them to rebuild or destroy others to try and revive their cult. They tried to increase their forces in all sorts of manners, but all of that was meaningless. That's why, after washing his hands of everything, he traveled around doing useless things. He thought he should just use the time he had to accomplish the things that he couldn't in his life. The sound of suppressed power echoed. He likely spoke of the revenge match that Southern Heaven mentioned. So Wonhui had thought of him as a strange and crazy old man, but now realized he had his own circumstances. The seeds left behind by him struggled to grow from being a weed to a flower. Meanwhile, the old man asked what So Wonhui would do during a time like that. Based on the look in his eyes, it seemed he had already decided. He wondered if the old man was testing him by asking this question. The old man stated that if So Wonhui was going to stand by and watch a flower bloom, then it would be right to leave them alone, as he had said. But if that wasn't the case, shouldn't he prepare fertilizers so that he could help them? So Wonhui thought it would probably be best for him to say what he truly thought. Based on his previous life, Hei Action didn't choose either side, so he doubted his answer would influence him in any way. He realized they would need more forces. So Wonhui agreed, saying that no matter which flower he chose, he would need to have fertilizers so that he could use them. The old man chuckled, stating that they would have a lot to do from now on. He told So Wonhui that he needed to become a captain by then. So Wonhui realized that the old man wanted to grow their forces. That was a simple statement, but it meant a lot. He was different from the other 4 Supremes and 7 stars, eccentric and alone. This meant he was going to grow his personal forces. The implications of the old man's words became clear. The history of the Hei Action that he knew would be irrevocably altered. He realized a future entirely unlike his previous life was now in the making. Not even everyone knows the full story of Hei Action. However, some information remains certain. Hei Action made his own decisions and acted upon them. He had fought with Jin Q, the Heat Tyrant King, one of the 8 strongest martial masters in the Central District. He suffered a critical blow, losing his right arm. That event would occur 6 years from now. That could change, though. So Wonhui sat in meditation. He considered that Hei Action possibly didn't foster his own forces back then after all, and a lot had changed even now. He reflected that originally, he was supposed to be a low-ranked trainee, but he became a disciple of the 4 Supremes and also formed some kind of relationship with the bloodlines of the Blood Cult executives. So Wonhui realized each of his actions were changing the future that he once knew. He considered that he might need to take into account such variables in the future. He also thought that the present could be an opportunity as well, and that if Hei Action builds his own forces, then being his disciple could become a stepping stone for him to rise up. So Wonhui realized that he needed to become a captain to achieve his goals. He felt certain after circulating his energy earlier. Innate core energy and internal energy could not be used at the same time, but they could coexist. The So-Clan cultivation technique was lacking. The Sword Spirit noted that unless he absorbed the yin and yang energy in his vessels, his growth would inevitably be slow. She then asked if Southern Heaven knew of any incredible cultivation techniques. So Wonhui did not know the relevant cultivation techniques that his former master used when he destroyed his lower energy core very well. To begin with, vessels were paths where blood and energy flowed, and things could be different if they caused blood to circulate faster. He considered circulating blood faster. The Sword Spirit remarked that they came up with ideas that he would never be able to think of from time to time. The masked man revealed that there was actually a perfect cultivation technique that he knew of. The masked man asked if So Wonhui wanted him to teach the cultivation technique of the golden blood body. The masked man declared that would never happen. The masked man recalled that his master told him to never teach that to anyone. The masked man sighed, stating that he guessed he saw that coming. He only asked because he did not know when master would come back. The masked man thought that master had indeed been busy. The masked assassin recalled So Wonhui's words, that his current level was equal to the masked man's because he had learned energy circulation techniques from him. He paused, considering the implications. The masked man realized that So Wonhui's energy core had finally recovered. He couldn't simply let him learn only one cultivation technique. He reasoned that since they were all his master's disciples, his master would understand. Elsewhere, So Wonhui's master thought that So Wonhui was still just a kid. He mused that since they were from the same hometown, there was no need to care about hierarchy. He considered So Wonhui his equal. 3 days later, So Wonhui's master thought that since So Wonhui wasn't even 20 years old, he didn't know what was truly important in life. If he could learn a cultivation technique just by changing the way they addressed each other, that was a mega plus for him. He noted that there were definitely effects from this, and he was accumulating internal energy several times faster. So Wonhui circulated his energy along with his blood. The yang energy and cold energy circulated into his energy core together and came back out. So Wonhui felt his blood surging upward like when he was hung upside down at the cliff. He wondered if Hei Action and the twins used this while fighting. So Wonhui now understood why they said that if one didn't have a certain kind of physique, they wouldn't be able to withstand this. He guessed he had no choice but to alternate between this and the So-Clan cultivation technique. He sensed the presence of a human. So Wonhui greeted the newcomer. The woman asked if she could have some of his time. She revealed that the 6th Blood Star sent her there. The 6th Blood Star was apparently looking for him. The information was delivered near the 6th Blood Valley's main hall, in front of the 6th Blood Star's residence. Nearby, someone expressed disbelief that another would wager the lady's tablet in a bet. Elsewhere, Lady Heian was told that her bravery was questionable. The woman was informed that she could not meet with Lady Heian at that moment. He recalled that she had cut off both her index and middle fingers. The sword spirit wondered if the divine physician had reattached the fingers for her. It was said that the divine physician could cure all things except bringing back the dead, but he found it hard to believe that he could reattach detached fingers. The sword spirit found this fascinating, wondering if he could reattach a detached head. She knew that Sodom would die if their head got cut off. The woman grabbed So Wonhui's wrist. It was a mysterious grasp technique that he couldn't even respond to. Han Bika's internal energy was entering his body via his wrist. He was told that it would be best for him to keep his mouth shut. It seemed he didn't use as much core energy as they had worried. The woman requested that he take the herbs with him when he leaves. The woman explained that the herbs would help him recover his core energy. Someone observed that Lady Heian seemed to have a generous personality. The woman hoped that he would not use the tablet. Regardless, she had found out some useful information. Even a martial master at the level of the 6th blood star was unable to detect her innate core energy. She announced that she would be taking her leave. So Wonhui asked if she would like to make a bet with him. If he was concerned that she might take away what the lady gave him, there was no need to worry, she said. She only wanted to seek some revenge for her master. He thought it was even more suspicious if she had no intentions of taking away the tablet. He stated that he wouldn't dare to make a bet with her and asked her to please take back her request, but if she won, the woman stated that she would teach him something. She continued, saying that even though it may not be as good as his master's, he thought she was looking down on him too much and wondered if she thought he'd agree just because of that. He apologized, saying he couldn't possibly greed over her technique, but if he won, she thought to herself that he was cutting her senses off again. Above the woman with red hair, a looming figure with piercing eyes watches over her. She instructs someone to reconsider the proposal she had made. Nearby, So Wonhui and Zhuabak observe the woman. Zhuabak realizes that she will do anything to convince Hei Action. The woman insists that her proposal has no disadvantages for the other party. So Wonhui finds speaking isn't that hard. He thinks to himself that the woman's offer is indeed pretty good, but it still depends on what they are going to do for the bet. Elsewhere, someone asks what they will be doing, and another responds that they have something in mind. The woman orders someone to step forward. So Wonhui remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, noting that this is their first time meeting since they joined the blood cult. The woman proudly declares that she became the disciple of the 6th blood star. So Wonhui asks if the woman knows him. The woman is shocked and calls So Wonhui mean. The woman recalls that they had been traveling together the whole time, wondering how she could not have recognized him. She seemed to recall something, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Ah, I remember now. Long time no see. He was too preoccupied with survival to concern himself with others. The woman with red hair expressed disbelief that they had met before, commenting on the strangeness of fate. The woman continued, stating that her name was Dam Yewa, and she had taken her in 3 days prior. She added that Dam Yewa had been living in the 6th Blood Valley for quite a while. So when we exclaimed, Dam Yewa, he realized he didn't know what she looked like, but he had heard her name many times. It was said that in her previous life, she became the 6th Blood Star's disciple as a basic rank trainee, quickly becoming a hot topic among the trainees. Looking at her now, she seemed like just a young child. The woman intended to groom her into an advanced warrior before that time. She wanted to make her into a first-rate martial master in half a year, showing how confident she was. That was definitely a very conceited view. He wondered if this was why people who wanted to learn martial arts would do whatever they could to be under an exceptional master. Because an exceptional master could unleash the dormant talent that one has. So Wonhui thought that Hei Action didn't just do that for him. He had even commanded him to become a captain. He wondered what the bet was about. The woman declared that they would be betting on who would become an advanced warrior between So Wonhui and Dam Yewa. So Wonhui appeared shocked by the proposal. Dam Yewa remained composed, her expression unreadable. The woman explained that if both of them became advanced warriors or failed to become one together, they would fight to decide the winner. From a distance, So Wonhui considered the situation, thinking it was a very martial artsy way of thinking. He mused that the 6th Blood Star's proposal might be risky, but it could become a motivating factor. He knew he had to become a captain no matter what. He considered that if he won, he would be able to learn a skill from one of the blood cult's top martial masters. If he lost, Hei Action might see him as someone recruited over to Beck Ryona's side. The woman thought about how that crimson-eyed woman spoke in a different tone compared to Beck Ryona's people. She also considered how confident the woman was about her standing in the blood cult, probably meaning that she had the upper hand against Beck Ryonha within the blood cult. She realized something she learned while living the life of a spy was to not bet on something that's not certain, as it was too dangerous to stand on either side without any situation awareness. So Wonhui knew that without strength or power, one would definitely die in this world, so he would definitely become stronger in this life. So Wonhui accepted the bet, stating he would see her in 6 months. The woman acknowledged that he accepted. The 6th Blood Star confirmed her agreement. Meanwhile, one of the 6th Blood Star subordinates noted that the 4th Supreme seemed to be in a rush, consuming all the elixirs and energies from various locations. The subordinate admitted that, just as the sixth blood star had said. He did not believe So Wonhui was particularly intelligent. The sixth blood star admitted that she was unsure about Han Bika, but she believed in Yewa. The subordinate observed that So Wonhui did not seem like the type to make a bet if there was a chance he would lose. He was then reassured that Yewa's talent would ensure their victory. The sixth blood star explained that if they won the bet and used that child to persuade the fourth supreme, the whole process would become much easier. She instructed her subordinates to leave the matter to them. Yewa affirmed that she could do well. 6 months had passed since the events at Blood Valley's plaza. A masked assassin swiftly incapacitates his opponent. The masked assassin, observing the fallen cadet, remarks on how quickly he was defeated, expressing his disappointment. It was noted that the total number of confirmed intermediate warriors would be 37. The number of people among the advanced trainee cadets that would be taking the advanced warrior promotion test was 6. Another cadet, kneeling before the squad commander, begged for another chance. He continued to beg. The squad commander ordered him to stop. The squad commander reminded the cadet that he had watched his test and that he knew how promotion tests were done within their cult. All trainee cadets were to train in the Blood Demon Fist, the basic combat technique of the Blood Cult. Then, they would try the 6-man formation, 12-man formation, and 36-man formation. If they were able to do all of that, they would receive the title of a basic warrior. Among the basic rank warriors that passed, those who were skilled enough would take the intermediate warrior test. Intermediate warriors were second-rate warriors, and the test was on their ability to use internal energy. They would need to accumulate at least 10 years of internal energy before their abilities could be acknowledged. The easiest way to verify their progress involved the World Stone. Only those who channeled internal energy into it would leave a mark. If one managed to leave a mark, they earned the right to take the test. The true test was a duel against an intermediate warrior. Should they endure more than 30 moves in the duel, they would receive the title of intermediate warrior. This was the only way the cult evaluated one's abilities. The master assured them that they provided equal opportunities to everyone, making no exceptions. He then questioned what he should do about the 3 people who had been disqualified from the duel. The master also inquired about the 8 people who failed to make a mark on the World Stone. Understanding their frustration, the master hoped they would channel their anger to motivate themselves to train harder and try again. Another suggested they punish him. The master was then asked if they should punish him. Another voice dismissed the concern, stating that this always happened. The master reiterated that this always happened. He declared that they would start the test for advanced warriors. Someone questioned who the people standing in front of him were, and if there were such people in the Sixth Blood Valley. The group of warriors stood silently. The master's eyes narrowed, a silent intensity brewing beneath his gaze. Nearby, the others reacted to the announcement. One man exclaimed his surprise at the mention of the Fourth Supreme. One of the masked assassins stated that the cult's test evaluates simply by one's results, confident that their disciple will easily pass the intermediate warrior test. The man in the tiger pelt stroked his beard, asking what they were saying. The man was told to stop beating around the bush and speak to the point. He was then asked if it could be done or not. So Wonhui wondered why they were acting like that. It was observed that there was no way people would like others who joined the test without following any proper procedures. So Wonhui looked on. It was noted that among them, more than half were judged as basic warriors. It was predicted that everyone would definitely be unhappy. The sword spirit told So Wonhui to stop staring at them, and that if he was unhappy, he should try becoming the Fourth Supreme's disciple himself. One of the masked assassins pointed out that there were a lot of people watching them talk right now. One of the blood cult members questioned if he needed to care about the opinions of trainee cadets. The other member responded that it wasn't about that, explaining that there were squad commanders present who answered to other elders or the 7 blood stars. The blood cult members stood in formation. They were observing the tests in order to select and recruit people. One of the members suggested that they test and ensure that their disciples were at least qualified to take the test. Another member stated that what the squad commander said made sense. He was trying to observe the rules as the Valley Master of the Sixth Blood Valley. Another member suggested that they do what he was suggesting first. One of the members wondered why the red-haired woman wasn't around, and then noticed her. He guessed that she was also thinking of doing the same thing as them. One of the members stated that he made it sound good, but questioned if he was also there so that he could go straight for the Advanced Warrior test. The red-haired woman admitted that she wouldn't deny that. One of the members asked Squad Commander Gu what they needed to do to get them qualified. The Squad Commander stated that if they were able to prove that they had the right to take the Advanced Warrior test, it was said that no one would object, even if proper procedures were ignored. To save face, they would have to do at least this much. The red-haired woman stood silently. In just 6 months, she no longer looked naive, but full of confidence. Her transformation was remarkable. One wondered how much stronger she had become. She stood before the stone, determination in her eyes. A surge of power emanated from her. She laughed, confident in her abilities. Her power manifested before the stone. It was said that she was the 6 blood stars' disciple, having been taken in as a basic warrior 6 months prior and groomed since. It was astonishing that she had reached this level in just 6 months. No wonder she wanted to take the Advanced Warrior test. She admitted to being embarrassed, but insisted she did her best. The masked blood cult member acknowledged that the red-haired woman's display was sufficient to prove she was qualified to take the test. He admitted that they had taken in a truly talented disciple. Elsewhere, the man with purple hair asked if So Wonhui intended to use internal energy for the test. So Wonhui confirmed that he intended to do so. He chuckled, noting that innate core energy was his ultimate secret weapon, and there was no need to show that off here. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman declared that she had grown much stronger in 6 months and would definitely win the bet. She thought to herself that she needed to show how much she had grown with just internal energy. The man with purple hair stated that he did not know how much energy he had to use to show this level of results. The red-haired woman was annoyed that So Wonhui ignored her. She warned him to brace himself if he dared to cause her to lose face. So Wonhui thought to himself that he definitely must do better than Yewa. Thanks to the light chakram art and light chakram cultivation technique that his grandfather taught him, he was able to grow his internal energy at an incredible speed in 6 months. He realized that if he tried to hold back his strength, he might not be able to even impact the World Stone at all. So Wonhui resolved to go with 80% of his power. He prepared to strike. So Wonhui focused his gaze. He struck the World Stone. The masked assassin examined the World Stone, realizing it was not as resilient as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Drawback observed the damage, stating that it was more than just a mark. One of the blood cult members expressed disbelief at So Wonhui's rapid growth and strength, while So Wonhui struggled to remove his fist. Moang-su remarked that So Wonhui did not grasp how much strength to use, adding that he could have just broken it. He told him to take a good look at how he does it, while the sword spirit thought that he was getting unnecessarily enthusiastic again. Drawback declared his own strength. The blood cult members questioned why So Wonhui was using golden blood body for a simple test, noting that the world stone was being broken bit by bit. They observed that fragments of the stone were flying out, but So Wonhui had only broken the surface, which didn't help much. Moang-su stated that he was taking it easy because he was afraid he'd hurt So Wonhui's hand. The blood cult members were shocked. The blood cult members exclaimed that he broke the world stone in half. One of the blood cult members wondered if So Wonhui's head was made of enhanced steel or something. The blood cult members commented on So Wonhui's rapid growth and strength, finding it impressive. Moang-su believed that people were paying a lot of attention to him. Moang-su clarified that they were paying attention to So Wonhui, not him. Drawback laughed, stating that it was the minimum level of result So Wonhui should show. Moang-su thought that all 3 of his disciples were truly talented. It seemed everyone was preparing to take the advanced warrior test. Meanwhile, one of the squad commanders believed their superior was mistaken about something. He wondered what they were truly there for, as another voice declared they were not there for the advanced warrior test. The speaker clarified that they wished to take the test to become a captain. To become an advanced warrior, one must endure 12 moves from a first-rate martial master. They were indeed holding back, as advanced warriors possessed a different level of martial prowess compared to intermediate warriors. If they truly wanted to defeat the trainee cadets, they could likely do it in 3 moves, but they were preserving about 40% of their strength. The reason Hei Action did not want them to proceed with the captain test right away was because they wanted to see what the martial masters were capable of first. Moang-su grabbed So Wonhui's head. The old man told him that he had passed the test. So Wonhui realized he had just seen the Blood Hand Demoness gulp. The Blood Hand Demoness thought to herself that she didn't think she'd be talking about the bet here. She realized that she was shrewd and had done this just so she could get an advantage in the bet, putting on an act and chilling. It was also to plant a seed of suspicion in Hei Action, making him think that she was having secret rendezvous meetings with them. The Blood Hand Demoness wondered why they were together, but there was something that she didn't know. Moang-su told her that he had already told him everything. Moang-su chided So Wonhui for always trying to seize any opportunity he saw. He threatened to break both of his legs if he ever dared to have any funny ideas again. The Blood Hand Demoness apologized, musing that Moang-su had made an interesting bet. Moang-su declared that he would make that woman teach So Wonhui her skill. He then commanded someone to go and show it to her. The narrator explained that there were 3 methods to become a captain among the advanced warriors of the blood cult. The first method was to accumulate achievements, working one's way up to vice captain and then captain. The second was to accomplish an achievement so significant that it guaranteed a promotion. The third method involved fighting 2 advanced warriors with real weapons. One must defeat them in 100 moves. The narrator stated that this was incomparably tougher compared to the advanced warrior test, and that the 4th Supreme taught his disciples well. So Wonhui was curious as to what sword technique the 4th Supreme had taught him. He wondered why he felt this way. The Blood Hand Demoness understood Captain Gu's point of view, stating that it was no surprise that he was jealous, as So Wonhui was their masterpiece. The Blood Hand Demoness instructed them to show just how powerful the luminous star sword technique was. One of the masked assassins thought that if he was only there because of the 4th Supreme's orders, then there was no need to push himself to take the position of a captain, because he still had a lot of chances. 2 advanced warriors, Dae Young and Ho Yoon, faced each other, the latter requesting to learn from the former with a humble mind. Dae Young thought it was strange that the 4th Supreme's disciple was using a sword. Nearby, new_character_1 observed the fight, noting that the warriors sounded worried but had a hostile attitude. She hoped for a good match. With a shout of start, the fight commenced. The warriors clashed, their swords meeting in a flurry of motion. The force of their blows sent sparks flying. The fight intensified, each warrior determined to gain the upper hand. Ho-Yoon realized the voice of the sword was coming from behind him. Ho-Yoon was caught off guard by Dae-Young's unexpected attack. Ho-Yoon wondered how Dae-Young managed to attack without looking back. Dae-Young prepared to end the fight. Dae-Young's sword moved with incredible speed and precision. The observers noted that Dae-Young was showing his back on purpose and that he was able to react to their combined attack without being flustered. It seemed Dae-Young had a lot of fighting experience. It was no wonder Dae-Young was taking the captain test. Two figures observed the ongoing fight. One remarked that Dae-Young had trained hard for 4 months, participating in over 100 mock training sessions with Hae Action and the twins. From the sidelines, another man recalled only being beaten up. The masked captain watched the fight intently, noting that Dae-Young wasn't even getting serious yet. Dae-Young continued his assault. Ho-Yoon stood his ground. It appeared the fighters were changing formations. Dae-Young's sword glowed with a green aura. The clash of swords echoed through the training grounds. The masked captain observed that they were starting to use proper sword techniques. Ho-Yoon's sword crackled with blue energy. The captain wondered if Ho-Yoon was using a soft sword technique. The fight intensified. The captain thought to himself that Ho-Yoon was definitely impressive, but Dae-Young declared that Ho-Yoon was still just a kid. The air crackled with unseen energy. The masked assassin, eyes wide, wondered what was happening. Suddenly, the assassin cried out as his sword was cut. The force of the blow sent him flying backwards. Wenhui unleashed the fourth technique of the luminous star sword. The rising dragon slash technique was unleashed. The assassin was sent spiraling through the air. He cursed his misfortune. The assassin struggled to see through the blinding light. He wondered what was happening. Wenhui prepared the fifth technique of the luminous star sword. The assassin cursed again. The blade glowed with power. The meteor strike cleave was about to fall. The force of the meteor strike cleave descended. He pressed the attack. The masked assassin was sent flying. Wenhui's expression remained grim. The assassin, clutching his wound, pleaded for Wenhui to stop his bleeding. The assassin resolved to take out his dagger. The assassin's comrades sighed, admitting their loss and acknowledging that the assassin was more than qualified to become a captain. The crowd watched in awe. The onlookers marveled at how Wenhui stopped his sword right before his opponent's face, declaring that he had won big time. They wondered if he wasn't supposed to defeat them within 100 moves. The innkeeper sighed, admitting that Wenhui's performance was completely beyond his expectations, even if it took just a few moves. It was known that Hae Action was famous for fighting with fists. The shadowed figure thought that so Wenhui using a sword was a golden opportunity for him. It had only been half a year since his energy core recovered after being treated by the all-healing divine physician. It was hard to withstand combined attacks of first-rate martial masters with just 6 months of training. The masked figure wondered how so Wenhui was so well-versed in sword techniques, questioning if the Fourth Supreme was also skilled in the art. Meanwhile, new_character_1 scoffed, finding the idea impossible. The woman believed that the Fourth Supreme's martial arts were only meant to increase one's energy capacity and maximize external and internal arts. However, the sword techniques that So Wenhui used were filled with advanced martial arts concepts. It was not a martial art that was made by the Fourth Supreme. Gu Sangwon considered that it was probably a sword technique created by a swordsman on the level of a grandmaster. Moyong-su chuckled, telling Gu Sangwon that he did great and that So Wenhui was pretty good. Moyong-su thought that So Wenhui reminded him of the Southern Heaven swordsman. Moyong-su wished Jongdae could have been there to see this. New_character_1 declared that she would take the captain test as well. She stated that she had grown tremendously in the last 6 months thanks to Moyong-su. New_character_1 affirmed that she believed in Moyong-su's teachings and her own hard work. She vowed to protect Moyong-su's pride and also make sure to win the bet. She would make sure to obtain the right to become a captain. Unfortunately, she returned with a failure, collapsing to the ground in frustration. Damn Yewa. She lost in only around 50 moves. The master dismissed his opponent with a single word. The master seemed surprised by something. The master scoffed, questioning if that was a good enough excuse. It had already been more than 60 moves. Some thought that So Wenhui, the protagonist, might be the true successor of Hae Action. Another observed that he was truly unlucky. It was noted that because of the pressure to end the fight quickly, he wasn't able to unleash his original abilities properly. The master questioned if he was being mocked. The woman with red eyes responded that of course she wasn't, as not anyone could learn his exclusive martial arts. She then changed the subject, asking about that sword technique. The master chuckled, telling her to stop trying to change the topic. He accused her of implying that it didn't feel like his sword technique. The master stated that she had gotten less observant. He mused that she couldn't recognize the sword technique of the Southern Heaven swordsman. The woman with red eyes stood among her followers. The woman with red eyes questioned if the sword technique was that of the ruler of Yunnan, the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The question hung in the air. The manual was presented. The manual contained the secret sword techniques of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The man with the scar wondered if the master had killed the Southern Heaven Swordsman to obtain it. Elsewhere, the master was being congratulated. The master wondered if his chance to kill So Wonhui was being stolen by someone else. The scarred man found it surprising that the master would reveal the truth, as he could have simply claimed to have killed the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The master stated that he had obtained the manual from someone else, leading the scarred man to retract his previous statement. The scarred man realized that the manual was incomplete. He declared that he had fought with the Southern Heaven Swordsman many times and knew him better than anyone else. The scarred man wondered what that meant. The scarred man was standing next to the woman with red eyes. The master stated that So Wonhui was the successor of both himself and the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The scarred man sighed, calling the master a shrewd old man for saying this. A large hand grips a man's face, his expression one of distress. He realizes that the master is not only declaring a successor to continue the Southern Heaven Swordsman's legacy, but also someone capable of fixing even his archrival's sword techniques. With this declaration, the master believes that if someone within the blood cult wants to learn the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword techniques, no one can raise objections to that. Meanwhile, So Wonhui thinks this is a good thing because the fact is that his master's legacy would really have been lost if it weren't for him. The sword spirit is thankful to the master just for saying that So Wonhui is a successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Elsewhere, two masked men observe the scene. One comments that those were the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword techniques just now. The other replies that this means that child is the one who succeeded the Fourth Supreme's exclusive martial arts. One of the masked men stops the other. The masked man observes Juabak, who just finished his test, and notes that he has a nosebleed. It is announced that Song Juabak passed the test to become a captain. The man who was defeated lies on the ground, and someone comments that for someone his size, he's worse than So Wonhui, the previous examinee. They also note that he doesn't look like someone who just won. Someone calls the defeated man a useless fool, saying he's embarrassing them. The defeated man apologizes. Juabak asks So Wonhui why he's looking at him. Juabak thinks that if those bastards didn't use tag-team fighting tactics to keep running away, he'd have defeated them way faster than them. He wonders why So Wonhui is using frequency whispering technique to explain himself to him. Someone announces that Song Woo-hyun is the last examinee and calls him forward. The masked assassin's superior warned that if he performed as poorly as his brother, he would be starving for days. The man's face was stern. Du Kyung and Kong Chaeji were told to take on Song Woo-hyun. One of the observers wondered about Song Woo-hyun's expression. Someone remarked that they were surprised to see both a swordsman and a fist martial artist in this round. It seemed as though they did not want the three of them to become captains. Perhaps they were only putting one person who uses a weapon through because they did not want to get on the nerves of Hay action. Someone announced that the test would begin. The fight began. His opponent surrendered. The crowd reacted to the quick defeat. Song Woo-hyun passed. The sword spirit declared that they must never let him starve. Another man was glad that he only fought in the past and laughed. Someone thought that Song Woo-hyun had outshined him. The captain qualification test results were in. The results of the test were posted. So Wonhui, Song Juabak, and Song Woo-hyun all passed, while Dam Yewa failed to meet the requirements for the rank of Advanced Warrior. After the test concluded, the captains and executives made their way to the Six Blood Valley's main hall. The captain and executives moved to the Six Blood Valley's main hall. Meanwhile, the sword spirit alerted So Wonhui that one of the Blood Hand Demonist subordinates had been watching him. The masked assassin wondered if there was another person besides Dam Yewa. The assassin realized that it was Lady Haeyeon, or rather, Baek Ryonha. Though her illness seemed to have been cured by the immortal snow herb, he could still tell it was her. The masked assassin wondered if she had undergone body reformation, noting that she had basically shrunk in half. He noticed that her round eyes and long eyebrows were still the same. So Wonhui was dismissive of the sword spirit's concerns, telling her not to talk nonsense. One of the Blood Wolf squad captains questioned why they would go to the main hall. Gu Sangwon thought that what happens from now on is key. He added that they needed to bring useful guys with them. The results of the test were now displayed on a large board, each slot waiting to be filled. Below the board, the participants stood in anticipation. The executives and captains made their way to the main hall, their dark robes flowing behind them. The board awaited the names of the warriors. From here on, the selection ceremony would begin. The sword spirit wondered what the selection ceremony was. The names of the warriors who passed the test would be written on the wooden tags. They would be categorized into advanced, intermediate, and basic warrior candidates, and the captains of each Bloodstar and Supreme would recruit those that they liked. That meant, in his previous life, the Blood Wolf squad captain chose him. It was more like a competition to get advanced and intermediate warrior candidates. Basic warriors didn't get nominated and didn't get to choose. The Valley Master would just assign them randomly to different places. The Blood Wolf squad captain listened intently. Someone asked if he was perhaps joining the selection ceremony. Since he didn't have any captains under him, the Blood Wolf squad captain wondered if he shouldn't be selecting them himself. The masked assassins realized they were just representatives, so they couldn't say anything to that. They wondered if it started from intermediate warriors or advanced warriors. The Blood Wolf squad captain stated that the selection would begin with the intermediate warrior candidates. He declared that he would start first, asking if anyone had any objections. Seeing none, he stated that he would take their silence as consent. The captain's hand moved to select a candidate. Two observers wondered if he already had someone in mind, as he was pointing somewhere below the board. The captain selected a candidate. The selection was made. Someone noted that there were a total of 37 warrior candidates. The captain declared that he would cut off the last 10. The captain prepared to cut off the last 10 candidates. Others reacted with shock as they realized he was bringing all 27 of them with him, and someone began to laugh. The sword spirit thought that he would be doing something ridiculous, but that he really didn't care about what others thought. The captain stated that since he had left 10 candidates, it would be fair to the others. He told the others that they could discuss or do whatever they wanted, so that each could bring back one candidate. The Fourth Supreme was informed that he had selected too many candidates. The Fourth Supreme questioned if he had selected too many. The Fourth Supreme pressed for clarification. New_character_1 recalled that the Fourth Supreme had previously stated that managing people at the Supreme Stars Assembly was too much work and that he would prefer to operate alone. It was also said that if he chose too many candidates, it would not be possible to assign them fairly to everyone. The Fourth Supreme stated that he was glad the matter had been brought up. New_character_1 asked him to repeat that. The Fourth Supreme declared that he was going to try and grow a group of people himself. He added that if that was the case, then no one should complain about it being unfair. The Fourth Supreme listened intently. The Fourth Supreme revealed that he was going to select everyone, but he left for some candidates to savor some face. He wondered what reaction they would have given if he had selected all the candidates. New_character_1 stated that if any of the squad commanders had complaints, they should feel free to tell their superiors what happened. She added that those who have a problem will come find her, or they could just settle it there themselves. The Fourth Supreme threatened to rip someone's mouth apart. New_character_1 responded that she would if that's what he wanted. The masked figure acknowledged that they no longer had any reason to stop him. It was only natural, they thought, that he received all the warriors he desired. But for one who had operated as a lone wolf, to suddenly want to grow his own force would shake the dynamics up within the cult. That person, it was believed, would also definitely make her move once she knew of this fact. Action, who was a sleeping dragon, was waking up, and the young Mrs. Future Path seemed to be becoming more and more dangerous. The sword spirit asked, so, Wonhui, if this wasn't actually a good opportunity for him, and he said he would think about it. The sword spirit explained that now that it had come down to this, both sides would be trying to convince the old man to be on their side, and in the process, the force dynamics of the cult would be revealed, allowing him to weigh out his options. So Wonhui asked Sodom when they had become so smart. Sodom retorted, asking what he had just said, and that they were capable of thinking of something like that. Sodom admitted that they didn't really understand what So Wonhui and Sodom were saying, and was told to be quiet. An authoritative figure announced that they would begin the selection of the advanced warrior candidates then. He commanded the 6 candidates that passed the advanced warrior test to come forward, and they responded affirmatively. Before proceeding any further, he stated that he would like each squad commander. The speaker explains that the purpose of the upcoming speeches is to allow the candidates to make informed choices. Nearby, one of the men observes that the selection process is different for the advanced warrior candidates. He recalls that the advanced warrior candidates can choose which faction they want to join, just as it was before he regressed. It is said that the outcome now depends on the eloquence of the squad commanders. New_character_1 states that she will leave this task to someone else. She insists that they must get all of them, suggesting that the other person use their fanciful eloquence to persuade them. The other person questions how they could possibly do it. He points out that he is not at the same rank as the squad commanders, and that it would be better if New_character_1 did it herself. The man in the tiger pelt clicks his tongue in annoyance. He asks if he's being asked to toot his own horn. The other man looks away. He realizes that New_character_1 wants him to make her sound great. The man asks who they should start with then. New_character_1 states that she means Captain So and asks if he will be doing it on behalf of the Fourth Supreme. A subordinate suggested that the order be determined by seniority, given the established hierarchy. Another man wondered if that wouldn't place him last. Because of this, another squad commander stated that what Squad Commander Cha said made sense. Another man questioned if there was a need to argue over who went first. Someone agreed to do that then. The woman with red hair sighed, realizing these men were no different from those at Hey Action. The man with green hair stated that Squad Commander Song would have to go first then, annoyed about not wanting to give her a chance in the first place. The woman with red hair found that to be competitive for some reason. She wondered what she should do to bring all 6 of the advanced warrior candidates. It seemed the order had been decided, and each of them would come out one at a time to give a speech. One man thought that since they were not choosing factions right away, it would probably be best if he went last and adjusted his speech accordingly after hearing what they had to say. So Wonhui was asked what he was doing and why he let himself go last. He thought it was not bad to go last and that he would do his best. So Wonhui steeled himself to be prepared for the worst if even one of them chose not to come to them. He realized it was truly hard to meet the standards of a crazy old man. A man introduced himself as Song Pilchung, the 5-Poison Squad commander, serving the 3rd Supreme, Blood Viper King, Gujang. The 3rd Supreme treasures talents a lot. If one comes to them, all their exclusive poison arts would be taught. Hak Jungyum, the Destruction Squad commander, serving the 2nd Supreme, introduced himself as the rampant Demon Blade Emperor, promising to personally teach blade techniques to those who joined. And so, one by one, all 9 squad commanders gave their speeches. The Sword Spirit found the speeches boring, noting that all 9 commanders were saying the same thing. Well, since all of them still serve within a blood cult, there was not much difference in status, so the only thing they could boast of would be their martial arts. The Sword Spirit continued to look for the reaction of a single candidate. So when we noticed her scrutiny, even at a glance, one could tell that Jo Sung-won was almost a first-rate martial master, someone who would become a supreme peak martial master with a bit of guidance. He was maintaining a poker face throughout the speeches. He had been able to make a counterattack within 16 moves, even during the Advanced Warrior test, while fighting against an Advanced Warrior, Goat Jinchang. It was natural for the squad commanders to be paying attention to him. But so when we felt like he had heard Jo Sung-won's name somewhere before. It was not like he remembered everything in his previous life like a written record. But he definitely remembered that name. Na Shimyung greeted the group. Na Shimyung, the White Blood Squad commander serving the 1st Blood Star, Lightning Blood Sword, Jang Ryong, introduced himself. The man with the red sash's eyes narrowed as he wondered what was happening. He recalled that the individual in question had never shown any interest in such matters before. Meanwhile, so when we was showing interest now? The silver-haired woman declared that she would not speak of the 1st Blood Star. In any case, the masked assassin stated, just like what his seniors before him had already said. He continued, stating that all the 4 Supremes and 7 Blood Stars were respected figures in their cult, so he did not think there was a need to list everything out. But he would say this. They, as well as the 1st Blood Star, had fought on the Gi Peak. The masked assassin continued, saying that the Gi Peak could be said to be at the forefront thus far, and they would continue to do so. So Wen Hui showed reactions at the mention of Gi Peak. He wondered why that was so, realizing that it would be near the beggar site's base. He gasped. So Wen Hui remembered now. He realized he had been wondering why he couldn't remember him well. It was because he was a spy from the beggar sect. The green sash around his waist seemed to tighten. Sword Spirit questioned if they left him alone, would he die a horrible death, and asked if he was going to help him. So Wen Hui was shocked to learn that Na Shimyung was a spy from the beggar sect and an orthodox martial artist, but he knew there was more to it. Half a year later, the man lay dead, arrows piercing his body. The man would get caught for being a spy and killed after being tracked down. Sword Spirit asked if they left him alone, he would die a horrible death, and questioned if he was going to help him. He wondered why he would do that, as he was only intending to join the 1st Blood Star. He thought it was unfortunate, but he would have to give up on him. He was told to make sure to bring that guy whom he just looked at. He was confused. The man thought he was pretty desirable, and that was why he was looking at him. The man was pretty exceptional during the duels. The Destruction Blood Squad commander said he was from the Hao clan. He was told to make sure to recruit him over to their side. He wondered if he knew that he was asking him to recruit a spy over to their side. Moyang-su was approached. The old man questioned what was wanted of him. Nearby, the other members of the blood cult chuckled, anticipating So Wen Hui receiving a scolding from her master. Moyang-su called for one of the twins to approach, who apologized, claiming ignorance of what they had done. The twin was confused by the situation. Meanwhile, So Wen Hui thought that it was finally his turn. The others had already made up their minds, and So Wen Hui knew he needed to differentiate himself by coming up with an original plan in order to move them. So Wen Hui declared that he was the squad captain. He knew there were 6 in total, and he would start with 5. So Wen Hui stated that he was the disciple of elder, eccentric, hate action of the 4 Supremes, and in some ways, he was luckier than the others. The others wondered if he was just boasting and what he was on about. So Wen Hui knew that they would lose focus if he talked for too long, so he took one pause and would now continue. So Wen Hui thought that he was definitely lucky, but as someone who came here as a disciple on his own. So Wen Hui confidently asserted that he could relate to the others better than anyone else, though he noticed Jo Sung-won wasn't even listening. Mentioning this earlier point, one of the disciples agreed that So Wen Hui's boasting was pointless. Another disciple loudly questioned the point of talking about Master's accomplishments and stories, wondering if stories about him were pointless. Another disciple countered that he thought they were proof. Looking at 2 disciples, one of them pointed out that they had similarly entered as disciples and became squad leaders. So Wen Hui stated that it had only been 1 year. He continued, explaining that this was an objective indicator that 3 experts were created in just a year. The others wondered if that was because the 4th Supreme taught them. The disciples noted that squad leader So was still talking. Suddenly, another disciple interrupted So Wen Hui. So Wen Hui thought that the interruption meant he probably felt threatened and that he was doing well. Another disciple believed it could also be because he was the 4th Supreme, but there was something else. So Wen Hui continued, stating that Master only had 3 disciples. He clarified that that included himself and the twins. So Wen Hui and another disciple walked together. The disciple wondered if that was a good thing, as he noted that So Wonhui's faction only had 4 people in total. Meanwhile, another disciple remarked that it was an unbelievable mistake. The disciple stated that there were only a few now, but soon, many would come under the wings of the master. The disciple compared the situation to the founder of the Murim Alliance. The disciple stated that others were surely great, but wherever one went, they would start at the bottom. Another disciple exclaimed that it was an undeniable truth. The disciple asked if they wanted to start at the dragon's tail. The disciple asked if they wanted to start at the dragon's head, and lastly, as they could see, the disciple stated that since there were so few of them, they were like family. The disciple said to smile so wide that it's enough to rip their mouth, or he would rip them himself, as he exclaimed that he loved his. 2 disciples walked along the outer wall of the training grounds. One disciple thought to themselves that the relationship between So Wonhui and the master was wholesome. The other disciple thought that So Wonhui was a whole fraud now. Another disciple stood on a platform, ignoring the previous statement and feeling guilty. Absolute sword sense. Advanced warrior candidate Li Gu stated that he would like to be part of squad leader So's affiliation. Li Gu was welcomed. One of the disciples thought that the 4 supreme elders would be happy. Another disciple thought that the crazy old man would have scolded them badly. Moyang Su considered what would happen if the first candidate went under another squad. Moyang Su laughed, stating that it was great. Another disciple asked if a decision had been made. Another disciple thought that the second one was coming to them too. Someone pleaded to be allowed to live and to come to them. Another disciple made a noise of acknowledgement. Someone thought that they were too needy. Squad leader So was the focus of attention. Another person requested to join So Wonhui's affiliation, kneeling before him. Ha Moon-chan was announced as an advanced warrior candidate. Welcome to their ranks. A large man with a tiger pelt draped over his shoulders expressed his approval of the new recruit with a boisterous laugh. The speaker reflected on the recent success of his speech, yet found it strange that 2 people had chosen them consecutively. He announced the next candidate. Elsewhere, someone declared that the problem was So Wonhui. The speaker continued, stating that he could beat all the other 5. Everyone wanted him, but he was like an emperor's wine that had been poisoned. It was said that everyone was trying to take him in using the frequency whispering technique, but that would be pointless for someone like him who has clear goals. His goal was clear, to go to the solitary blood saint. Taking in someone like him, he wondered if he should leave a fish with many bones alone or eat it, although it was impossible for a beggar's sex spy like him to be convinced by him. The large man from before demanded that they bring him. Someone else declared that they could not let him go to anyone else. Someone observed that he was well-liked. The man with blue hair thought that So Wonhui was just begging to be taken in and that he had no choice. The man with blue hair knew that he couldn't let himself die to Hay action. It was revealed that someone had lived as a spy for 10 years, and that the most fearful situation for a spy was. Elsewhere, someone called out to Jwabak. The man with blue hair and Jwabak stood together. The man with blue hair asked what Jwabak was talking about, and then stated that he was one. The man with blue hair believed that making that decision just because he'd be able to go near Tagi Peak was dangerous. Jwabak stood with So Wonhui. Jwabak asked So Wonhui what he wanted. Moyang Su welcomed candidate Jo Sungwon. Moyang Su welcomed candidate Jo Sungwon. Moyang Su was sure the solitary blood saint would be. So Wonhui stood with Jwabak. An unfamiliar voice requested to join their group. The declaration was met with a boisterous laugh. He wondered why things were going so well. So Wonhui realized that he had altered history, but Gu Sangwon wondered if he had made the right choice. A voice echoed in his mind, warning that things were going to get harder from now on. Another voice questioned what he had said to him, while yet another asked if he really planned on taking all the candidates. Finally, someone asked if he had any shame. So Wonhui realized that it was already hard with all these frequency whispering techniques. The advanced warrior selection ceremony concluded. The final result for the Hay action were tallied. Li Gu, Ha Moon-chan, Jo Sungwon, and Gong Hairia. Total 4. The elder mused that only 60% of the boasted skill seemed to have worked. One of the men chuckled, wondering what they could do. The elder thought that he could have said 70%, but 60% sounded like he only got half of the people recruited. The elder struck the other man, asking what he was happy about. So Wonhui stood silently. The masked man thought that the young master's skills were still pretty amazing. The elder wondered who it was, as he did not sense any presence. He then asked if they were watching, adding that they should have come earlier. So Wonhui seemed to know Hay action. The masked man thought that he had never seen him act so friendly to anyone. The elder apologized, saying it was quite interesting, so he was just watching. The masked man wondered if he was testing them by concealing his presence. The elder stated that So Wonhui was someone who used to serve him until 10 years ago. Jang Munwong, the Hu's own squad commander, greeted the young masters. Gu Sangwon stood with his hands clasped in front of him. Meanwhile, So Wonhui and Song Jwabe greeted the squad commander, Song Woohyun. One of the men reported that he had secured the members of the Old Mountain County as ordered. The man's superior acknowledged the report. The Blood Cult's forces consisted of 20 basic rank, 13 intermediate rank, and 2 advanced members. The man realized that Old Mountain County was similar to the Sixth Blood Valley, a place that trained new warriors of the blood cult. He was told to come over. The man admitted that he didn't have persuasion skills as good as the young masters. The sword spirit observed that So Wonhui didn't talk about it, but it seemed like he was getting ready to grow the faction. The man thought that, as expected of an elder of the Four Supremes, he foresaw further than he did. The man wondered what kind of great plans the elder had in store. The man stated that since they had more members now, they had to graduate from living in the cave. The man noticed the twins. Gu Sangwung instructed his men to gather a group, including So Wonhui, and retrieve everything from the cave. From the cave, one of the men wondered if they would finally get to sleep somewhere other than the cave. Yahooing with joy, another man exclaimed that they would no longer have to sleep on the ground with spiders and centipedes. He wondered what kind of environment they were living in. Meanwhile, one of the men wondered if he had made the wrong choice, but realized it was too late now. Another man asked what items they should take, suggesting they take everything, including the elder's personal belongings, in one go. Seven was told that he seemed good at ordering people around and was asked if he wanted to pick. He told them to wait a bit. Seven then asked those who were skilled with Qigong to raise their hands, as someone noted that he was the type to do anything if you just praised him. The sword spirit recalled that her former master had told her to watch out for people who praise others a lot. She then wondered if her former master did not date a woman because he was picky about such matters. She quickly denied that, stating that he was just focused on his sword. Zhou Sungwan was looking at him. One of the men noticed. The man from the cave stated that they were almost there and just needed to go over the hill. The group of blood cult members appeared to be in a panic. Meanwhile, one of the masked assassins questioned if the man in charge was the squad leader. One of the men expressed concern about tripping while climbing, but Zhuabak assured him that he would not die. Elsewhere, So Wonhui was approached by one of the masked assassins, who stated that he would like to talk to him about something. So Wonhui realized that the assassin was being obvious about wanting to speak with him alone. The assassin told So Wonhui that he did not know what it was, but he should catch up soon. One of the men reminded the others that Master would not be pleased if they were late. One of the masked assassins urged the others to follow him, and they complied. Zhuabak marveled at Hei Action's exclusive light body technique and his own mountain climbing skills. The narrator stated that So Wonhui was from the Hunan province, Yulong County's Yiyang So clan. The narrator revealed that So Wonhui's mother was a child of a concubine, and that after his energy core was damaged because of energy deviation, he had been referred to as the family's garbage. The narrator declared that this was what he knew about So Wonhui. The masked assassin questioned if the narrator had all the information about So Wonhui. So Wonhui is caught in a whirlwind of attacks. The onslaught continues, each strike carrying immense force. The masked assassin notes that So Wonhui's footwork is far from ordinary. The attacks intensify, each blow aimed with precision. The masked assassin realizes that So Wonhui is already an expert. The masked assassin shouts for So Wonhui to dodge, identifying the technique as the 18 techniques of the descending dragon. Sword Spirit questions how So Wonhui is facing the 18 techniques of the descending dragon. Sword Spirit realizes that this technique is supposed to be exclusive to the leader of the Beggar's sect. The masked assassin wonders how So Wonhui knows such a technique. The masked assassin's expression hardens as he continues his assault. The clash of techniques creates a blinding display of energy. The force of the attacks sends shockwaves through the surroundings. The masked assassin states that it might have been a bit hard if So Wonhui had unsheathed his sword, but it's not impossible. The masked assassin asks if So Wonhui is listening, stating that he is no match for him, and demands that he answer his questions. The masked assassin warned So Wonhui not to be mistaken. Moyang Su scoffed, calling him a fool. He declared that he could easily deflect such an attack. The force of the blow sent the masked assassin flying. The assassin crashed into the ground. Moyang Su prepared another attack. The assassin coughed, struggling to rise. The sword spirit realized that So Wonhui had been hiding his true powers. She thought that he had realized it a bit too late. The assassin realized that inner energy could only do so much. So Wonhui recalled reaching 4 stars in the Luminous Star Mystic Art a month ago, and now he was different. Moyang Su realized that So Wonhui had surpassed the limitations of an expert. So Wonhui prepared to strike. He moved with incredible speed. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the immediate area. The masked assassin struggled to maintain his footing. He coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. The assassin realized that he had managed to block the blade, but in doing so, he had exposed his limits. Moyang Su saw an opening. He scoffed, believing he could see through such obvious attacks. Moyang Su moved to strike. He paused, confused by what he was seeing. The masked assassin was suddenly enveloped in a blue aura. Moyang Su was shocked. The assassin declared that it was over. Moyang Su cried out in pain. So Wonhui explained that he had struck with the flat part of the blade. Moyang Su collapsed to the ground. So Wonhui stated that he wasn't going easy on him. But someone started attacking out of nowhere. The masked assassin struck, declaring that Moyang Su would no longer be able to use his inner energy. Moyang Su, on the ground, asked them to wait and talk. So Wonhui stated that was what he wanted to do. Moyang Su's face contorted in pain. The masked assassin apologized, but So Wonhui told him not to. So Wonhui told the masked assassin that he was actually thankful to them. The masked assassin thought that they actually had a lot of pent-up anger in them because of that crazy old geezer. The masked assassin thanked So Wonhui a lot. How refreshing, the man thought to himself. It felt as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He understood why Hei Action enjoyed beating people up. The sword spirit remarked that he had beaten the man to a pulp, but So Wonhui clarified that he was careful not to use his internal energy. So Wonhui admitted that he had a lot of questions. Firstly, he felt that his identity was at risk of being exposed. He recalled that the man had approached him right away and even attacked him. Secondly, regardless of the situation, it was done to prevent the leak of information. A trained spy would have killed himself, he mused. But the man begged him to spare him the entire time he was beating him up. He supposed people were possibly bound to beg for their lives out of fear when they were actually in the face of death. Lastly, he thought of the 18 subduing dragon palms. Only the sect leader of the beggar's sect and his direct bloodline was supposed to learn that martial arts technique. Before his regression, the successor of the beggar's sect was someone named Hong Jialgi, the master of the martial virtue hall. The sword spirit asked what his relationship was with the young sect leader, Hong Jialgi. He seemed to value his life quite a bit, she observed, suggesting it would be better to just ask him. So Wonhui asked if she was certain, before asking what she was talking about. She wondered if he had really become the young sect leader, noting that he sounded really angry. The man admits he is unsure if Hong Jialgi is the current young leader of the beggar's sect. He reflects that he was over 30 before his regression, so Hong Jialgi has likely been chosen as the successor by now. The man wonders if it is bad if Hong Jialgi becomes the young sect leader. Enraged, he curses the old man. He fumes that the old man couldn't even wait 1 year, just because Hong Jialgi is his grandson. Sniffling, he laments that the old man made Hong Jialgi the successor when he can't even learn 10 of the 18 subduing dragon palms after 5 years of learning. He believes he could have mastered the entire technique within a much shorter duration, so he lost the competition among successors to someone of the direct bloodline. The man with the scar asks if that is why he was playing spy to accomplish something for the sake of winning. The scarred man assumes he was going to dig out information regarding the blood cult or expose the base's location because he was mad that he was losing to a direct descendant. The scarred man continues, stating that the resurrection of the blood cult is even feared by the Murim Alliance, so he'd probably have to do that much in order to be recognized for his efforts. The scarred man asks how he's going to get recognized and become the successor now, and if he thinks either the sect leader or the young sect leader would just leave him be after what he's done. The man with the ponytail asks what that is supposed to mean. He wonders what if the sect leader were to leak information about their espionage to. The scar man states that would allow him to get rid of him without getting any blood on his own hands. Then the accomplishments he. Gu Sangwon reconsiders his earlier statement, realizing that his actions might not be entirely meaningless. He might be remembered as a random spy. He reflects that his actions will only be remembered by those within the beggar's sect. Now, contemplating the past, he realizes Zhou Sungwan was too easily killed before his regression. Considering Zhou Sungwan was a spy who had learned the 18 subduing dragon palms, he was definitely abandoned by them. Gu Sangwon, defeated, acknowledges that he is just a loser. He reflects that trying to do something great to be recognized as a deserving successor to the sect leader position was a ridiculous idea. He wonders what else he could have done, without hope that the promise would be kept. So Wonhui states that he would have had nothing left. So Wonhui thinks of Gu Sangwon as a bastard, realizing he was only trying to get information out of him before he grasped the situation. So Wonhui asks why Gu Sangwon doesn't have anything left, reminding him that he has his life. If Gu Sangwon is being abandoned by the beggar's sect, so Wonhui sees no need to hand him over to the blood cult and offers him an opportunity. So Wonhui tells him to swear to serve him. So Wonhui states that he will act as if this conversation never happened and will also help Gu Sangwon achieve his goal. So Wonhui tells Gu Sangwon to make his decision now. An open hand is offered, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Would he die as a nameless spy of the beggar's sect? Or would he choose revenge alongside So Wonhui? The man pleaded for one promise. He would swear his loyalty if So Wonhui promised to resolve the situation should the beggar's sect expose him. It was revealed that Zhou Sungwan was from the beggar's sect, not some low-class offshoot. The man seemed to be in disbelief. He questioned what he was hearing. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Someone demanded to know what was happening. The man exclaimed that his solution was to expose Gu Sangwon before the beggar's sect did. A sharp blow landed. Someone shouted no as the attack connected. It was true that he had come to devote himself to the school, someone stated. The speaker clarified that he was, in fact, from the beggar's sect and questioned how they knew this. The man revealed that he had seen him a few years ago in Yulong County. Gu Sangwon's presence at the Yang So clan for business related to the alliance was noted. One observer admitted to not recognizing him initially, citing his younger, messier, and more tanned appearance back then. Despite the initial confusion, he was recognized at the selection ceremony. The conversation shifted to Zhou Sungwan's attempt to approach the solitary blood saint. The reason Gu Sangwon came to them was because he was contacted through the frequency whispering technique after being recognized, which greatly shocked him. It was observed that he was strangely weaving some truth into his lies. Funnily enough, he had begged them not to expose the truth. The concern was that he might get kicked out if people were to find out where he's from. The man being discussed was told that he should have given them a heads up if they were going to do this, and to act wisely if he wanted to live. The tension in the room was palpable as the implications of his actions hung in the air. An underling affirmed his agreement, addressing someone as elder. The group decided that they could not trust him yet. An elder stated that he knew someone had talked to him. The group needed to further verify if he was really a spy or if he wanted to convert. He was deemed not too trustworthy at the moment since he was at the Six Blood Valley for a year, but he had told them an interesting piece of information. Gu Sangwon relayed that the relationship between the Murim alliance and the unrivaled faction would soon sour. The man listening demanded to know what he had just said, ordering him to hide his facial expressions. The man insisted that the information was true. A scroll burned. It was stated that the Murim alliance and the unrivaled faction had been the two main forces of Murim, and with the severance of their relationship, a power vacuum would be created, giving the blood cult the opportunity to rise. Before his regression, this information did not matter to him. If that was true, they needed to start preparing now, as he was now part of the blood cult, making the information of utmost importance. The man chuckled, stating that if that was true, he should take him in. He seemed much more useful than expected. He asked if he was satisfied. The problem was resolved. Too many things had happened in the last hour, and it felt hectic, but he definitely wouldn't have to worry about how the beggar sect leader would respond. So Wonhui and Moyang Su walked along the palace grounds when the latter suddenly stopped. He told So Wonhui to wait. Now that Moyang Su thought about it, he realized the situation had flipped around. Moyang Su realized he would become a traitor who sold information he didn't even know about to the blood cult. Moyang Su turned to So Wonhui, commenting that he had nowhere to go. So Wonhui stated that Moyang Su sucked at being a spy, as his expressions conveyed his emotions. Moyang Su wondered who So Wonhui really was, realizing that he knew information that Moyang Su himself didn't even know. Moyang Su thought that So Wonhui lied so seamlessly without hesitation, regardless of the situation. Moyang Su couldn't even tell if So Wonhui was truly the garbage of the Yang So clan, as he had heard. Moyang Su's instinct told him that So Wonhui was too dangerous to have as an enemy. Moyang Su swore his utmost loyalty to So Wonhui. So Wonhui understood and told Moyang Su to go help Jwabaek. Moyang Su acknowledged the order. The sword spirit wondered if that was the beggar's sex light body technique, noting that Moyang Su was using both his hands and feet and running like a dog. So Wonhui stated that he didn't really want to learn that either. So Wonhui ascended the steps, contemplating the matter at hand. He paused, hearing a voice. He turned to see a woman. From behind a pillar, Didam Yewa peeked out. Yewa expressed her happiness that he remembered her. She admitted that she was the only one to fail the exam to become a squad captain. She recalled that she was sure that she was much more impressive than when they entered here as disciples together. The Sixth Blood Star had said that she would pay him for the bet, she revealed. She had asked to meet today at midnight at the open space near her hall. It was midnight, and she was late. He considered that she was probably discussing with the higher-ups because of the information he revealed. So Wonhui greeted the Seventh Blood Star. The Seventh Blood Star claimed that she had just arrived. So Wonhui looked at her. The Seventh Blood Star stated that he had a lot of talents. The Seventh Blood Star assured So Wonhui that the cult thought highly of him, before requesting that he look in her eyes before she fulfilled their promise. As he gazed into her eyes, a surge of energy washed over him. So Wonhui, disoriented, wondered what had just happened. He noticed that his innate core energy was moving on its own. The sword spirit observed that he had stumbled for a second, prompting So Wonhui to question if he had. The sword spirit realized that he had endured the illusionary eye twice, and it was not a coincidence. The Seventh Blood Star's gaze intensified. Someone, observing from afar, did not know what was happening, but suspected it was the Seventh Blood Star's doing. The woman with red hair recalled learning a new skill 20 years prior at a nameless ancestor's shrine. She was sure it would be of better use to the other person, since they were clever. The woman stated that people started calling her a witch because of it. The sword spirit wondered how old the woman was if she had learned the skill 20 years ago. The woman looked like she was in her mid-30s, but the skill's name was called Illusionary Eye. She thought she would teach it to him. Illusionary Eye was a kind of illusion. It was a technique that allowed one to put the opponent into a temporary state of oblivion. A human who was in a state of confusion or oblivion reacted instinctively if stimulated in a certain way. So Wonhui considered that if that was true, then it was a very scary skill. Murim was a place where a single moment could decide whether one lived or died. With this skill, one could decide whether you lived or died. With this skill, one could render their opponent completely vulnerable. A dark figure stands silhouetted, energy crackling around them. The woman with red hair chuckled, claiming to know what the other was thinking, but warned that it wasn't as easy as they believed. It was explained that even light physical contact or a soft sound could easily awaken a person from the illusion. Furthermore, The illusionary eye didn't work well on those with strong mental states or origin energies, and the user needed a significant amount of origin energy to use it. So when we realized these conditions made it difficult to use. The woman with red hair explained that the illusionary eye should be used in chaotic situations or when it's a matter of life and death. She asked if he still wanted to learn it, and so Won-hui confirmed that he did. So Won-hui considered that its conditions were tricky, but it sounded pretty useful. He also thought that other people would be wary of him if he were to reveal that he could use it. So Won-hui realized that was probably why the old man blocked him the other time. He thought it was a shame that a lot of people already knew about this skill, but he still thought it would be useful one day. Over time, the sixth blood star taught So Won-hui the crucial notes and methods of the illusionary eye through the frequency whispering technique. It was more like some kind of spell rather than a martial arts technique. In order to carry out her instructions, he had to concentrate quite a bit. After teaching him the methods, she also told him about its history. According to the text that contains the illusionary eye, there are a total of 4 levels to the skill. The text described the first level of the illusionary eye skill. It stated that one could confuse an opponent or make them lose consciousness by weakening their mental state. At the second level, one could control their opponent. The third level allowed one to carry out anything they wished. It was said that one could display illusions before their opponent. Disappointingly, the explanation about the third level was cut off in the text. The text mentioned a crucial note regarding the final level, to make one's opponent hallucinate using all 5 of their senses. However, even the sixth blood star was unsure of what that meant. The sword spirit remarked that the skill was like the luminous star mystic art, but all the important parts were left out. She found it frustrating, but at least she was learning it, and it had to be useful for something. So Won-hui stated that was all he knew. The woman in red then asked why he didn't give it a try. The woman wondered if he would give it a try. The woman in red was surprised. So Won-hui wondered why she had brought her here. The woman in red guessed this was why. She supposed the woman was the right choice since her other disciples were at a high level and urged her to try it. The woman wondered why she was there and pleaded for them not to hurt her. The woman looked nervous, thinking someone might think she was going to attack them. The woman in red laughed, apologizing to the young master. The woman in red remarked that his expression was amusing. So Won-hui's eyes looked as if they would pop out of his head, and he thought to himself that this was more difficult than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the sword spirit laughed, thinking that So Won-hui was not good at everything just because he was the 4th supreme elder's disciple. So Won-hui was humiliated. So Won-hui wished he could pull off the second level of the illusionary eye. He noted that there was no need for despair. The woman in red stated that this skill required very high concentration and told Yewa to loosen up a bit. Yewa seemed surprised. Yewa gasped as something happened to her. So Won-hui asked if she was okay, relieved that she was. So Won-hui wondered what the hell was happening and what he was imagining. The woman in red asked how Yewa had used the illusionary eye. Yewa denied doing anything. Yewa asked if she was undressed for no reason. Yewa exclaimed in shock. Yewa screamed. The woman in red stands over a kneeling figure, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the sword spirit observes So Won-hui, calling him a man. She quickly denies that she was thinking that if he was capable of pulling off the second level, she could embarrass him. The sword spirit questions if Yewa just did that and what So Won-hui was imagining. She admits she thought it'd be funny if Yewa danced naked. The image of Yewa dancing naked is shown. The sword spirit is shocked by her own thoughts. It was definitely the second level of the illusionary eye. The sword spirit couldn't do it even after 20 years of research, wondering how he was able to learn it so quickly. Yewa asks if he intends on tricking her, the person who taught him that, and how he did that. So Won-hui admits he doesn't really know either. He was just picturing things. So Won-hui thinks to himself that he thought it'd be nice if Yewa undressed. He tells Yewa to look into his eyes and to do it again. The scene shifts to show the legs of the woman in red as she walks. It seems like they're gone here. Someone comments that the young master isn't one to lie. Yewa says all right, she'll believe him. The promise was kept. Yewa realizes it's already late. Yewa thinks to herself that today's not a good day to talk, wondering if she has something to tell him. The woman in red stated that she would see them next time. The woman in red thought to herself that she was a blood cult leader candidate and wouldn't change her mind. Meanwhile, So Won-hui stood silently. So Won-hui cursed, realizing he was in a difficult situation. He tried to reassure himself that there would be opportunities to clear up the misunderstanding. He considered that the problem was he didn't know when that would be and wondered why they were in a rush to leave. It was a coincidence, but he had witnessed the second level himself, just knowing that it was possibly a big clue for a master like her. So Won-hui wondered where Jwabak had gone. Jwabak dismissed the question, saying it was nothing. So Won-hui asked if he was outside in the middle of the night for nothing. Yewa asked why he didn't just use the illusionary eye on him. So Won-hui thought that he could figure out what happened if he tested it out on him and told himself not to do something stupid. Jwabak asked why he was glaring at him like that. So Won-hui thought that it wasn't working and he needed more training. So Won-hui stood over Jwabak, thinking to himself that he would have to practice more. Jwabak lay on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Jwabak remained still. Jwabak continued to lay on the floor. Suddenly, Jwabak was struck. Jwabak held a glowing orb in his hand. The orb pulsed with energy. Jwabak exclaimed that he had hit someone, but it wasn't him calling out to Wu Hyun. So when we looked on, confused. So Wonhui wondered what was happening. Jwabak wondered if it had worked. The information So Wonhui had revealed was causing greater consequences than anticipated. 9 days prior, within a hidden cavern, the question hung in the air. When did this rumor begin? The speaker wondered if the other branches knew. They were the fastest to know. In about 15 days, all the branches of the blood cult would hear about the news. Things were getting interesting. The figure remained seated, unmoving. One of the figures asked what he meant, to which the other responded that it was about time they rose again. The figure's expression shifted into a sinister grin. The figure commanded that Jumwin and Eunjae be brought over. He ordered them to prepare to leave for the Sixth Blood Valley immediately. The man asks if the young masters are also to be included. It was time, but the cult remained unbalanced and divided. He would have to personally step up to make things right, though he couldn't question the decision to leave for the Sixth Blood Valley. Up until now, wasn't she considering Baek Haihyang romantically? Absolute sword sense. It had been 4 days since he learned the illusionary eye. Over the past few days, he practiced the illusionary eye and learned a lot about it. The first level of illusionary eye was just as the Sixth Blood Star described. He could now make people space out easily. But the second level was quite different. There were disparities, but he could control people for about 5 seconds. She probably would have stopped undressing on her own accord. Furthermore, someone who has been inflicted by the skill wouldn't be affected by it again. He tried to test it, again by using it on Song Jwabek the day after he had already tried it on him, but it did not work. It was also not possible to extract information or memories. They only did what they were told to do. It was disappointing that he couldn't get information out of them. He demands to be told about the 18 subduing dragon palms. The man lay prone on the ground. Moyang-su, however, possessed very strong mental fortitude. On Hei action, seemingly unaffected, asked if he was still alive. It was said that the second level of the illusionary eye required innate core energy, and its strength was likely proportionate to one's own innate core energy. New_character_one considered that this might be why the Sixth Blood Star could only master the first level. She wondered if she would be able to master the third level once her innate core energy was denser. Moyang-su was struck. Moyang-su questioned if he could only endure 3 seconds, adding that he couldn't be satisfied with just being a squad commander when he was his disciple. The force of the blow sent him flying. Moyang-su noted that the three of them were working together, yet they could only manage to make him move 4 steps. He crashed to the ground. On Hei action told him that he should be ashamed. So Wonhui found the situation frustrating. He thought that it wouldn't make that much of a difference. It was said that Hei action was a monster who had transcended the limit of humans. To fight on equal footing, one would need to reach at least the 6-star level of the Luminous Star Mystic Art, like the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Even then, victory would not be assured. Hei action had grown much stronger. During the time he had been out of sight, he had become almost as strong, if not stronger, than his former master. It had been 15 years since his former master and Hei action last fought. It was a given that Hei action's martial arts had improved. His former master might need to reach the 7-star level in the Luminous Star Mystic Art, which he never reached in his past life. The man declared that they would continue. He wondered what was wrong with the fallen Moyang-su. Meanwhile, the Sword Spirit urged So Wonhui to look up. The Sword Spirit realized it was her. A figure stood on a distant cliff. The figure was Baek Ryonha. He recalled that she had avoided him each time after that night, and he had thought she would never want to talk to him again. So Wonhui wondered why she was there alone. Moyang-su affirmed his understanding. He was told to go see her, and he wondered if she had asked for him. They could talk there. Meanwhile, Baek Ryonha addressed Moyang-su as young master. The masked woman spoke. She clarified that So Wonhui knew that was not what she meant. Baek Ryonha stated that he seemed smarter than anyone she knew, but she found it weird that he was still unaware of her identity. She asked if he really did not know, explaining that she had kept quiet about it because she had been hiding her identity. So Wonhui thought that she had dropped a lot of hints. He figured he could let her know that he knew who she was, as he had finally found her. Baek Ryonha stood before Moyang-su. The strange man admitted that he had not even come across anyone from whom he could get directions. He asked if they were from the Sixth Blood Valley. So Wonhui and Sword Spirit were surprised that a toad was talking. Sword Spirit realized that he was right. The man with the covered mouth asks if So Wonhui could guide him after he rests, speaking to him very casually. The man with the covered mouth wonders who they might be. The man with the covered mouth states that he has yet to introduce himself. He reveals himself to be Go-eun-jo, the second disciple of Elder Seo Galma, the second supreme. Sword Spirit recognizes the name Go-eun-jo. It was said that in 10 years, he would become infamous for his nickname, Frog-Blooded Swordsman. Go-eun-jo hold a person by the collar. The title Frog-Blooded Swordsman comes from his appearance and how he mercilessly kills anyone who calls him that. Sword Spirit realizes that he is someone whom she feared in her past life, but not now. She states that she is honored to meet him, the second disciple of the second supreme. So Wonhui introduces himself as the fourth supreme's first disciple. Go-eun-jo stares at So Wonhui as if he is some test subject. So Wonhui wonders if he is famous enough to warrant such a reaction. Go Eunjo realizes that it is So Wonhui. Go Eunjo's arrival caused a stir. One of the masked figures wondered why his master seemed worried for no reason. Meanwhile, So Wonhui was being assessed by one of the masked figures, who scoffed at the idea that he was the fourth Supreme's disciple. The masked figure admitted that he expected So Wonhui to be strong, given his status as the second Supreme's disciple, but he was proving to be much stronger than anticipated. The masked figure realized that he couldn't fight So Wonhui using only his lower energy core's internal energy. Sword Spirit questioned the meaning of the current situation. Another masked figure recognized one of the others as a disciple of the sixth blood star. The figure with the disfigured face retorted, asking how he would know if he didn't introduce himself. The figure with the disfigured face mentioned that he heard there were a lot of beauties there. So Wonhui realized that he couldn't hide his skills around the masked figures. One of the masked figures declared that he would take care of So Wonhui. The figure with the disfigured face questioned if he was stepping up because she was a woman and told him to show how good he was then. So Wonhui was confused as to why the masked woman was suddenly looking at him like that. Go Eunjo remarked, "Well said." Go Eunjo told So Wonhui to let him see his skills. So Wonhui's expression hardens as he prepares for the challenge. The muscles in his arm tense, ready to unleash his power. The air crackles with energy as he focuses. With a swift motion, he draws his sword. He coughs, the strain evident. Two figures clash in a burst of speed. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. A subordinate expresses gratitude to his master, despite the pain. Dust billows around their feet as the battle intensifies. It was said that he could convert fist power into palm force instantly, and that Go Eunjo called him master. The realization dawned that this person must be one of the four Supremes. Another figure watches the events unfold. The figure, Supreme Seo Galma, remarks that it has been a while. Hey Hyung. The elder with the white beard noted it had only been 4 years since they last met. He then inquired what brought them all the way here, wondering if it was because of the letter. He thought they had a somewhat friendly relationship, but the tone they used towards each other was harsh. The red-haired woman chuckled, agreeing that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. The white-haired elder stated that such things could happen among young friends. The man with the tiger pelt scoffed, calling it a misunderstanding and stating that the elder's disciple attacked his. He added that had he not been there, his disciple would have suffered injuries. The white-haired elder guessed his disciple had been cooped up for too long and must have felt competitive. The red-haired woman wondered if that was why he insulted her. So Wonhui denied that he insulted a four Supreme elder. So Wonhui thought that the elder's disciple was insulting the elder by being so inferior in martial arts. So he said that was one way to insult someone. A voice boomed, demanding to know where the martial artist had learned such techniques. The force of the blow sent tremors through the surrounding area. Another voice questioned the propriety of making excuses while an elder was speaking. The elder silenced the disciple with a crushing blow. Another man implored the elder to excuse his junior's rudeness. The elder stated that he was late to introduce himself, referring to the man as Hobi. The elder declared that he was the master's first disciple. The sword spirit wondered if Ho Jungwon was also famous. The sword spirit admitted that she did not know, but from what she knew, Seo Galma only had one disciple, Go Eunjae. The sword spirit questioned if Ho Jungwon was a hidden disciple. It was thought that if he was a true disciple, he would not have introduced himself in such a manner. So Wonhui realized that something must have happened during the 10 years, perhaps even death. It was stated that even the Orthodox sect has conflicts between its disciples and successors. It was stated that the blood cult, which would be considered an unorthodox sect, would be worse. Moyang-su apologized to Hae Hyung for his disciple's rudeness. The man in the tiger pelt suggested that Moyang-su should stop there, now that he seemed to have taught him a lesson. Moyang-su scoffed, thinking that none of this would have happened if the man had been strong enough to beat up that arrogant kid. The man in the tiger pelt thought to himself that he had only been learning for a year, while the arrogant kid had been learning for much longer. Hae Hyung stated that he was sorry to disappoint. Hae Hyung then asked what brought Moyang-su here with his disciples. Moyang-su stood silently. Moyang-su stated that Hae Hyung could have sent someone or come alone. He then cleared his throat and said that he was there to do some matchmaking. Moyang-su smirked. Moyang-su stated that he wanted to pair the young lady. Moyang-su stood with his disciples. Moyang-su gestured with his hand. Moyang-su asked about Hae Hyung's disciples and Baek Ryonha. So Wonhui wondered what Moyang-su was talking about and if she was listening. Baek Ryonha looked shocked and confused. She was visibly shocked by the sudden proposal. Inside the Six Blood Valley Hall's meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Around the table, members of the blood cult sat in silence, listening intently. One of the members exclaimed, questioning if the speaker was serious. The man demanded to know what was being discussed. Another member stated that the proposal was made to avoid conflict. It was also stated that the young lady needed to give up her desire for the cult leader position. The speaker added that she should prepare to bear an heir, noting that he was more well-behaved than Hae Action, but he says things very directly. It was obvious from the expressions of the blood hand demoness and the disciples that they were barely holding in their emotions. One of them questioned how he could say such a thing. The man asked if he fully understood that the young lady was from a more recognized lineage. He suggested marrying the young lady to one of their disciples and promising to bear an heir in return for her protection. A voice declared that someone was begging to be killed. The intensity of the statement was felt by those present. The oppressive sensation weighed down on Hae Hyung, as if his entire body was being crushed. He realized the room had been filled with innate core energy in an instant. The energy surged around him. His true power made it hard to breathe. Hae Hyung stated that he did not come to fight. Someone urged him to think logically, stating it was a truth that everyone knew. It was revealed that the Blood Stars, including the First Supreme, had decided on Lady Hae Hyung as the cult leader. The majority of the Supreme Stars Assembly had already agreed. The Third Supreme had yet to officially announce it, but he had also mentioned that he was leaning in that direction. He was reminded that he had previously said he was still undecided. The Sixth Blood Star was asked a question. The question was who had announced that they would support Lady Baek Ryonha. Several figures listened intently. Someone wondered what would happen. One of the blood cult members wondered if he should also declare his support for Lady Hae Hyung. Another member accused someone of blackmailing Lady Hae Hyung. The accusation hung in the air. Chaos Blade Emperor Seo Galma questioned if he looked like someone who had harmed the leader's daughter. Hey, action. Another member exclaimed, questioning what the two were doing in front of the young lady. The young lady was addressed as Uncle Seo and Uncle Hae. One of the men asked if he could call the other by the name he used to back in the day. The other man responded, of course. Someone noticed that her voice was reverberating throughout the room. It was explained that she was using the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, a more advanced skill than the frequency whispering technique, which hides the location of the speaker. It was theorized that the reason everyone turned around was probably so they couldn't see whose throat was vibrating. The young lady stood silently. Someone realized that her internal energy was far from ordinary, and that she was capable of using the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, wondering if she had become stronger than before. Gu Sangwon stated that he would address Uncle Seo first. The elder confirmed that he had decided to support the speaker's sister in becoming the cult leader. He questioned why he was now being told to get married. He added that he would also like to support him if they were only considering one's lineage. But the group needed a stronger heir at the moment as they faced the evolution of the cult. The woman listened intently. She thought that her sister was stronger. The man apologized, stating that this was the solution he came up with to protect both the woman and the cult's lineage. It was suggested that if she were to give up the leadership position for the sake of the cult's unification, she could bear an heir. It was said that she would obtain the power to stop Lady Hae Hyung's purge. It was not wrong. It would be helpful for unification, and there would be a cause to protect Baek Ryonha. But the man agreed, but questioned why it had to be his disciples. The elder asked if it was so that he could have more influence. He wondered who would be qualified. The elder stated that to pick a candidate worthy of the young lady, it had to be from the Supremes. The elder with the white mustache stated that the other Supremes were supporting Lady Baek Hae Hyung. The man with the tiger pelt agreed that the answer was obvious. The man listening in was shocked. Another man wondered why he felt insulted. The man with the tiger pelt laughed heartily. He reiterated that the answer was a given. The man with the tiger pelt questioned if the other man thought his rotten face was fitting for the young lady. The other man told the elder that his words were. The man with the tiger pelt told him to mind his own business. He continued, asking if someone like him, who was harassing the blood hand demonist disciple to become the young lady's partner, was even worthy. Seo Galma was surprised. The white-haired elder asked for forgiveness for his second disciple's immaturity, stating that his first disciple, Jungwon, was much more mature and not lacking as the young ladies. The man with the tiger pelt called out to Seo Galma. The man with the tiger pelt questioned why only the elder's disciple seemed suitable as a partner for the young lady. Meanwhile, the elder stated that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The man with the tiger pelt retorted, asking if the elder didn't think this rascal was much better than his misbehaved disciples. The elder challenged the assertion, questioning if the other truly believed his disciples surpassed his own. He accused the man of excessive confidence. The man scoffed, retorting whether he seemed overconfident. The elder declared it simple. They would have their disciples fight to determine who was worthy of being the young lady's partner. The man agreed, but insisted the contest be fair. He reminded them it had only been a year since his disciple began training, and proposed a pure battle without internal energy. The elder questioned if he would not regret this. He pointed out that the man's disciple may have learned the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique, but that it required energy circulation. The woman stated that she did not understand. She wondered why they were deciding on their own without listening to her opinion, but realized that was the same for everyone. She thought it would be over if she said she didn't want to get married. She then stated that she would accept their suggestion and asked if she could also suggest something. The elder stated that the duel would be with swords, and they should promise not to complain even if limbs were cut off. Another man cleared his throat, urging them not to drag it out. He told them to stop, as the young lady hadn't even expressed her acceptance towards the offer, and questioned how they could just do this. The man agreed. The woman listened intently. She stated that she appreciated their decision, but also had a condition. One elder stated that her spouse should be better than him, and that he would also fight. Another elder agreed, laughing and stating that someone who was to be her spouse should be powerful. The first elder asked what they would do if the person did not fulfill her condition, questioning what she meant. She retorted that they were having the two of them fight without hearing her opinion, asking if they wanted to listen to her suggestions, even if she won. Another elder questioned if she meant they wanted them to do what she wanted if she won. She confirmed this with a simple yes. She asked them to promise and swear that they would support her if she won. Another elder asked Uncle Seo if he could not accept it. The elder stated that he would do as she wished, young lady. The sword spirit observed that she was smart. Another person noted that she was thinking of what she could gain from the situation and that she was pretty good. The young lady remained silent. It made sense why she would want to be the cult leader. It was decided that before the duel, they would talk about the conditions. She held up a fan, awaiting a response. The terms were laid out. The second supreme disciple to participate would be Ho Jumwon, and the fourth would be So Wonhui. The conditions continued to be dictated. The duel would be without internal energy. For a fair duel, each disciple would have their pressure points sealed by the other disciple's master. The duel would be with swords, and injuries or death would not matter. She asked if both sides agreed to these conditions. Mo Yong-su looked at So Wonhui, awaiting his answer. The woman instructed them to walk towards the walls. So Wonhui and Ho Jumwon stood facing each other. Mo Yong-su agreed, but he thought Ho Jumwon was definitely a peak-level martial artist. Mo Yong-su realized that Ho Jumwon could cripple or kill So Wonhui here. Ho Jumwon thought Seo Galma had used his brain a bit, and that this fight was unfair for So Wonhui. He reasoned that anyone would try to make things advantageous for themselves unless they were stupid. So Wonhui was told to show off the skills he had been hiding. Mo Yong-su asked what he meant, but the woman told him not to play dumb, and that he thought he could fool her eyes. She observes that his internal energy is lacking, but his knowledge is top tier. Mo Yong-su states that he can tell, just from the traces, So Wonhui leaves behind with his sword. So Wonhui resolves to fight with the determination to win. So Wonhui is relieved that Mo Yong-su wasn't talking about the central energy core, but realizes it's not easy to hide his skills, as Mo Yong-su knew all along. Mo Yong-su suggests that if So Wonhui really can't do it, it's okay to admit defeat. So Wonhui wonders what Mo Yong-su is talking about, as he hates losing more than anything. Mo Yong-su clarifies that he is only saying this because he doesn't think So Wonhui can win easily, since he has only trained for a year. So Wonhui asks for Mo Yong-su to be gentle with the frequency whispering technique. Someone orders the spectators to distance themselves. Go Eun-jo declares that he will not kill So Wonhui, but he better be prepared to lose an arm, adding that if he gives up now, he'll be able to keep his body intact. So Wonhui states that it's okay, and he'd like to fight with no regrets. Go Eun-jo laughs, calling So Wonhui as pompous as the fourth supreme elder. So Wonhui prepares to fight Go Eun-jo. The air crackled with anticipation as So Wonhui faced his opponent. Suddenly, a voice boomed, signaling the start of the duel. Begin. Instantly, Go Eun-jo launched into a flurry of attacks, his movements swift and deadly. So Wonhui responded in kind, his sword meeting Go Eun-jo's with a resounding clash. The clash of their blades created a blinding flash of light. Elsewhere, one of the spectators cried out in pain. So Wonhui stood firm, his expression unwavering as he parried another blow. His opponent, Go Eun-jo, dripping with blood, demanded, "Do you admit defeat?" The innkeeper watched with wide eyes, fear etched across his face. The other spectators looked on in shock and disbelief. New_character_1 observed the fight, realizing, just now, the power emanating from Go Eun-jo intensified, bathing him in a purple glow. So Wonhui, seeing this, wondered, how is this a duel? Go Eun-jo's eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. Go Eun-jo's power surged, a dark energy emanating from him as he declared his opponent had used evil. So Wonhui gripped his sword tightly. Just then, the observing elder noticed something. The elder realized that when their eyes met, Ho Jumwon had stumbled slightly. Go Eun-jo questioned if So Wonhui would make excuses for an unorthodox sect martial artist using evil arts, especially when the duel was a matter of life and death. The purple energy crackled around Go Eun-jo as he scoffed at the notion of excuses. The energy intensified, swirling around him. The power manifested, taking on a tangible form. The clash of energies created a blinding display. Go Eun-jo laughed, declaring it was all right. He proposed that they fight, stating it had been a while. The purple energy crackled once more around Go Eun-jo. The energy surged, ready to be unleashed. Go Eun-jo prepared to see this fight to the end. The clash of energies sent tremors through the training grounds. Second Supreme, Gu Sangwon, declared that if anyone wished to blame Go Eun-jo, they should blame him first. Mo Yong-su questioned what Gu Sangwon meant by that statement. New_character_1 watched the exchange. Gu Sangwon realized that the technique looked familiar, identifying it as Mo Yong-su's own illusionary eye. Mo Yong-su stated that they needed to determine if Go Eun-jo used internal energy. Gu Sangwon retorted that Mo Yong-su sealed Go Eun-jo's pressure points himself. He added that the illusionary I was not a technique that required internal energy. The sword spirit explained that the illusionary I only required mental power and innate chi, regardless of internal energy. She added that new_character_1 had never advanced beyond the first level, so she wouldn't know that. It was said that the sixth blood star resolved the situation with her explanation. New_character_1 and Moyang Su stood together. Moyang Su declared that he could not believe it without seeing it for himself. Gu Sangwon exclaimed to Moyang Su. Gu Sangwon told New_character_1 to stay there, stating that not all unorthodox sect people were like her. Gu Sangwon's stern gaze remained fixed. He had always been this way, unyielding in his principles. Even as the supreme leader of the blood cult, Moyang Su had always valued fairness above the rigid rules of any orthodox sect. His internal energy was sealed. Moyang Su prepared to strike. Moyang Su acknowledged that his disciple had lost the duel. The man with long hair thought to himself that if it weren't for the arm, it would have been his. But he considered Seo Galma's feelings. The man with long hair questioned why they didn't use all of the healing divine physician's plaque. New_character_3 recalled that his former owner told him that he should show kindness even to his enemies. New_character_3 realized that if So Wonhui had the healing divine physician's plaque, he could get something out of it. He needed to make So Wonhui indebted to him when he had a chance. The man with long hair looked at New_character_3, questioning what was going on. Moyang Su sat, his expression unreadable as he was told, impressed by your wisdom. The speaker continued, stating that Moyang Su had predicted this situation. The speaker admitted that he did not think Moyang Su would have thought so far ahead as to get his support, as well as He Hyung's, before adding that he really had his blood. So Wonhui watched the exchange, thinking that the speaker seemed to be mistaken. He realized he couldn't even interfere because of how serious the atmosphere was. Tension filled the air. So Wonhui heard that Moyang Su had undone his pressure points. So Wonhui wondered what this strange atmosphere was. He thought it was strange for the sixth blood star to step up and defend him. But then So Wonhui realized it was to display He action support for her by revealing that he, Moyang Su's disciple, learned her skill. Moyang Su thought that she wasn't making anything up. Usually, that crazy old man would have shouted in denial. But seeing how he's not saying anything, he must have already decided to support back Ryonha. The woman with blue hair stood silently. Moyang Su had undone So Wonhui's pressure points because he thought there wouldn't be another duel. Moyang Su observed the woman before him. He remarked that she looked just as she had before. Meanwhile, So Wonhui struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with what he knew. How could his master lie like that? The sword spirit reminded him that she was a different person now, and that she couldn't have had such a disease when she was a child. The woman stated that he recognized her. She held out a tablet. Moyang Su addressed her as young lady. He explained that it was a tablet from the divine physician, who had visited the previous day for the final part of the treatment. Moyang Su was asked if he was giving her this precious thing. The woman hoped that he would use it to treat his disciple. So Wonhui wondered why she had a tablet from the divine physician. The woman stood before Moyang Su. Moyang Su told So Wonhui to thank her right now. The woman said it was okay and not a waste as long as it helped, so Wonhui regained faith toward the cult. As the second supreme, Seo Galma kneels. He declares his intention to serve Lady Baek Ryonha as his new lord. The woman asked to be accepted with open arms. Nearby, Moyang Su's henchman observes that even the master is about to kneel, and he feels the woman will be the final winner. Another cultist asks Moyang Su to wait a moment. Moyang Su states that it is not over yet. Moyang Su looks determined. He asks to be allowed to handle the situation. The woman stands tall. She extends her hand. The cultists declare that all must submit to the blood demon, so that blood may rule the world. As the fourth supreme's disciple, Moyang Su prepares to act. Moyang Su requests a duel. The woman looks surprised and confused. Within the courtyard, Moyang Su's words hung in the air. He was requesting a duel. The woman, her expression unreadable, questioned the meaning of his request. So Wonhui, standing nearby, wondered if she did not see him as husband-worthy. The woman's face flushed with a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of excitement. A subtle gasp escaped her lips. So Wonhui paused, considering the situation. The woman's blush deepened as she considered the implications of a duel. She responded that a duel was not necessarily required, her tone laced with intrigue. So Wonhui countered that he was merely following her earlier words. Another man observed that she would get what she wanted if she won against So Wonhui, and questioned why she would hesitate. He knew why she was hesitating. It was revealed that she had witnessed the previous duel. The memory of the previous duel lingered. She hesitated, knowing she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't be affected by the illusionary eye. However, given her position, she had no choice but to take responsibility for her words. All right, new_character_1 accepted the duel. She demanded to know what he wanted. So Wonhui realized that she had caught on a Moyang Su's intentions. The group was instructed to have their pressure points sealed as the two supremes had done earlier. New_character_1 stated that there was no time to hurry. She wanted Moyang Su to exonerate her master and his disciples, including herself. She wanted it done with his name. Gu Sangwon explained that it was a way to clear themselves of any sins they might commit within the cult. He added that it might not be useful now, but it would be if she were to become the leader. Gu Sangwon continued, saying it would be like cutting ties with the blood cult. Moyang-su stated that was too much, and he would only give her and Uncle Hae the exoneration privileges. He asked if that was good enough, apologizing to the twins. Gu Sangwon agreed. Moyang-su mentioned that new_character_1 had the divine physician's tablet. New_character_1 retorted that it wasn't her, but her master. The woman with red hair explained that the sixth blood star had deemed the herb immature, but she had acquired it nonetheless. Suddenly, she exclaimed, assuring them that she would still provide the tablet and that her master would honor her promise. Moyang-su confirmed that it was the tablet he had been promised. He reminded her that he was the one who had found the immortal snow herb. She apologized, admitting she had mistakenly believed her tablet could replace the immortal snow herb, which was why she had hidden it. She stated that since she had already given the tablet to someone else, she would make it up to him. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the room. Moyang-su declared that time was up and they would talk later. Gu Sangwon called out So Wonhui's name. He warned that if anyone dared to use evil arts or the illusionary eye against the young lady, they would face consequences. Gu Sangwon threatened that even if her master tried to stop him, he would crack open their skull. Moyang-su chuckled. Questioning if the other man liked the woman that much. The man remained silent, a thin object held between his lips. The man thought to himself that he was sure Moyang-su knew what he was thinking. A hand adjusted a dial, declaring that he would let the other take charge, trusting their judgment. So Wonhui stood silently. Elsewhere, a sword was drawn. The woman declared the fight would begin. So Wonhui was suddenly knocked to the ground. The woman with blue hair looked surprised. It was observed that she was closing her eyes. So Wonhui wondered if she was protecting herself from the illusionary eye, just in case. The woman began to speak. An attack landed. It was noted that she was fast. So Wonhui realized that if he had reacted any later, he would have lost. He knew she would follow up with another attack. Because of this, the woman with red eyes continued her assault. She pressed her attack. So Wonhui was shocked by her speed. The woman's hand moved with incredible speed. The force of the blow echoed. The man wondered at the strength of her attack. He realized that her external arts must be powerful, considering the pain he felt. The force of the impact reverberated. The woman continued her assault. Her hand struck with precision. So Wonhui rebalanced himself. The woman's attack continued. He had used his sword to rebalance himself in order to counterattack. So Wonhui remarked that she was quite witty, to which she replied that she was just lucky. So Wonhui stood his ground. Someone observed that he was not holding back at all. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning the depth of desire for the young woman. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in shock, her hands flying to her face. The voice continued, teasing So Wonhui about his supposed desire to see the woman naked. Meanwhile, the masked captain urged the red-haired woman not to lose focus. The clash of their techniques reverberated. The red-haired woman and So Wonhui continued their exchange, their movements a blur of motion. So Wonhui recognized the technique being used against him, a finger technique. He noticed the roughness of her index finger, calloused from years of training. It was said that finger techniques were more difficult to master than fist or palm techniques. The red-haired woman pressed her attack. The voice declared that this finger technique was not the blood hand demonist martial art, noting the risk of sealing one's meridians. Someone observed that they had never seen finger technique that excellent. So Wonhui wondered if it was the blood demon's martial art. The red-haired woman continued her assault, her finger glowing with power. So Wonhui parried the incoming attack with his sword, a flash of blue energy erupting from the point of impact. The red-haired woman met his blade with her fingers, the force of the impact creating a visible shockwave. The clash of techniques sent sparks flying as So Wonhui struggled to maintain his stance. With a burst of speed, So Wonhui pressed his attack, his sword a blur of motion. The woman's fingers glowed with a crimson light as she deflected each strike. Nearby, Gu Sangwon realized that using a dagger at that moment would be futile. The two combatants continued their deadly dance, each strike and parry carrying immense power. The red-haired woman smirked, confident in her abilities. So Wonhui thought to himself that he wanted to properly block her finger technique. He realized that she should know what he meant if he said it like that. The woman thought to herself that she jumped into this duel knowing she'd lose, but she just wanted to fight against someone who had learned the blood demon's martial arts, and that he was a very interesting person. The red-haired woman prepared for another attack. So Wonhui realized that it was no normal technique and that he should be prepared. So Wonhui glanced at the sword spirit, who watched the battle intently. So Wonhui felt the immense pressure emanating from the red-haired woman's stance. He realized he would have to resort to the luminous star sword technique. The swordsman prepared to strike. The blade was raised high. The sword gleamed. The red-haired woman ducked. The attack missed its mark. The red-haired woman countered with a strike of her own. Her foot slammed into the ground. The force of the blow sent So Wonhui flying. He was sent crashing to the ground. The The red-haired woman knew Beck Ryona's attack would be stopped, but it was time for her to end it. She braced herself, knowing it would hurt. The red-haired woman smiled. The force of the blows sent dust and debris flying. The sky above was clear and bright. So Wonhui had lost the duel. Absolute sword sense. It was dark. So Wonhui stirred, wondering if it was already nighttime. He realized someone was lying next to him. It was Ho Jungwon. It seemed the all-healing divine physician had reset his arm. So Wonhui groaned, his head throbbing. He thought the finger technique had worked too well, oppressing his innate core energy. Wonhui's consciousness returned, and he heard someone calling out to him. He recognized the voice of the sword spirit, Sodom, but he could not pinpoint her location. Looking up, he saw Sodom peering down at him. Sodom revealed that he had been unconscious for nearly 12 hours. Meanwhile, the innkeeper informed the sword spirit that he had watched the divine physician tend to Wonhui. The sword spirit dismissed the innkeeper's account, stating that she did not care about what happened after Wonhui lost consciousness. Elsewhere, a figure with purple hair stated that events were unfolding as expected. Another figure reported that Hei Action had sworn loyalty to Beck Ryonha. Elsewhere, Moyong-su observed that things were resolving well and noted that it was nearly midnight. So Wonhui decided he should return to the guest house, but then he heard something. He turned to see Go-eun-jo. The frog-blooded swordsman drew his sword. The sword spirit identified him as the second supreme Seo Galma's second disciple. The sword spirit wondered what Go-eun-jo was doing out so late at night on his own. Go-eun-jo avoided all the guarded areas as if he had learned stealth techniques. The night air hung heavy with suspicion. The figure moved with purpose through the moonlit forest. Energy crackled around them. The figure held something tightly in their arms. They raised their hand, energy coalescing around it. Suddenly, a voice cut through the night, demanding to know what they were doing. The speaker's face was grim. The question echoed, "Who was it?" The figure spun, drawing their sword. The blade met with a burst of energy. Another figure stood their ground, energy swirling around them. The first voice exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing So Wonhui and the scattered energy. So Wonhui's expression was one of grim determination. He realized it was the 1,000-mile pursuit scent. The scent, they realized, diffused far and wide, living up to its name. If the scent were spread, it could be used to track someone. It was possible to use a special item or a trained tracking dog to find a location. It was not impossible. The figure questioned if he had heard the saying, "Curiosity kills the cat." Go-eun-jo remarked that So Wonhui seemed to be alone, considering he had not blocked the exit path or attacked yet. He called him an idiot, asking if he thought he could fight him on his own. He was not falling for it, seeing as he was not that dumb. He must have received proper spy training, which meant So Wonhui prepared to strike. He dodged that easily, as expected of a peak-level martial artist. Go-eun-jo stated that it would not work just because he ambushed him, as he was on a different level. He added that So Wonhui must have learned that earlier today, and that he would have to change his strategy. So Wonhui told him to put on his shoes correctly first. He asked how scared he was to be tried to run away even without his shoe. Go-eun-jo questioned if So Wonhui thought he could take him on. So Wonhui realized the trick must have involved the use of evil arts. But he knew that evil arts only worked on those with less internal energy than the user. He wondered what was next. So Wonhui thought that Go-eun-jo talked a lot, and that he had followed him like an idiot because of his ambitions. Meanwhile, Go-eun-jo prepared to attack So Wonhui. The frog-blooded swordsman readied his blade. Go-eun-jo called So Wonhui a bastard. He vowed to kill him. The air crackled with energy as the unseen battle raged. A figure, wreathed in green energy, prepared to strike. Meanwhile, another figure countered with a blast of blue. The clash of energies intensified, the air thick with anticipation. A beam of green energy pierced through the darkness. Another figure, cloaked in shadow, prepared to unleash a devastating blow. The green energy surged, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The energies collided, creating a vortex of power. Nearby, Go-eun-jo scoffed, declaring that he was above his opponent in chi. So Wonhui stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Go-eun-jo grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice as So Wonhui glared back. So Wonhui refused to yield. Go-eun-jo taunted him, inviting him to come at him. Go-eun-jo's taunt was cut short as he realized something was amiss. A surge of blue energy emanated from So Wonhui. The display of power left Go-eun-jo in shock. The luminous star sword technique was unleashed. The technique manifested as a torrent of blue and green energy. The Tiger Force sword clashed against the luminous energy. The clash of techniques created a swirling vortex of power. The display of power left one observer wondering if this was truly a first-rate technique. The observer realized that So Wonhui had been concealing his true abilities. So Wonhui knew the saying. It was said that one should hide a third of their true abilities. Someone wondered if he even knew the proverbs of the Murim. Wonhui. It was clear that he was hiding half of his true abilities. The masked assassin lunges forward, sword raised, ready to strike. The assassin taunts So Wonhui, questioning if he is running away. He continues his descent, closing in on So Wonhui. The assassin brings his sword down with tremendous force. The blade cleaves through the air, leaving a trail of green energy. The force of the blow causes a visible distortion in the air. So Wenhui deflects the attack with his own blade, now glowing with a blue aura. Someone wonders aloud what he is doing. So Wenhui calmly states that the assassin's efforts are pointless. The sword spirit warns So Wenhui to dodge, recognizing the assassin's attack as a hidden weapon. He prepares to counter the assassin's attack. Green energy blades rain down around So Wenhui. The energy blades strike the ground with explosive force. So Wenhui prepares to unleash another attack, his sword radiating a brilliant blue light. He stood firm, his sword radiating a brilliant blue light as he prepared to unleash his next attack. Meanwhile, the masked assassin wondered why he hadn't heard anything, despite his precise aim. The assassin gripped his weapon tightly, his expression hidden behind the mask. The assassin continued his assault, green energy blades raining down. Suddenly, a voice called out, directing So Wenhui to go a certain way. The assassin and So Wenhui clashed, their blades meeting in a burst of energy. Thanks to the Sodom sword, the assassin knew So Wenhui's exact location. So Wenhui prepared to unleash the Luminous Star Sword Technique, 6th Technique. The energy of the Luminous Star Sword Technique crackled around him. He focused his energy on the Luminous Star Sword Technique, 6th Technique. So Wenhui initiated the Sword Culling Technique. The Luminous Star Sword Technique, 6th Technique, was used to chase after the assassin. The energy intensified as So Wenhui pursued his target. So Wenhui cried out as he unleashed his attack. The force of the attack sent the assassin reeling back, a pained cry escaping him. The assassin recovered, his movements swift and precise. He coughed, the force of the blow clearly having taken its toll. The assassin stood his ground, his form unwavering despite the recent assault. He raised his sword, the blade shimmering with an eerie blue light. Meanwhile, So Wenhui watched the assassin's movements, his expression unreadable. The assassin questioned how So Wenhui managed to dodge his hidden weapon amidst the dust. So Wenhui responded that he had a third eye. The assassin seemed taken aback by So Wenhui's words. The assassin resolved to attack first, believing So Wenhui might flee. The sword spirit denied the assassin's assumption. The assassin realized he could discern So Wenhui's thoughts, as he had once been a spy himself. The assassin knew a spy in this situation had only two options, to run or to commit suicide. The masked assassin grinned, revealing his teeth as he prepared to draw his sword. Rather than be defeated, he declared he would throw away his blade. It might not work during the fight, but if he's cornered, he knew he could use his illusionary eye with just a moment of eye contact. The assassin moved with unnatural speed. His movements were a blur. The assassin's sash was visible as he moved. He found it. So Wenhui's face contorted in pain. The assassin revealed a poison orb tied to a string onto the molar tooth and placed in the throat. As expected, there were two ways spies commit suicide, and they usually prefer to slit their own throats. If the poison orb melts into the body, all organs will melt away. It's a painful death. The assassin demanded to know how So Wenhui knew all of this. The masked assassin questioned if So Wenhui would even understand if he explained himself, referencing their earlier conversation. The assassin declared that So Wenhui had just lost to someone like him. The assassin remained composed. Suddenly, So Wenhui and the sword spirit noticed a noise. The sword spirit realized that something must have alerted the sentries in the Six Blood Valley. It was likely because of So Wenhui. Using the 1,000-mile pursuit scent meant he wanted to alert someone to their location. So Wenhui realized the Six Blood Valley's location had been exposed in his past life as well, but he pushed that thought aside for now. Originally, the Chaos Blade Emperor Co Galma wouldn't have come here, and it was probably because of the information he leaked. Go and Zhou also wouldn't have come and eventually been defeated by him. Ho Jungwon's fate had been altered in some ways too. If his prediction was right, he would die by Go Yunzhou's hand no matter what. So Wenhui felt that too many things were changing fast. He knew he had to hurry. The Six Blood Valley's main hall was under attack. Inside, masked assassins received orders to burn all the buildings and evacuate. One of them reported that he could not find their master anywhere. Another assassin wondered where their master had disappeared to in the middle of being treated. Elsewhere, another assassin reported that he also could not find young Master Eun-jae. The chaos continued to unfold. So Wenhui was confronted by someone asking where he had been. He apologized for being late. He stated that he would put him down first, then they could talk. So Wenhui realized he did not have much time to explain. He thought to himself that he had to act first. So Wenhui prepared to fight. Hundreds of armed forces were gathering near the mountain. Scouts not affiliated with their cult had also infiltrated the mountain. The assassins were ordered to halt and explain themselves. They were accused of disappearing when the bells rang and returning with the Second Supreme's disciple. The assassins were told that they would be arrested if they could not explain themselves. The order was given to rip open the Second Supreme's disciple's left shoe sole. The assassin complied, tearing open the sole of the shoe. Gu Sangwon watched with a suspicious gaze. The assassin revealed a hidden object. Gu Sangwon realized what it was. It was a small piece of paper. Gu Sangwon examined the paper closely. It was the 1,000-mile pursuit scent, which explained how they were able to find their location. Gu Sangwon's companion inquired if he knew anything about the 1,000-mile pursuit scent. He denied any knowledge of it. The man was then asked to examine something. It was identified as a poison orb. The orb, it was revealed, had been tied to Go Yunjo's left molar tooth. Traces of the poison were still present on the tooth. Master Moyang-su struggled to believe his disciple could be involved. One of the assassins apologized, stating that So Wunhui was correct. It was explained that when a poison orb is tied to a tooth for a long time, the gum underneath becomes damaged. Indeed, traces of the poison were found in both Go Yunjo's gum and tooth, evidence that could not be faked. Gu Sangwon then revealed that he had once been a spy for half a year in the Murim Alliance. The others were surprised that Gu Sangwon had experience as a spy, wondering how this could be. The red-haired woman asked them to lower their weapons, trusting her. The red-haired woman was surrounded by So Wunhui and Gu Sangwon. Gu Sangwon questioned how So Wunhui knew about the poison orb. So Wunhui explained that both the 1,000-mile pursuit scent and the poison orb were not common knowledge. So Wunhui thought to himself that it was time to lie, as his knowledge was due to his experience as a spy. He recalled waking up in the middle of dawn. He remembered seeing Go Eunjo leaving the guest house to go somewhere. Gu Sangwon thought it was suspicious that Go Eunjo was avoiding all the guards, so he followed him. Gu Sangwon revealed that Go Eunjo spread the 1,000-mile pursuit scent thing some distance away. So Wunhui asked why Gu Sangwon didn't just shout for help using his internal energy, stating that it was rash. Gu Sangwon explained that Go Eunjo would have either run away or killed him. So Wunhui listened intently. Gu Sangwon asked if So Wunhui overpowered him, questioning if he could even do that. So Wunhui responded that it wouldn't make sense if he defeated someone stronger than him in a fair fight. So Wunhui stated that he couldn't think of a different option. Go Eunjo was shown defeated. So Wunhui thought to himself that he would have lost if Go Eunjo had put the poison on his shoes. So Wunhui admitted to purposefully stabbing Go Eunjo with a dagger to create false evidence. The sword spirit remarked that he was good at using his head to lie and that he was thorough. He was reminded that he could have lost his life. Meanwhile, Moyang-su's facial expression seemed more relaxed than before. It was said that Moyang-su must be proud of So Wunhui. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman stated that if it weren't for the other, they would have never found out who the spy was and would have had their escape route exposed. The woman was thanked, and she replied that she meant it. Moyang-su chuckled, acknowledging that she had courage. So Wunhui responded that he just did what he should have, adding that it was just a coincidence, but he had done something great. The red-haired woman apologized to the fallen man. The fallen man thought that what happened was because he was bad at judging his character. The red-haired woman stated that there was no time to blame him for anything right now. She urged that they needed to hurry and find a way out, adding that it was not too late to discuss his responsibility after that. The fallen man understood. The masked man returned, announcing his arrival to his master. Moyang-su acknowledged the man's return, stating that they could have escaped with the spy if it weren't for him. He then questioned if they were all waiting. Moyang-su stood beside the masked man. A surge of purple energy erupted. The energy intensified. Someone asked what he had done to him, realizing that his energy core had been destroyed. Another man stated that he did that to display the disownment of his disciple. Baek Ryonha should be satisfied with that much, as she was told to cut the root veins on his arms and legs too. It was said that she sure is of the blood demon bloodline. She even had her hands, feet, and blood. Hand Demon's finger was cut off last time, but she's even more ruthless to a spy. Absolute sword sense. Under the fiery glow of distant flames, three figures stood silhouetted against the night, their mission shrouded in secrecy. Nearby, one man admitted he preferred sleeping in a guest house. Once the spy had been dealt with, the group decided on their escape route. It seemed they had been discussing it even before he arrived. Their plan was not to escape through a single route, but to divide into three paths. The chronicler noted that Co Galma would lead the elites and protect the all-healing divine physician. Han Bika would protect the fake Baek Ryonha to confuse their enemies. They had half the Six Blood Valley's forces with them, but most were either lower-ranking escort warriors or intermediate-rank trainees. Thus, they were essentially the only ones capable of real battle. The Destruction Blood Squad commander's lower subordinate, the stealthiest and quickest with his Qinggong, took up the most dangerous mission. He was covered in Go Yunjo's 1,000-mile pursuit scent. Without luck, there was a very high chance that he would die. It was a mission that required sacrifice, but there was no other way around it. They knew neither the enemy's identity nor their numbers. If there was someone stronger than one of the Supremes, they would be at a disadvantage. The plan was to sacrifice some. So Wunhui stood firm, even with the sword spirit beside him, knowing that even with everyone present, they might not be able to win. They could only hope that the subordinate would stall long enough for them to escape the Six Blood Valley. Elsewhere, Moyang-su called out So Wunhui's name. He ordered 2 squad leaders to be brought to him. In the forest, a figure wondered if they would truly come this way. Nearby, another noted that the information might not be clear. According to the information, there were very skilled martial artists present. One man asked if the other was afraid. Someone observed the place burning. They had noticed them coming and immediately set the place on fire to run away. They were probably nothing more than second or third-rate fighters. While the group guessed they had worried for no reason. The group observed that he had reached peak level. It was said that he was powerful enough to be a candidate of the Central District's 8 great martial artists. He possessed senses sharper than any hound, especially when it came to detecting the presence of others. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwon assured his companion that he thought too highly of him, but he would not let him down. He told him not to worry. Elsewhere, a figure mused that only a great expert would be able to go undetected. It was near impossible. The speaker considered the composition of the scouting party. She surmised that they were likely a small scout group. She knew that it would be dangerous if any more time was wasted. She ate. She wondered what kind of information was being leaked at that moment. She thought to herself that she wanted to eat too. Nearby, someone told another not to stare. Another voice admitted that they were hungry as well. The first voice told them to hurry and come back. 2 figures were seen. One of them wondered when he had. A masked figure descended. The masked assassin struck, his movements swift and deadly. The scout reeled from the blow, blood trickling from his mouth. The masked figure demanded that he answer his questions truthfully. He promised that only then would he kill him as painlessly as possible. His eyes narrowed, a cold glint in them. Meanwhile, So Wenhui and the sword spirit continued their advance. So Wenhui realized there were too many enemies. A few moments earlier, the sword spirit had observed that it was more like a scout team. She could hear the voices of swords nearby. She sensed at least 5 people considering the sounds of swords. If there were people using different weapons or were more skilled, there may be even more people. The sword spirit sensed 7 hiding under the hill to the right, meaning there were 2 who were using different weapons. She believed one was a peak-level martial artist, and the rest were first or second-rate. So Wenhui declared that he would take care of the peak-level and first-rate martial artists, and they should take care of the rest. The group knew they needed to be fast and could not stall any longer. So Wenhui declared that he had decided to go with the masked assassin. The assassin thought that So Wenhui's martial arts were approximately that of a second-rate fighter. He mused that facing a single opponent like him would have been difficult before his regression. The assassin thought that So Wenhui was nothing hard for him now. So Wenhui shouted in defiance. So Wenhui realized he had a good idea and would seal the assassin's pressure points first. So Wenhui asked if the sword spirit could hear him. The sword spirit wondered how a human could talk to them. The sword spirit asked what So Wenhui meant and how he was talking to them because they could hear him. They wondered if it was real and assumed he didn't want his owner getting. The assassin begged So Wenhui not to kill him, as he would lose his owner if he died. He then demanded to know who his owner was and all of his companions' locations. The sword spirit refused to tell him. So Wenhui stated that the assassin was from the blood cult and that he had heard that members of the blood cult were all cruel and evil and needed to be eliminated for the greater good of the Jianghu. The sword spirit realized that So Wenhui left them no choice. The assassin screamed as the sword pierced him. The masked assassin, lying on the ground, barely manages to stammer a response as he hears the voice in his head. It tells him that it has only severed his arm and that his throat is next. The voice continues, suggesting that it should kill him with his own blade. Desperate, the assassin begs for his life, promising to tell them everything. Meanwhile, the sword spirit chides Wenhui, telling him that what he is doing is cruel. Wenhui admits that he doesn't want to do this either. Wenhui thinks to himself that he is not in a position to be generous to others right now. The assassin, surrounded by his comrades, realizes that everyone will be in danger if he hesitates. Elsewhere, Moyang-su asks if anything was discovered. The subordinate replies that he has failed. Moyang-su observes that the assassin bit his own tongue, calling him strong-willed. The subordinate states that they should hide the bodies amidst the tall grass and leave. The subordinate reveals that he has found out about them. Moyang-su asks what he means. The subordinate explains that they are martial artists from the Heavenly Earth sect and the Sea Lotus faction. 2 figures were identified as being part of the Orthodox faction. The assassin admitted that he had thought they hesitated because they couldn't kill him. Moyang-su inquired how the assassin had discovered this information. The assassin explained that he had questioned the man, using the frequency whispering technique to determine if any allies were nearby. The assassin continued, stating that he told the man there were hundreds of them, so if he wanted to save his companions, he'd better confess, which he did. Moyang-su stated that it was wisely done. He admitted he couldn't figure out much because the man was a second-rate swordsman. The assassin revealed that there were 7 organizations on the move because of a request, and that there were scouts lying in ambush nearby. It was revealed that the Abyss faction's patriarch himself was searching the area with about 100 escorts. The assassin groaned, realizing they could have gotten out of there. Moyang-su scoffed, stating that they would just force their way through. One of the assassins thought that would be too dangerous, as the young lady's location might get exposed. He asked what they were supposed to do and if they should go back. Another assassin clarified that that's not what he meant, referring to Moyang-su as elder and squad commander. Moyang-su asked how about this. Squad commander Yang Gong-gil stood firm, his resolve unwavering. Another suggested taking the valley path by the cliff. That idea was immediately rejected. The speaker explained that both sides were steep cliffs. The cliffs stretched high into the night sky. It was too dangerous to move forward or backward. The speaker elaborated that jumping into the water below during an emergency was too dangerous, as the current was too fast and the water level too high. Another wondered if such a dangerous path might allow them to catch the enemy off guard. Moang-su considered that the enemy would never imagine they would take such a path. Another questioned if Squad Commander Yang was willing to gamble with so many lives, including the young ladies. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. So Wonhui also believed Squad Commander Yang Gangle's plan was dangerous. He knew they had very few options, and they had come too far to turn back. It was clear that forcing their way through or taking the valley path were both dangerous. The blade of an unseen attacker sliced through the air. High above, the figure who blew the whistle remained hidden amongst the trees. New_character_1 realized that the whistle's sound marked the location where Uncle Hay had disappeared. One of the assassins, moments before his demise, wondered what had happened. Another assassin realized that someone was still alive. Gu Sangwon knew that someone had made a mistake, making the situation even more urgent. He knew that before the enemy's backup arrived, he had to act. They were nearby. With the whistle blown, Gu Sangwon knew they had no choice. He would make the choice. So Wonhui heard the noise. 1, 8, 14, 32. So Wonhui realized with frustration that there were far more enemies than before. His expression hardened as he prepared for the coming battle. Meanwhile, the elder urged his companion to hurry to the valley. There was no time to think. The enemies were already upon them. The enemies were rushing toward them with alarming speed. Under the cover of night, the group continued their journey. One of the men questioned what his uncle meant. The woman remained silent, listening intently. The man with the tiger pelt warned that many enemies were after them. He decided that he would take half the men to shake off some of the pursuers. The man with the tiger pelt knew that the enemies included considerably strong martial artists. The man with reddish-brown hair stood nearby, as the man with the tiger pelt speculated that their pursuer was likely the patriarch of the Sea Lotus faction. The woman urged him not to die. The man with the tiger pelt assured her that they would catch up after eliminating the enemy. He commanded them to protect the young lady at all costs. They were also not to forget their rendezvous point. The man with reddish-brown hair stood with the woman. The man with the tiger pelt told So Wonhui to lead them well while he was away, speaking to him separately through the frequency whispering technique. The man with the tiger pelt declared that the other was the smartest of them all. He continued, stating he believed in him to do a good job helping Commander Zhang, but the other wondered if he was trusted because of his few accomplishments. Interpersonal relationships were so mysterious. The man with the tiger pelt scoffed, telling the other to worry about himself. Of those remaining, if the squad commander was excluded, the strongest individual would be Mr. So Wonhui. Another man stated that he had to go too, trusting the other to protect the group's forces had been seriously weakened, with half of them gone. Squad commander Yang Gangil and another led the group since he knew the path best, and he urged them to hurry. The group ensured their formation would protect Baek Ryonha. It seemed Hay action was succeeding, as no one pursued them. So Wonhui heard the distinct clash of swords again. The sound seemed to originate down the path ahead. There were fewer pursuers than before, he noted. The masked assassin declared he would send a stop signal. The masked assassin asked what was happening. Another member stated that enemies were in the area. The man with the top knot expressed that he didn't sense any presence. The masked assassin thought it was impossible for the man to sense the enemy's presence. So Wonhui was certain they needed Hu's own squad commander to lead the group. The man with the top knot insisted that the commander must protect the young lady. Another member responded that even if there were enemies, they needed to be the ones to fight them. So Wonhui hadn't expected the man to reject his suggestion. He then suggested they at least prepare. The man with the top knot stated that So Wonhui was careful, but he was right. Gu Sangwon stated that he did not have any weapons and that So Wonhui should unsheath his sword and signal to the group. Even with Baek Ryonha as their priority, the group remained cautious. The group discussed the possibility of encountering enemies in the narrow path. It was decided that the strongest martial artists should fight at the front, and So Wonhui was called upon. So Wonhui appeared confused. Someone urged the group to hurry. It was believed that stalling any further might be dangerous. So Wonhui drew his sword. He noticed something on his sword sheath. So Wonhui asked if there was something like white powder on his sword sheath. Someone confirmed that there was. A voice told So Wonhui that if he did not want to die, he should talk through the frequency whispering technique, and then demanded to know who he was. He wondered what the white powder on his sword sheath was and why someone would place the 1,000-mile pursuit scent on him. Because he raised the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, Southern Heaven noticed what Yang Gangil did and informed him. He realized that if it weren't for his ability to hear swords' voices, he would have never known about the scent. The masked assassin realized that the scent was placed so that the Destruction Blood Squad commander and the Force Supreme could catch up to them. The assassin demanded that he not be lied to, questioning why they would have done in secret. So Wonhui considered that they could use different scents even if they were on the same side, and that there must be clues. Of course, they could use different scents even if they're on the same side. Let's think. There must be clues. Another assassin explained that they didn't have a choice because of the urgent situation, but now there were enemies on standby on this path. One of the assassins realized that he understood now. The assassin realized that the whistle from earlier was because one of the enemies weren't dead. The assassin asked if that was his doing. The assassin realized that it was really an obstacle after another and that there was a trap ahead of him. So when we thought that things weren't going smoothly and that he had to lead everyone, the assassins questioned what was happening. So when we listened intently, one of the assassins wondered how their enemies knew their location and why Squad Commander Yang had been killed. It was revealed that Squad Commander Yang Gongil was a spy. Baek Ryonha realized that Yang Gongil was a spy. So Wonhui recalled placing the 1,000-mile pursuit scent on his sword sheath. One of the assassins stated that even if their enemies were waiting for them, it would be hard for them to hear them whispering if they could not even detect them, suggesting they should just talk. Baek Ryonha noted that the scent was a bit different. So Wonhui realized that he could differentiate the two scents since he was trained as a spy, but wondered if Baek Ryonha was sensitive to smell. Now that it was checked, so Wonhui knew the sword sheath was done for. They would have to throw it away since it had the 1,000-mile pursuit scent on it. The sword spirit lamented that they were together for so long, but so Wonhui resolved to get something similar later. So Wonhui urged that there was no time and they must hurry. A voice calls out So Wonhui's name. The woman with red hair recalls that Squad Commander Yang was not a spy, then corrects herself, acknowledging that he was. The man with long brown hair wonders what she is saying, confused by her statement. Meanwhile, Jwabak realizes that the woman must have been confusing him, and that the presence they feel is that of their pursuers. The man with long brown hair urges them to hurry and tells the woman with red hair to go to the center. The sword's voices grow louder. The group continues to move forward. The blood cult members descend from above. The blood cult members are closing in. The blood cult members are closing in. Jwabak orders the others to stop immediately and defend their back. Another voice urges the woman with red hair to the front and to hurry. The blood cult members are closing in. The blood cult members prepare to attack with thrown spears, and the voice warns everyone to brace themselves. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. The force crashed against the water's surface. The water rippled outwards from the point of impact. Nearby, someone questioned the wisdom of their actions. I don't know if this is right. Another voice responded, stating they were simply following orders from the young lady. The woman with red hair was addressed, her expression unreadable. Her dark robes swayed slightly. She was told to cease the nonsense and reminded that she must have a plan. She was further reminded that the First Supreme and other Blood Stars were supporting her. It was noted that only the 3rd and 6th Blood Stars were supporting her on the other hand. The woman was told that the others could be easily eliminated after the cult reconstruction was over. She agreed, but the woman's expression remained unchanged. She commanded that not even the smallest possibilities be left unchecked. It was stated that the person in question was also of his blood. The woman was warned that even a small possibility might come back and hit her on the back of the head. The man with the neatly trimmed mustache and goatee noted that the 2nd Supreme was friendly to them, but he might change his mind. That was why they were going to make sure that didn't happen. The woman with red hair wondered if that cranky old man would come to their side just because she asked him to, noting that he had already rejected all their messages. That was the case when the 4th Supreme had nothing to lose. Swords clashed. The situation was dire. The force of the attack sent the squad commander flying. The blood cult members focused their energy. The energy channeled into the spear was immense. The force of the spear was devastating. A single toss of the spear had taken down Squad Commander Jang Munwong and the other squad captains. Defeating multiple first-rate martial artists with just one spear was an incredible feat. His force was unbelievable. The one who threw the spear was the man back there. To be able to exert that kind of force, he must be a martial artist at the same level of a Blood Star or the Supremes. So Wonhui wondered if he had to risk his life for this. He realized that if he did, he might be able to stall for some time for Baek Ryonha to flee. So Wonhui steeled himself. He realized he had been thinking like a loyal dog of the blood cult. So Wonhui knew he needed to prioritize his own survival over loyalty to the blood cult. He realized that falling over the cliff in his current situation would be fatal. Despite the dire circumstances, there remained a sliver of hope. The blood cult members demanded if there was a woman named Baek Ryonha among them. So Wonhui's expression hardened as he heard Baek Ryonha's name. The blood cult members threatened to kill everyone if Baek Ryonha was not among them. The blood cult members stated that if she was present, they should hand her over, and then they would let everyone else go. One of the blood cult members remarked that, looking at their eyes, he seemed to be right about her presence. The masked captain confirmed that he was right. She was indeed there. The blood cult demanded that they hand her over. It was clear that Squad Commander Jang Munwong was also prepared to fight to his death. Baek Ryonha realized that at this rate, they would all die. The masked captain instructed So Wonhui to take the young lady and flee, promising to buy them time. Meanwhile, the old man addressed someone as young master. So Wonhui stood ready, sword in hand. The sword spirit questioned why he was doing this. So Wonhui steeled himself, resolving to jump off the cliff if things went awry. Below, the blood cult members advanced. The masked captain declared that there was no time before he started killing them all. So Wonhui observed that they did not seem to be part of the Murim Alliance. He questioned why they were trying to. The masked captain was surprised that they were not the Murim Alliance. The masked captain scoffed, asking what So Wonhui was talking about, stating that they were part of the Murim Alliance. The woman with red hair questioned why they would let them go if they handed Baek Ryonha over to them. She realized that it did not make sense. So Wonhui also realized that it made no sense that they were only going after one person. The masked assassin declared that So Wonhui was spouting nonsense. The captain of the blood cult responded that there were people in the Murim Alliance all over the mountain, questioning if the masked assassin did not value his life. The masked assassin retorted, asking why, if they were on the same side, the captain wouldn't have time. Elsewhere, one of the men stated that one of their own had strongly recommended they take this path. It was realized that he was a spy, and he spread the 1,000-mile pursuit scent, but it was subtly different from the one used by the force inspecting the mountain. The woman with red hair asked if that person was a spy sent by the masked assassin. The captain scoffed, saying there was no reason to hide it, since they had realized there was a spy among them. The captain stated that he was sure they were well aware that they could find Baek Ryonha, to which the woman with red hair responded that she was so thankful. The masked assassin's eyes widened in surprise. The woman with red hair thanked the captain for his consideration. The captain stared back with narrowed eyes. The woman with red hair stated that if there was a spy, they would have found Baek Ryonha right away, as the spy would have told them through the frequency whispering technique. She accused the captain of trying to stall for time with his serpent-like tongue. The masked assassin declared that he would kill the captain first. The captain questioned if it was young lady Baek Haihyang. The masked assassin questioned if someone under Baek Haihyang employed the captain. The captain gripped his sword tightly. The captain's question echoed in the minds of the others. The masked assassin realized that these people were part of the blood cult and ordered them to kill the captain. The masked assassin prepared to strike. Energy crackled around the assassin. The assassin launched the energy. So Wonhui realized he could catch a spear toss like that using the innate core energy of the central energy core. So Wonhui prepared to catch the energy. So Wonhui declared that he would be returning it right back to the assassin. So Wonhui launched the energy back. The captain yelled for everyone to run, stating that the only way to live now was for everyone to run for their lives. The assassin remarked that So Wonhui looked like he was just a first-rate, but was able to catch his spear. The assassin stated that So Wonhui was pretty impressive, but now he really couldn't let him go alive. The energy surged around So Wonhui. The redirected energy intensified. The energy continued to build. The energy reached a critical point. So Wonhui stood amidst the swirling power. The masked assassin cursed his own hesitation, realizing he should have prioritized his own survival. The redirected energy bore down on the assassin. The assassin realized the attack had stopped just before hitting him. The blood cult captain, No Sangsu, remarked on So Wonhui's skill. No Sangsu recognized a familiar voice. Supreme Co Galma wondered how No Sangsu was still alive. No Sangsu thanked Co Galma. Baek Ryonha questioned why No Sangsu had not fled as instructed. Baek Ryonha revealed that she was able to confirm there were no other spies, thanks to No Sangsu. The woman's hand rested on her chest, her identity revealed, Blood Hand Demonis Hanbika. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung sneered, realizing they had been hiding and deceiving their own allies. He admitted he thought he was going to die for real, but he didn't expect the plan to split into three to be a false one. Elsewhere, one of the men accused someone of tricking them. The man with the white mustache expressed his disbelief that the Second Supreme would have chosen Baek Ryonha. It was stated that their win was not guaranteed if a Bloodstar and a Supreme were on the other side. One of the masked assassins declared that they would. He demanded to know where they thought they were going. The ground trembled as a monstrous figure descended. The masked assassins paused, one commenting on the strangeness of the situation. One of the masked figures questioned if the other truly believed they could stall for time against such a powerful opponent. The monstrous figure landed heavily on the ground. The massive figure exuded a palpable aura of power. The monstrous figure towered over the assassins. The figure's muscles bulged with raw strength. The monstrous figure warned that if they wanted to get past him, they would have to try. The figure's eyes narrowed, radiating intense menace. The monstrous figure declared that they would have to risk losing their heads. A guttural cry echoed through the cavern. The hulking figure of the transformed warrior stood firm, his grip tightening on the blade. One of the masked assassins watched in disbelief. He questioned how anyone could withstand such power with their bare hands. The transformed warrior struck again, sending the assassin flying. The warrior laughed, reveling in his newfound strength. He relished the sensation of power coursing through him. The transformed warrior stood over the fallen assassin, his presence radiating raw power. The assassin lay defeated, crushed beneath the warrior's might. Another assassin gasped, witnessing the brutal display. The transformed warrior stood tall, his muscular frame a testament to his enhanced strength. The tiger pelt around his waist seemed to writhe with a life of its own. Despite the death of their comrade, none of the remaining assassins dared to step forward. The transformed warrior resembled a wild beast, his eyes burning with primal fury. The transformed So Wonhui stood, radiating power. Nearby, the masked assassin ordered them to back off. The assassins hesitated, fear evident in their posture. Hey Action, observing the transformed warrior, remarked on his eccentric nature. Hey Action continued, stating that So Wonhui truly lived up to his name. The masked assassin admitted he never liked being compared to him, declaring that they should fight. The transformed So Wonhui prepared to strike. Energy gathered around his fist. Hey Action stated that he was impatient. The masked assassin focused, gathering energy in his own fist. So Wonhui's fist glowed with power. The two fighters clashed, their fists meeting in a burst of energy. So Wonhui stood, bracing himself. The impact of the blow reverberated. The force of their collision reverberated outwards. The masked assassin grunted, acknowledging the power of So Wonhui's strike. He admitted that So Wonhui was stronger than him, but he declared that there was a limit to how much one could reinforce their physical strength. Energy crackled around the assassin. The assassin's power intensified. The energy around him surged. Moyang-Su's eyes glowed with power. Moyang-Su scoffed. His energy continued to build. Moyang-Su's fist clenched, ready to strike. Moyang-Su's face was illuminated by his own power. The energy around Moyang-Su intensified further. Moyang-Su's power reached its peak. Moyang-Su's power radiated outwards, a tangible force. The masked man realized the fist technique he had just witnessed was significant. Moyang-Su stood firm, his stance unyielding. The air crackled with energy. The masked man gasped, feeling the immense pressure. The intensity of Moyang-Su's power was palpable. It was known that the masked man also possessed very advanced martial art techniques. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion. Moyang-Su scoffed, believing that compared to Hey Action, his opponent fell behind. He questioned if that was all So Wonhui had. The masked man admitted he could not take his eyes off the duel, as the Southern Heaven swordsman was supposed to have never lost against him. The sword spirit confessed that she did not know if her past owner would have been able to win against So Wonhui at his current level. She realized that his power contained ever-increasing mass. Another observed that So Wonhui had gotten stronger. Even Second Supreme Co Galma was praising him. So Wonhui pondered why Co Galma only praised him. The master wondered if he felt proud. Meanwhile, the enemies began to panic. One of the assassins suggested they make a suggestion. The woman with the blue hair stated that if Yuni was the one who sent them, then they must be one of them. She offered that if they surrendered now and told them who employed them, she would guarantee that their lives would be spared. The woman with the red hair thought that suggesting them to surrender in this situation meant she was unexpectedly clever. She assumed it was Baek Ryonha herself that set up this trap. So Wonhui wondered if she did. It was, indeed, a trap to deceive even her allies. They were in a hurry and were not aware who the spies were after all. She knew Baek Haihyang would do something like this, so she did it first. The woman with the white hair thought that they were a great pair of sisters. So Wonhui thought that the fox looked like someone who'd avoid mind games like this. She didn't really look smart. That was exactly it. It was clear that someone was plotting against her. The silhouette of the schemer loomed. Meanwhile, Baek Ryonha was attempting to identify the person behind the plot. So Wonhui considered that it would make more sense if the person was not of the same blood demon bloodline. The sword spirit complimented So Wonhui on figuring things out with a given context, but he dismissed it. The sword spirit insisted that anyone could figure it out and told him to just accept the compliment. The woman issued her last warning and suggestion. She declared that if they did not surrender, the only fate that awaited them was death. One of the masked men declared that they underestimated them. Another masked man called them arrogant bastards and ordered them to fight. The white-haired man declared that they would fight till the end, while the woman stated that she did not think they would surrender. The elderly man suggested that they might as well get rid of them as fast as they could. The masked men agreed. The blood cult member stood alongside new_character_1, who stated that she would take care of the leader. From within the folds of a robe, a figure emerged, declaring they would take care of the leader. Elsewhere, main_antagonist_1 demanded someone bring him a sword. A sword was presented to him. Main_antagonist_1 tested the blade. It seemed he did not like it. The sword felt different from his usual longsword. Main_antagonist_1 swung the sword. It was said that a renowned swordsman does not blame the tools. Main_antagonist_1 commanded the martial artist to follow him. He roared for them to slay the enemy. His command echoed with fury. Main_antagonist_1 gripped the sword, declaring it was all right. So Wonhui prepared for battle. As So Wonhui prepared himself, he knew that it was time to perform. The order rang out, slay the enemy. The blood cult members surged forward, blades drawn. Moyang-Su moved with deadly speed, his sword ablur as he engaged his opponents. His strikes were precise and powerful, each blow carrying the force to cleave through armor and bone. The air crackled with the energy of his sword. So when we watched the display of power, he realized that martial masters could unleash over 10 attacks in a split second. One of the masked assassins screamed as he fell before Moyang Su's onslaught. So when we considered sitting back to watch, but knew the situation demanded immediate action. The masked captain's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. He knew they needed to eliminate the enemy quickly. So when we charged forward, his sword raised. The masked assassins knew that chaotic battles like these were perfect for them to fully utilize their skills. One of the assassins decided to target the weaker opponents first. The blood cult member swung his sword, aiming to cut down So Wonhui. Another assassin moved to intercept. Two of the assassins observed the fight. They noted that two of their targets were above first rate. A flurry of sword strikes filled the air. The assassins continued their assault. One of the assassins narrowed his eyes. The assassin realized that the swordsman was only attacking those below second rate on purpose. The assassins were cut down by a golden light. Moyang Su's eyes glowed. The ground shook. The assassins wondered how Moyang Su was so strong, even when he was injured. So Wonhui recalled that Zhang Munwang was skilled even among peak-level martial artists, and that he was overpowering other peak-level martial artists without using any weapon. Moyang Su ordered them to kill the guy with the rusted sword first, as he realized they were onto him. So Wonhui is surrounded by the blood cult assassins. He admits to himself that he didn't want to be noticed. He realizes he has no choice but to fight. The assassins unleash the Star Sword technique, fourth technique. So Wonhui counters with the Rising Dragon. The force of the attacks collide. One of the masked assassins is caught in the blast. Moyang Su taunts So Wonhui, asking if he shouldn't be more aware of his surroundings. The masked assassin grits his teeth. The assassin lunges forward. The assassin strikes. The assassin is struck in the face. The force of the blow sends blood flying. New_character_1 smiles, calling the scene young. One of the assassins announces their presence, declaring they are here to assist Master So. The assassin strike is swift and powerful. Moyang Su observes the fight, noting that there are still about 10 assassins remaining. Moyang Su warns the assassins not to let their guard down, as the remaining opponents are all first-rate. New_character_1 comments on the battle, stating that a Supreme isn't called a Supreme for nothing. The assassin's sword glows with a menacing red energy. The assassin presses his attack, but it is observed that So Wonhui is solely focused on defending himself. Another assassin moves to intercept So Wonhui. The assassin's blade is imbued with a crimson light as he attacks. The assassin prepares to strike. So Wonhui tells the assassin that they keep getting in his way. So Wonhui counters, telling the assassin to watch their back instead. The assassin is caught off guard by So Wonhui's sudden counterattack. The masked assassin lunges forward, his sword crackling with energy as he aims for So Wonhui. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the shadows, reaching out. The blood cult assassin is caught off guard. He exclaims in surprise. The assassin is struck by an unseen force. Another assassin cries out as they are struck down. Moyang Su raises his sword, observing the unfolding chaos. The assassin, eyes narrowed, wonders if So Wonhui believes he can win. The assassin prepares to strike. Moyang Su unleashes a powerful blow. The assassin watches as Moyang Su attacks. The force of the blow is immense. The sword spirit declares that even in death, she will not be alone. The sword spirit's hand clenches into a fist, her resolve unwavering. Moyang Su declares that she will die. Moyang Su's hand glows with power. The force of the blow sends So Wonhui staggering backwards. One of the masked assassins moves to attack So Wonhui. The assassin wonders why So Wonhui is suddenly coming for him. The assassin prepares to use the luminous star sword technique, confident that even a peak-level opponent will not withstand it. The assassin unleashes his sixth technique, believing that So Wonhui will be unable to block it with his bare hands. The sword culling chase technique hurtles towards So Wonhui. The assassin is shocked to see So Wonhui block the attack with his rusted sword, realizing he tanked it on purpose. Moyang Su declares that So Wonhui is Hei Action's disciple. The assassin is shocked. The assassin realizes that So Wonhui chose to go for him instead of Baek Ryonha, and that he'll pay for interfering. The assassin realizes he was So Wonhui's target from the beginning. The assassin screams in terror. The assassin is defeated. The masked assassin fell defeated. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman expressed her frustration. The water currents surged with immense power. The force of the water continued to intensify. So Wonhui struggled against the relentless current. The sword spirit urged So Wonhui to pull himself together, reminding him that she was also there. He realized that the water current was too strong. At this rate, he feared being swept away and dying. So Wonhui raised his sword, channeling his energy. The energy surged around him. He wondered what had just happened. Coughing, So Wonhui wondered what kind of advanced martial artist had saved him from the strong water current. He managed to thank his savior. Before him stood a grotesque figure, and he wondered what it was. The figure looms over him, its form indistinct and menacing. So Wenhui expressed his gratitude. The sword spirit cautioned Wenhui to look down, but not to be afraid. Wenhui realized they needed to leave, as the area was dangerous and littered with human bones. The sword spirit warned that Wenhui was going to be eaten. A grotesque creature emerged, declaring that Wenhui looked tasty. Wenhui cursed, realizing the sword spirit had jinxed him. The creature cackled. It was an ambush, but the creature grabbed Wenhui's bare hand. The creature roared. Wenhui recognized the creature's energy as chi at the 9th mastery from the central energy core. A massive sword appeared. Energy coursed through the creature's arm. Wenhui noticed something. Wenhui wondered how long the string had been tied to his arm. So Wenhui, struggling against the mysterious string, commanded himself to cut it off, but found he was unable to. Even without space to swing his blade, Wenhui resolved to use his chi, wondering how such a thin string could be so strong. The creature made a guttural sound. The monster cackled, its form surrounded by glowing blue energy. Wenhui cried out in pain. The creature's face contorted in a grotesque grin. The monster continued to constrict him. Wenhui cried out again. He realized the monster had twisted his wrist with such force that he believed it was broken. The creature told him to stop resisting. Wenhui despaired, wondering if he was going to become human meat for this strange, monster-like human. Suddenly, Wenhui recognized a voice. The voice called him a damned disciple. Muangsu wondered if someone was looking for him from the outside. The monster loomed over so Wenhui, its presence demanding respect. The air crackled with unseen energy. A voice echoed, urging Wenhui to awaken. So Wenhui wondered how long he had been unconscious. The sword spirit urged So to remain still, explaining that the monstrous human had been acting strangely since he lost consciousness. The sword spirit added that the monster had dragged So deeper into the cave and had been trembling in fear ever since. Even now, So Wenhui remained motionless on the cavern floor. The sword spirit noted that So had been lying there for half a day. The sword spirit confirmed that it had been half a day and urged So to consider the situation. The monstrous human only had his left arm, but he was still a martial master. The monster stood silently. The sword spirit observed that it was difficult to tell exactly, but if the monster had a regular body, he might be as strong as Hei Action. The sword spirit told So not to be disappointed, but they had heard regular shouting for about 4 hours. After that, the shouting stopped. So Wenhui realized he needed to escape this situation. He steeled himself, resolving to overcome this challenge as he had many others, even death itself. Considering the monster's current state, it seemed unlikely that it was mentally stable. The monster's garbled sounds and extreme fear suggested that the shouting from outside had deeply affected it. It was something a master at his level should have known. He should have blocked his pressure points as a precautionary measure, but he hadn't. The sword spirit warned So Wenhui that the monster was moving. It seemed the monster lacked legs. Even so, he could hear the monster dragging itself closer. The sight of the monster sent chills down his spine. He had never experienced anything as terrifying as this, not in his past life or this one. Now, he would channel his innate core energy to the maximum. He aimed for the monster's ribcage. The monster blocked the attack. But that was exactly what So Wenhui was aiming for. So Wenhui thought that if he struck the monster's celestial pressure point now, the monster roared in pain. The sword spirit called out to So Wenhui. So Wenhui landed a blow. The monster was sent flying. The monster was struck again. The monster was struck again. The monster cursed. The monster questioned how So Wenhui was able to control his innate core energy. The monster wondered about the sword. So Wenhui wondered if the monster recognized the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So Wenhui thought he could try and talk to him. So Wenhui declared that he was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's successor, which confused the monster. The monster realized that So Wenhui was his. So Wenhui realized that if the monster recognized the Southern Heaven Iron Sword and knew he was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's enemy, this was going to be his grave. The monster, on the verge of defeat, wonders if this is truly the end. The creature begins to weep. The monster finds it strange, yet accepts it as fate. Meanwhile, the sword spirit seems confused. So Wenhui asks the monster for his name. The monster reveals himself as Han Ji-song. So Wenhui is shocked that Han Ji-song is still alive, recognizing him as the Flying Blade Assassin King. The sword spirit repeats the name, questioning if he is the legendary assassin. The sword spirit confirms that Han Ji-song was once a legendary assassin, and also the one who stole the text of her former owner's martial arts skill. The sword spirit recalls that Han Ji-song was defeated by the man with golden eyes. Han Ji-song looks up. Han Ji-song kneels. Han Ji-song, the Flying Blade Assassin King, asks the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman to allow him to repay his debts. The sword spirit warns So Wenhui that Han Ji-song is someone who regularly stabs others in the back. The sword spirit urges So Wenhui not to trust Han Ji-song. Bound by glowing strands, Han Ji-song declared he didn't have much time. The bound figure seemed confused. He admitted to Han Ji-song that he wasn't sure what he was talking about. Han Ji-song stated that he would repay his debts first. He vowed to repay his debts, even if the bound figure rejected something. The figure realized that the celestial pressure point was also called the 100 convergence point, and that it was the best pressure point to absorb innate core energy from. A hand reached for the back of So Wonhui's head. So Wonhui tried to focus. So Wonhui cried out in pain. So Wonhui was surrounded by a blue aura. Innate core energy was mentioned. The narrative shifts to the flying blade assassin king, Han Jisong. Jisong was a legendary assassin, said to have surpassed the capacities of even the most skilled killers. He was no ordinary assassin. His martial arts were said to be just as extraordinary. The incident that made Jisong famous was, ironically, his one and only assassination failure. He was audacious enough to attempt to assassinate Jin Qian, one of the Central Plains' 8 great martial artists. But during the assassination attempt, Jisong managed to survive the fight with Jin Qian. That story is what made him the king of assassins. The narrative returns to So Wonhui, who realizes that the assassin is channeling innate core energy into him. Wonhui realizes that this energy is very similar to the innate core energy he possesses. He is certain that Han Jisong knows the innate energy cultivation technique. Wonhui realizes there is very little loss in energy because they've learned the same innate energy cultivation technique, but the reason seems complex, a mix of truth and lies. Wonhui realizes that if he is able to look into it properly, the falsehood becomes useless. So Wonhui is shocked. Wonhui realizes that the luminous star mystic art in his head is turning into a single form, and that this feels like something more than just an increase in innate core energy. He had reached the 5th mastery due to enlightenment. From a 4th mastery onwards, one could not go further without it. Thanks to what Han Jisong said, Wonhui had an enlightenment. But the innate core energy in his central energy core had created an essence that was more than 60 years' worth. Meanwhile, the sword spirit exclaimed that all Wonhui needed now was enlightenment to get to the 6th mastery of the luminous star mystic art. Congratulating Wonhui, Moyang-su acknowledged what an opportunity this was. The sword spirit recalled where the Southern Heaven swordsman had been in her past life. Wonhui felt like he had to bow down to Han Jisong in gratitude. He wondered if Jisong had been like that all this time. The sword spirit speculated that Jisong might be dead now that he had given Wonhui all of his innate core energy. Wonhui wondered what had happened, thinking that Jisong must have been punished earlier. One day, the flying blade assassin king began to target the previous owner's life. The sword spirit did not know who was behind it, but it was difficult to find a chance to kill her previous owner. Her previous owner lost to the man with golden eyes. He was seriously injured, and his life was in danger. That was when the flying blade assassin king appeared before her previous owner. Her previous owner was in a bad enough state that he would have died with just a touch of a finger. That was when a suggestion was made to him. The flying blade assassin king asked for her previous owner's martial arts, since he wouldn't make it anyway. The sword spirit recalled that her previous owner was weak and easily swayed, always seeking a successor. He had told the flying blade assassin king that if he promised to teach someone worthy to be his successor, he would impart his own martial arts. That was when the flying blade assassin king broke her previous owner's legs, ensuring he couldn't escape alive. The man with golden eyes then appeared. Ignoran Hisang. The sword spirit saw that her previous owner's legs were broken. Han Jisong, having learned the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts, had nothing to fear. He had once fought against Jin Qian, so he was confident he could survive. That was how Han Jisong learned the innate energy cultivation technique, luminous star mystic art, and luminous star sword technique. But he immediately changed his behavior, until his legs were amputated with a single attack. The man with golden eyes destroyed Han Jisong's energy core and threw him over the cliff. That is why she never dreamed that he would still be alive. The sword spirit thought life was strange, as she was certain Han Jisong was dead then. She wished for it too. But Wonhui, the sword spirit stated that she didn't know what should be done about Wonhui. The sword spirit seemed to understand. She explained that Wonhui was someone she resented for killing her previous owner. However, she acknowledged that he had also just saved her as his current owner. Nearby, the grotesque figure wondered how long they had been in their current state, and if Wonhui was awake. The sword spirit stated that she didn't need the figure's gratitude, as she was merely paying off her debt. The grotesque figure questioned why she was there. The sword spirit responded that the reason was not something the figure needed to know, stating it was merely a consequence of greed. The grotesque figure stated that there was something they would like to ask of her. Wonhui sat in the cave. The grotesque figure assumed that Wonhui walked on the orthodox path since he was a successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman. They also asked if he knew the divine physician, but Wonhui thought to himself that he was closer to the unorthodox faction right now. The grotesque figure stated that it was nothing difficult. The grotesque figure admitted they didn't know how long they had been there for. The grotesque figure continued, stating that surviving in the cave without 2 legs had been a great suffering. The grotesque figure confessed that they could not overcome their hunger and consumed their own arm. The creature continued, stating that the pain of loneliness and hunger was something Wonhui could not possibly understand, adding that it eats away at a person's mind. The grotesque figure described the experience as sickening. They explained that at first, the act of self-cannibalism was only for a moment, but that moment turned into an hour, then 2. The figure revealed that after a while, it became 2 days, then 5 days. The grotesque figure admitted they no longer knew if the current version of them was the real them or the one who had gone insane. The figure continued, saying they didn't know when they would completely lose grasp of their mind, and so they would like to ask Wonhui something before they did. The sword spirit, appearing beside Wonhui, stated that she would teach him everything, including the hero-annihilating flying blade technique, and asked if she could impart this martial art to his son. The sword spirit asked Wonhui if it felt like she was testing him. Wonhui considered that as the successor of his Southern Heaven swordsman, perhaps the sword spirit was seeing whether he would make the same choice as him or not. Wonhui thought that even if it was a test, there was no need for him to overthink it since it was something that would help him, but he didn't want to make the Southern Heaven swordsman feel justified by his actions. Wonhui wanted to protect the dignity of his master, the Southern Heaven swordsman. Wonhui stated that he had already received a lot from the sword spirit, but if she would just tell him the subject matter, he would tell her son. The grotesque figure trembled. The sword spirit stated that she would teach Wonhui everything there was to know. The torrent of water cascaded down, obscuring the figure standing within. Wonhui stood firm amidst the downpour. He wondered if he really needed to do this. He thought he was supposed to use a blade or a throwing knife, but when using the silver thread, which was the essence of the hero-annihilating flying blade technique, a surge of power erupted. It embedded itself into the cliff. Wonhui considered using his innate core energy here. He knew the silver thread would shrink and take his body to the cliff. Wonhui stated that there was one more thing he had to say. He declared that he had no child and that he just wanted to check one thing before he reached his destination. He continued, saying that the sword spirit could have it all now, that there was no owner, and if she rejected it, he guessed that was simply what he deserved. The sword spirit responded that the water current was too strong and she couldn't hear him. Wonhui stated that he had people waiting for him, so he would take his leave now. A monster, kneeling in the darkness, lamented that he had tried to eat someone, harmed their master, and even stolen their martial arts. The monster considered that the person still acted out of consideration for his dignity because he saved him. Meanwhile, a man observed that the Southern Heaven swordsman had a good successor, noting that his eyes were very similar to something. The monster suffered. The monster expressed his gratitude. The monster continued to express his gratitude. His last moments were as a human. Sung felt dizzy. Sung thought that if Han Ji-song had his limbs, he could have escaped that cliff any time. Who knows? The man shivered just from hearing voices outside. The sword spirit remarked that it was true, wondering if there was something that made him that afraid, and that now that Sung was out, he'd be able to make it back up the regular way. Sung stated that he didn't think there was a need for that. Sung was confused. The sword spirit screamed. The blue energy coursed through the landscape. Meanwhile, Jwabak urged Sodom to hold on. The need to hurry was becoming increasingly urgent. Jwabak's expression hardened with determination. He focused on reaching the place he needed to be. A group surrounded So Wonhui, their weapons drawn. One of them demanded to know what he had just said. One of the men, his face contorted in anger, thought Wonhui was an insane bastard. Another man accused Wonhui of being part of the unorthodox faction. The man with the orange head wrap questioned why it mattered what he did. The man with the orange head wrap continued, stating that it wasn't as if they had a grudge against each other, so why were they persecuting him? Another man demanded to know why it wouldn't matter. The man with the orange head wrap explained that just getting into contact with a blood cult made them a common enemy of Murim. The man with the orange head wrap asked who decided that it was the Murim Alliance. The man with the orange head wrap stated that the Murim Alliance was just a gathering of the Orthodox faction's martial artists. The man with the orange head wrap questioned if they had as much authority as the nation, stating that they did not. One of the men asked if he was a newbie and if he was trying to play games. The man with the orange head wrap responded that he was a newbie, but not so bad that they could underestimate him. The man with the orange head wrap held up his hand. The order was given to attack. The man prepared to strike. The masked assassin remarked that this was how he should have acted from start. Meanwhile, So Wonhui soared through the air. The assassin wondered if it was aerial void jump or void trampling step. Another assassin exclaimed that he was flying. The masked assassin realized that he was capable of that level of Qin Gong technique in this vicinity. So Wonhui continued to fly through the air. The sword spirit observed that the silver thread was much faster than any Qin Gong technique. So Wonhui thought that he wanted to run away and just live a peaceful, quiet life. The sword spirit realized that he was the disciple of the eccentric Hei action. So Wonhui realized that considering the recent events, his existence was widely known within the blood cult. So Wonhui knew that in order to escape danger, he just had to get stronger than them if he didn't like how things were, but wondered if that was really it. One of the assassins called out to the flying mister. The assassin called for help. The sword spirit thought that they were calling for So Wonhui. The assassins wondered if So Wonhui knew who he was. One of the assassins speculated that Hei action might have sent him, suggesting that following the current would lead to their location. That made sense to the assassins. The masked assassin cursed, realizing everyone was now looking at them, and resigned himself to not leaving. The assassins stood their ground. One of the assassins ordered everyone to back off. One of the assassins asked if the masked figure was one of the four supremes, surprising the other. The masked assassin thought it strange that, with his central core center closed, his chi should feel like it was nothing more than a first-rates. The sword spirit scoffed, noting that Sung wasn't using aerial void jump, but was merely hanging onto some thread. The masked assassin realized they mistook his silver thread for aerial void jump or some kind of legendary Qigong technique. In other words, they thought he was one of the four supremes. The narrator identified the four supremes as those who were considered the strongest in the blood cult. Sung realized he could utilize this situation to his advantage. Sung decided he would help since they asked for help, but so Wonhui overheard the assassin's conversation and realized they did not believe he was the expert martial artist they were looking for. Time passed. The assassin with the long hair mused that the sword talked like an old man, but he understood that So Wonhui was not from the blood cult. Meanwhile, the masked assassin wondered why his companion wanted an expert martial artist from the blood cult, but he resolved to take care of those people first, instructing his companion to attack when he gave the signal. So Wonhui responded, acknowledging the order. He thought to himself that no one had ever called him sir before his regression, and he found it pleasing. The sword spirit mocked the masked assassin, calling him weak for being so obsequious. The masked assassin questioned the sword spirit's words, stating that he was merely being polite. He then declared that So Wonhui knew who he was, yet still dared to wield his weapons. The sword spirit laughed, asking who the masked assassin was trying to imitate. The masked assassin admitted he was merely copying Dojanggo, and wondered if his imitation was that bad. The sword spirit warned that there were countless martial artists in the alliance on standby, and even if So Wonhui was a supreme, it would not be easy for him. The sword spirit exclaimed that the masked assassin had fallen for their ruse. So Wonhui realized that while the ruse had worked, the masked assassin was not backing off despite being scared, and that he was lying. So Wonhui noted that there was no one else besides them there. The sword spirit added that there was one more group about a kilometer away, but she had destroyed their horn, so they could not call for help. So Wonhui thanked the sword spirit. The assassin with the bandana grinned, seemingly pleased with himself. One of the masked assassins declared that he was lying. The bandana-wearing assassin retorted, calling them foolish and insisting he wasn't lying. The assassin with the bandana questioned if they truly believed he wouldn't plant a spy among them. The other assassins appeared shaken. The assassin with the bandana noted that they seemed shaken up by his yelling, further convincing him that they were lying. The assassin with the bandana asked if they thought he was lying, even if they tried to lie like that. The assassin with the bandana's eyes glowed green as he stated that he knew one of them recognized him. One of the assassins exclaimed, questioning what he was doing. Another assassin cursed as the others began attacking each other. The assassin with the bandana revealed that they were spies. The assassin with the bandana thought that he was just trying to get one person, but he didn't expect 3 to fall for it. The assassin with the bandana realized that it was accidental, but he guessed his illusionary eye could work on multiple people at once. One of the assassins questioned why he was attacking his comrades. Another assassin exclaimed, questioning why they were fighting. That started a fight really quickly. Their sword formation has fallen apart. From behind his mask, the assassin with the bandana declared that he had been waiting. The assassin gripped his sword tightly. His eyes glowed with a strange, purple light. Amidst the chaos, Gu Sangwung shouted at the other assassins, demanding to know why they were fighting each other. Another assassin, his face contorted in rage, ordered the others to get rid of the little kid first. The assassin with the bandana unleashed his luminous star sword technique. The technique was named First Technique, Tiger. The force of sword technique manifested. The assassin who had shouted orders earlier was shocked by the speed of the attack, thinking he could create some distance. His eyes widened in terror. He was struck down. The assassin's sword technique continued to cut through the air. The assassin with the bandana moved with incredible speed. Gu Sangwung, now bound by the assassin's technique, accused him of using a dirty trick. The assassin with the bandana moved with blinding speed. The power of his sword was evident. So Wonhui considered the situation. He thought it was a dirty trick as they were having a fight, not a proper duel. He considered using his sword, but decided it would be better to use his left hand for the silver thread. Meanwhile, the woman with red hair observed the fight. She remarked that he was the most troublesome guy and wondered about the others. She then stated that it looked like they wouldn't need to. The woman realized that the assassin with the bandana had already killed them all. The assassin stood over the bodies of his fallen comrades. The other assassins lay defeated. It was clear that his sword technique was savage and evil. The assassin's sword dripped with blood. The assassin with the bandana wondered who had created such a savage sword technique, concluding that they must be a talented assassin. Gu Sangwung thanked the assassin for helping him, but then paused, confused. The assassin held his sword to Gu Sangwung's neck and asked who he was. So Wonhui watched the scene unfold. The assassin stated that if Gu Sangwung asked for help despite knowing he was from the blood cult, then he couldn't be from the Murim Alliance. He then confirmed that Gu Sangwung really was from the blood cult. Gu Sangwung declared that he had always admired the blood cult. Gu Sangwung's declaration hung in the air as the assassin with the bandana grinned, stating his desire to join the blood cult. He had mentioned seeking a martial master from the blood cult, but he hadn't thought the man wanted to join the cult. He had heard that traces of the blood cult might be in the area, so he had come to dedicate his life and body. On the other hand, he couldn't even leave if he wanted to, because people would recognize him. The voice sounded a bit concerning. His build was also petite, and he sounded like he was forcing his voice to be lower. He assumed it was either a boy trying to fake his age or a woman dressed as a man. He couldn't bring in someone whose identity was unclear. Plus, he didn't even have the right to recommend someone's entrance to the cult. He had stopped the martial artist from calling back up. He was also constantly trying to leave a good impression of him, so he was certain he liked the blood cult. "Who are you then?" he asked. Was that really important? He had heard that the blood cult valued talented individuals. That was only for those they could trust. He didn't even know who he was. How could he? Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Wenhui." He heard it too. It was clear that many people were approaching. Estimating based on the number of sword voices, it seemed there were at least a dozen. It was likely the Murim Alliance. Nearby, someone noted that people were approaching. So Wenhui hushed them, stating that he didn't think so, as he hadn't seen anyone when he was looking around. Even if there weren't that many, it was estimated that there were between 20 to 30, so it was best to get out of there first. Someone mentioned hearing that he was a supreme, expressing confidence that he could take them on. So Wenhui thought to himself that he wouldn't use the silver thread in front of people again. He mused that it was too easy to mistake him for someone better than he was. Someone wondered if that guy was keeping up. It was observed that he was fast and that his qigong was really impressive. Someone thought that he must be way above first rate and wondered who he was. Another person stated that he really was a supreme, noting that they only felt their presence when they got closer. It seemed like there was a very strong person among the enemies, and someone wondered if he could tell how strong the enemy was. The masked warrior prepared for the coming battle. Meanwhile, one of the pursuers was rapidly closing the distance. It was too late to run, they realized. The order was given to attack on the signal. 2. The sword chi was great. The masked warrior thought that even though they had only begun fighting, his palm felt like it was going to rip into pieces. "Stop." The man in the orange head wrap looked confused. So Wenhui prepared to strike. Mo Hongsu looked surprised. He exclaimed that the person was alive. So Wenhui is told that he is not a supreme. Mo Hongsu asks when he ever claimed to be one. The masked individual is told that he has the face of a man, but the voice of a woman, and is asked what kind of excuse he is making. Mo Hongsu watches the exchange. The masked individual is accused of wearing a mask and is asked to identify himself. Mo Hongsu explains that the masked individual helped him remain unnoticed by the enemy and that he claimed to want to enter the cult, but he does not know his identity. Mo Hongsu questions why he came to enter the cult. The masked individual is told to answer the questions honestly. So Wenhui is identified as a real supreme. The masked individual states that his last name is Sama and his first name is Young. Young states that he is from the Autumn Valley. Mo Hongsu wonders if her last name is Sama and if she is from Sichuan's Autumn Valley. Mo Hongsu asks if Young is from the Sama clan and why he wishes to join their cult when he is from a renowned martial clan. Young denies having any relation to the Sama clan. The masked assassin, Young, declared that the Sama clan was his mother's enemy. Young continued, explaining that he couldn't act against them alone because they were protected by the Murim Alliance. Young stated that he wanted to join the blood cult. He admitted to being reminded of his past, but there was something else bothering him as well. The sword spirit exclaimed in disbelief. It was said that there were many people in the Central Plains whose last name was Sama, but only one person with that last name came from the Sichuan Autumn Valley. The first of the four evils was the evil moon sword. The four evils were martial artists called transcendentalists, along with the Central Plains' 8 great martial artists. The evil moon sword, Samachuk, was no exception. There was an incident where a sect in the southeast region of Sichuan were all killed overnight. There were more than 200 of them. The other sects that were related to this sect were enraged and joined forces to ambush the Autumn Valley where Samachuk lived. Out of the 400 martial artists that were a part of that raid, no one returned alive. The sword spirit was shocked, asking if that person killed all those people on their own. Young stood silently. Someone wondered aloud how someone like that could possibly want to join the blood cult. Something wasn't adding up. It seemed things were getting mixed up again. The chronicler recounted that this happened when he was dispatched as a spy into the Murim Alliance before his regression. But Samachuk defied everyone's expectations and became a member of the unrivaled faction instead. It was later said that the reason for that was because his successor was a member of the unrivaled faction, the blood cult. It was currently a time before the faction massacre incident, and he was the only one who knew that he's Samachuk's disciple. Since he knew the future and Samachuk's future actions, he could help Baek Ryonha reach the same level as Baek Haihyang. Where else could he find a trump card as good as him? Someone demanded to know why they were hiding their face. If they wanted to enter their cult, they shouldn't be hiding anything. They wanted to be acknowledged purely for their skills, not their gender or face. Someone wondered how pretty they were compared to Baek Ryonha. They seemed to have made up their mind, declaring the situation self-explanatory. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung asked what the other man thought of the child. The question hung in the air. Was the child they had met trustworthy? The woman with red hair considered that he would never accept her if he knew she was the daughter of one of the four evils, wondering if that would be the normal reaction. The woman with red hair pleaded to be allowed to enter the blood cult. The woman waited for a response. She eagerly asked if she was in. Gu Sangwon questioned what she could do for him if he helped her enter the cult. The woman seemed surprised by the question. Below the Six Blood Valley, a building on the outskirts of the temple served as the blood cult's secret building. Only an hour remained until the promised time. The Blood Wolf Squad captain acknowledged the situation. The Blood Wolf Squad captain reiterated that he was aware. The man with short, dark hair told the Blood Wolf Squad captain that he thought he should leave it to him. The Blood Wolf Squad captain told the woman with blue hair that it was okay and that they should just trust him and wait, despite the existence of danger. The man with the tiger pelt told the woman with red hair that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwon wondered what he could do about the fact that So Wonhui's life was fated to end here. Elsewhere, a man declared that the place would not be safe if they stalled any longer. Suddenly, a voice announced that So was back. Someone shouted at the man with the tiger pelt, calling him a bastard. The situation took an unexpected turn, leaving even So Wonhui surprised. Nearby, Dwabak noted the unsettling intensity of the approaching man's smile. The approaching man thought to himself that the old man would be happy to see him. The man continued his approach. Dwabak watched the scene unfold. The man berated So Wonhui for letting his guard down. He added that So Wonhui ended up in that situation because he let his guard down, though he looked happy. The sword spirit thought he should just play along. So Wonhui apologized, explaining that he fell for the enemy's schemes because he let his guard down and was sorry for making the man worry. The man called So Wonhui an idiot, saying he had a long way to go. So Wonhui thanked the woman. The woman told him that he didn't need to bow down to her or anything. She dismissed the act as nothing compared to what he'd done. The woman revealed that So Wonhui had found 2 spies and even stalled for time by risking his life, so she was the one who should be thankful. So Wonhui admitted that escaping the cliff would have been difficult without the search team. Meanwhile, the old man dismissed So Wonhui's humility, stating he wanted to reward him for his actions. The woman with red hair believed this wasn't the time for such discussions, but she would only feel better if she spoke her mind. So Wonhui was acknowledged for his achievements and told that he would receive a promotion. He was instructed to fulfill his duties as the newly appointed vice squad commander. So Wonhui wondered if that was a good thing. The sword spirit affirmed that it was. So realized that before his regression, he was just a spy, but now he was a vice squad commander. He had been promoted twice as the vice squad commander assists the squad captain, who is below the general captain. Someone commented that the Supreme's voice was too loud, as there were still enemies nearby. Another figure accepted the Supreme's orders, understanding that as vice squad commander, he would be second in command. So Wonhui would have 3 separate smaller squads under his affiliation. That meant that unless Hei Action placed him under someone else, So could have 3 squad captains under his command. 2 were already in place. So Wonhui didn't know, but the Supreme abhorred the idea of being his subordinate. Song Woohyun didn't seem to have any thoughts on the matter. 2 men discussed potential candidates. Jo Sungwon was one of the people they had in mind. The other candidate was Sama Young, who was qualified to be a squad captain and had the potential to reach beyond the first rate. One of the men asked So Wonhui who the person he brought with him was. The second person they had in mind was the Four Evil's daughter. Sama Young helped with So Wonhui's escape and wanted revenge on the Murim Alliance. It was no exaggeration to say that Sama Young already possessed the skills required to be a squad captain. Someone wondered how long they would have to stay like this. The individual needed Sama Young near them so that they could try and manipulate what happens to the future. This was someone who wished to enter their cult. Sama Young had helped with So Wonhui's escape and wanted to get revenge on the Murim Alliance. Someone was surprised to learn that Sama Young was a woman. The mask was so well made that they couldn't tell. Someone asked if they were Miss Sama and if they could take off their mask. Sama Young agreed. 2 men were shocked. The men were surprised. Sama Young removed her mask and smiled. A follower presents Sama Young with a cloth. Sama Young accepted the cloth, thanking the follower for allowing her entry into the cult. Another cult member wondered what was going on with Sama Young. Sama Young seemed to have the same vibe as when they were dueling last time. The cult member continued to observe Sama Young. The sword spirit told So Wonhui that it was called jealousy. The sword spirit recalled her former owner saying that when a man they liked paid attention to a prettier woman, their mood dropped as if ice water was poured on them. So Wonhui's sword spirit asked why her former owner was single if he knew everything. She then cleared her throat. Gu Sangwon wondered why Sama Young would have that kind of emotion towards So Wonhui, as she was a blood cult leader candidate. Moyong-su said he was wondering why So Wonhui was so hard to look for. Moyong-su asked when So Wonhui had the chance to build a relationship with a girl. Moyong-su felt like he had misunderstood something and that he should be truthful. Gu Sangwon asked if they could take Sama Young under their affiliation. Moyong-su responded that he must like her, then let him try in. Moyong-su stated that there was something he had to tell Gu Sangwon, something that he had to be the only one to know. Gu Sangwon asked what it was. A man wonders if the evil moon sword is Sama Chuk. The man appears shocked. The man questions what has been done. There were times when smaller sects in the eastern part of Guizhou sent a request to the Yiyang So clan. There had been about 100 corpses found between Guizhou and Honam. Their request was to find the culprit. The traces of the culprit led them to the Autumn Valley. The person found there was the evil moon sword, Samachuk. Having found the culprit, his father and the people of the smaller sex ambushed him in the Autumn Valley and died. The four evils aren't called that for no reason. Yes, they all died. Well, one person did survive from pure luck, and he assumes that was his father. His father must have been really ashamed since no one knows about this incident. What a natural liar. He just disgraced his own father. It's still impressive that he recognized that she was a disciple of the evil moon sword by just knowing her last name. The Autumn Valley was the site of a past tragedy. Sama Young questioned what the other was scheming. The man in the tiger pelt considered Sama Young to be a ticking bomb, stating that bringing someone like her into the cult was madness. He admitted he was looking at it from a different perspective, believing that getting close to her might bring the evil moon sword onto their side. The man with the tiger pelt scoffed, saying if it were that easy, someone would have already done it. He acknowledged that Hey Action had a bad temper, but was still smart. The man with long hair believed Hey Action had judged that the risk was higher, but he had learned something over the last year while working with him. The man with the tiger pelt stated that they had no choice, questioning if they should expose her identity and have her leave. The man with long hair seemed to consider the options. The man with long hair stated that he couldn't do that, as he was sure Hey Action didn't want to make an enemy out of one of the four evils, finding the situation rather difficult. The man with the tiger pelt asked if there was a reason for them to take on the risk, suggesting they hand her over to the Second Supreme. The man with long hair questioned handing Sama Young over to him. The man with long hair smiled, thinking that the old man hated to lose. The man with the tiger pelt asked if he could take responsibility for this. The man with long hair thought that Hey Action fell for it, but he was going to take the risk anyway. The man with long hair continued to think that ever since he was taken in as his disciple, he couldn't be the only one who bears the responsibility. The man with the tiger pelt stated that they should choose who will take in Miss Sama and take their leave. Hey Action declared that since he brought Sama Young in, he would take responsibility for her until the end. Nearby, Sama Young listened intently. Another man stated that if it was okay with her, he would like to take Sama Young in as well. Gu Sangwon hoped that their judgment was correct. Another voice chimed in, also willing to take her in. Hey Action wondered what kind of situation this was. Someone commented that something like this hadn't even happened at the selection ceremony. The chronicler noted that the Blood Star and the Supremes had all stepped up. The woman with red hair stood before Sama Young. The crowd was eager to take in one individual. Sama Young thought she would leave the choice to Miss Sama. She wondered if she was allowed. The woman with red hair asked if Sama Young could choose whose subordinate she'd be. The woman with red hair asked if Sama Young had chosen who she'd like to be under. Sama Young exclaimed yes. Sama Young thought that she'd like to be under Vice Squad Commander So Wonhui. Sama Young asked if she did good. So Wonhui stammered, unsure of what to say. The woman with red hair stated that the man must be really happy, since a beautiful woman like her chose him. Sama Young questioned if she should explain herself, but the silver-haired figure responded that it was too late and told her to just accept her fate. The silver-haired figure told the man with auburn hair to fix things, saying it was too late, and he admitted he didn't even know what to say. The man with auburn hair considered the glares he sensed and thought it was too late to explain himself. It was decided that the woman with red hair would go with the Vice Squad Commander. A chorus of voices responded with, "Yes, ma'am." The man with auburn hair realized she was calling him Vice Squad Commander now. The woman with red hair asked the man with auburn hair if he did good, and that she should teach him from the basics. The silver-haired figure wondered if the woman with red hair must be pretty, considering how everybody reacted, and asked if the man with auburn hair was really a eunuch. The man with auburn hair asked what the hell they were talking about. The man with auburn hair thought that an ordinary man would react, and the man with the scar on his face addressed the woman with red hair as Miss Sama. The man with the scar on his face reacted like that. Jwabak introduced himself as a fellow disciple of the bastard, meaning Vice Squad Commander So, and the woman with red hair thought that So was pretending to be real cool. Sama Young's companion remarked that So Wonhui was in his prime, and that men his age were bound to want to look good before women. She dismissed it as something from her past life. She realized that beauty wasn't everything, and that there were only a few women in Murim who were honest. The chronicler noted that the more beautiful or higher their status, the pickier they were. In choosing whom they interact with, they consider the advantages a connection would bring them. She came to realize that appearances aren't very meaningful. The man with the spiky hair asked if that was a roundabout way of saying she got dumped, but Sama Young told him to move on. The spiky-haired man asked why she wanted to be with the son of a Vice Squad Commander. Sama Young's companion said that So Wonhui was the lowest rank she could have chosen to go under. Sama Young responded that the only person she knew here was the Vice Squad Commander, and that was why. The spiky hair man asked if that was really it. Sama Young's companion remarked that considering the goals she had, she could have chosen the Second Supreme. The spiky-haired man said that So Wonhui was kind of scary. Sama Young thought that her father was scary enough for her, and she didn't want any more. She realized that it made sense. Sama Young was the daughter of one of the four evils. Sama Young's companion said that their master was pretty scary too. The spiky hair man asked what the hell they were doing and told Sama Young to stop fooling around and get ready to leave. The spiky-haired man yelled for their master. The spiky hair man's companion agreed that he seemed to be right. Zhuabak clarified that he wasn't the one who said their master was scary. 2 weeks later, at the Flower Moon Merchant Association base on Gi Peak, a man lay dying, acknowledging that this was too much, even after completing his mission despite losing all his subordinates. The man screamed in agony. A man in red robes told him to answer only the questions he was asked, noting that he seemed to have enough energy to keep blabbering on. The dying man insisted that this was different from what he was promised. The man in red robes stated that he had failed his mission and ran away on his own. The man in red robes prepared to strike. The dying man screamed for mercy, begging them to stop. The red-haired woman pleaded for mercy, stating that she didn't say that the Chaos Blade Emperor was going to be there. The woman insisted that her subordinate did kill that So Wonhui bastard, as Zhang Ryongnim ordered. The man in red robes stood over the dying man. The man in red robes prepared to strike, his eyes glowing red. A sword is drawn. The red-haired woman states that the story is different. The woman extends her hand. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung sits, claiming there is a misunderstanding. The red-haired woman questions if he said there was a misunderstanding. Gu Sangwung recalls that she said she would make the fourth supreme, eccentric Hei action. The woman demands that he bow down at her feet, asking if that is what came true. The woman stares intently. Gu Sangwung wonders if it is because of that bastard. The woman thinks that when the young lady realized that the plan was ruined, it was because of So Wonhui, and she seemed more interested than mad. The woman reflects that a year ago, she was interested in someone who had managed to block her attack, wondering if that was also So Wonhui. It makes sense to her that she would want someone as talented as him on her side. The woman thinks this is her mistake. She was told to kill one of the disciples if needed to show that they can take something precious at any given moment, but to think that very disciple is the person who attracted the young lady's attention. The red-haired woman dismisses the situation with a cold remark, finding no humor in it. It was different in the past, but she has already surpassed him by half a year. A man offers his own head as payment, if that's what is desired. It was said that the blood demon's blood is the thickest in her. The red-haired woman tells him to cut the nonsense and put the sword down. Urgent news arrives. The messenger announces that the unrivaled faction has declared the end of their alliance with the Murim Alliance. The man is shocked by this news. The red-haired woman asks why he is so shocked, stating that it was long impending. The red-haired woman looks on with a knowing expression. It's time. A month after leaving the Six Blood Valley, they were in Guizhou's southeastern region, Jiangkou County. Originally, this was the place where Hei Action prepared to grow his force, but because he decided to support Baek Ryonha, they're using it as their base for now. With the alliance nullification between the unrivaled faction and the Murim Alliance happening faster than expected, the fight for power within the blood cult is gaining speed. Baek Ryonha wandered around the Central Plain for the last 10-something years to avoid Baek Haiyang, but she has formed her own force with the two Supremes and the Sixth Blood Star. She used that to her advantage to send a letter to the Third Supreme and Second Blood Star. Meanwhile, elsewhere, So Wonhui trained the martial artists under his care. He reflected on his past, recalling how he used to climb up and down cliffs to hunt for food every day. The training was rigorous, pushing the martial artists to their limits. The martial artists struggled, explaining that they ran up to the peak and back down as ordered. So Wonhui retorted that they shouldn't be struggling so hard from just a hike. Suddenly, one of the martial artists called out to So Wonhui, informing him that he was wanted. The martial artist urged So Wonhui to hurry, stating that it was urgent and that they should go together. Another martial artist questioned if the other two were wanted as well. So Wonhui considered that he couldn't predict what they'd want all three of them for. Elsewhere, Sama Young acknowledged the vice squad commander's order. Sama Young instructed the martial artists to do it properly, and they responded affirmatively. Sama Young stated that she was trusting them to it, and they confirmed that they would see her. Sama Young thought to herself that the vice squad commander was trusting her. That's what he said. Sama Young declared that they had rested enough, and that they should all go climb cliff walls one more time. Sama Young recalled that the vice squad commander said he's trusting her. Sama Young thought that if they couldn't do it, they're dead. Word arrived that the Third Supreme and Second Blood Star had responded. The contents of their messages differed, but they coincidentally put down similar conditions. The Second Blood Star stated that he could not serve under someone unqualified. The Third Supreme declared he would recognize the person who inherited the cult leader role through proper means. One of the men realized that if they had called three of them there, the man wondered if the blood cult tradition plus the Orthodox faction was the reason for the summons. The order came to go to the Murim Alliance's base to steal the Blood Demon Sword. So Wonhui realized the gravity of the situation. The Blood Demon Sword was not only a relic of the blood cult, but also a symbol of their leader. It was also known as the Long Sword of Rarity, and its presence always heralded a bloodbath. The 15th Blood Demon, its last owner, lost the sword during a Great War. The Murim Alliance secured the Blood Demon Sword after the Great War. The sword was placed in the center of the Murim Alliance's base. Even before his regression, the blood cult had sent many to try and retrieve it, but none succeeded. The importance of the Blood Demon Sword was questioned. The sword was described as a symbol of power and history. The Shaolin sect possessed the green jade Buddha staff, while the Beggars sect held the bamboo staff. The Wudong sect had the Taiji enlightened sword. All the sect's relics were treasures that represented them and held great significance. Having lost such an item to the Murim Alliance, the blood cult was now lacking a symbol. The blood cult believed that if they retrieved the blood demon sword, they would regain their symbol. Zhuabak questioned if they were going to invade the Murim Alliance. He was told that if it were easy, they would have taken it back long ago, and that such an action would prevent Zhuabak from fully living out his lifetime. The blood cult member stated they would use a different method. He then questioned why the two had requested this. Sama Young wondered why everyone was looking at her, admitting she wasn't smart enough to guess the intention. So Wenhui stated that he had 3 guesses as to what it could be. So Wenhui began to list his guesses. The first possibility, according to So Wenhui, was that they were rejecting them in a roundabout manner through an impossible request. Sama Young listed it intently. So Wenhui thought so too, believing that there was a small possibility of that. Zhuabak stated that the likelihood was actually the lowest. So Wenhui continued, explaining that the Third Supreme had clearly expressed his intentions to the Second Supreme, and just one message wouldn't change his mind. Sama Young asked what the last guess was. So Wenhui prepared to reveal his final guess. The group could not rule out the possibility that the two were already on young Lady Baek Haihyang's side. Sama Young thought that if she were on her side, she would use this to plot a trap. It could be a plan to make them focus their forces somewhere unnecessary. Alternatively, they could be aiming for the fall of their forces' numbers from the failure of retrieving the sword. One of the blood cult members complimented the other on his wisdom, admitting he didn't expect him to reach such conclusions based solely on the information they provided. The other member responded that they would have considered a third option if they hadn't received more information, adding that there was one more message. The message was the third one sent to the Second Supreme. The message stated that he would remain neutral until mid-autumn, but if Baek Haihyang took the blood demon sword, he could no longer remain neutral. The blood cult members seemed concerned. The members wondered if Baek Haihyang was also after the blood demon sword. The blood cult members confirmed that they were certain of it. They revealed that they had information from a spy they had planted. The spy reported that the ceremony had been postponed. The blood cult members questioned how Baek Haihyang could just decide to postpone the ceremony. The man with reddish-brown hair realized that the ceremony of resurrection was officially held before his regression, and Baek Haihyang postponed it 3 months later. He realized that before his regression, Baek Ryonha was probably removed much earlier. He was sure that Baek Haihyang had no trouble bringing people to her side, but now Baek Ryonha has her own force. Baek Ryonha is being backed by the Second and Fourth Supremes. He was sure that Baek Haihyang also wants to avoid direct conflicts. The fall of unity between the Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction could only be avoided by bringing together the force of the cult. The blood cult's most powerful rule was about to be invoked. The one who possessed the blood demon sword would become the new blood demon. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwung stated that it seemed like they had fully comprehended the situation and told them to take a look at something. One of the recipients of this information wondered what it was. It was an announcement about the Murim Alliance's martial arts competition. The announcement stated that the one who won the competition would inherit the position of the Blue Dragon Hall Master, and they were allowed to pick any weapon from the Murim Alliance's armory as a reward. Gu Sangwung stated that they would need the 3 of them to participate in the competition. They had to win no matter what. So when we realized that this was why he had been feeling a weird sense of anxiety. Sung understood why they had picked the 3 of them now. 8 days later, the scene shifted to a mountainous region. The scene was set at the So Clan's manor in the northern region of Yulong County, Hunan Province. The guards found the heat unbearable. One guard lamented that he couldn't leave the shade. Another guard wondered how much longer they had left in their shift. The first guard guessed it was midday, so maybe an hour or so. Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching. A group of people walked towards the manor. The guards recognized it as Yi Yang's So Clan's manor. One of the approaching figures demanded that they reveal their identities if they had business there. One of the guards wondered if he had to do that too. The approaching figure scoffed, implying that, of course, they couldn't. The guard recognized that it was Yi Yang's So Clan. The approaching figure stared intently. The elder guard's surprise was evident as he corrected himself, referring to the approaching figure as Yulong County's good-for-nothing. The guard behind him exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the approaching figure as young Master So Wenhui. Meanwhile, a group of warriors stood with their arms crossed, awaiting the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a man with spiky hair remarked that it was fortunate none of the Orthodox sect knew about the situation. The man continued, stating that they were all members of their cult, even their families. He then ordered them to return to their families. The requirement to attend the competition was to become the representative child of their families. Wenhui considered the situation to be strange, a sentiment he had always held. He thought that when he returned, it would be to end this family. Another man lamented that it was such a big deal that he was born just a year earlier. He questioned how it made sense for So Jangyun to take the representative spot without even dueling. Someone assured him that he was just as good as Jangyun. They explained that it was just for the sake of keeping Jing Jian's ego intact since he was the oldest son, urging him not to be so upset. The man was frustrated that even some peasant would get to attend the competition. It was revealed that Yang's So clan's second son was So Jangyun. A woman listens intently to the conversation. The woman wonders if they're still of the same bloodline, even if their mothers are different. Johong Song clan's oldest daughter, Song Yanghua, thinks she would abandon So Jangyun if he weren't her fiancé. Yanghua decides to think of it optimistically, deciding that Jangyun is much better than her runaway brothers. Elsewhere, So Jangyun arrives. Someone wonders what all the ruckus is about. Another man announces that young Master So Wunhui is back. Someone questions if they are talking about Yulong County's good-for-nothing younger brother. Two men remark that they thought So Wunhui was kicked out. The man with blue hair states that he has been feeling like shit anyway, and that this is great. The man walks forward. Someone asks what he means. The man with blue hair says he will give them a good show today. He tells them to go to his house. The man thinks about how So Wunhui dares to come crawling back. So Wunhui asked if Asong had come by. The question hung in the air. One of the men questioned if he meant the servant. Another man clarified if he was referring to the servant from the kidnapping incident. So Wunhui affirmed that Asong was one of the only reasons he was happy to be back. The man with blue hair recalled that it had been quite a while ago, realizing that Asong was alive. The man continued, explaining that Asong had caused a ruckus, saying he needed to see the patriarch. He added that Asong had claimed they had to save him or something, and because he smelled like filth, they beat him up and kicked him out. Gu Sangwon demanded that he repeat what he had just said. The man stammered, trying to apologize, and asked if they beat him up and kicked him out because he was asking for help. So Wunhui wondered how that was something worth kicking someone out for. Wung Bu, Yang So clan's former outer hall master and senior escort warrior, considered how he would treat Wunhui. The reason he easily accepted Wunhui back into the main residence was because he thought Wunhui had learned martial arts. So Wunhui stood tall. It was also because Wung Bu felt that perhaps Wunhui had learned martial arts. Wung Bu thought that he would somewhat treat Wunhui as a young master, since he thought that his position might change. A subordinate addressed Wung Bu as young master. But that was before Wung Bu knew about the relationship between So Wunhui and Asong. Wunhui recalled that Wung Bu had asked to see the patriarch, saying he needed to be saved, but Wung Bu beat him up and kicked him out instead. Wunhui thought that Wung Bu must have been covered in waste, and wondered how he even thought of beating him up. Wunhui guessed that Wung Bu used a club instead. Wung Bu stated that back then, the situation was Ong Bu Kafut. Someone told Wung Bu to shut up. Someonekikit Yung Bu. Wunhui realized that she threw him into the outhouse. As Wung Bu was kicked, someone called out to him, asking if he was alright. The person who kicked Wung Bu declared that people like him needed a good beating. A dog-like creature asked if it should attack or if its senior brother wanted to do it. The vice squad commander looked on with a furious expression. Meanwhile, someone commented on the impressive woman, satisfied that she got revenge for Asong, but wondered if it was okay. Another person exclaimed that they liked her, stating that she was truly a daughter of one of the four evils. Someone else noted that they hadn't even met the patriarch yet, and that they couldn't have her creating an incident like this. The vice squad commander looked surprised and asked what was happening and who was present. The vice squad commander was ignored as someone noted that she wasn't listening to them at all. Elsewhere, someone remarked that the situation was like usual, while others nearby asked if Wung Bu was okay and complained about the smell. Someone else stated that they were the one who had to resolve the situation. The vice squad commander asked what was happening. The vice squad commander was asked why she was acting on her own when she hadn't been given any orders. The masked assassin admitted that he didn't like that he was being looked down upon, and he thought Wung Bu needed to be taught a lesson when he heard what happened to his servant. He reflected that Wung Bu needed to learn to behave. Meanwhile, the sword spirit told Wunhui not to make their puppy upset. Elsewhere, one of the men stated that he was trying to be serious and still had to point something out to her. He added that it might be fine usually, but she couldn't just act on her own during missions. The masked assassin insisted that he didn't kill him and thanked them. One of the men asked what the other was saying, telling him not to scold her, but to praise her instead. He reminded him that she would have been punished for her actions if it had been a more serious situation, and asked if he understood what he was trying to say. Wung Bu apologized, saying that she would ask for permission from now on and asked him not to be mad anymore. The sound of smack echoed. Wunhui admitted that he did feel good when she did that. Sama Yung Giglet. One of the men reminded the other that he said he was going to scold her. One of the men apologized, saying that Wung Bu wasn't the type who could just ignore injustice. He then asked if they knew where Asong went. One of the men stated that they didn't and that they never saw him again after that, not even in the village. One of the men stated that they wouldn't know and asked where the separate building went. The man stated that the inferior creatures who used to inhabit that place had left, so they took it down naturally. Nearby, new_character_2 walked with purpose. Someone noted that it had been a while since they had seen him, while another questioned who let garbage like him in. Someone recalled being bullied non-stop by the Hunan province's Murin group since they were little. Gu Sangwon asked if the man was forgetting something, and noted that it had been a while. Someone remarked that the infamous Yulong County's good-for-nothing was back alive, and they heard that Gu Sangwon was kicked out too. Another man questioned if he was the vice squad commander. He denied it. Gu Sangwon thought to himself that he told her not to beat them up, but he never said he was going to play Buddha. He realized that there was something he needed to find out first. New_character_2 asked what happened to his mother's memorial tablet in a separate building, and why Gu Sangwon would want to say hi to the little wooden plaque. Gu Sangwon wondered if it was used as firewood, but thought that this wasn't the vibe back then. New_character_2 guessed that Gu Sangwon wouldn't know, calling him a little idiot brother. Gu Sangwon thought that New_character_2 was like an arrogant man-child who's all talk. New_character_2 stated that they were all the same, and that he was so jealous that Gu Sangwon had the time to be drinking midday. Someone questioned what was happening. Gu Sangwon's companion remarked that he was being rather harsh, attributing it to alcohol, and suggested they talk. The man with blue hair seethed with rage. He roared, demanding how they dared to speak to him. The force of his anger sent the other man flying. He didn't want anything embarrassing happening before he saw the patriarch. The man with reddish-brown hair called him Hyungnim. The blue-haired man yelled at him to stop calling him that, calling him a dirty little bastard. He declared that he didn't have a brother like him. The blue-haired man wondered how a guy with a shattered energy core could block his fist. One of Gu Sangwon's companions asked if he was going easy on him because he's family. Another of Gu Sangwon's companions asked why he was doing so much for some weakling. The man with reddish-brown hair thought they were just pranking him, and that it was good they were riling him up. The blue-haired man thought he needed to provoke him a bit more, and that he still talked like a peasant. The man with reddish-brown hair questioned what he just said. The man with reddish-brown hair stated that he was born 3 months earlier than him, implying he is the older brother. The man with reddish-brown hair declared that So Wonhui should be the one calling him Hyungnim. The man with blue hair, enraged, stated that So Wonhui was begging to be killed. The man with blue hair swung his sword down towards the young woman. The young woman yelled at So Wonhui to stop. The man with blue hair noted that the patriarch was supposed to be arriving soon. He told the young woman to stay out of it. The young woman cried out as she was struck. The man with blue hair struck the young woman with the flat of his blade. So Wonhui, glowing with green energy, declared that it was enough. The man with blue hair stated that he was apologizing for the harsh words and for trying to kill him. The young woman, shoved away, thought that the man with blue hair was a psycho and wondered why he shoved her if he was going to apologize. 2 onlookers expressed relief that the young master had come to his senses, adding that they thought they were going to have a sword fight. The man with blue hair told the young woman that he was sorry to have displeased her. The man with blue hair, enraged once more, called So Wonhui a son of a bitch and demanded to know what he had done. The man with blue hair charged at So Wonhui, yelling that he would die. The man with blue hair grabbed the wrist of the young woman. The man questioned if it was happening now. So Wonhui stood with his eyes closed. The man with blue hair stated that no one would be upset to see someone like So Wonhui die. The man with blue hair thought to himself that he would actually be upset. The man's arm was grabbed. The man with blue hair screamed. North of Yulong County, near the outskirts of the village, a group traveled. The procession continued on horseback. Jo Chong-woon, Mount Hung Sek's best sword, rode at the head of the group. Chong-woon chuckled, stating that if they didn't treat their guests well, he would get an earful from his fellow martial artists. The patriarch of Yang's So clan, So Ikyeon, told him not to feel uncomfortable. One of the men expressed his gratitude, noting that his senior brother was quite the Scrooge and not used to such treatment. Jo Il-hye, Mount Hung Sek's female warrior, was told that she seemed like a heroine. Ikyeon stated that he believed Il-hye was a great role model for his daughter and that he was grateful. So Young listened silently. Young, the eldest daughter of Yang's So clan, overheard that Chong-woon was good at flattery. Chong-woon acted like a generous father in front of others. But the reality was different. Back at Mount Hung Sect, Young stood silently. Young knew she needed to return to the main residence once the year was over, and that she would then need to get married to the family that the patriarch had chosen for her. So Young considered what was expected of her. That was the duty of a daughter in a martial family, Jo Chong-woon thought. That was what Jo Chong-woon, called father, had always said to her. Young knew that if she weren't as talented, she was sure her father would have married her off as soon as possible, and that was why she needed to win the martial competition. The Murim Alliance's martial competition among disciples was her only hope. She knew that if she won in the women's branch or got second place, she would earn the position of either the Hall Master or Vice Hall Master of the Phoenix Hall. Then she would be able to stay at the Murim Alliance. Young thought that if she was lucky, she might be able to defer or cancel the marriage, and she needed to win, no matter what. The group continued their journey. One of the men greeted the patriarch, Mount Hang's best sword, and Mount Hang's female warrior. The group continued on horseback. The man on horseback spoke to one of the men on the ground. Jo Chong-woon looked on with a stern expression. Jo Chong-woon said that there was a small problem at the main residence and asked if it was okay to send his children away first, and the other man agreed. Young wondered what had happened that even she was being sent away. So Young appeared flustered by the news. Meanwhile, So Young stood with a determined expression. The force of a blow echoed as someone asked what was meant by that. The attack continued. The strikes continued to land. So Young's eyes narrowed. Someone noted that the good-for-nothing was back. So Young realized that So Wonhui intended to make things difficult for her again. Someone declared that they didn't want to see their only blood brother getting beaten up by those bastards again. Someone thought that they needed to hurry. So Young was confused. Someone observed that it wasn't So Wonhui who had passed out, but Jang Yun. Someone wondered who that skinny young man was. So Young demanded to know who the skinny young man was. One of the men wondered if the others had returned from their visit with the patriarch. He then noticed that his sister was also present. He realized that if she had returned after entering the Mount Hung sect as a disciple, something was amiss. It seemed they had been out with the Mount Hung sect's guests. Someone ordered that the man's pressure points be targeted. Another questioned if they wanted him to separate the man's bones from his flesh. The order was clarified, only his pressure points. The man on the ground was told he should know he was lucky. Another man questioned what was happening. The man was asked who he thought he was to do such a thing in someone else's territory. The man stated that he would introduce himself. He introduced himself as Mayong, senior brother and fellow disciple of So Wonhui. Mayong noted that it had been a while. Hyung Nim. So Young, enraged, thought about how dare that garbage bastard call him that, and demanded an explanation of the situation. The sword spear observed that So Young was a bit different from this Jang Yun guy. It was noted that So Young was a bit more clever. It was observed that So Young was aware of what other people thought of him and knew how to maintain his image, unlike Jang Yun. Mayong explained that their second brother had been drunk and upset upon his return. So Young questioned what that had to do with Jang Jian's rude behavior. Mayong retorted, asking if he should have simply watched his senior brother get stabbed. The masked assassin warned him to choose his next words wisely. Jwabak called for a halt to the discussion. So Young asked if Mayong had acted because his fellow disciple was strong. Mayong questioned why So Young was speaking to him through the frequency whispering technique. So Young asked if Mayong was trying to say something to him that others shouldn't hear, his anger rising. Mayong noticed the atmosphere was not good. He thought to himself that he shouldn't get mad. Jwabak questioned if Mayong's fellow disciple wasn't a bit too harsh. Even if Jang Yun crossed the line because he was drunk, he didn't have to break his arm. Mayong realized that was the problem. Mayong thought he was a bit harsh because he was in a rush. So Young revealed that Mayong had fallen for his trap, adding that it wasn't just being harsh, but how dare someone break the arm of a So family member in the territory of the great Yang So clan. The man with the dark hair and purple robes believed the people should be on his side now. He demanded that everyone agree with him. It was too bad for them. The man with the dark hair and purple robes stated that the people present all saw how So Jang Yun acted. The man with the dark hair and purple robes wondered why he had been afraid of these kinds of guys before, but then told himself to wait. The man with the dark hair and purple robes stood his ground. The woman with the brown hair stated that she heard about what happened, and that second brother was drunk and made a mistake, trying to kill third brother. The man with the dark hair and purple robes gritted his teeth. He wondered who that could be, and then asked if they dared call someone who was kicked out of the family their own brother. The man with the dark hair and purple robes asked if they were siding with him because they shared mothers. The man with the dark hair and purple robes called the woman with the brown hair an impure blood. The woman with the brown hair retorted that he dared insult their mother. The man with the dark hair and purple robes told her to let his hand go and scoffed, asking if he said anything wrong. The man with the dark hair and purple robes told her to let her go. The woman with the brown hair shouts, warning someone not to interfere. The man with the reddish-brown hair recalls a familiar scene. He realizes that his previous assessment was incorrect. He reflects on her coldness, understanding it was a form of protection. He understood that she cared about him. Sung wonders what this feeling could be, noting it is different from anger. The woman with the brown hair angrily tells someone not to get involved in her business. Someone refers to the group as these people. A figure unleashes a powerful attack. The attack continues with devastating force. Someone wonders if it is internal energy. Someone lies defeated on the ground, being told to listen closely. So Wonhui declared that he was no longer the Yang County's good-for-nothing. Meanwhile, someone warned that they shouldn't even think about laying a hand on their sister. The clash continued. Moyang Su's expression hardened as he fought. Sung thought to himself that his opponent should be able to withstand at least that much. Moyang Su thought that he didn't intend to end this easily either. He intended to make Sung pay for almost making So Young cry. The sword spirit observed that Sung was the eldest son after all and definitely more skilled than Jang Yun. Moyang Su thought that it was just enough so that it looked like he was somewhere in between first and second rate. Moyang Su prepared to strike. The sword spirit noted that it looked like it worked, as if Sung decided that he was stronger. So Young called out for Sung to be careful. Sung thought that Moyang Su was not an easy opponent just because his energy core had been healed. Sung thought that So Young also thought that he wasn't as skilled because of that, but it didn't feel that bad to have his only family member worry about him. Shung Smai. So Wonhui reassured the person behind him, telling them to trust him. The person behind him remained unseen. The blade glowed with power as it swung. Moyang Su staggered back, blood spraying from a wound. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed. Moyang Su declared that this was for trying to slap his sister. Wonhui prepared another attack. The narrator explained that one of the 3 prized techniques of the Yang So clan was their sword technique, and that it had been a while since Moyang-Su had seen it last, but it was foolish of Wonhui to try and use it on him. The clash of blades filled the air. Wonhui realized it would have been better had he used a technique Moyang-Su didn't know, as it was easy to find an opening. Moyang-Su stated that this was for insulting his junior brother, who saved his life. Moyang-Su fell to one knee. One of the masked assassins told the vice squad commander not to make that kind of face when he had a mask on. The masked assassin listened as the others discussed how So Wonhui was winning against Young Hyun. Elsewhere, someone thought it should be about time. They sensed the presence of about 100 people. It was believed that the patriarch must be back. 3 powerful chi auras were sensed. It was thought that it must be the patriarch and the Mount Hung sex people. Moyang-Su prepared to harvest So Wonhui, calling him a good-for-nothing. So Wonhui asked Moyang-Su if he wanted to die today. So Wonhui stated that he wanted to go easy on Moyang-Su since they still shared the same blood. It was noted that So Wonhui had changed his posture. So Wonhui was placing a lot more weight on the sword, making him more destructive with it. It was realized that this must be the sword technique that only the patriarch and the young leader of the family were allowed to learn. Moyang-Su decided to see how strong it was. So Wonhui prepared to strike. The onlookers realized that it was the Yang's So clan's high-level swordsmanship, and that Young Hyun would now teach So Wonhui a lesson. Those watching the fight appeared nervous. Moyang-Su believed his technique might work against a swordsman of the same level. However, he was confident it would not affect him. The force of the attack sent Go Eun-jo flying. He couldn't believe someone like So Wonhui could possess such power. So Wonhui continued his assault. The force of the blow was immense. So Wonhui's rage grew, fueled by the insult to his mother. Go Eun-jo cursed at So Wonhui. The impact of the attack shook the area. Sama Young realized someone had arrived. Moyang-Su could also sense the arrival of others. Go Eun-jo lay defeated. One of the onlookers asked what was happening. Jo Il-hye identified the mustache man as the patriarch and recognized the other 2 as spies from the Murim Alliance. Jo Il-hye and Jo Chong-woon, both peak-level martial artists of the Mount Hung sect, stood side by side. It was known that the Mount Hang's best sword was much stronger than others. Jo Chong-woon did not possess an intimidating aura like Hei Action, but he was certainly past the point of peak level. The fallen man insisted that his father cheated and used an evil technique. The man on the ground yelled that his father was cheating and had used an evil technique. The fallen man thought he should have broken his jaw so that he could not speak and wondered if he had learned such a thing. Jo Chong-woon stood over the fallen man. It was said that Jo Chong-woon came all the way there in the blink of an eye, and someone knew that the Mount Hung sect was skilled in Qigong, but not to this extent. Jo Il-hye thought that being falsely accused in front of the Mount Hung sect was going to be bad. Jo Il-hye wondered why, as there were many in the Orthodox faction who abhorred evil techniques. The Mount Hang's best sword was one of those people. He hated it enough that his personality flipped 180 degrees when it concerned the topic. Jo Chong-woon stated that it wasn't an evil technique, then asked why the young leader said that he used it. So Young exclaimed that So Wonhui was her brother. Jo Chong-woon wondered what the meaning of this was. Jo Chong-woon grabbed So Wonhui's arm. So Wonhui asked for a chance to explain, questioning how he could be at his current level when his energy core had been injured a year prior. The elder stated that words would not resolve the situation if So Wonhui refused to allow him to check his internal energy. The elder stated that he would be able to see if they fought. The elder declared that he would see if So Wonhui was using evil techniques or not. The sword spirit told So Wonhui not to worry, suggesting that the situation might work out easier than he thought, and to use the best sword technique he had to resolve the situation. So Wonhui wondered if he should use the best one. So Wonhui unleashed the Void Flow Slash. Jo Chong-woon thought that So Wonhui was definitely different, and his palm felt like it was going to rip every time their swords clashed. So Wonhui realized that even if he opened his central energy core, he might not win against Jo Chong-woon. Jo Chong-woon widened the distance between them. Gu Sang-woon was surprised by So Wonhui's sword technique and wondered why Jo Chong-woon widened the distance first. Meanwhile, Gu Sang-woon recognized the technique. It was a bit different, but definitely the Void Flow Slash. Another man inquired about his relationship with Grandmaster Ho Jongdae. A woman with purple hair knew they would recognize it. The woman and So Wonhui knew each other. The woman thought to herself that So Wonhui was one of her former owner's old acquaintances and that things went smoothly. So Wonhui acknowledged the statement, adding that they recognized his master's sword technique right away, so his introduction came late. The man with the mustache questioned if the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique was his master's technique. Another man realized what that meant, wondering if it could be. So Wonhui introduced himself as the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Ho Jongdae's disciple. So Wonhui looked forward. So Wonhui stated it was nice to meet them. Approximately 20 years prior, a figure lay defeated. Jo Chong-woon had received aid from the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. He is now known as an expert martial artist. But back then, he was nothing more than a trainee martial artist. The story then shifts to the present, where Moyang-Su asks if what he heard is true. Moyang-soo brings up the story of how he and Jo Chong-woon first met 20 years ago. He recalls how he used to praise Chong-woon, saying that he would one day brighten the southern skies. Chong-woon could not hide his joy at the fact that a martial artist he admired had praised him. He chuckles, asking if Moyang-soo really said that about him. Moyang-soo apologizes, explaining that his personality is rather heated, and he saw red when he heard that Chong-woon was using evil arts, admitting that he was wrong. Chong-woon tells him it's okay, but asks him not to call him Sunbae. Chong-woon repeats his request, asking him not to call him Sunbae. Moyang-soo tells him that if he is a disciple of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, he is on par with them and should be comfortable. The sword spirit recalls that her former owner was acquainted with Chong-woon's master, remembering the Mount Hung sect's young martial artist calling him Elder Master. Moyang-soo explains that the Orthodox faction's martial artists are very sensitive regarding this sort of stuff, wondering how he could. Chong-woon says it's okay, adding that it should be enough for playing humble. Jo Chong-woon laughed, declaring it a joyous day. Meanwhile, someone wondered who would dare try to frame the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. He started to say that was not what he meant. Suddenly, Jo Chong-woon shouted for them to stop. The interruption caused the other man to pause. Elsewhere, So Won-hui thought that looking at that face filled him with rage. He reflected that the man never treated him like a human being and kicked him out of the family. The man from before believed that if Jo Chong-woon had any sense of responsibility, his mother would have been treated differently. He continued, stating he did not know what Jo Chong-woon's impression was in Murim, but as the head of a family, he had failed. Jo Chong-woon thought that getting mad at him would not accomplish anything. He needed to act friendly in front of him in order to get what he wanted as he greeted the patriarch. Jo Chong-woon stated it had been a long time and that he was glad to see he was doing well. The man from before thought that Jo Chong-woon was rather harsh. The man from before asked what he would do, stating he had a pretty good reason, and there were witnesses. Jo Chong-woon apologized, stating the two brothers got heated and tried to threaten his life, so he had no choice but to get a bit aggressive in order to protect himself. The man from before wondered what other reason there would be to do something like that when so many people were watching. Someone stated it was all so that no one would take his side, adding that earlier was a bit much, right? The man from before wondered how he would react. The old man, with his back turned, stated that they had guests to entertain and would talk later. The woman with long, red hair thought that her father hadn't even asked why she had returned, and it seemed like he was just going to cover it up by saying that. The old man continued to walk away, the woman following behind him. She thought that she couldn't let this chance go. She called out to her father. She requested that he allow her to attend the martial competition as the representative of the family. The old man turned his head slightly, listening to her request. About an hour later, at Yang's So Clan Main Residence's guest house, someone noisily enjoyed their meal. Someone told them that they didn't expect them to be the most well-behaved, but at the very least, they should stop chewing so loudly and getting crumbs everywhere. The person eating told them not to scold them so much, as they were just enjoying their meal. The other person responded that they wanted to beat them up. Zhuabak, still annoyed by the loud eating, tells the person that they are rather well-behaved for a beggar. The person eating loudly insists that their senior brother must be hungry and should eat lots. The loud eater continues to stuff food into the other person's mouth. Elsewhere, the sword spirit asks So Won-hui how he thinks things will go. So Won-hui admits that he doesn't know either and that he avoided answering on the spot. So Won-hui realizes that Moyang-soo will have to hand him that position. The sword spirit agrees, noting that the two people are injured, so Moyang-soo won't have them attend the competition as soon as they're healed. The sword spirit remarks that Moyang-soo really doesn't treat So Won-hui like a son. It is also noted that the servants by the guest hall aren't regular servants. Two figures observe So Won-hui and the sword spirit, noting that they're not at a high level, but they've all learned martial arts. So Won-hui thinks that there is no way they wouldn't notice, since they've also learned martial arts. He realizes that just having them there means that Moyang-soo doesn't care whether they know they're being watched or not. So Won-hui understands that this is a warning from the patriarch. He knows that Moyang-soo wants him to know that this is still the Yang's So clan's territory regardless of whether he's the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple or not. So Won-hui thinks that Moyang-soo shouldn't do something rash like earlier since he's watching, and that's so petty. A servant informs So Won-hui that the madam has invited him to see her. So Won-hui expressed surprise at being summoned by the madam. One of the servants informed him that he would return soon and that he should enjoy his meal. Meanwhile, one of the men commented that if it weren't for the competition, he would have taken care of things anyway. The scene shifted to Peony Hall, the residence of Yang's So clan's patriarch and Madame Yang. The hall was a place where red-petaled peonies formed a garden. The flowers only bloomed in this season, but coincidentally, they were fully bloomed at this time. So Won-hui found the sight of the flowers disgusting because they reminded him of Madame Yang. He thought to himself that he wanted to burn them all. A servant informed So Won-hui that he had arrived and dismissed the other servants. Madame Yang sat regali. The scene was at So Ikkyon's residence, where Madame Yang resided. So Won-hui acknowledged her presence. The servants were being dismissed as well, and So Won-hui wondered what Madame Yang wanted. Madame Yang congratulated So Won-hui on being the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So Wonhui thought that there was no way she called him here to congratulate him, and that he knew what she wanted. Madame Yang admitted that they were not on good terms and that she would not stall any longer. So Wonhui stated that if she wanted, he could kneel down and apologize hundreds or even thousands of times. Madame Yang declared that So Wonhui should not try to take Yang Yin's spot. Sung thought to himself that Madame Yang was acting exactly as he expected. Even if she was a terrible person, she was still a mother. Meanwhile, Madame Yang stated that she was willing to apologize to him. Sung recalled her insulting and slapping him. Madame Yang offered to give him enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life and even support him in starting a family. Madame Yang repeated that So Wonhui should not try to take her son's spot. Sung realized that the Southern Heaven Iron Sword was truly renowned, and Madame Yang's attitude had completely changed. Sung apologized, saying he would pretend he hadn't heard any of this. Madame Yang told him not to be like this. Madame Yang asked him to tell her what he wanted, saying she would do whatever he wanted. Sung asked if that was true. Sung then asked if she could retrieve his mother's gravestone and have her become the official wife. Sung also asked if she would bow down before her gravestone apologetically for 3 hours a day for 10 years. Madame Yang stated that she would not. Sung thought that to acknowledge his mother as the official wife after years of insulting her as someone inferior and to apologize to her by bowing for 10 years, her ego would surely be shredded. Madame Yang questioned if So Wonhui would leave her son alone if she did what he asked. Madame Yang claimed to be touched by his genuineness. So Wonhui reflected on how strong her love as a mother was. Madame Yang retorted that she bet that was what he wanted to hear. So Wonhui thought that she should have acted on this love and affection when his mother was still alive. Madame Yang, enraged, yelled at So Wonhui. Madame Yang recalled when she was afflicted with qi blockage, So Wonhui's servant brought her medicine. Madame Yang asked if he thought she wouldn't notice that the servant was from the peony hall. So Wonhui stated that everyone just turned a blind eye because they all knew who was behind it. Madame Yang mocked So Wonhui, asking if he thought it was funny that she wouldn't go after her son's position. So Wonhui told her to wait. So Wonhui stated that he definitely warned her and told her to never find him again for a bullshit reason like this. He knew someone was hiding, but they faltered upon their stealth. He told them he wasn't going to harm their owner, so they should stay there. So Wonhui stood his ground. A masked figure listened intently. The masked figure greeted the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. The masked assassin remained kneeling as the woman stated she had nothing to discuss. Elsewhere, someone gripped a door handle, realizing that Madame Yang wasn't the one who sent the servant that day. The scene shifted to a figure lying on the ground as another figure stated that they were the one who poisoned the medicine that day. The figure confirmed that they were the one who poisoned the medicine. The camera focused on So Wonhui, his expression unreadable. 12 years prior, the memories of that day remained vivid. At the tender age of 8, So Wonhui couldn't consume the miracle medicine in its raw form. That was why he had to drink it as tea, even though it reduced its potency. Taking that medicine caused him to have qi blockage. So Wonhui lost his energy core. It was obvious what would happen to the son of a martial arts family who lost his energy core. He was treated like an abandoned child in the family, and his life went downhill from that day onwards. The person behind that wasn't Madame Yang. A voice echoed, accusingly. It was you? The masked assassin remained silent. The assassin stated that he had served Madame ever since before she was married. The assassin continued, explaining that Madame was all he had as someone who had given up on leading a normal life and lived as an escort warrior. The assassin said that he couldn't bear to see her all anxious because of Wonhui when he treated her like a sister. So that's why? The assassin wanted Wonhui to know that it was all his own doing and that Madame was not related to this at all. So Wonhui stood silently. The assassin apologized, stating that if Wonhui would like to punish him, he was willing to accept it. Sama Young shouted that it was she who did it, and for them to stop that. Sama Young was lying because of her loyalty to Madame, so they did not need to listen to her. Zhou Ilhie shouted that everything was her own doing, so leave both her children and her alone. Zhou Ilhie declared that she alone was responsible, insisting that the Madame was lying to protect her. Nearby, the masked assassin thought that he felt like the villain. The woman with the golden hair ornaments expressed feeling ashamed to see how close Zhou Ilhie and the assassin were. The woman with the golden hair ornaments thought that she would be a terrible person if she were to do anything to the two of them. The assassin then. The woman with the golden hair ornaments looked at the assassin. The assassin looked surprised. So Wonhui thought that they thought he would say that, and that it was nice to see the friendship between the two of them. The assassin kneeled before the woman with the golden hair ornaments, calling her Madam. So Wonhui stood, water dripping from his hair. The assassin thought that, in the end, they both knew about it. The woman with the golden hair ornaments looked shocked. The woman with the golden hair ornaments asked if they still thought they could enter the competition as the representative after doing something like this. So Wonhui stated that whether they told the patriarch or not. So Wonhui declared that, in turn, he would. The announcement was to be made public. The wife of the Yang So clan had poisoned an 8-year-old child. It was believed that the first to hear of this would be the two guests from the Mount Hung sect. Enraged, new_character_8 stammered, daring to threaten her. New_character_8 demanded to know what new_character_7 had done. Sama Young stated that she had destroyed her energy core. Sama Young declared that because new_character_8 had threatened her, she would have to pay for it. Sama Young commanded her to eat the poison. New_character_8 questioned what it was. New_character_8 realized that Sama Young was out of her mind to tell her to eat poison. Sama Young insisted that she would have to. Sama Young threatened to take new_character_8 to the patriarch to tell him that she had found the culprit. New_character_8 asked if Sama Young knew what would happen if she did that, stating that it could lead to a conflict between her birth family and the Yang So clan. New_character_8 asked if Sama Young meant to destroy her own family. Sama Young stated that it would make her so happy. Zhou Ilhie's face contorted in fear and pain. The Sword Spirit remarked that Wenhui ended up getting the evidence. The Sword Spirit continued, noting that Wenhui got Madame Yang and the guard to confess. The Sword Spirit added that Wenhui even got her seal, thinking that humans sure are dramatic. The seal was visible on the document. Wenhui thought he needed to get evidence like this to make sure she didn't try anything in the future. Wenhui recalled saying that if either one of them tried anything, he wouldn't give her the antidote, leaving them no choice. Wenhui hoped they were suffering. The Sword Spirit commented that it was never a dull day with him, asking if he was going to wait for the competition now. Wenhui stated that he was going to, but he had changed his mind. The Sword Spirit asked what he was going to do. Wenhui thought that since they acted first, there was no need for him to wait peacefully. Wenhui assumed that the pavilion masters of the family had already gathered. The Yang So clan's inner hall was visible. A sign indicated that this was the Yang So clan's inner hall conference room. Someone thought that the garbage became the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. The crowd murmured that he was asking to represent the family in the competition. One man wonders if it has even been verified that Wenhui is truly the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. The identities of the second and third pavilion masters of the Yang's So clan are revealed, Jin Ki-hyung and Yang Mun-sik. It is noted that the Mount Heng's female warrior and Mount Heng's best sword have verified Wenhui's identity. The pavilion masters remain seated as Wenhui enters the room. Wenhui greets the pavilion masters, noting it has been a while. Sung recognizes them all, but none return his greeting. One of the pavilion masters comments that their backs must be heavy, implying they are too important to greet someone like Wenhui. The fourth pavilion master greets the third young master. The fifth pavilion master also greets the third young master. It is said that 5 of the pavilion masters immediately tucked their tails. Wenhui realizes that the upper 3 pavilion masters won't even speak to him. Wenhui questions why he was not stopped at the door, given the conference taking place. One of the pavilion masters retorts that Wenhui speaks as if he is not allowed in, adding that only the patriarch, the young leader, and the pavilion masters are allowed in these conferences. The great pavilion master of the Yang So clan, Ha Zhengian, is shown. The great pavilion master agrees that Wenhui's entrance was rude, even if he is the young master. The pavilion masters stand their ground. If there was something to discuss, he was told he could simply ask another time. Wenhui admitted that he couldn't get used to this treatment. Moang-su asked if he wanted to get out. Moang-su recalled what he had said to Wenhui the last time. Wenhui looked up from the ground. Gu Sangwon demanded to know how Wenhui dared step foot in there, calling him a waste of space. Wenhui remained on the ground. Another master told Wenhui to never step foot there, calling him garbage. Moang-su asked if that was what he had said, then feigned ignorance. Moang-su chuckled. Moang-su claimed that after getting so old, he forgot things quite often. Moang-su apologized if that hurt Wenhui's feelings. Gu Sangwon asked if Wenhui was okay, then asked what he meant. Moang-su recalled the time when Wenhui was getting kicked out of the Yang's So clan, asking if Wenhui didn't even have martial artists with him. Moang-su reminded Wenhui that he had told him to never step foot near the residence ever again, suggesting that perhaps he was no longer fit to be working such a hard job if he couldn't recall something from just a year ago. The pavilion master seethed, thinking that perhaps he should consider retiring. Another master questioned what he was trying to do, asking if he was trying to dig up the past and get some petty revenge, reminding him that he was supposed to be the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. He retorted, asking how it was some petty revenge to point out one's past impertinence. Meanwhile, another master commented that the Yang's So clan's hierarchy was all messed up. One of the pavilion masters exclaimed, "How dare an outsider like him talk about the matters of the clan like that?" Another master questioned why they had brought someone as rude as him to important conferences like this. The vice squad commander was surprised by the turn of events. He internally asked if he could kill that thing, begging for permission. So Wenhui told him to calm down. Another master questioned if Wenhui was also the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. One of the pavilion masters stated that, of course, they could bring guests, and that he acted rather rudely without knowing that they were such a precious guest, asking for forgiveness with his warm heart. The pavilion master smiled. One of the pavilion masters thought that he guessed he was concerned because of the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's fame, and that the conference would have to continue once the patriarch was here. The pavilion masters stood. All pavilion masters were excused. A tense atmosphere settled over the room. Moyang-su ordered the doors sealed. One of the pavilion masters demanded to know what this all meant. The room was filled with nervous energy. Another master questioned what was happening. Wenhui remained silent, his expression unreadable. Moyang-su stated that he simply wanted to have a proper conversation with them all. One of the pavilion masters suspected that the old man had other intentions. Moyang-su revealed a golden object in his hand, stating he had a good offer for them. Wenhui listened intently to the offer. Moyang-su clarified that he wouldn't have bothered coming if it was just about the competition. He only needed to convince the patriarch. Moyang-su offered them a chance to switch sides. He questioned why they wouldn't support him instead. Moyang-su addressed Wenhui directly, his intentions unclear. The rule of the Yang's So clan was absolute. It was also stated that if the majority of the pavilion masters formally complained, the patriarch's decision about the young leader would be reconsidered. Elsewhere, Wenhui remained silent. The conversation turned to the young leader position. The master of the blood cult stated that he was sure it was hard to understand. Just a year prior, he had been terrified of these people, and he had lived his life as a drunkard. But the real him had more than 8 years of experience as a spy. Facing these people was nothing. The master continued, stating that the fact that Wenhui had grown so much as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple was something he should be happy about, but if he continued to cause more conflict, he could not just sit and watch. The master asked what Wenhui was doing, noting that he kept glancing elsewhere. Wenhui stated that was rather rude of him. The master stated he had expressed his feelings and accomplished his goal, so he would excuse himself. The master added that he was sure Wenhui knew where he stayed, and his doors were always open, so he could come visit him whenever he wished. Wenhui stood surrounded by the blood cult members. The master of the blood cult walked away. The master wondered what nonsense that was just now. He wondered what Wenhui meant by accomplishing his goal. The master of the blood cult stood silently as his subordinates looked on. One of the hall masters addressed Moyang-su with concern. The master expressed his disappointment in the hall masters, citing his recent conversation with Wenhui. Moyang-su recalled seeing Wenhui's throat vibrate, concluding that he was communicating with someone through the frequency whispering technique. The master questioned how anyone could fall for Wenhui's words with the first young master as their leader. Moyang-su declared that no one could leave the room until they found the person Wenhui was communicating with. One of the hall masters questioned who in their right mind would do such a thing. Another hall master asked if Moyang-su was suggesting he was hallucinating, questioning why he was looking for the culprit among them. One of the hall masters suggested it could have been the one speaking. The hall master retorted that he found it suspicious that the master was trying to corner everyone except himself, questioning what he meant. Meanwhile, Wenhui walked up the stairs with his companions. Wenhui considered that being the Southern Heaven Iron Sword disciple was influential, but he insisted he did not communicate with anyone. One of his companions apologized. Wenhui clarified that he only made it look like he was communicating with someone. The man's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. He confirmed that tossing them a bone to fight over was the goal. Sung recalled that it was a method he used quite often when he was a spy. Meanwhile, one of the hall masters asked when they would eat dinner, only to be reminded that they had just eaten lunch. The other hall master pointed out someone to his companion, asking if it wasn't their sister. The pair approached the woman and Jo Chongwon. Jo Il-hye told Jo Sang-nam that she had nothing else to say to him and that she would never become his wife. Il-hye stated that the marriage talk was already over, as the patriarch himself had said so. Jo Sang-nam stated that the patriarch said they should give it some time so that they could discuss it. Il-hye declared that she didn't want to talk to him any longer. Jo Sang-nam insisted that he wasn't done talking. Jo Sang-nam thought that it was even more charming when she played hard to get like this. Il-hye was clearly annoyed. One of the hall masters asked Sung what he thought about his sister apparently getting married, and if she had married him in his past life too. Wenhui admitted that if he were a woman, he would hate the situation. Meanwhile, Jo Sang-nam was asked why he continued to grovel at Jo Il-hye's feet when she had already rejected him. Jo Sang-nam identified himself as Jo Sang-nam of the righteous Win-jo clan, demanding to know who dared to interfere in their relationship. It was noted that Jo Sang-nam must have seen Young at a festival some time ago, which apparently led to these marriage discussions. Someone confirmed that they had been discussing marriage and pleaded with the unknown person to stop. Young declared that this was their relationship. Jo Sang-nam asked if Jo Il-hye was rejecting him because of someone like Wenhui. Jo Sang-nam stated that he was going to be nice and take Jo Il-hye in as his wife despite her inferior roots. Someone commented that it was all because of this guy who didn't even look like a man. Jo Chongwon was shocked that he had been slapped. Jo Chongwon questioned why it was upsetting to get slapped in the face by someone who's feminine looking. Jo Chongwon threatened that someone wanted to die. Jo Sang-nam was enraged. A subordinate announced the arrival of the patriarch Jo Chongwon advised young Master Jo to rest until the banquet later that evening. The words seemed to fall on deaf ears. The arrival of the patriarch was confirmed by another. The man rushed forward. Wenhui was mentioned. Jo Chongwon questioned how much more Wenhui intended to shame the family name. Another stated that there was no need to wait until the banquet. The time for resolution was at hand. The scene shifted to the So clan's training hall for the patriarch. Two figures stood in the training hall. It was realized that the training hall was only meant for the patriarch, and the question arose as to why he was brought there. So Wenhui looked up. Jo Chongwon stated that Wenhui had caused quite a mess despite his warnings. The representative spot in the competition and a young leader position were mentioned. Jo Chongwon questioned if Wenhui truly believed he wouldn't realize what he was attempting. The tension hung heavy in the air. Chongwon threatened to slaughter Wenhui if he wasn't truthful from that moment forward, finding it disappointing that they were about to fight over a conversation. Wenhui remarked that Chongwon must truly hate him. Chongwon stated that even if he hadn't done anything for Wenhui as a father, he had watched him ever since he was young. Chongwon continued, noting that Wenhui had been living like a loser after his mother died, and now he was the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple. Chongwon questioned how Wenhui's energy core was destroyed, yet he not only recovered but also surpassed the first-rate realm, asking if he really thought that made any sense. Wenhui simply stated that he was standing there because it did. Chongwon believed that people do not change that easily. Chongwon asked if Wenhui had become a puppet of the blood cult. The tension between them was palpable. Considering that Chongwon had drawn his sword, Wenhui thought he might be certain that he was a member of the blood cult. Wenhui realized he needed to find out more first. Chongwon found it shocking that Wenhui would ask if he was a member of the blood cult. He accused Wenhui of playing dumb, pointing out that someone who was kidnapped by the blood cult was suddenly back and shaking up the entire family, questioning how he was supposed to trust him. Chongwon questioned how Wenhui knew that he was kidnapped by the blood cult. Chongwon wondered if those idiot twins had already gotten caught. Jo Chongwon considered that not even a day had passed, far too short a time for information to have been exchanged. Elsewhere, Sama Young wondered about Baek Haihyang. Meanwhile, Wenhui stated that he did not understand what they were talking about, asking who had said he was kidnapped by the blood cult. Wenhui then exclaimed Song's name in surprise. He recalled being told that Song had been kicked out. Gu Sangwon smiled. Song's name brought back a memory. The mention of Song caused a stir. The young master was being sought. The question lingered. Was Song truly Ikkion's subordinate? There was no way Song would betray them. Song had always cared for both his mother and him with genuine affection. He had even chased after him when he was getting kicked out. But was that affection all because the patriarch told him to? Nonsense, he was just testing him. So Wenhui wondered where Song was. Moyang-su demanded that Wenhui answer his question first. Moyang-su claimed there was clear evidence that Wenhui was a member of the blood cult. Moyang-su accused Wenhui of appearing right before the Murim competitions. Moyang-su continued, stating that Wenhui then demanded the representative position. Moyang-su asked if Wenhui thought it was just because the alliance with the unrivaled faction was broken. Wenhui listened intently. The blood cult resurfaced, signaling a new wave of activity. Meanwhile, the man with the blue hair noted that they had been growing their forces in the shadows. The man questioned if their power came from nowhere, stating there was no secret to how they were growing their forces. Elsewhere, it was revealed that they were kidnapping young boys and raising them. It was also stated that this competition was the best opportunity. Wenhui realized that the patriarch of some random martial family was smarter than he initially thought. He then considered that it wasn't pure luck that the Orthodox faction won the Orthodox and Orthodox Great War. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be? It was revealed that they knew someone was trying to steal the Blood Demon sword back. The man with the blue hair considered how great it would be for them to kidnap and brainwash someone from an Orthodox family to use as a spy. Wenhui guessed not. The sword spirit stated that it was because of Song and that every time he changed something, the future he knew changed. Wenhui reflected that Song was supposed to die, but he stayed alive while also being aware that he was kidnapped by the blood cult. He recalled that before his regression, he was just kicked out once again when he returned, but to think keeping Song alive would have such consequences. Wenhui considered that someone thought he was trying to become the representative of the competition. The figure gestures, seemingly in the midst of a conversation. The other party questioned if Wenhui was acting as an informant in the Murim competition for the blood cult, implying that was what he was being made out to be. The man with long reddish-brown hair believed his master would be very disappointed in the Yang So clan. If he wanted to prove his innocence, he was told to turn everything back to normal and give up the representative spot. The man with long reddish-brown hair thought he brought up the Southern Heaven Iron Sword on purpose, but the other party was being difficult. He mused that it would prove his innocence if he were to give up everything and do nothing. He questioned what would happen if he couldn't, and if he would not be allowed to be the representative. Another man declared he could do better than both his brothers, but was cut off and given a warning. The man with blue hair was told he would not be allowed to be the representative, and that he was not thought of as a son. The man with blue hair was told not to be mistaken, as he was not qualified. He was asked what the point would be if he were to go out there and win with the Southern Heaven Iron Sword techniques. The man with long reddish-brown hair realized that was what the other party was going to use as an excuse to reject him. The man with blue hair gave a last warning. The man with blue hair held his sword. The man with blue hair was told that if he was truly of the orthodox faction and possessed the blood of the Yang So clan, then he should stop there and surrender. The man with long reddish-brown hair scoffed at the idea of the orthodox faction and possessing the blood of the Yang So clan. So Wenhui questioned what would happen if he refused. Moyang-su stated that he would check So Wenhui's energy core to see if he had been brainwashed. Moyang-su continued, saying that if So Wenhui was truly innocent, he would have no reason to reject the offer. So Wenhui realized that complying would only prove his innocence, but it wouldn't make him the representative anyway. So Wenhui was asked what he was doing. So Wenhui stood firm. Moyang-su warned that looking into his energy core crossed the line. So Wenhui stated that looking into the energy core of someone who had learned another martial art was banned. So Wenhui declared that he had no choice but to defend himself for the honor of his master. So Wenhui and Moyang-su prepared to fight. The ground cracked under the pressure of their combined power. Moyang-su accused So Wenhui of using dark arts. Moyang-su asked if So Wenhui really thought he could win after just a year of training. So Wenhui was at his peak. He prepared to use the 10th mastery of Qi, focusing the lower energy core's Qi. The technique he was using utilized his body weight. The clash of energies erupted in a burst of force. So Wenhui's sword cut through the air. Because it was someone as skilled as him, the attack also had speed. The force of the blow sent So Wenhui flying backwards. Moyang-su felt there was too much difference in Qi. Moyang-su prepared to strike. Moyang-su declared that there was a large difference in their power. Moyang-su's energy surged. Moyang-su struck So Wenhui. So Wenhui was sent flying. Moyang-su's energy swirled. Moyang-su advanced. A figure descends, sword drawn. Moyang-su believed there was no point in resisting. The force of the blow intensified. The attack crashed down with immense power. The strike continued its descent. The impact sent blood flying. The force of the blow splintered the ground. So Wenhui wondered if this was the effect of Moyang-su's sword technique. The weight of the attack pressed down on So Wenhui, pushing him towards the ground. The pressure continued to mount. The force of the impact radiated outwards. The attack continued to pulverize the ground. Moyang-su remarked that So Wenhui's sword was better than it looked, and that without it, he would already be dead. Moyang-su stated that there was a significant difference in their levels, urging So Wenhui to admit defeat and surrender, acknowledging why he was called the Yang's wise sword. Moyang-su asked if So Wenhui would surrender. So Wenhui braced himself. Moyang-su declared that So Wenhui was too strong for him to go easy. Moyang-su's eyes narrowed. A surge of energy erupted. The energy intensified around So Wenhui. So Wenhui wondered where the Qi was coming from. Moyang-su stated that it was natural. It would shock So Wenhui, as there was a big difference between the Qi he was using until now and the Qi from the central energy core. It was his master's sword technique that everyone knew of. Moyang-su prepared to strike. Moyang-su thought that it was before it was evolved to make up for its flaws. Moyang-su unleashed a powerful attack. So Wenhui was struck by the attack. Moyang-su declared that it was the true luminous star sword technique. So Wenhui wondered what he was talking about. Moyang-su prepared another attack. So Wenhui cried out as he was struck again. The air crackled with residual energy. Moyang-su declared the technique to be the 6th of the true luminous star sword technique. The energy around the blade intensified. The technique was the true sword culling chase. The energy swirled violently. Moyang-su stepped forward, the swirling energy surrounding him. The force of the attack sent So Wenhui flying. The air vibrated with power. The energy continued to surge. The attack intensified. Wenhui coughed up blood. He gasped for air. Jinwoo caught his breath, surprised by the strength of the attack. He hadn't expected it to be this strong. Moyang-su realized that if he had landed a direct hit, So Ikkion would have died on the spot. Jinwoo reflected that he would have never dreamed of winning against the patriarch in his past life. The sword spirit remarked that So Wenhui had improved quite a bit, estimating that he was about half as strong as her previous owner at his peak. Sung considered that the difference between the 5th and 6th mastery must be significant. Meanwhile, the sword spirit observed that So Wenhui didn't seem happy about defeating someone he resented. Sung admitted that he hadn't expected much, but the fact that Moyang-su didn't even consider him family didn't feel good. Elsewhere, So Ikkion wondered why, if Moyang-su hated him so much, he had even taken him in, only to treat him so harshly. Sung wondered what he should do now. So Ikkion reflected on how many things had gone wrong. He believed that the resentment the child had for him was greater than he had thought. Sung realized that he was hearing the sword's voice. The sword declared that if So Ikkion had been kinder and more open, the child wouldn't be hurt, and all this mess wouldn't have happened. The sword asked if So Wenhui didn't think it would have been better for him to know the truth. The sword was referring to telling him that So Ikkion was not his biological father. Sung's eyes widened in shock. He demanded that the sword repeat what it had just said. Sung realized that he was not So Ikkion's son. A voice echoed, questioning if it was being heard. The voice continued, asking if it was talking to him. The voice confirmed that it was speaking to him, stating that it held no hatred, but he needed to reveal what it sought to know or it didn't know what it might do to him. Elsewhere, so Wonhui stood, his sword emitting a purple glow. The voice declared that it would be difficult to make him feel better with just a few words. The voice continued, suggesting that he might think what it was about to say was made up. So Wonhui wished he could show the other everything he saw. The sword glowed with a blue aura. Wonhui focused on uniting the sword and his mind, unlocking the Fekta. The blue aura intensified around the sword. Wonhui realized that the third star, Fekta, had. A voice requested that someone remain at the main house, adding that it wouldn't ask them to like it. The woman looked down, her expression unreadable. The voice pleaded with her to think of her child, at least. He stood frozen, overwhelmed by the surge of power. Wonhui's sword spirit asked what was wrong. He realized that the woman he had just seen was definitely his mother, though he didn't know what was going on. The sword glowed with a purple light. The light intensified. Wonhui realized that what he was experiencing was exactly like his memories from back then. He didn't know how things had turned out this way, but it seemed he could show his memories. Sung realized that this was the ability of the third star on the back of his hand, Fekta. Sung recalled that when he gained Merak, the second star, he gained the ability to hear the sound of swords even from a far distance. Sung realized that he could now even see the memories of a sword. He needed to check one thing in the sword's memory. Sung wondered which memory he was about to see. The face of the patriarch when he was born appeared in his mind. The patriarch declared that he would consider this child his own. The patriarch told his wife to take care of herself and focus on recovering. Meanwhile, his wife addressed him as my lord. Elsewhere, Wonhui held the Fekta. The sword spirit observed that rather than Ikkion being her savior, she seemed to rely on him emotionally, adding that it was just as he saw it. Ikkion's devotion had won her over, but the young Wonhui wondered what his mother was won over by. The patriarch asked how Elsa's younger sister, Young, would be born. The sword spirit noted that he was smiling from ear to ear and asked if he liked him that much. Ikkion stated that, of course, he was happy that their child was born. Wonhui stated that he understood. He realized that meant he was the only one who didn't share this family's blood. Wonhui affirmed that it was true. The sword spirit told him that when he was just born, Ikkion worked hard to treat him well. It wasn't so easy, and it was not easy to deal with Madame Yang's irritation. Whenever Ikkion tried to be good to him, she would get very angry. In the end, Ikkion treated none of his children kindly. But still, Ikkion tried to be responsible for him until the end, even though he didn't attend to the young master properly. A plea echoes, begging for the young master to be saved. The question lingers. Did Wonhui truly mention the blood cult? Confirmation arrives. The information was heard without a doubt. The man inquires if they have the battlefield tablet he provided, and is assured that it was given in case something unavoidable happened to the young master. It was revealed that Ikkion secretly provided him with emergency money through the Harmonious Rod battlefield tablet. The man orders someone to go to Mangarecap and find a brothel called Dark Intimacy. He explains that on the second floor, there's an old man who uses black keys. There to find him, speak to him, and when he says booze, reply with liquor, then hand him the silver tablet and relay what he was told. It is revealed that the commission code belongs to the Lower District Sect, one of the 3 major intelligence organizations. The man never thought Ikkion would know about it, or that he'd commission those of the unorthodox faction. Ikkion had tried to secretly track their whereabouts, but the moment Asong's whereabouts got further away, he started moving himself. Someone states they don't care about the cost. They add that if this commission is related to the blood cult, they will not accept it. The man asks if they will really do this. It said that nothing good will arise from the revelation that Yang's wise sword is commissioning information from the unorthodox faction. The man heard he was a child they abandoned, but it seems he's still a finger that hurts from being bitten. Since he received a prepayment, the man will give some advice. If what's happening is related to the blood cult, they should stop digging into it. They secretly kidnap boys and girls to increase the number of their believers, making it easier to consider Wonhui gone from this world. That must be why he thought he became a hound of the blood cult. Ikkion isn't affectionate by nature, and because of his secret regarding Wonhui's birth, he couldn't properly act as a parent. But he never tried to turn his back on that responsibility. She questioned if chasing Wonhui out of the family and trying to sell Young off through marriage was Ikkion being responsible. That was all to protect him. He spent his days crippled as a drunkard after his mother's death, and the rumors about him spread so negatively, to the point where even if someone quietly killed him, no one would be to blame. Ikkion thought that he might get killed by Madame Yang or the other children, so he chased him out. His sister was the same. The reason he sent her to Mount Hung at an early age is because regardless of her talent, he didn't want Madame Yang to bully her. The reason he hurried the engagement is also because once she returned from Mount Hung, she might face the same things as him. So, stop. Even he can understand why Wonhui hates Ikkion. However, he would like him to understand Ikkion's feelings just a little. His responsibility towards him? Not at all. It must be the responsibility and duty he had for Mother, who passed away. If he'd really been responsible, he would have had Young and him at his side and protected them. He should have become the support for them, so they wouldn't be bullied by Madame Yang. In the end, Ikkion is just a man who does whatever he wants to make himself feel more at ease. If not for the promise to his mother, Wenhui thought, so Ikkion shouldn't have said he'd treat him like his own son. The sword spirit agreed, stating that his perspective simply represented Ikkion. If she could do something for him, that'd be good, the sword spirit thought, but then she paused. It seemed that so Ikkion needed the main family's representative position. Yes, the situation was quite complicated, Wenhui realized. The sword spirit wondered if giving Ikkion the thing he wanted most would change the situation. What was the thing that so Ikkion wanted the most? Right now, Ikkion had only learned half of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. The Patriarch's sword techniques were taught verbally. But because Ikkion's father and her previous owner, so Ikkion, died during the Orthodox and Orthodox Great War, he couldn't properly learn the other half, the sword spirit realized. What if she taught him that? Shortly after, the sword spirit seemed surprised. Gu Sangwon asked why Wenhui went easy on him, and if he wanted him to kill him. He told him to just start circulating his energy. Gu Sangwon stated that if Wenhui let him live for his goals, it was useless. Gu Sangwon declared that until Wenhui proved that he didn't belong to the blood cult, he would never. Moyang-su stated that he didn't want Wenhui to misunderstand why he went easy on him, clarifying that it wasn't out of affection for raising him. Wenhui questioned how he knew that. Moyang-su explained that the way he looked at his other children was different, so how could he not know? Moyang-su asked if Wenhui had heard from his mother. Wenhui told him not to speak of his mother with that mouth, calling it disgusting. Wenhui paused, considering his response. Moyang-su asked if Wenhui wanted to say that he did as much as he could. Wenhui hoped he wasn't about to say some nonsense about protecting him from Madame Yang and his children, stating that it was to protect him and treat him like a real child, for his mother. Wenhui asked if, in the end, it wasn't just to justify his own selfishness. Wenhui stated that if he truly wanted to protect him and Yang, he should have firmly protected them, even if it meant standing against Madame Yang. Moyang-su responded that if Wenhui thought that was his responsibility and duty, he was mistaken, adding that he just wanted to protect him. Wenhui questioned if sending him outside was protection, stating that it was just evading his responsibility. Wenhui stated that Moyang-su had done enough for a kid who wasn't even his child, and from now on, it didn't matter what happened to him, asking if that was how he truly felt. Wenhui accused Moyang-su of packaging his true thoughts and sending him away, stating that if he hadn't, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by the blood cult. Moyang-su asked if Wenhui was finally admitting that he was a hound of the blood cult. Moyang-su stood tall, his words echoing in the training hall. He recalled how, if not for his master's intervention, Wenhui's accusations would have become reality. He held up a wooden tablet. Moyang-su thought about the all-healing divine physician's tablet. He remembered that his master had a past friendship with the all-healing divine physician, and thanks to that, he was able to restore his energy core. Wenhui likely wanted to believe that the restoration of Moyang-su's energy core was due to evil arts or techniques of the blood cult. The tablet was the truth. Finally, Wenhui stated that Moyang-su told him he had no right to have the representative position. Moyang-su questioned if he had no right to have the representative position. Wenhui stood ready to strike, asking how Moyang-su knew the Frenzy Destruction Sword. Wenhui thought it should have been a martial art that he only saw for the first time today. Wenhui prepared to use the 10th technique. A while ago, Wenhui was watching Blue Ghost Sword's memories. The memories showed the traces of his sword. It seemed to be the basic moves of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. Every time he saw the sword's movements, it felt like he had become the sword, as though the paths had been engraved into his memory. The sword spirit asked if he understood. So Wenhui's expression was serious as he watched the memories. He thought that he didn't just get it. It was stuck in his mind, as if these were now his memories. The sword spirit asked if he saw all of the basic moves in that short period of time. The sword spirit looked at Wenhui expectantly. Wenhui thought that the heavy sword was different from the rapid sword, so even the training process wasn't quick. It must have taken at least 4 minutes. Blue Ghost Sword asked if he flicked the silver coin again. Could he show him the training process once more? Wenhui thought that, of course, he just needed to recall it. The memories of the sword training flashed before him. The memories of the sword training continued to flash before him. Wenhui was surprised. Wenhui realized that watching it didn't even take a blink, it was an instant. Wenhui's sword spirit observed that this was a truly innovative ability. Meanwhile, Wenhui recalled his previous master's words. Once a certain point in martial arts was reached, image training helped more than repetitive training. The master had said to think about it. Even if it was just image training, envisioning it engraved it into one's head. The spirit wondered what would happen if he kept repeating that. It was said that one would naturally begin to absorb the basics, as if through repeated training. Yes, now that he had done it more than 20 times, Wenhui's hand was convulsing as if he actually trained for a long time. Wenhui wondered if this was what it meant for his body to be influenced by his thoughts. He realized that through the sword's memories, he would be able to image train and learn new sword techniques in no time. The spirit thought that this might be Fecta's true ability, as so Ikkion was now awake. Wenhui realized that this was the power of Frenzy Destruction Sword's secret technique, Heavy Pressure Sword Strike. He didn't know if it was because he used innate core energy, but he was able to retain some of its power. So Ikkion asked if Wenhui still thought he was unworthy and questioned how he did that. It was said that a divine physician receives a price whenever treating someone. So Ikkion considered the tablet, or perhaps it contained precious secret documents. Meanwhile, someone wondered if it was his father. Elsewhere, someone thought that although he didn't say it explicitly, the other was jumping to his own conclusions. The man recalled that the elder divine physician had said that the current leader of the Yang's So clan would not have been able to learn the second half of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. Elsewhere, someone questioned who was in the position to ask things of whom. The scene shifted to the Yang's So clan's banquet hall. Meanwhile, someone thought that his internal wounds haven't been treated yet, so he probably wants to rest. He thanked them for coming. Someone else thought that in some ways, he truly is incredible. Elsewhere, someone noticed that he was there, referring to him as senior brother. The man asked if it was okay for them to sit together. The man replied that he was fine with it, but the patriarch would be in an uproar. So Ikkion was told that he would be in an awkward situation, but he was also reminded that at banquets, seats are assigned by the host. He was advised to follow the instructions for now, as they could move seats later. The senior sister agreed that So Ikkion was correct, adding that there would be many opportunities for them to sit together. The woman with red hair smiled, thinking that once one drinks with others, they are bound to make mistakes. She definitely wouldn't go to the upper seats. She thought that if it had been prepared beforehand, it would have been the right move to avoid this seating arrangement. But she had something she needed to do right now, and she was watching the patriarch. Someone demanded that an announcement be made now. Someone from the So family expressed their gratitude to all of Miriam's honored guests who had come that day. Before officially beginning the banquet, an announcement was to be made. Someone remarked that Lord So was quite liberal, wondering if he wanted to talk or if he wanted to make an announcement. The woman with red hair thought that she hated him. Someone announced that they would like to make an apology to the patriarch of the righteous Win Zhou clan. Someone thought that their lacking daughter was not fitting to be the Zhou's son's second wife. For the marriage talks, the woman with red hair hoped they would find a better partner, wondering what was going on. Madame Yang's expression hardened as she listened. Meanwhile, the man with the mustache continued to speak, reminding the table that he was the one who planned Young's marriage talks, so that they could get rid of an eyesore while creating a stronger relationship with one of the three great martial families of Jiangxi province, the righteous Win Zhou clan. The man with long hair warned that he hoped he wouldn't hear of anyone screwing around again in the future, or vulgar words would come out of his mouth. So Wenhui's eyes narrowed. Madame Yang was told that she would need to prepare herself on that day. Moangsu announced to all that he had something to say. He asked if the representative position for the upcoming martial competition would go to his third son, Wenhui. Moangsu declared that the position would go to his third son, Wenhui. Someone exclaimed in shock, calling out to their junior brother. The man looked on in shock. The woman looked on in shock as well. Wenhui stood silently. Someone questioned if it was their brother. A figure declared that it was done. The figure stated that their business here was over. The masked assassin and his companion continued their journey through the night. They walked in silence, their destination unknown. The masked assassin wondered if there was something to do. Suddenly, a figure kicked the masked assassin's companion, telling him not to talk back to his senior brother. The companion yelled out to his brother. The companion laid on the ground. The brother asked if he was really leaving. The masked assassin stated that the master asked him to do something, and he already told the patriarch in advance. The brother stated that one of the reasons why he was leaving immediately was because Mount Heng's best sword was appearing way more kindly than expected. The brother asked if they couldn't go together. The masked assassin stated that he would tell the master that they could leave early tomorrow. The brother looked surprised. The masked assassin looked down. The brother realized that she had absolutely fallen for her. The masked assassin stated that Young was a girl. The masked assassin was told not to be too sad. He responded that he could see his senior brother again once he arrived at the martial competition site. The masked assassin asked if that was right. Young told the masked assassin that she would see him then. The masked assassin said that he would follow her to the palace gate. Young wondered if it was okay for her to at least see him out. She asked if they could talk and catch up while they went. The masked assassin confirmed that they could. He reflected on how he had shared a long conversation with his younger sister, Young, for the first time since they were young. Thanks to that conversation, it seemed that the distance between them after their mother passed away had narrowed slightly. Young asked what had happened, but he couldn't tell her the truth. He knew that if he told her the truth, he might accidentally tie her into the blood cult. The masked assassin told someone to take something. He revealed that his father told him to give it to them. Young asked if the patriarch did this and wondered what it was. She stated that she didn't know, but he probably just provided some travel expenses and then told the masked assassin that she would see him soon at the martial competition. The young woman from the village would be fine on her own, one who he thought, as she was more mature than him anyway. He bid her farewell. He considered the contradiction of Young being an adult-like child. If he understood, he knew he shouldn't nitpick. If he didn't want Young to get mixed into the blood cult, he realized he needed to do something. He resolved to become so strong and powerful that nobody could target her. The sword spirit reminded Wenhui not to lose his balance, as strength and power were merely incentives. He knew that if he got swept away by it, he wouldn't be able to control himself and would sink. He reminded himself that he was the center of gravity for himself. A martial brother, who was also the vice squad commander, demanded to know what was going on that he was rushing like this. According to plan, they would meet Song Juabake and Song Wuhyun at Xiamen County and go to Wuhan in Hubei province, which was hosting the martial competition. However, they finished things half a month earlier than planned, so nobody would be there even if they went first. The vice squad commander knew they were going to dark intimacy before going to Xiamen County. The martial brother asked if he was talking about that brothel in Mangarecap. It was only a quarter of a day away from their original destination, but the north part of Hunan was overflowing with the unorthodox. The martial brother stated that they were unorthodox too, and asked what the problem was. Elsewhere, Gu Sangwon realized he needed to find someone. The whereabouts of someone as precious as his younger sister was there. The group sat around the fire. One of the masked men asked how it was possible to keep his skin clear while wearing a mask for so long. The woman with the purple hair responded that her father made hers. She added that she would love for him to ask her father for one. Jinwoo thought to himself that he would love to see her ask. Jinwoo knew that he would freeze up and wouldn't be able to say one thing, as he is one of the four evils. The sword spirit asked Wunhui what he was holding. Wunhui wanted to see what the patriarch sent him through Yang, stating that this was something his mother had ever since he met her for the first time. He thought that he may need it more than he did. Wunhui realized that this was something his mother had when she met his father. The masked man looked on. Wunhui had never seen this symbol before, even during his 8 years of being a spy. Martial families often chose fierce beasts like tigers or wolves to symbolize their bravery. A crane, representing long life and elegance, is seldom used as a symbol for a martial family. It was said that sometimes a dignified martial family of long history would use it. So Wunhui wondered if this had something to do with his mother's past, or perhaps his father. He wished he had more clues relating to his mother. Suddenly, Sama Young asked what he was looking at. Sama Young told him not to come so close to her without permission. Sama Young admitted that he was looking really melancholic, and she couldn't help but notice. So Wunhui asked if she realized what privacy meant. Sama Young retorted that he didn't say to give her privacy, asking if he was mad. She then told him not to put his chin on her shoulder. So Wunhui thought she was beautiful, and the shadow created by the bonfire made her look magical. So Wunhui cleared his throat. So Wunhui was hoping they'd sleep in the bed tonight, but they were in a cave again. Sama Young, with a scowl, told So Wunhui that they had a long way to travel the next day and that he should sleep. He suggested that they should go to an inn or something. So Wunhui asked what was the matter. Sama Young hit So Wunhui, who asked why she was hitting him. She responded that it was an expression of friendship. So Wunhui begged her to spare him and apologized. He always provoked her, fully knowing he was going to get beaten up. Sama Young thought that having someone so pretty close to her during the night was nice. She thought that he almost made her fall for him. Sama Young smiled. She thought about that bright smile and the way he was looking at her. So Wunhui thought about her cruelty when she wields the sword. So Wunhui said nothing. He thought that he didn't know which one was her true self. The sword spirit recalled that his former owner said that a real martial artist should know when a beautiful woman is trying to seduce one. She then said that she understood why his former owner was forever alone and wondered what that was supposed to mean. The establishment appeared to be a regular brothel, but it was actually one of the house sect's 3 main bases. The sword spirit questioned if there were 3 main bases, not branches. The man with reddish-brown hair thought to himself that the house sect didn't have a sect leader, as far as he knew. The group continued to walk through the establishment. It was clear that there were quite a few martial masters present. The sword spirit asked if he was scared. So Wunhui wondered why he would be scared, stating that he was fine. The group continued to walk through the establishment. They continued to walk through the establishment. They continued to walk through the establishment. The woman with the white headpiece stated that she would like to go to the 2nd floor. So Wunhui asked about the 2nd floor, stating that he heard that the liquor made by the owner there was good. The woman with the white headpiece and So Wunhui were seen on the 2nd floor. The pair continued deeper into the 2nd floor of the house sex brothel base. The woman with the white headpiece nodded in acknowledgement. She smiled warmly. Elsewhere, one of the men stated that the others could have noodles or something else. The other man agreed, saying they should have more than just noodles and take the chance to eat whatever they could. One of the men expressed his annoyance. Meanwhile, So Wunhui thought that it must be that old man. He recognized the steps as the same ones he saw in Blue Ghost Sword's memories. The man with the white headpiece thought that he looked different. He looked different from the old man he saw in his memories. He looked like he needed a fishing pole. The old man stated that he had a broom that sweeps away worries. The old man asked them to take a seat, which was a passcode to indicate a request for the house sect. The teacup chosen to pour the tea into indicated the rank of the mission, and since the request was of low rank, water poured into a teacup. The old man declared that he didn't think it would be difficult. The old man recalled that about a year and 3 months ago, he was sure that he received a request to find the Yang's So clan's 3rd son. The old man stated that he would reveal certain information. Meanwhile, So Wunhui seemed to know who the old man was talking about. The old man revealed that Asong was his servant. So Wunhui listened intently. The old man chuckled, finding it a coincidence. So Wunhui knew that both the servant and the father were looking for the young master. It was noted that the young master who was supposed to have vanished was right here, looking for said servant. So Wonhui realized that the old man recognized him right away. As So Wonhui intended, because So Ikkion visited Dark Intimacy and told them he was kidnapped by the blood cult. It was thought that they might know that So Wonhui became a member of the blood cult. The old man needed to create a rumor through them before he attended the martial arts competition in order to decrease the chances of any possible bad scenarios. As far as he knew, So Wonhui was lucky. So Wonhui thought that without Master's help, he wouldn't even be here. The old man proposed that they trade information regarding the servant for information regarding So Wonhui's master. The old man considered the situation. An informant was asking him for information. He believed that Sung was wasting money on something he would discover soon enough. Sung asked if he would tell him. Moyang-su stated that he had 2 requests anyway. Moyang-su agreed to take Sung's request. Moyang-su asked if Sung would then tell him his master's name. Moyang-su realized something. Zhangde. Suddenly, Sung was attacked. The attack came as a surprise. Sung was caught off guard. Sung wondered why he was being attacked out of nowhere. He asked the sword spirit if Southern Heaven knew the attacker. The sword spirit said that while they'd spent a long time with their former owner, they had never seen the attacker before. Sung wondered if it was okay for an informant to threaten a client like this. Moyang-su revealed that the Southern Heaven swordsman had been missing for 16 years. Moyang-su asked if Sung was saying that he was the vanished Southern Heaven swordsman's disciple. The Hao sect was generally considered unorthodox, but neutral. It was strange to see one of their members act so hostile. The other man agreed, never having seen a Hao sect member act so obviously hostile. He wondered what he should do. Even though he had improved, escaping a crowd of martial masters would not be easy. So Wonhui realized this wasn't the old man's energy. Someone else was beyond the room. Moyang-su told him to not let it be known that he was talking to him discreetly. Moyang-su asked if he had heard the nickname, Tiger Taming Strong Hand. The man explained that Tiger Taming Strong Hand was Guak Kyung, from a martial family in the Yunnan province's Fuhu County. So Wonhui asked if he meant the Tiger Taming Strong Hand, Guak Kyung of the Yunnan province's Fuhu County. Moyang-su stated that he had quite the guts, as expected of the Southern Heaven swordsman's disciple, and told him to just play along for now. Moyang-su warned him not to underestimate their information's power. If he revealed the truth right now, he would go easy on him. Moyang-su revealed that Na Yu-kyung of the Pang clan was in the other room. The realization that Na Yu-kyung of the Pang clan was nearby caused a stir. The scene was gruesome, with blood splattered across the floor and walls. It was said that Na Yu-kyung was not only skilled in martial arts but also cruel and violent, and few had survived his wrath. Elsewhere, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat stood with a sword at their side, facing a masked assassin. The man with the mechanical eye narrowed his gaze. He recalled losing an eye to his former master. So Wonhui realized this was just trouble after trouble. He considered his current predicament, realizing he should act as though he had been caught in their deception. Wonhui knew he shouldn't prioritize his own ego, especially since they were in this together. Moyang-su stood with his hands clasped. Wonhui knew that since they were supposed to be in this together, he shouldn't prioritize his ego. He knew he shouldn't prioritize his ego, but just because they were in this together, Wonhui realized that if he even put a finger on his sword, they would assume he had other intentions. He couldn't give them the upper hand until he could really trust them. Someone shouted for their senior brother. The man continued to eat. Someone told him to calm down, that they were just playing along because of unforeseen circumstances. He was told not to resist and to just come along. Wonhui remembered coming to this place about 3 times in his past life. A group of people walked down the stairs. Wonhui realized he had never come down here before. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood. It was known that they were an informant organization of the unorthodox faction, pretending to be a brothel. However, their usage of the basement was too thinly veiled. Someone wondered what was happening. Sung reminded himself to stay alert. The group continued their descent. An elderly man thanked them once again for their consideration. The man dismissed the situation as nothing more than a band-aid for the issue, questioning if they thought someone like him would be easily fooled. The man explained that if they went out this path, they would come out an exit about 150 meters away from the Dark Intimacy, adding that it made sense that an organization that deals with information would be cautious. The group continued to follow. The group continued their descent. Sung realized that this was not what he had expected. Someone questioned if they thought they were helping them, asking what they were trying to do. The man stated that he did bring them here in a hurry, given the situation, but he did need to check. The man asked if he didn't say earlier. The master scrutinized So Wonhui, stating he couldn't be certain that he was truly the disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman. Wonhui realized that the man was the Tiger Taming Strong Hand, Guak Kyung. Wonhui questioned this revelation. The guide explained that the gloves on his hands were Guak Kyung's, called the Silver Dark Hands, made from dark steel and silver, capable of easily blocking any sharp weapons. The master thought to himself that Guak Kyung was of the Orthodox faction. The narrator stated that the Tiger Taming Strong Hand knew his former owner. 20 years ago, Guak Kyung disappeared after his entire family was massacred, which saddened his former owner. The narrator questioned if the massacre of Guak Kyung's entire family meant that he switched over to the unorthodox faction after that. The narrator explained that the reason the Southern Heaven Iron Sword wasn't able to recognize him right away was because he was wearing a mask and might also be faking his voice. The narrator recalled that after the Southern Heaven Swordsman disappeared, he met about 6 people who claimed to know him personally while he worked at the brothel. Each one was an idiot looking for his inheritance or sword technique. The guide asked if we thought he was like them. The master wondered what the reason was for wearing the silver dark hand. The master stated that Wenhui was increasing his expectations of him. The master stated that if Wenhui really was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, then he must know the Luminous Star sword technique. The master, Guak Kyung, unleashed a powerful strike. The force of the blow reverberated through the training grounds. The air crackled with energy as the technique intensified. The strike continued to build in power. Guak Kyung watched intently, his expression unreadable. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the area, scattering debris. The technique continued to unfold, revealing its complexity. The narrator described the footwork as though one was walking on clouds. The technique was identified as the Luminous Star Cloud Steps. It was said that the technique was like a tiger launching at its prey, and that there was something similar in the Luminous Star Sword technique. The energy of the technique swirled around the training grounds. The technique was identified as the Luminous Star Sword Technique, First Technique. The Luminous Star Sword Technique, First Technique, was unleashed with immense power. The force of the sword technique was immense. The technique was familiar to Moyang-su. Guak Kyung mused on how long it had been since he last fought against the Luminous Star Sword Technique, recognizing it as the same one he remembered from over a decade ago. The sword technique continued to manifest. The sword's movements were swift and precise. The power of the technique was undeniable. Guak Kyung grunted as he felt the impact of the technique. It was certainly the Luminous Star sword technique, but the sword path was something Moyang-su had never seen before. Moyang-su realized that Guak Kyung had changed it. Guak Kyung declared that he was not going easy at all. So Wenhui realized it was a fight to prove his identity. After all, Guak Kyung formally greeted them as the Dark Intimacy's owner no, as the tiger taming strong hand. Moyang-su asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. So Wenhui also apologized for his own rudeness. Moyang-su was surprised by the apology. A powerful strike shatters the ground. The force of the blow sent the figure tumbling. Nearby, one of the men laughs, remarking on the skilled colleagues present. Another man states that the individual is his junior brother and friend. Moyang-su asks if the person is also a junior brother. Mayung greets Grandmaster Guak, identifying himself as the second disciple. He admits he had been worried because the Grandmaster had been hiding his presence. The man expresses his gladness at seeing that Guak has been raising such great successors. He adds that if it weren't for Na Yu-kyung, he would have loved to talk more, calling his shame. Someone urges the others to hurry, stating there is no time to waste. One of the men assures that they will be able to retrieve information from anywhere if they find anything about their servant. The man asks if they didn't say they had. The symbol of a flying crane is shown. It's noted that if one looks at it closely, it resembles a full moon, a crane taking off for flight and a moon. The man guesses it's more likely that the others wouldn't know about this. Above a traditional building, a realization dawned. If his assumptions were correct, the pattern might have something to do with the Flying Moon Shadow sect. They were a martial sect on par with the 4 martial sects that dominated the unrivaled faction, but now they're almost fully forgotten. Then, so Wenhui wondered what the crane was doing there. So Wenhui wasn't certain. This all happened very long ago, so he'd have to look into it. This was more of an advanced request. He thought maybe he'd be nice since he knows the Southern Heaven Swordsman. All right, there's no time now, so he'll make the information available for pickup somewhere else. Now go. He'd run for a while, but he couldn't see the end of this path. Light. The vice squad commander was told to go this way, that it's a well. He was glad they made it out safely and suggested they head to Sherman County, needing to join the twins. An enemy? The vice squad commander thought there were people on standby ahead. It was reported that approximately 20 individuals were obstructing the path through the forest. These individuals were skilled in stealth, requiring close proximity to be detected. One of the figures questioned if they should eliminate everyone. Another figure suggested they retreat, seeing no value in engaging them. It was believed that because the House sect had covertly extracted him, he was undeniably the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The figures seemed to be in disbelief. Someone inquired about the whereabouts of Ho Jongdae. The man resolved to attempt negotiation first. However, should so Wenhui harbor resentment toward the Southern Heaven Swordsman, he would deal with him directly. Below, Wenhui stood ready, facing the man on the platform. The man greeted the patriarch of the Pang clan, stating there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Wenhui remained silent. The man's attack came suddenly. The force of the blow ripped into the man's palm. Such was the amount of chi behind it. The man stated that he did not have a Hubi like Wenhui. The man realized that Wenhui was Ho Zhongdi's disciple, noting that he couldn't tell his chi path either, and they were the same. The vice squad commanders looked on. Wenhui prepared to attack. The vice squad commanders discussed that whether they win or not will depend on how fast they can get rid of those people. Wenhui declared that he would deal with him. Wenhui's expression hardened. The man laughed, stating that even if the three of them were to fight him, they would probably be able to barely block a few attacks, but Wenhui wanted to fight him on his own. From his vantage point, Moyang-su declared that Wenhui was out of his mind. Moyang-su's eyes narrowed. A surge of blue energy erupted around So Wenhui. The energy intensified. The energy continued to build. The force of the energy shattered the ground beneath Wenhui. The energy continued to emanate from Wenhui. Moyang-su mocked Wenhui, asking if he thought he could win with petty tricks, even if his master would come. Moyang-su's eyes narrowed further. Wenhui glared back, surrounded by the blue energy. The energy continued to surge around Wenhui. Elsewhere, one of Sama Young's subordinates urged his companion to hurry. The subordinate stated that the vice squad commander was right. It was foolish for all three of them to fight that one man. Another subordinate thought that even if they somehow defeated Na Yukyung, they might not have the energy left to fight the remaining enemy. The masked assassins discussed their strategy, deciding they needed to eliminate the men present before joining the vice squad commander to get rid of Na Yukyung. Moyang-su dismissed Wenhui as a fool. Moyang-su demanded to know if Wenhui knew who he was. The clash between the two martial artists began. Their weapons collided with immense force. Moyang-su questioned if he needed to use more force. Moyang-su's face contorted in pain as he was struck. He cried out in agony. Moyang-su was struck again. The force of the blow was immense. One of Sama Young's subordinates expressed disbelief that Na Yukyung, a disciple of the Pang clan, had died so easily. Another of Sama Young's subordinates responded with a sigh. One of Sama Young's subordinates realized that all of her techniques were focused on killing the opponent, even during spars. Sama Young's subordinates questioned what was happening. One of Sama Young's subordinates cried out as they were struck. The masked assassin's comrades realized that the vice squad commander would be in danger if they did not hurry. Meanwhile, Go Eun-jo was rushing to the scene, lamenting that he would end up dead before he grew old at this rate. Elsewhere, So Wenhui realized that the combination of the 5-star luminous star mystic art and the golden blood body astronomically increased his power. Wenhui had been worried about the difference between their chi, but now he could at least fight Moyang-su fairly. Moyang-su prepared to strike. He knew. The clash of power reverberated through the area. Elsewhere, Gu Sangwon's eyes widened in disbelief. Moyang-su unleashed the luminous star sword technique. The second technique was initiated. So Wenhui countered with the hidden toad slash. Moyang-su wondered how Wenhui's whip had wrapped around his arm. He knew he needed to get rid of it. Moyang-su spun through the air. Gu Sangwon watched the fight unfold. Moyang-su declared that he had Wenhui. The energy around Moyang-su intensified. Wenhui prepared the 8 lightning short sword technique. The energy around Wenhui intensified. Moyang-su dismissed Wenhui as just a kid. The two warriors prepared a clash. The clash of techniques began. Moyang-su's whip struck with incredible speed. The sword spirit questioned the nature of the attack. Moyang-su recognized the silver threat even as he aimed for Wenhui's blind spot, noting the left-handed dagger technique and secret blade techniques. Wenhui unleashed the luminous star sword technique. The force of the attack loosened the whip on Moyang-su's right arm. The energy of the techniques collided. The sword culling chase technique was in full effect. Moyang-su grimaced in pain. Moyang-su coughed. His hand trembled. Wenhui realized that Moyang-su was much stronger than any enemy he had faced before. The force of the impact sent Moyang-su staggering backwards. Moyang-su realized that he had swung his whip at the moment Wenhui was preparing his sword-culling chase. Wenhui thought that he wasn't too badly hurt because of the golden blood body. The strike failed to connect due to the effects of the sword-culling chase. His opponent declared that Wenhui was at his limit, questioning if he was truly the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. Moyang-su observed the symptoms of Wenhui's body, noting it resembled a strange kind of golden blood body. The old man wondered how Wenhui possessed the techniques of several top expert martial artists whom no one had seen for many years. Wenhui stated that he had no obligation to answer Moyang-su's questions, adding that he might consider it if the old man could force him to kneel. Moyang-su dismissed Wenhui's words, stating that it didn't matter. Moyang-su threatened to get the answers he wanted by cutting off all of Wenhui's limbs. The threat was immediately followed by an attack. Wenhui exclaimed in surprise. The attack continued to press down on Wenhui. Moyang-su expressed outrage that Wenhui dared to attack his disciples, revealing that this was what he had been betting on. Moyang-su scoffed at the thought of resorting to his secret technique on a kid like Wenhui. Wenhui was on the ground, struggling. He was clearly overwhelmed. The attack continued to rain down. The force of the blow sent golden energy erupting outwards. The energy continued to spread, obliterating everything in its path. He realized there was no opening at all. If he were swept up in that, he would be ripped to shreds. He knew he might end up dead if things went wrong. Moyang-su declared it was over for the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The golden energy continued to spread. Wenhui resolved to use everything he had to deflect it. Blue energy began to emanate from him. He vowed to make it out of this alive, no matter what. The blue energy intensified around his fist. The woman spoke a single word, fecta. She questioned if it had only been a blink of an eye for So Wenhui. Wenhui's eyes glowed with an intense light. A figure stood amidst a web of energy, sword in hand. The energy surged around them. The ground cracked and splintered under immense pressure. The figure raised their sword, ready to strike. Confusion clouded the figure's mind. They wondered what had just happened. The figure was told to focus. So Wonhui gasped for air. A surge of power emanated from Wonhui. The man vowed to kill Wonhui, the disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman. He was told to focus until the end. So Wonhui stood, his eyes filled with determination. The Fecta technique was fleeting, lasting only a blink of an eye. He continued to search for a way to destroy the secret technique before Na Yuqiang's attack landed. Na Yuqiang launched his attack. The attack seemed impossible to counter. So Wonhui focused, entering a state of stormy flow. Moyang-su realized that the boy was destroying his secret technique and vowed to find an opening. He realized that Wonhui was using the same method as someone else had before. Moyang-su declared that he had already compensated for the flaws in his technique. Moyang-su prepared to strike. The attack was swift. The energy crackled around him. So Wonhui moved to counter. Energy surged around his sword. So Wonhui knew he needed to approach as fast as he could, utilizing the Southern Heaven swordsman's luminous star cloud steps. He knew the technique was great for avoiding attacks, but not ideal for his current situation. The narrator states that Hei Action possesses an exclusive light body technique. Na Yuqiang acknowledges that while his current method is good for traversing different terrains, it is not fast enough. To get to his target quickly, Na Yuqiang prepares to use another technique. The technique is Unleashed. The sword spirit states that she will teach him, but he needs to use this Qin Gong method only when he's prepared to kill someone. Na Yuqiang prepares to strike. Na Yuqiang thanks the sword spirit, vowing to kill his target no matter what. The strike lands, and the victim cries out in pain. The narrator states that the strike was meant to pierce through his head, but it was rather shallow. Na Yuqiang prepares to strike again. The blade flashes. The victim states that the disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman is coming with him. The blade strikes. The blade continues to cut through the victim. The victim is defeated. Something unexpected occurs. The force sends debris flying. The attack lands. The masked assassin, seemingly defeated, asks how that was possible. Elsewhere, Go Eunjo wonders if he arrived late. Someone anticipates pain, counting down. The impact is significant. Na Yuqiang stands over his defeated opponent. Na Yuqiang looks down at the assassin. One of the onlookers notes that Na Yuqiang easily relocated his shoulder, attributing it to being an inheritor of the 18 subduing dragon palms. He adds that winning against Na Yuqiang will be big news across Murim. Na Yuqiang claims he was just lucky. The onlooker scoffs, knowing that Na Yuqiang is not someone you could defeat through luck. The assassin reflects on being lucky in many ways and acknowledges that Na Yuqiang was on a different level in terms of the amount of chi. Na Yuqiang thinks that Fecta's help was great too, and wonders why he's looking at his hand like that. The subordinate asks if So Wonhui's hand is also injured. Wonhui denies it, acknowledging that she saved his life. So Wonhui thanks Fecta for her help. Fecta declares that she could kill 100 more like him if he just told her to, which makes the subordinate think she is a scary puppy. The subordinate compliments Wonhui, saying he did great too. Fecta notes that they are both badly hurt, which makes sense considering they fought 20 martial masters. The battlefield is littered with corpses, but they are great. So Wonhui feels the side effects of the golden. Wonhui says he didn't mean to, and the subordinate tells him to rest up, saying they will take care of the corpses. So Wonhui says he will leave that to them, and the subordinate says he doesn't even need to say that given their relationship. So Wonhui thinks his leg is injured and that he needs to rest. Fecta asks if he wants her to bury him with them, so he can rest forever. The subordinate wonders what Fecta is talking about, and another subordinate says she is talking about the trust between a higher-up and a subordinate, telling the first subordinate to shut up. So Wonhui sat in meditation, focusing his energy. He knew they needed to circulate their chi and get out of there quickly. Fecta seemed surprised by something. Fecta felt like his central energy core had grown stronger. He recalled learning that the more life or death fights one faced, the more innate core energy they would obtain. Fecta thought it was a strange ability. So Wonhui opened his eyes. One of the masked assassins ordered the others to leave the body and hurry over. Another assassin apologized. No Sang-soo heard the sound of sword. The vice squad commander was approaching, but No Sang-soo couldn't guarantee it was just one person. So Wonhui prepared to fight. He drew his sword. The blade glowed with power. No Sang-soo asked if So Wonhui was all right, and he confirmed that he was, thanking him. One of the assassins thought to himself that they just wouldn't give them a break. The vice squad commander raised his hand, signaling his men. It was assumed that the vice squad members were divided into two groups, each responsible for a different area. With their arrival, a decision had to be made. Moang-su knew there was no rule stating an enemy would only appear when one was at their best. One of the blood cult members demanded to know if they dared harm their master. Another vowed to rip them limb from limb to avenge their master. The blood cult member raised his weapon. The ground around Moyang-su exploded. Another blood cult member shouted for them to stop, stating they had caused quite the trouble. So Wonhui realized that the laughter belonged to someone who intended to kill the Pang clan bastard. The Blood Cult member questioned if they dared to target the Pang Clan bastard. He called them swine. The Blood Cult member grinned. The Blood Cult member prepared to strike. Go and Joe chuckled. Go and Joe began to speak. Below a massive stone structure, Gu Sangwon looked up, his expression one of shock. The Blood Cult's fourth supreme, Hei Action, questioned if he should kill his own disciple. Hei Action's hand clenched into a fist. Hei Action's attack landed, causing a visible impact. The force of the blow sent Go Eun-jo crashing through the ground. Go Eun-jo lay defeated, blood pooling around him. Gu Sangwon was surprised by Hei Action's actions. He realized that Hei Action was the Blood Cult's fourth supreme, the eccentric Hei Action. Hei Action loomed over the fallen Go Eun-jo. Hei Action remarked that life outside of home was hard. Hei Action's muscles stimset. The scene was set in the northeastern part of Sherman County at the Blood Cult shelter. The shelter was a compound of buildings. Several figures walked through the compound. One of the men mused that So Won-hui likely hadn't returned yet. Another man thought to himself that he was able to take his spot as the disciple representative of his family within just 2 days of the two. He hoped that the master would compliment him this time. Another cult member thought that their value in the cult would go up too, and another expressed their admiration and desire to be his subordinate. The man laughed. Someone asked who was approaching, and another man said that this would do. The man held up a small stone. One of the men noted that squad commander So Won-hui wasn't here yet, but another said that he had arrived early. He then announced that So was here. The man grinned. One of the men stated that it was real noisy right now. Another man stated that Vice Squad Commander So Won-hui and his subordinates had arrived. The head of the Pang clan's Na Yu-kyung was presented before the Blood Cult members. The news caused one of the members to react with shock. The man's outburst echoed through the room. The manor was located in the southeastern part of Guizhou province, in the western outskirts of Jiangkou County. Meanwhile, the Yang So clan and Johong Song clan had successfully secured spots as representatives. One of the Blood Cult members agreed with the statement. There had been an issue on Vice Squad Commander So Won-hui's side. Apparently, the Yang So clan requested an investigation into the mangarecap dark intimacy. The Blood Cult members discussed that the investigation went against their plan. It might be a problem if the dark intimacy took a request, which would be hard to look past. Thankfully, they learned that the dark intimacy rejected the request. However, on the way back, they came across the Pang clan's Na Yu-kyung. The Blood Cult members discussed the Pang clan. The Blood Cult members questioned the Pang clan's involvement. One of the Blood Cult members thought that as long as there wasn't a conflict, there shouldn't have been a fight. The Blood Cult member wondered what was happening. It was revealed that So Won-hui was currently pretending to be the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple in order to participate in the Murim competition. Everyone knew that the Pang clan's Na Yu-kyung lost his eye to the Southern Heaven Swordsman. If he came across Na Yu-kyung, who cannot be defeated without being very. A woman with red eyes wonders if the person in question is a high-level martial artist. The force of someone's power is felt. Someone makes a sound of acknowledgement. Elsewhere, a woman asks if the Fourth Supreme intervened. The man with the white mustache explains that when the Fourth Supreme arrived, Na Yu-kyung and his disciples were already dead. The woman questions how Na Yu-kyung was killed. The man explains that the Vice Squad Commander deceived Na Yu-kyung, using his own life as bait to barely manage to kill him when he let his guard down. Sama Young finds it amusing that someone used their life as bait. The man with the white mustache states that if the Fourth Supreme had not arrived when he did, they would have been in danger, but they are fine. The Fourth Supreme ordered the man to relay that they will recuperate for the rest of the given days before leaving. Sama Young states that it would be bad for the plan if they were to leave for the competition without fully recovering. Someone acknowledges that they have no choice but to accept the situation. The man with the white mustache states that they are skilled. Sama Young tells the man that if he is finished with his report, then he should take the head away. Sama Young's subordinate was told that it was not over yet. The Fourth Supreme had instructed him to relay a message. The subordinate questioned what the message was. Elsewhere, a man was being choked. The man choking him ordered that So Won-hui be promoted from Vice Squad Commander to Squad Commander. Another man seemed to be deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sama Young listened intently. Gu Sangwon stood beside her. Gu Sangwon remarked that the order was very like the man who gave it. The scene shifted to Anhui Province, Wuha County. The night air crackled with tension. A body lay sprawled on the steps, marked with the number 21. The moon shone brightly that night. A figure stood silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The figure thought it was a good day to die. The woman with red hair asked if he agreed with her. The captive remained tied up. The woman with red hair remarked that he couldn't talk. She wondered if she should have left that ability alone. The woman with red hair asked him one more time. She noted that he was skilled enough to cover up even her eyes. The captive struggled. She asked if he could do it. The captive's eyes widened. The captive nodded. The woman with red hair told him that he should have cooperated much earlier, then he wouldn't have gotten hurt. She told him that she would give him 3 days. The captive remained tied up. The captive remained tied up. It was reported that all 5 had successfully infiltrated. The woman with red hair was confident that her side had more capable infiltrators. The speaker declared that even if a few enemies infiltrated, they could never win against their forces. The aftermath of the infiltration was evident in the bodies left behind. The scene revealed more fallen figures, a testament to the battle that had taken place. A masked figure vowed to secure the sword. It had been 35 days. It had been a while since, so Wonhui had been to this place. So reflected on the place he used to frequent before his regression. So realized that after spending 8 years there, he was always anxious about being exposed as a spy. The location was Wuhan in Hubei province. The sword spirit questioned why Wuhan was the orthodox faction's sanctuary. So knew that 2 of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters guarded the place, so there were no unorthodox factions there. The Wudong sect leader was Taiji, Sword Emperor Jinin, and the Murim Alliance's leader was Infinite Supreme, Swordbeck Hyangmuk. The sword spirit noted that the Murim Alliance had a lot of scary people. The sword spirit thought that was why it was so peaceful there, but so knew that the peace wouldn't last long. The sword spirit expressed her surprise, questioning why the 8 martial masters would change within half a year. The chronicler revealed that the first to fall would be the Wudong sect leader. The chronicler continued, stating that he would die on Wudong Mountain of all places. The chronicler declared that the Wudong sect leader would die by the hands of the cruel killer, Jiol Sim, one of the 4 evils, leading to the nullification of the alliance between the unrivaled faction and Murim Alliance, as well as the death of the Taiji Sword Emperor, sending Murim back into chaos. It was there. One of the men remarked that it was hot and suggested they go. They arrived at the Leisure Inn. It was decided that they would meet the spy who infiltrated the Murim Alliance there. One of the men stated that it was probably because the Murim competition was happening soon. It seemed they would have to stand until a table opened up. The reason they hadn't found a spot was because they were slow. The group waited inside the Leisure Inn. One of the men said they would stay there and told the other to go see if there were spots inside, lamenting that he might die of heat if he had to keep standing. The other man told him to circulate his inner energy and he would feel better. One of the men questioned if they had any energy remaining, wondering what kind of idiot circulated their inner energy the entire time to stay cool. The other man responded that the idiot was right next to him. The man with the blue hair continued to stare. The woman questioned if he was calling her an idiot. Meanwhile, a man called out to the young man. The man stated that there wouldn't be any empty tables inside, and asked if it was okay for them to join. The man stood tall. The man at the table looked up, seemingly surprised. So Wonhui realized who it was. The sword spirit asked if Wonhui knew him. So Wonhui realized it was the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. A close-up of the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. The Central Plains' 8 martial masters. Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun. The title proclaims Jin Kyun as the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. Jin Kyun stands amidst flames. It was said that Jin Kyun belonged to neither the orthodox nor unorthodox faction, but was known for his upright personality and intolerance for injustice. From what he knew, Jin Kyun had never shown interest in Murim festivities. He wondered why Jin Kyun was here. The man's eyes narrowed. Jin Kyun asked how he had been recognized. He wondered what it was. The man with the purple eyes stated that Jin Kyun was the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. Jin Kyun stated that he had seen him from far before, and asked if he had been seen. Jin Kyun wondered why he didn't recall ever seeing him. He hadn't expected Jin Kyun to react like that. He wondered if Jin Kyun was suspicious of them. The masked assassin considered that they could not exclude any possibility. It was believed that someone of Jin Kyun's level could easily look into everyone's chi as though he were looking at the palm of his hand. It just had to be now. Wonhui stated that it was nothing, but he knew that Hei Action would be on the move soon, even if he made such an excuse. Wonhui could not help but worry since he knew what would happen in the future. If a conflict were to occur between them, the mission would be a failure, but something worse might occur. Wonhui needed to think. It was to be expected that he wouldn't know. Jin Kyun stated that he saw Wonhui at Daunting Lake, wondering how he could possibly remember him amidst that crowd of people. Jin Kyun questioned if it was at Daunting Lake. 5 years ago, the Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun visited Daunting Lake with his family. Wonhui recalled that Jin Kyun massacred all of the unorthodox faction bastards who tried to kill his family. Wonhui remembered seeing Jin Kyun, stating that he was with his father. Jin Kyun asked if Wonhui was with him. Jin Kyun asked if he may know Wonhui's father's name. Wonhui responded that it was So Ikkion. Wonhui thought that it worked. The man addressed Wonhui, recognizing him as the patriarch of the Yang So clan and acknowledging his renowned lineage. Wonhui seemed to have been mistaken for the disciple of a well-built man. It seemed that his senses were sharp, as he must have noticed that Hei Action and Wonhui had recognized each other earlier. The man was someone who had long been acquainted with Wonhui's father, known as the Golden Pig, and he wondered if Jin Kyun knew of him. The Golden Pig was someone who actually existed, but he had met an untimely death, and Hei Action was merely using his identity. Seeing as he had come all the way here, he must be participating in the Rising Star Martial competition. The man confirmed that was right. He would be able to compete against this buddy's grandson. The man questioned if he had heard correctly, asking if he said grandson. The man wondered if Kyun's grandson was participating in the martial competition. The man stated that he had paid for the meal. It was quite tough to find a restaurant owner considering the crowd. The figure moved with a subtle rustle of fabric. It was realized that if someone like Jin Yong was going to compete, it wouldn't be easy. Jin Yong knew it would be hard to fight him unless he opened his central energy core, as expected of someone who'd inherited the blood of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. Meanwhile, So Wenhui wondered who they were. So Wenhui introduced himself as the third son of Yi Yang's So clan. The old man remarked that he thought the third son would be the oldest. Jin Yong introduced himself. Wenhui stated that he would like to know Jin Yong's name. The tension in the room was palpable. The masked man watched intently. The number 2 was prominently displayed. Jin Yong, the masked man, and the old man sat at the table. Jin Yong found the masked man quite witty. Jin Yong thought to himself that Wenhui wouldn't look him in the eyes at all, and wondered what was with him, deciding his personality must be really twisted, and how dare he look down on him, a little insect. Moyang-su thought that if So Wenhui had any sense of adaptability, he would have used the atmosphere to apologize. The force of the energy was palpable. The energy surged. So Wenhui wondered if he had really seen that with his own 2 eyes. Moyang-su considered that he had raised him too softly, as he was his only grandson. Zhuabak told him not to be too upset, wondering how great his inner energy was that he could use that much force with just a few drops of alcohol on his fingertips. Moyang-su watched So Wenhui. So Wenhui apologized, and Moyang-su wondered if he was going to apologize now. So Wenhui wondered what he should do, as he did apologize, but he was not really genuine. It was just to appease his grandfather, and he would mess with him a little then. So Wenhui stated that it must be that he was not skilled to be considered worthy in his eyes. So Wenhui was just concerned that he may have painted a bad picture of his clan. Moyang-su watched So Wenhui. Moyang-su told So Wenhui to come with him, as he was going to get a good beating before he stepped onto that competition stage. Moyang-su stated that was fun, and he guessed he could use that personality of his in this manner too. The man watching the competition sighed, noting that this was not the first time he had witnessed such events. So Wenhui bid farewell to someone, who asked if he wasn't also participating. The sword spirit remarked that someone looked like they wanted to kill Jin Woo. Jin Woo hoped for good results. A voice called for someone to hurry over. Meanwhile, someone wondered who was approaching, identifying them as the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. Someone questioned how that was nothing. Another apologized, saying it was all too sudden. Someone else stated that it was fine, and that they were sure the other person was worried they would get into a fight. Someone reminded the group not to forget the reason they came there. The group stood together. It was revealed that Du Young-hyun was a high-class spy. It had been 9 years since the infiltration. The sword spirit stated that if they were talking to Du Young-hyun, it would be of great help. The sword spirit asked if someone knew him. Another responded that, of course, he gave them the most advice before their regression and told them to sit down. Someone stated that the lesson was over, but they had one more thing to say. A spy's final moments were all the same, he thought, advising himself not to have any high expectations. Elsewhere, someone admitted they still couldn't forget what he had said to them then. Another person commented that it was hot. They added that if they said the signal words now, one of them would tell them the mission through the frequency whispering technique. Someone questioned if it was sure to work, noting that all he was doing was glancing over. It was enough, someone else thought, if he just stopped glancing over and pretend not to hear the frequency whispering technique. It had to be him, someone realized. Another man chuckled, declaring himself the main character. He added that if there were anyone out to catch spies, they would have immediately been caught. Hey Action demanded to know who said it was okay for him to fall down. Hey Action commanded him to get up now. Hey Action's sword lay on the ground. Hey Action stood over the fallen man. Someone told Hey Action not to be so harsh, saying they were sure he didn't mean it. Another person stated they were sure he was just curious since the boy standing behind the third son of the Yi Yang's So clan was stronger. Someone else declared that he must be scolded even more. One man questioned what the other meant. The second man responded that it was because the first man didn't recognize who was his real rival. The man with purple hair asked if the other didn't get it either. It was said that the Yang's So clan's third son possesses a lot more than what the eye can see. So Wenhui stood with a determined look on his face. The outskirts of the county were quiet. This was the place Du Young-hyun chose for the plan. Under the bed in the room at the far right, a message contained information regarding the Murim Alliance. It was said that only a few expert martial artists could recognize his chi aura, but the 2 of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters would see through his disguise. So, until the last day of the competition, he would stay out of sight in the outskirts of town, ensuring his men knew what they had to do. They affirmed that they were the only ones who could go in for now. They had memorized all the information they got from a spy. It was decided that So Wenhui and Song Juabake's groups would move separately, each trying to win the competition. If the 2 were to both reach the finals, it was agreed that Song Juabake would give up the win. It felt like he was very loosely dressed. He had duties to fulfill within the 10 days before the competition began. The outskirts of the Murim Alliance's castle were full of things any martial artist would love. Among them was a street full of blacksmiths. He needed to make sure that the Southern Heaven Iron Sword was recognizable to anyone who saw it, even those who had been acquainted with the Southern Heaven Swordsman. One could not recognize the Southern Heaven Iron Sword right away. This was because of the rust on the blade. The unique light of the cold steel was covered up. There were over 40 blacksmiths down this alley alone. It was important to go to a less popular area, or it would take too long to repair. Poderia uma área menos popular lidar com aço frio. Havia lugar que só Voynich tinha em mente, mas ele não sabia se ainda estavam funcionando. A great blacksmith was born in this very alley before So Wonhui's regression. He became famous after the repair of Baek Hyangmook's sword. The sword spirit wondered where the blacksmith was located. So Wonhui's shabby appearance meant that one couldn't even hear any metal clanging, because he was still not famous. So Wonhui's former owner said that the more skilled you are, the less it's recognizable to others. There were plenty of restaurants that look run down, but offer the best flavors. That's how So Wonhui's former owner found many great restaurants back in the day. The sword spirit asked if his former owner knew everything. So Wonhui was sure they'd see once they went in and met him. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The man was a drunkard. The sword spirit clarified that she wasn't referring to the drunkard, but to the fragments of metal scattered around him, which resembled pieces of a broken sword. The broken sword seemed to plead for death, unable to endure its current existence. So Wonhui recognized the sword's words. He had heard them before. He recalled Baek Hyang's sword, which had also expressed a desire to die, its screams echoing from deep within. So Wonhui wondered why the sword would say such a thing. So approached the broken pieces. The sword spirit was shocked by what she saw. The room was filled with swords. Scattered on the floor were fragments of broken blades. The sword spirit questioned what the broken pieces were. She realized they were copies of the Infinite Supreme Sword, and wondered if the Murim Alliance leader's sword had broken as well. So decided they would find out. The old blacksmith stated that he would check the sword out. The blacksmith sighed. The blacksmith held up a sword. Baek Hyangmook stood tall, a chilling memory resurfacing. How could I ever forget that face? The face of the Murim Alliance leader, Infinite Supreme Sword, Baek Hyangmook, was etched in his mind. Chills ran down his body as he recalled the swordsman. The memory was vivid. He remembered the way Baek Hyangmook swung his sword, a flow from a completely different dimension. He had watched the Southern Heaven Swordsman's martial arts every day. The Southern Heaven Swordsman improved every single day, but even he could not reach the realm of Baek Hyangmook. Baek Hyangmook's swordsmanship was perfection itself. Baek Hyangmook emanated en imposinoha. He deemed the sword in his hand to be good. Another man asked if it was satisfactory, but Baek Hyangmook replied that it was not yet. Baek Hyangmook held the sword firmly. The sword began to glow with a red aura. A scream echoed. The red aura intensified as another scream rang out. The sword pulsed with power. Baek Hyangmook questioned something with a humph. Baek Hyangmook's face was illuminated by the red aura emanating from the sword. The old man stood before a stone pillar, the words remake it etched into its surface. He realized he understood why the swords were in pain. The aura Baek Hyangmook displayed was full of bloodthirst, and he had no idea what it was. But it had placed the swords in an irrecoverable state. The swords had been crippled as soon as they were born, which made sense why they were suffering so much. So Wonhui was told not to blame himself, that he did nothing wrong. The sword crumbled in his hand. The metal turned to dust. So Wonhui wondered why it had turned to powder on its own. Baek Hyangmook looked on in shock. So Wonhui stared intently. So Wonhui started to say he didn't mean to. The dust fell from his fingers. Baek Hyangmook asked if So Wonhui could do that to all the other swords there too. The remaining swords stood in silent anticipation. The swordsmith had poured his very essence into each of those blades. But they were now beyond repair. To destroy his own creations was something Baek Hyangmook could not bring himself to do. That was why the swords were placed in the incense burner. It was so that he could honor the abandoned blades that he had made with so much effort. Someone then offered to fix his sword as payment. The swordsmith accepted the offer. The craftsman explained that the sword was mixed with cold steel, making it harder to handle and requiring at least 5 days to repair. The craftsman then asked if the sheath wasn't a bit too big. The sword spirit mused that for a renowned sword to be in such a state, it must have been neglected in a moist place for decades, but there were reasons. Baek Hyangmook was glad things went well. Someone remarked that they didn't expect him to recognize right away that the sheath was bigger. The sword spirit thought that this was a good opportunity, and so Wonhui would be able to see Baek Hyangmook's martial arts all he wanted. The sword spirit continued that So Wonhui couldn't miss this opportunity to learn one of the 4 great sword techniques of Murim. Baek Hyangmook stated that there were enough swords remaining and a lot of time. The blade turned red from Baek Hyangmook's aura. The intensity of Baek Hyangmook's gaze was palpable. It was very unfitting for the Infinite Supreme Sword of the Orthodox faction, the narrator thought. It was closer to an aura of the unorthodox faction. He wondered what it could have been. He also wondered why Baek Hyangmook was making a copy of his sword. The sword was being touched. The sword emitted a bright light. The sword was being struck. Their chi is much more powerful than he imagined at the moment, the narrator thought. Someone was falling. So when we heard a voice say that he had fallen into the river and somehow survived. The voice called out, Baek Hyang. Baek Hyang looked down. The woman questioned if he intended to hold onto her forever. Sung responded that if she wasn't going to kill him, she should let him go. The woman noted that Sung had become more confident since the last time she saw him, wondering if it was because he had grown stronger. She added that she was sure he didn't want his identity revealed. The woman considered that her confidence came from the situation. Had they been in a less populated area, it would have been a different story, but the blacksmith alley was only a few steps away. She thought that not even someone as bold as her could try to kill him out in the open like this. Sung found the situation interesting, thinking that someone like her wasn't fitting for that child. He offered her a chance to come work for him. The woman wondered if he was trying to bring her to his side. She considered that had it not been for the incident back at the Six Blood Valley, she would have considered his offer. She thought that it wasn't a bad thing to be on the advantageous side. She promised to help him become even stronger, adding that his future would be grim with that child. The woman thought that there was no guarantee that someone who tried to take her life once wouldn't try again. Hei Action assumed she was actually after the Fourth Supreme, not him. Sung thanked her for the offer, but said that Master wouldn't want him to. The woman thought that would have gone right through her face if she were even a second slower. She told Sung to look, that he dodged, and that she wanted him. A warrior who had barely surpassed peak level managed to dodge So Wonhui's ultimate attack. She questioned why she felt that So Wonhui was much stronger than he let on. She remarked that he had reached his current level only a year after learning martial arts. The woman admitted that she had never seen anyone grow this strong so fast other than herself. She felt that if she were to take his seed, the strongest child in the cult's history would be born. The sword spirit warned Wonhui that she was going to eat him up. She thought that he would be a good warrior or guardian, but someone like him would make a good husband. She asked what he thought, if it wasn't bad. She stated that he could be second in command if he were her husband, but there was one thing that she forgot. So Wonhui realized that she was in disguise at the moment, and because of that, he didn't feel seduced at all. So Wonhui stated that he would pretend he didn't hear that. She asked if he liked Baek Ryeonha more, but So Wonhui clarified that that's not what he meant. She was sure that he would like the nights better with her than with Baek Ryeonha. She stated that it was a rare opportunity to have someone like her as his wife, and then asked why he was there. The woman questioned how So Wonhui had the time to approach her when he had the same reason as she did to be elsewhere. Meanwhile, she declared that the sword would be in her hands regardless, and he didn't need to worry about that. The woman stated that So Wonhui wouldn't reveal the internal conflict of their cult in front of the orthodox bastards. The woman declared that once she decided she wanted something, she got it, and she would have to take him by force because she liked him. The woman and So Wonhui clashed. The woman's eyes glowed red. So Wonhui was sent flying. The woman smirked. So Wonhui was sent crashing to the ground. The woman stated that So Wonhui was the reason she no longer needed to hide her power, otherwise, it seemed like he was going to drag her away. Energy crackled around the woman. So Wonhui thought that this much wouldn't. Energy swirled around the woman. The woman questioned what was with So Wonhui's broken sword, and if that was what he used. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The clash of power resonates. She notes that So Wonhui released his sword to block her attack, acknowledging that he is not an easy opponent. However, the woman was pushed back a few steps by the force of the attack, which was exactly what she intended. Thanks to that, she is finally out of his reach, but acknowledges that she will have to use more force. The woman prepares to unleash more power. The intensity of her bloodthirst is palpable. She wonders if she should care about the many people around. So Wonhui laments that this had to happen when he doesn't have his Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So Wonhui grits his teeth, preparing for the next attack. He wonders if he can fend her off with his short sword and his combat skills alone. The woman's attack descends. So Wonhui prepares to block. So Wonhui steals himself. So Wonhui prepares to fight. The woman stands ready. The aftermath of the clash left the woman's hat and shattered sword on the ground. The woman's expression hardened. Elsewhere, one of the masked men wondered who the woman was, noting her prominent bloodthirst and questioning if he had ever met someone as strong as her before. The woman declared that even then, she told him to try if he could, thinking how arrogant he was. The woman and So Wonhui clashed again. The woman stepped forward. The force of the impact sent So Wonhui flying backwards. The woman's attack continued. The attack was powerful. Nearby, one of the masked men noticed someone flying. Another of the masked men wondered if that was the Void Steps. The woman thought it was ridiculous. She didn't expect them to escape like this. The woman thought that even if they escaped now, they would soon be lying underneath her. The woman, Baek Haihyang, was overheard being addressed as Vice Squad Commander. One of the masked men told the other to lower his voice. The masked man expressed his surprise that Baek Haihyang had infiltrated the place herself. The other masked man thought to himself that this was the worst-case scenario. They decided they should tell their master about this development. Thankfully, their master was still back at the inn, so they were able to tell him the news. Their master, Gu Sangwon, thought for a long while before speaking. He told them that if she went after them again, they should scream with lots of internal energy, and he would be there. Hei Action judged that he wouldn't win against her given his current level of martial arts. He admitted that even when his central energy core was open, he felt threatened by her bloodthirst. Gu Sangwon told someone else to always go out with their group. He wondered if the person thought he was being a little dramatic, since nothing had happened for the last 4 days. Someone else thought the Hubei-style duck roast yesterday was really good and wondered what they would be fed today. Man was asked what they thought. Man claimed someone touched them and wondered who they were talking to. The sword spirit stated that it was the 75th. It was now possible for So Wonhui to actually use Baek Hyangmuk's. So Wonhui stood with his sword. So Wonhui had gained a swordsmanship skill. He was congratulated for making the skill completely his now. It was not a complete mastery, merely a pretense. The speaker admitted to not understanding how So Wonhui handled his internal energy when using the skill. The speaker had meditated several times while watching him test the sword. It was a step toward a higher level of enlightenment. Sama Young asked if the other person could move a bit, and they agreed. So Wonhui believed he could do it now. Someone commented that the puppy had been a bit strange recently, attributing it to the heat. So Wonhui slowly activated his luminous star mystic art. The activation of the art caused a surge of energy around him. The energy continued to build. His eyes glowed with power. He moved with purpose. He wondered if it would work. So Wonhui thought something would happen, but he guessed he was mistaken. He seemed confused. The vase remained untouched. A question hangs in the air. Meanwhile, one of the masked assassins demands to know what the vice squad commander just did. Elsewhere, So Wonhui realizes that he has reached the 6th mastery in the luminous star mystic art. So Wonhui clenches his fist, a smile forming on his face. The Dangfeng restaurant was known for its braised pork belly. The group was finally able to try it. The diners expressed their excitement at the prospect of tasting the pork belly. One of the diners remarked that the vice squad commander would carry them back if they passed out from eating too much. One of the diners said that they would just pass out if need be. It was also noted that the Southern Heaven Iron Sword would be fully repaired by the next day. They would be entering the castle once he had his sword back, so he thought he should visit this place beforehand. Then, So Wonhui decided to try the pork belly. Meanwhile, martial artists had just entered the restaurant. They were much stronger than the martial artists already in the restaurant. 2 of them seemed to have very renowned swords, and their sword voices were very distinct. So Wonhui realized that ever since he opened his fekta, his merak had gotten stronger too. Someone stated that they could now tell whether a sword was renowned or not from its voice. So Wonhui realized that they were the ones he saw in the Murim Alliance before his regression. Someone commented that they were all okay guys and very orthodox. Considering the sword voices he could hear, So Wonhui realized that Xuanjin and Qingsheng must have given them renowned swords. Regardless, it seemed odd for these Taoist sect members to be lingering around. One of the men scoffed at someone like So Wonhui. Kong Hyami exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the Yulong County's good-for-nothing. The group was identified as being from the Hunan Province Murim Association, including Joik and Du Jianwook. One of the men asked if the others remembered the story he had told about the guy who was kicked out of the Yang So clan. Another man questioned if So Wonhui was Qingqing's Qing Miang. Qing Miang confirmed his identity and stated that unlike his past life, he didn't intend to be bullied around. The man complimented Qing Miang, calling him a rising star. He thought to himself that praise could be a powerful tool, especially since these guys were inherently good and their emotions were easy to read. So Wonhui introduced himself as the 3rd son of the Yang So clan, stating it was an honor to meet such renowned people. Hyunjin of the Xuanjin sect and Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan Tang clan also introduced themselves. One of the men laughed, stating it had been a while. The men seemed to be friends. One of the women said it was really nice to meet someone from your hometown when you're far from home. A woman off-panel remarks to a man with green hair that it is him, Ik. The man with long hair warns that if he doesn't get his way, the other person will be participating in the competition with a broken neck. The green-haired man is asked if he's really going to act all friendly with a good-for-nothing. The green-haired man tells Jianwook to shut up, wondering how he could. The long-haired man warns that it is none of the others' business and that they shouldn't even think about starting anything with him. The long-haired man states that being in the martial competition allows him to meet renowned people, which he considers an honor. The long-haired man asks if the red-haired man is participating. The green-haired man says that his older brothers are not feeling well, so he is the representative for Yi Yang's So clan. The long-haired man asks if that is true and if they are severely unwell, and then tells Kong Hyami that if she is so concerned, she should go visit them. Kong Hyami questions the long-haired man, calling her Sister Hai. Kong Hyami states that is a shame. Kong Hyami says that her brother would have done really well in the competition, but for the green-haired man to be the participant, she laughs. The green-haired man asks if Kong Hyami just laughed, stating that it is funny to see her judge his senior brother without even knowing his skill level. It is stated that Kong Hyami is young. She was acting rashly, her judgment clouded by emotion. Since they were both from the Hunan Murim Association, perhaps they could come to an understanding. The man with green hair questioned why they didn't simply teach him a lesson to reduce his arrogance. The man with red hair asked if he was referring to Jianwen. Hyami was told to calm down, as he was not someone to be trifled with. The man with green hair was asked if he didn't care if his fiancée's image was ruined. He stammered that he didn't even know where to begin with this guy. Dealing with these kids was proving to be a pain. The man with red hair decided he would teach them a lesson. Mr. So was surprised to see him there. He was Zhou Chongwun's disciple, Co Ilju, from the Mount Hung sect. The uniform indicated that he must be the disciple of Mount Heng's best sword. It was realized that the Mount Hung sect people were present, including Young. Ilju greeted the others, noting it had been a while. He thought that if he utilized the situation to his advantage, he could take care of things much more easily. Ilju was asked if Wenhui was a disciple of his sect. Ilju guessed that they didn't know. Mr. So was the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. It was stated that they were surely aware of the relationship between Grandmaster Ho Jongdae and the Mount Hung sect. Someone asked if they had just heard that the Southern Heaven Swordsman was a successor of Grandmaster Ho Jongdae. The others realized they had been rude. So Wenhui found himself in an awkward position. Elsewhere, one of the men asked who would teach him a lesson. A man with bags of food excused himself, saying he had people waiting for him. He told him to take care and to say hi to So Young for him, adding that he was full and super satisfied. The man suggested they order takeout, noting that the Mount Hung sect Taoists also took the braised pork belly for takeaway. So Wenhui thought to himself that they should get some for Master and the twins too. They declared that they would be back. One of the men commented that the food was as good as people say, and they must have really liked it. So Wenhui realized he never got to experience this kind of thing in his past life. But let's. So Wenhui wondered who sent him a message, and if there was a change in the mission. Nope. A note warns that if one does not wish to lose their sword, they should return to the smithy alone. The smithy stood silent under the night sky. The blast furnace was cooling. Inside, the fires had died down. Tools lay scattered across the floor, suggesting a struggle had taken place. An assassin stood guard, his sword drawn. He wondered if this was the famous Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So Wenhui was told that he had come to relay a message from the young lady. The messenger told him to give up the martial confession and to tell young Lady Baek Ryonha that if she wants her life spared, she needs to surrender. The assassin continued, assuming that So Wenhui didn't want to lose his precious sword and to tell young Lady Baek Ryonha that if she wants her life spared, she needs to surrender. So Wenhui told him to wait and calm down, stating that he understood what he was saying. The assassin stood his ground, his sword still drawn. The assassin questioned what So Wenhui meant. So Wenhui assumed that the message was not from Baek Haihyang. So Wenhui declared that he would. So Wenhui's fist crackled with energy as he prepared to fight. The masked assassin questioned if they should continue their conversation. So Wenhui demanded to know what happened to his sword. It was rumored that he possessed a secret technique. As So Wenhui moved, his opponent wondered what he had just done. Jin Woo surmised that his opponent hadn't seen it. The masked man declared that So Wenhui should have given up on the martial competition. The masked man vowed to make So Wenhui pay for ignoring him. The masked man lunged forward, sword drawn. The masked man's sword struck So Wenhui. Blue energy erupted from the point of impact. So Wenhui thought his opponent was so weak that he didn't need to open his central energy core to defeat him. He then asked who the masked man was. The masked man demanded that So Wenhui release his pressure points, asking why else he would have demanded to meet alone. The masked man stated that his subordinates were in the area. One of the subordinates clarified that the men lying on the ground were the only ones in the area, Vice Squad Commander. The subordinate confirmed that the men were first-rate martial artists. The masked man lay defeated. The title card displays the words Absolute Sword Sense. A scream echoes through the night. The masked assassin, Yo Eub, identified himself as the second disciple of the Fifth Blood Star. Despite his injuries, Yo Eub declared that he would answer any questions. The masked man demanded that they stop removing his nails. Yo Eub continued to scream. The interrogator questioned if the Fifth Blood Star was a disciple of Huang Kong. It was true that Yo Eub was a close subordinate of Baek Haihyang, but the interrogator did not believe she was behind this. The interrogator recalled that Baek Haihyang had wanted him as her husband, but suddenly changed her mind and told him to give up the martial competition. He realized that someone else was behind this, someone who would benefit from him giving up the martial competition. The interrogator asked Yo Eub if it was not Baek Haihyang who sent him. Yo Eub admitted that his senior brother told him to do this. Yo Eub explained that he was ordered to do this when a young lady told him not to kill or would do anything to him. The interrogator questioned why Yo Eub went after the Vice Squad Commander for such a petty reason. Yo Eub screamed, asking why they were doing this to him when he had answered their question. The masked assassin, Yo Eub, recalled the Sword Spirit's question about the Fifth Blood Star's first disciple, admitting he didn't even know his name. Yo Eub's captive accused him of acting against their master's orders, adding that the reason his senior brother was after him was obvious. With a few nails left to pull, the Vice Squad Commander demanded an answer. Yo Eub revealed that his senior brother ordered them to do this after hearing that he would become the young lady's husband. The captive realized that his senior brother did this because he didn't want him to become Baek Haihyang's husband. He declared he wasn't interested in Yo Eub's taste in women, wondering what he liked about that insane woman. The nails were ripped out. The captive screamed in pain. The Vice Squad Commander stated that he didn't tell him anything because it was a bunch of ridiculous nonsense. The captive realized that was why that woman wanted him, but wondered why he had to be wary of Sama Young's feelings. The Vice Squad Commander declared that she needed to die since she went after what belonged to him. Yo Eub wondered what the hell she was on about. Yo Eub asked why they went after him. The vice squad commander stated that they didn't need to kill him. Yo EUB asked why. The vice squad commander responded that if they killed these guys, they'd be giving their senior brother a valid excuse. Yo EUB assumed that was what he was after too. Two figures walked together. One asked how the other knew that. He believed he understood the personalities of these people. If something like this happened, the most likely thing to happen after was very obvious. Elsewhere, several figures knelt before another. Someone thought that he was a stupid bastard. He was supposed to have been killed by the Fourth Supreme's disciple. His plan had been ruined. He would have only had a valid excuse if this bastard died. He was going to tell Beck Haihyang that they needed to kill the bastard right away since he killed one of her subordinates. The woman listened to her subordinates. The subordinates pleaded with her. The subordinates continued to kneel before her. The subordinates reminded her that she promised to help them. They told her to stay quiet if she did anything right now. It would just anger her more. The woman wondered what one should do with a dog that disobeys its owner. The masked assassin was struck. The woman declared that they should die. The subordinate was struck. The subordinate begged the young lady to spare him, saying it wasn't on purpose. Sama Young declared that she was only. The question of what she was about to do hung in the air. Because of this, one of her subordinates was struck down. She stated that he would have lived if he had just kept his mouth shut, then demanded to know who told him to kill. The subordinate explained that he not only went against her orders, but he was also trying to make excuses. The subordinate thought it was fitting to punish. Sama Young stood over the fallen subordinate. She stated that it wouldn't have ended there if it weren't for the martial competition. The subordinate said that he would keep it in mind. The subordinate thought that he should be the young lady's husband. The next day, the Murim Alliance gathered. There were a lot of people. All of the martial families, sects, and clans were there to participate in a martial competition. Someone thought that there would be a total of thousands, even tens of thousands, and that they just wanted to get inside already. Someone stated that they had no choice and had to wait since they were not one of the most renowned families, and that the Johong Song clan and the Yang So clan were both pretty renowned, but they were lacking compared to the 5 great clans. A man with a top knot stated that they would only need to wait about an hour, and he would make sure to keep them entertained in the meantime. Another man guessed that the people they were waiting for must be from more renowned families. Someone questioned if this was discrimination. A group of people walked towards the entrance. The group continued to walk. One of the men thought that someone was annoying and wondered if he should kill him. A man asked them to get out of the way. Someone wondered if they were perhaps the Yang's So clan's young master, So Wonhui, and Mr. Mam. The man who had asked them to get out of the way looked at them expectantly. The man who was guiding them stated that he was ordered to let them in immediately and would guide the way. The man who was guiding them looked off to the side. The man with the top knot smirked. The man with the blue hair smirked. The man who was guiding them stated that he did not like the sudden attention and that he was ordered to let them in immediately. Someone thought that there must have been a higher-up behind that. The group insisted that they were with him, causing confusion. Meanwhile, Jwabak asked who they might be. The man apologized, stating that he was not told to bring them in, and told them to wait in line. The group continued their journey. One of the men smiled widely. The man agreed with an unseen statement. The man with the long hair admitted to feeling bad after seeing someone disappointed. He declared that he would stand with the person, even if it meant getting in line. No matter how many times one visits, the place always seemed. The group arrived at the Murim Alliance Azure Heaven Pavilion. One of the men exclaimed at how huge it was. The group continued forward. A man introduced himself as Peng Wu Jin of the Habukpeng clan. The name of the clan was displayed. Sung introduced himself as So Wunhui of Yi Yang's So clan. Peng stated that he had heard that Sung was Grandmaster Ho Zhongdi's successor. Peng looked forward to a great match. Someone thought that Peng was like Jwabek, but worse. Someone guessed that Peng was trying to draw attention from others and improve his image. Peng Wujin's companions seemed really embarrassed, causing secondhand embarrassment. Peng Wujin greeted the newcomer, stating it was an honor to meet someone from the Habukpeng clan, and inquired as to the man's identity. The man introduced himself as Song Jwabek of the Johong Song clan. Peng Wujin simply responded with a disinterested "Oh." Song Jwabek was taken aback by Peng Wujin's dismissive attitude. He overheard the guards commenting that they would move faster with Peng Wujin and that others should stay away. Jwabek was offended by the perceived rudeness. Someone commented that Jwabek shouldn't have intervened in the first place, as it was best not to interact with people who only had egos. Another person remarked on the fact that the Azure Heaven Pavilion even had a garden. A man noted that they were receiving special treatment for being the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Another man commented that he didn't think they'd notice even if they took something. Jwabek thought that the regular room he and his brother got was already big, but it was incomparable to this place. He knew his brother would complain if he saw this place. Sung thought about how anyone would enjoy special treatment like this, but when it's too much, one's bound to be concerned. One of the men wondered who was doing this for them. Another confirmed that they had unpacked and that the timing was great. A man asked if Sung and the other man could give them some of their time. It was revealed that the general strategist wished to meet Sung. The narrator identifies the figure as the first general strategist, one of 3 within the Murim Alliance. Also known as the Supreme General Strategist, he stands tall. The narrator explains that the second in command after him would be the Murim Alliance leader. The first general strategist is Jae-gal Won-myung. The residence of the Murim Alliance Supreme General Strategist comes into view. As Won-hui approaches the residence, he wonders why Jae-gal is looking for him. The sword spirit senses a strong weapon nearby. The sword spirit seems to sense something about the blade. It seems to be a blade type. If the Southern Heaven Iron Sword is pointing it out, it must not be any ordinary weapon, but that means there's someone else in here who's not Jae-gal Won-myung. A voice welcomes them. Won-hui formally greets the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance. Myung also greets the first general strategist. The narrator identifies the first general strategist as Jae-gal Won-myung. Jae-gal asks if it would be impolite to ask Won-hui to show him the sword he has on his back. Won-hui stands before Jae-gal, a question mark hanging in the air. The sword spirit recognizes the sword as the Northern Heaven Blade. Jae-gal, the unyielding blade of the North Star's successor, Jang Myung, orders Won-hui to bring him the sword. It was said that Gwak Hyunjik was one of the 8 greatest martial artists, and his unyielding blade of the North Star dominated the northeastern region, while the Southern Heaven Swordsman dominated the southwestern region. However, unlike the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Gwak Hyunjik lost an arm in a duel and essentially retired from the Murim world. So Won-hui wondered why Jae-gal Won-myung was here. As far as he knew, the unyielding blade of the North Star wasn't related to the Murim Alliance. Jae-gal Won-myung confirmed that it was indeed the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Jae-gal Won-myung apologized for his late greeting. Jae-gal Won-myung stated it was an honor to meet Grandmaster Gwak Hyunjik. Jae-gal Won-myung told him to take it. It seemed that this proved that it was the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, or so Jae-gal Won-myung thought. Jae-gal Won-myung introduced Jang Myung. So when we guess not, Jae-gal Won-myung asked him not to take this the wrong way. Jae-gal Won-myung recalled that the tiger-taming strong hand had said the same thing, and that he's seen many fake successors of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Jae-gal Won-myung explained that the unyielding blade of the North Star had clashed with Grandmaster Ho Jong-dae on numerous occasions. He added that he could judge whether or not someone was truly his successor. He clarified that they simply wanted to ensure cooperation and participation in the test. The order was given to show him an example. Jang Myung stepped forward. He was instructed to slice only the white pieces. Jang Myung stood ready with his sword. The masked assassin took a step forward. Jae-gal Won-myung asked if the others had witnessed the luminous star sword technique. Moyang-soo watched intently. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. Jang Myung thought that if he didn't perform as well as Jang Myung, he would be shaming himself. He carried the honor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Jang Myung knew he had to show off a bit. Jang Myung declared that he would perform the task without stepping out of the circle. Jae-gal Won-myung stated that they would see if he could do it, slicing only the black pieces. Jang Myung prepared to strike. He unleashed a swift sword technique. The blade moved with incredible speed. The pieces scattered as the sword cut through them. Jang Myung continued his demonstration. The onlookers watched with anticipation. The display of swordsmanship left one observer in utter disbelief. With a flourish, Jang Myung stood poised, his sword gleaming. Another man pleaded with Moyang-soo to let him try as well, but Moyang-soo questioned if he even understood what had just occurred. The force of Jang Myung's strikes resonated through the air. Jang Myung had managed to catch all of the white pebbles. The feat was astonishing.